Chapter 1, Yun Family's Eldest Miss, 1. Longxia Continent. On Longyuan Kingdom's prosperous imperial streets, the people were well ordered and stood on both sides of the road, cheering in praise of the victorious return of the great General Yun Nuo. This Yun Nuo was considered as one of Longyuan's legends. He guarded the border for several years so that the neighboring countries would not dare to invade. Also, not long ago with one swoop, he turned 4 countries into Longyuan's subordinates. Hearing of this matter, His Majesty was extremely pleased, not only moving Yun Nuo back to the imperial city to receive commendations but also to give a blank edict. With this blank edict, it is the equivalent of His Majesty's promise to fulfill one request of any kind. However, after victoriously coming back, the great General Yun Nuo did not attend the court meeting to see the emperor but rushed back to the general's estate instead. Following behind him, the soldiers were all silent. Nobody was clearer than him about why the great General Yun Nuo was anxious to return home. All of this could be attributed to the eldest miss of the Yun clan. It was said that while great General Yun Nuo was guarding the border, that trash provoked an enormous amount of trouble. Her typical arrogant, domineering, rampant, and overbearing personality could be overlooked, but she recently caused a scandal by snatching a pretty man on the street. This led to the crown prince annulling his engagement with her. However, she could not stand this development, so she chose to commit suicide by hanging herself. If she really died, then the general estate would have one less disaster. Yet, this trash didn't die. Not only was she saved, but she also appeared to have changed into a different person. She locked herself at home and did not go out for half a month. Hence, when General Yun Nuo triumphantly returned to the city, he was in a rush to return to the general estate. At this time, on top of the artificial hill inside the general estate, a young lady in white had both of her hands behind her head as she lazily leaned against a rock. Her eyes were half squinted as she looked at the blazing sun in the sky. I can't believe time went by this quickly. I came to this continent a little more than half a month ago. Thankfully, during this period of time, I have completely accepted this body's original memories and also came to understand what kind of place this is. Half a month ago, she was conducting an experiment in the medical lab at Waxia University when she accidentally caused an explosion. Upon waking up, she found herself in this strange world. Yun Nuofeng was her name as well when she was at Waxia, but the difference was that she was Waxia University's top student and the teacher's most outstanding pupil. However, this Yun Nuofeng was a well-known trash who was talented in neither the literary arts nor martial arts. She could not even do the simple act of gathering spiritual energy, let alone becoming a true spirit cultivator. In this world, the strong was respected, so the ridicule and condemnation that a trash who could not become a spirit cultivator suffered from could be imagined. However, this trash did not merely have a general for a grandfather, but she also had the #1 dream lover of many females in Longyuan, His Highness the Crown Prince, for a fiancé since birth. Yet, this trash was not satisfied with a perfect fiancé like the Crown Prince and actually dared to molest a man from a good family. This caused the Crown Prince, who finally couldn't endure it anymore, to risk offending General Yun Nuo and terminated his engagement with the trash. Who would have thought that the trash, Yun Nuofeng, not only did not repent, but she also wanted to use suicide to threaten His Highness the Crown Prince to have a change of heart. However, the Crown Prince just turned around and left. Thankfully, the people in the general estate saved her in time, preventing her from the misfortune of dying. However, nobody knew that when Yun Nuofeng was rescued, she was already dead. Now, it was actually Waxia's Yun Nuofeng inside the body. Chapter 2, Yun Family's Eldest Miss, 2. The young girl slowly sat up on the artificial hill, the corner of her lips lifting up into a wicked smile. If that person's figure wasn't so similar to the Crown Prince's and was dressed in his clothes, the Yun Nuofeng who deeply loved the Crown Prince would not have mistaken him for someone else. She also wouldn't have rushed up to grab him and ended up being charged with molesting a pretty man. Of course, if it were only that, people would not have misunderstood Yun Nuofeng's relationship with that man. The important reason was that when the man was grabbed by her, he started to yell, claiming that the eldest miss from Yun family was endlessly pestering him and wanted to force him to be her boy toy. Sadly, Yun Nuofeng wasn't good with words and lost the ability to defend herself in her panic. So her silence confirmed the charge. Recalling the events there, the young girl internally sighed. This Yun Nuofeng is a noble daughter of a general, but she's too stupid. She couldn't see through such an easy setup and was deluded into thinking that she could use her own life to regain the Crown Prince's heart. If it wasn't for the Crown Prince's orders, why would there be someone wearing his clothes in public? The Crown Prince, Gao Ling, was Longyuan Kingdom's most handsome man. He was incredibly talented and had outstanding abilities. With his identity and position, why would he be willing to marry a trash? So she could understand his grievances. However, what she could not understand was why, in order to retain his reputation, Gao Ling would frame Yun Nuofeng for being immoral and ignoring her engaged status to molest a pretty man. At this time, Yun Nuofeng's personal maidservant, King Yin, rushed over. Her originally panicked face changed into one of happiness when she saw the young girl sitting on the artificial hill. Hurriedly running to the front of Yun Nuofeng, she panted, "Miss, Master General has returned. He is ordering you to see him in the study." Grandfather returned. Yun Nuofeng froze for a second. How could she forget that today is the day of great General Yun Nuo's triumphant return? Not long ago, this was the day that this body's original owner had waited for with anticipation. Who knew that she would die from someone else's scheme before she could see her grandfather, a person she had wholeheartedly missed for 10 long years. "Let's go, take me to see grandfather, the old man." She regained her wits and pinched King Yin's little cheeks, which appeared as delicious as an apple. Her stunning face was adorned with a wicked smile. And then, without waiting for King Yin to react, she headed toward the direction of the study. Inside the general estate study, an old and grey-haired man had an expressionless face while he sat on the chair. He looked at the white-clothed girl standing in front of him with a solemn expression. The standing Yun Nuofeng lazily yawned. She had already entered this study for half an hour, but in this half an hour, General Yun Nuo said nothing and just expressionlessly continued to look at her. Seeing General Yun Nuo's lack of speech, Yun Nuofeng, of course, wouldn't speak first. Finally, General Yun Luo could not hold in his anger and sternly asked with a heavy expression on his old face, I heard that you recently had some publicly indecent conduct. Shouldn't you explain yourself to me? What kind of explanation do you want? She lightly laughed. If you choose to believe the rumor from outside rather than your granddaughter, then what you heard is what happened. I have no need to explain. Presumptuous. General Yun Luo slapped the desk with a bang, causing the desk to break in two from its force. The desk was nobly sacrificed from the old man's anger. Chapter 3, Yun family's eldest miss, 3. This is your attitude towards your grandfather. Grandfather. Yun Luofeng laughed before saying, when you were guarding the border, did you ever care about me, your granddaughter? When I suffered from humiliation, who stood up for me? When someone schemed against me, and I hoped for someone to stand out and protect me, where were you? If General Yun Luo did not guard the border, would the former Yun Luofeng live such a miserable life? Or even be framed and ruined? Therefore, she held resentment in her heart towards this grandfather who left home when she was 4 and never came back afterward. It was due to the resentment of this body's former owner that she would speak like this to the old man. However, once Yun Luofeng finished saying this, she felt her whole body relax as if something broke free. She knew that it was because she spoke what this body's original owner wanted to say, causing the last remaining trace of regret in this body to disappear. The young girl's accusing voice made the furious Yun Luo calm down. His aged body laid weak and limp in the chair with a bitter smile on his face. He knew that he owed his granddaughter a lot for all these years. Particularly her words just now, they were like a heavy stick ruthlessly hitting his heart, making it unbearably tight. In the end, all he could do was heavily sigh. Since ancient times, it was difficult for devotion and filial duty to coexist, the same with loyalty and family. For his loyalty towards His Majesty, he set aside his granddaughter, who was only 4 years old, and went to the border. He was gone for a whole 10 years, just what kind of life did she live for the last 10 years as someone who can cultivate? But, once he returned, he disregarded what was right and wrong, and rebuked his granddaughter for those rumors. Feng Yun Luo lifted his calloused hand and shakily extended them toward Yun Luofeng before weakly putting it down in the end. Grandfather wronged you and also wronged the entire Yun clan. Your parents sacrificed themselves for the country, but grandfather didn't take good care of you. At that moment, the originally high-spirited General Yun Luo seemed to have aged a few years. Before, he was this angry because he was disappointed in her. But he appeared to have forgotten that she was left parentless at 3, and he himself left home when she was 4. Nobody had disciplined her since she was young, so how could she possibly meet his expectations? He could still vaguely remember when he had to leave back then, how the 4-year-old Xiao Luofeng pulled on his clothes, begging him to not leave. In the end, for the safety of the citizens of Long Yuan Kingdom, he heartlessly left her. If there's nothing else, then I'm going back to rest, Yun Luofeng sleepily blinked her eyes and languidly spoke. Seeing the indifference on the young girl's face, there was a touch of guilt deep in Yun Luo's eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but all the words felt stuck in his throat, so he could not voice out a single sound. Go then. Finally, he lightly sighed and weakly dismissed her with his hand. These 2 words seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and he collapsed back with his eyes closed. At this time, General Yun Luo no longer seemed to be as vigorous as he was on the battlefield. He appeared incredibly frail, as though he had his candle blown out by the wind. It was almost unbearable for Yun Luofeng, but, in the end, she said nothing and turned around to leave the study room. It wasn't until the white figure disappeared that Yun Luo reopened his eyes. With a bitter look on his face, he stared at the empty space in the study room and asked, Qingya, was I really wrong? Chapter 4, Yun family's eldest miss, 4. The study's secret door opened, and a man in a wheelchair slowly moved over to Yun Luo's side. This was an elegant and refined-looking man. His features had a touch of sadness. His skin was very pale and white, the kind of sickly white where it looked like he could collapse at any moment. Seeing him would make other people feel pity. Unfortunately, this elegant yet indifferent man happened to be sitting in a wheelchair, sickly and physically disabled, making it seem like he couldn't endure any heavy burdens. Father, you left when she was 4, so you don't know the humiliations she suffered over the years. And I, as her uncle, had no way to stand out to defend or protect her, causing her to become what she is today, an indifferent young woman. The man's voice was like sweet spring water, incredibly refreshing. But, if other people were here and heard how this man addressed Yun Luo, they would be in shock. Everyone knew that the great General Yun Luo only had 2 sons. In the past, one son was more talented than the other. The Yun family's second young master, Yun Qingya. When he was only 15 years old, he had already reached the pinnacle of the middle-level spirit cultivator and was just 1 step away from breaking through to high-level spirit cultivator. It was known that within Longyuan, there were only 2 high-level spirit cultivators, one was the great General Yun Luo, and the other was the imperial family's expert. But it took both of them 40 years to finally manage to pass the high-level spirit cultivator bottleneck. And yet, back then, Yun Qingya was only 15 years old. Becoming a middle-level, peak-rank spirit cultivator at the age of 12 was a matter that would make people very proud. However, the past Yun Qingya, who achieved his ambition at a young age, seemed to forget that the tree that stands out in the forest, the wind will definitely destroy it one. In the middle of a competition, he defeated his opponent and attracted the wrath of the opponent's family. In the end, he fell from the top of a mountain. No one would have imagined that the supposedly dead Yun Qingya was actually still alive. Qingya, you have also suffered these past years. Yun Luo laughed bitterly. Guilt laced his voice as he said, if it weren't for the Yun family, you wouldn't be hiding. That power is too strong. If they knew you still lived, they definitely wouldn't let you off and also wouldn't forgive the Yun family. Yun Qingya lowered his gaze slightly, hiding eyes which were filled with sadness. He said with an indifferent, calm tone, even if I live, so what? The way I am now is no different from being dead. My strength was wasted, I can only pull through with this disabled body and sneakily live. My own niece suffers humiliation outside, and I can step out to help her. If it was a decade ago, even if you and I weren't home, nobody would have dared hurt little Feng. But now, for the sake of the Yun family, I can't let anyone know that I'm still alive. That year, when he was chased by the force that wanted to kill him, he dragged his heavily injured body away and escaped. Not even a day later, the news of his death was spread, but that force didn't believe he died, so they would send people every day to observe the Yoon family. In the end, he hid in the secret chamber. Once hidden, he hid for a little over a decade. Living in the darkness without light for a little over 10 years did not help his illness. It only made it worse. What left him in even more despair was that, when he was escaping from his pursuers, his soul realm was destroyed. His strength disappeared, and he could no longer cultivate. If it wasn't because father already lost brother and he could not bear to let his father bury his own child again, then maybe, he would have ended his suffering long ago and left this world. Kingya, hearing Yoon Kingya's words, Yoon Luo was silent for a moment before saying, even if the news that you live can't be known outside, little Feng Er is still your niece. Now that she has grown up, it is time to let her know about her uncle's, existence. Chapter 5, Medical Gods Code 1. This continent is called Longseo. It is a continent where martial arts are respected, and those who practice martial arts are called spirit cultivators. A spirit cultivator is divided into different levels: early, middle, high, earth, sky, god, and sage. Each level is divided into low rank, intermediate rank, advanced rank, and peak rank. However, in Longyuan Kingdom, the strongest people are at high level, and only 2 are at the high level spirit cultivator level. One is my cheap grandfather, the other is the expert from the imperial family. On the bed, a young girl opened her eyes. She sorted out the information she collected, lightly sighing. Unfortunately, this body is weak and of poor quality. I have no ways of becoming a cultivator. On this continent where martial arts are respected, a person who can't cultivate is known as trash. It's not that this body's original owner never tried cultivating before, but every time she started to absorb the surrounding energy, the body would start to feel a stinging pain and cold sweat would break out, so she could only give up. The good thing is that the previous Yoon Luofeng deeply studied many cultivation techniques, and now it will be handy for her. Hiss. When Yoon Luofeng tried to absorb the surrounding energy, her body suddenly felt a stinging burst of pain, so painful that her body was trembling and cold sweat dripped down. No, I cannot give up. If there is no way to cultivate on this continent where the strong are respected, besides living in humiliation, I can only wait to die. I will never be willing to become trash. At the door, when Great General Yoon Luo was thinking of pushing open the door, he felt something. The hand that was touching the door stopped. Immediately, a girl's sonorous voice crashed into his ears, like a hand harshly squeezing his heart. Ah. Yoon Luo took back his hand. In his eyes, beside guilt, now showed an additional sign of distress. This girl put so much effort to cultivate, but he actually believed outside rumors and misunderstood her. Not only did he not come back and care for her, but instead he interrogated her as well as broke her heart. Sir General. Just when Yoon Luo was feeling guilty, the housekeeper hastily came from behind, bowed with a clenched fist, and said, His Highness the Crown Prince came to pay a visit. He is now waiting for General in the main hall. Crown Prince came to visit. Yoon Luo pondered for a moment in front of the closed door. In a heavy tone, he said, Go and relay that no one is allowed to disturb the eldest miss. Yes, sir. Toward Yoon Luo's arrival, Yoon Luofeng was aware of it. But at that moment she already could not sleep due to her pain. How could she be in any mood to care for him? If there was someone here, they would definitely be scared by Yoon Luofeng. Because they would only see a young girl in white covered with blood. Her pores were opened and continuously flowed out beads of blood, and it looked as if she bathed in a pool of blood. It looked exceptionally frightening. Ugh. Just when Yoon Luofeng was fainting from hypovolemia, a sound exploded in her mind, instantly recovering her senses. Chapter 6, Medical Gods Code 2. Master, you really did act recklessly. If it wasn't for me waking you up in time, I'm afraid you would have died right here. A soft voice appeared in Yoon Luofeng's mind, and then, her mind went completely blank. When she recovered, she found herself positioned within a narrow piece of land. Standing in front of her was a little boy, wearing white clothes and looked like a pink jade-carved cherub. It is clear the voice that appeared in Yoon Luofeng's mind a moment ago was from this little boy. Master, long time no see, I missed you. Upon seeing the appearance of Yoon Luofeng, the little boy smiled cutely with his 2 eye tooth showing and happily flew towards her. Crash. Who knew that once the girl saw his movements, she would hurriedly lean over and move out of his way. The little boy did not have time to stop his footsteps and staggered to the ground. He fell like a dog eating mud. He then picked his little body up and stared at Yoon Luofeng with sad eyes. Master, you are so cruel. Wait, Yoon Luofeng interrupted the little boy. While deeply frowning she asked, Who are you? Where is this? Do we know each other? Master, you have forgotten about me. Once the little boy heard this remark, his mouth suddenly curled up like he was about to cry out. If you didn't pick me from the library, I am afraid there is no way for me to meet Master. I didn't think that Master would forget me in a mere 2 weeks. Library. Yoon Luofeng was completely confused. What did this guy say? What library? Master, I am the guardian spirit of the Medical Gods Code. You took me from the Waxia University's library. Medical Gods Code. Boom. This piece of news was like the startling shock of thunder, and Yoon Luofeng froze. She had accidentally picked up the Medical Gods Code from the corner of the school library, but there was no record of the Medical Gods Code in the library, so the old man that was in charge of the library gave it to her. She didn't know why, but this Medical Gods Code had always been unable to be opened. She had exhausted all kind of methods, but they were ineffective. She didn't expect that after being transmigrated, the Medical Gods Code would also follow her here, and a self-proclaimed guardian spirit of the Medical Gods Code that resembled a little boy would pop out. How can you be here? Yoon Luofeng recovered and asked. She would like to ask even more, is this why she crossed over to this continent? Yoon Luofeng believed that this matter was definitely connected to this little guy. Master, before, when you were doing an experiment in the laboratory, the results caused an explosion. It was I who took you to the Longsha mainland, or you would be dead. The little boy proudly lifted his head, taking all the credit, and then, as if he remembered something, he became dejected. Unfortunately, spiritual energy didn't exist in Waxia. I couldn't even bring you into the world within God's code, let alone cultivating. Otherwise, you wouldn't have suffered physical destruction because of that small explosion. Yun Luofeng's brows wrinkled, her lips evoked a touch of an evil smile. From the meaning of your words, it appears you do not belong to Waxia. The little boy nodded his head, seriously replying, I belong to the Longsha mainland. It is due to an accident that I appeared in Waxia. There, I was inadvertently picked up by you. But, Master, you were in serious danger. If I didn't stop you, I am afraid you would have bled to death. Chapter 7, Medical Gods Code 3. I know, but give me another chance, and I would still do the same. On Longsha mainland, the weak are like ants, and I finally have a second chance. How can I easily give up? If I want to live, it can only be done by becoming stronger. Hearing the voice of Yun Luofeng, the little boy was stunned for a bit. At this moment, seeing her brazen features fill with self-confidence, he was subconsciously dazed. Master, if you want to become strong, I can help you. The little boy's eyes were firm. I have to say, Master, your luck is very good. With such a good quality physical body, although the people of this world say that the original Yun Luofeng was a waste, it was because no one could help her cultivate. It should be said that no one on the continent of Longsha could provide her with the correct way of practice. If it was following the ordinary way of cultivation, then this body would be full of unbearable pain. If it was forcibly cultivated, you will definitely die from too much blood loss. He paused, before saying, but, Master, since you forcefully practiced and caused excessive bleeding, I was able to form a blood contract. Otherwise, I am afraid we would not have met so soon. Hearing this, the Yun Luofeng felt moved, asked, you really can help me? The little boy nodded his head. Master, I am the guardian spirit of the medical gods code. Don't look down on me because I'm small. In fact, I have lived for many years. This world has nothing that I don't know of. In addition, does Master know what this place is? What? Yun Luofeng eyebrow creased. This is the spiritual medicine space. Inside this space, there is a very strong spiritual energy. Of course, in addition to the usefulness to herbs, it is also a good absorption source for spirit cultivators. If you put outside herbs into the spiritual medicine space, those ordinary herbs will have spiritual energy. The effect is naturally incomparable to ordinary herbs, said the little boy proudly. In the current Longsha, spiritual energy is extremely rare on the mainland. There is no way of making spiritual plants, so, if you take out a stalk of a spiritual plant, it is bound to cause a great sensation on the mainland. Yun Luofeng looked at the little boy. I know that humans and spiritual beasts can cultivate, but I have not heard of herbs that can also absorb spiritual energy. Once he heard these words, the little boy was a bit angry. He thought that Yun Luofeng didn't believe in his words. His pink jade-carved face turned red in anger. What I said is true. Medicinal herbs need to rely upon spiritual energy in the world to grow, but now that the mainland has too little spiritual energy, it cannot be compared with the past. So it has been many years without a successful growth of spiritual herbs. Look at those mainland's doctors. They cure common stab wound patients with ordinary herbs which take a long time to recover. Some will even scar. If the doctor who has spiritual herbs used it on deep stab wounds, it could be immediately restored. This is the difference between spiritual herbs and ordinary herbs. The little boy said angrily. In addition, healing is just one aspect of the use of the spiritual herbs. Some spiritual herbs can be used to help practice, and some are even able to directly make a spirit cultivator breakthrough. Breakthrough. This. She had to say. Yun Luofeng's heart was moved and her wicked eyes glinted with a mysterious light. The little guy was still chattering. And, even if one day your strength was destroyed, spiritual herbs can also restore you at the peak of power. But with your present strength, the spiritual medicine space can only open up such a small amount of land, so wait until your strength has made a breakthrough, it will have more land. Translator's thoughts. Maggie_Maggie_. Edited, the 2nd of April 2018. Chapter 8, The Crown Prince's Visit 1. Yun Luofeng didn't expect that when she had inadvertently picked up the medical god's code, it would bring her so many benefits. When can I cultivating? She asked after thinking for a while. Obviously, to the current her, cultivation is the most important thing. Master, I have a prescription here. If you use these herbs and soak in them for 5 continuous days, then I will give you the cultivation method you need. Speaking up to this point, the little guy paused and then continued, this medicinal bath is to help you exercise your physique, so no matter how painful it is, you have to endure. After 5 days, you can start cultivating. Unfortunately, if there were spiritual herbs, you would need to suffer for 5 days, just 1 day would be enough. But with your current strength, you must spend 3 months to grow the spiritual plants, so the required time is too long for you. Under this situation, if the herbs were planted into the spiritual medicine space, the time needed was 3 months for it to be nurtured into spiritual herbs. What he chose was the second best option. I understand. Yun Luofeng took the prescription that was handed to her by the little boy. Oh, that's right, you have not told me what your name is. Xiao Mo's face had a bright smile as, with a tender voice, he answered, Master, I'm called Xiao Mo, don't forget my name. After pocketing the prescription, Yun Luofeng lifted her head to look at Xiao Mo. Suddenly, the boy's lovely smile entered her sight, making her unable to hold her hands back from pinching the little guy's face. Her lips curved into an evil smile. Xiao Mo, I have been here for too long, it would be easy to be found out. But I don't know how to leave. The girl's palm was warm, so it made the boy's cheeks turn red. After hearing the girl's words, he bit his lip, he looked at her with watery eyes. Master, you have to leave so soon. I was finally able to see you, and no one will know of your current situation. When you come to this place, in the eyes of outsiders, you look like you're asleep. No one will think you're within the medical god's code world. Yun Luofeng was silent for a long time before slowly saying, then can you leave this medical god's code world? Xiao Mo shook his head, his eyes filled with loneliness. Master, I am not a human, nor am I a spiritual beast. My spirit was born because of the medical god's code, I do not exist in the world. However, wait until Master Strength becomes very powerful. Then I can temporarily leave the medical god's code world and appear by your side. But I cannot be more than 100 meters away from you. Siomo, this is my last question for you. Why did you choose me? Waxia's people amounted to tens of millions. She couldn't understand. Why did the medical god's code choose her in the end? I also don't know why. Siomo's eyes revealed a touch of doubt. Maybe it's because you chose me first. If not for you, I would still be thrown somewhere in that library. Perhaps, this is the reason I chose you. When Yun Luofeng left the space, she found herself lying in bed. Her arms were holding a book. Written on the top laid 3 impressive-looking words, Medical God's Code. It also proved everything that happened before was not a dream. Miss, are you awake? Maidservant King Yin saw that Yun Luofeng had opened her eyes, and her heart was filled with joy. And then, as if she thought of something, her little face turned gloomy and looked depressed. Miss, His Highness the Crown Prince is here. The General wants you to go make a trip to the guest receiving room. This servant saw me snapping, so I didn't disturb you. Now that you are awake, this servant needs to go report to the General. Translator's Thoughts. Maggie _. Edited, the 2nd of April 2018. Chapter 9, The Crown Prince's Visit 2. The Crown Prince. Yun Luofeng's brows wrinkled and climbed up out of the bed, but the moment she got up, she couldn't help but pause. If she remembered correctly, before, she was forced to quit practicing because of blood loss, but now she was completely clean. Her white clothes were clean and elegant, as if they were freshly washed. What's actually going on? Yun Luofeng no longer thought about it since she didn't understand. She sneered and said, King Yin, let's go. I would like to know why did the Crown Prince come to the General's estate. Without waiting for King Yin to respond, Yun Luofeng had already walked out of the room. A little while later, King Yin finally recovered from her shock as she hurriedly chased after, her heart filled with doubts. For some unknown reason, ever since Mrs. attempted suicide, it was like she was a completely different person. Even after hearing that the Crown Prince came to visit, she wasn't excited like in the past but gave a very strange impression instead. In the main hall, General Yun Luo was sitting upright, his brows were wrinkled and carried a bit of sorrow. By his side was one old person and one young person. The young one looked to be about 18 years old. He looked handsome, carried extraordinary equipment, wore blue navy robes and his body stretched just like a sharp sword. As if he could kill someone out of the blue. Behind the young man stood an old one. Compared with the calm of the youth, the old man's face was completely livid, with eyes full of anger unable to be vented. General Yun, my family's prince has already waited here for a long time. Do you not know when your family's daughter will come out? This, Yun Luo had some hesitation. I have already sent the maidservants to notify her. It should not be long before she arrives. Of course, Yun Luo did not tell the old guy that he also ordered the maidservants to not disturb Yun Luofeng if she is busy and to wait until she is finished before informing her to come see the Crown Prince. So, when King Yin saw that Yun Luofeng was having an afternoon nap, she followed his instructions and had been waiting nearby for her to wake up. HMPH, you said that not long ago, but how long exactly are we supposed to wait? Yun family's eldest miss has a really high position, to actually let our Imperial Highness wait out here for an hour. The old man harumphed, saying impolitely. Yun Luo frowned, faintly sweeping his eyes at the old man. My granddaughter has important things to do, so I can only tell you to wait. If you do not want to wait, then you can leave. I will not see you out. You. The old man was angered by Yun Luo's words until his old face was red. His tone was angry. As we all know, Yun Luofeng only chased the Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince, from morning to night. Besides chasing men, what other things does she need to do? Now that our Crown Prince has come, she dares to create difficulties and not come out. Isn't it just to loosen the reins only to grasp them better? Thinking that deliberately dodging his Imperial Highness would make the Crown Prince look at her more. Yet she would not look at what she had done some time ago in broad daylight, forcefully grabbing another man. It's simply unscrupulous, extremely shameless. Yun Luo's fist slammed on the table. He looked coldly at the old man, both of his eyes filled with wrath. Jinglin, this Yun Luo's granddaughter, is not for others to say such irresponsible remarks. Moreover, what evidence do you have to prove that the rumor of my granddaughter forcefully snatching another man is true? Basing it on that man's one-sided words. If I ever hear you talk a single sentence of her again, I will let my millions of soldiers trample your estate. Anyway, this kind of thing, I have already done it once, I don't mind doing it a second time. Translator's Thoughts. Maggie _. Edited, the 2nd of April 2018. Chapter 10, The Crown Prince's Visit 3. Jinglin's face changed. It was clear that he was remembering the time when he took all of Longyuan by storm. That year, Yun Luofeng's parents led the soldiers to fight the enemy, and the result was that the current Prime Minister Mu had accidentally revealed this intelligence which was obtained by the enemy. This caused the tragic death of her parents. For this reason, a grieving Yun Luo called upon all of his soldiers to level the Prime Minister's estate. It caused a great sensation in the kingdom of Longyuan. In the end, the Emperor of Longyuan had to come forward to settle the matter. Although the Emperor made him go to the Yun Luofeng's parents' tomb every year to let the Prime Minister express his apology and compensate for the loss, people still understood that the Emperor is biased to the Prime Minister's house. For no other reason than the fact that Prime Minister Mu's daughter is the Emperor's favored concubine. Originally it should have been the death sentence, but Prime Minister Mu is still well and alive, rose in position every year, and ultimately climbed to the position of the Prime Minister. As for the annual grave visit, if he didn't stomp on it, it was good enough, but to also expect him to go to the grave. Old man, recently, it seems like you get angry more frequently. You need to clear your anger. At this time, a laugh suddenly came from outside the hall. A girl clothed in white with a touch of laziness in her smile walked in. She had a wicked charm and looked undisciplined. Her eyes looked at Yun Luo's face without a hint of laughter. From start to finish, she did not look at the youth sitting in the main hall, as if she didn't notice his existence at all. Originally, the youth was only quietly sipping tea. Only after hearing the voice of Yun Luofeng did he finally lift his head. His eyes lightly swept over her body and had a hint of regret. One had to say, this Yun Luofeng was really beautiful. Unfortunately, she was a big-chested, brainless man-chaser, and did not even have a little bit of talent. So how could this rubbish of a woman have the qualification of standing by his side? He was destined to be a dragon amongst men, and she was just a waste that everyone disdained. If he married her, his reputation would be destroyed. Yun Luo dryly coughed twice. His face had a touch of embarrassment. Feng you came. This stinky brat, he was angry for her, yet she actually wants him to clear away his anger. Is there a need to anger people this much? In fact, Yun Luofeng had come to the door a while ago. So, she had already heard just about all of grandfather and Jinglin's conversation. Since the beginning, the old man's indiscriminate accusations toward her made her not have any good feelings toward this cheap grandfather. But she did not expect that, in front of other people, this old guy would stand up for her. Therefore, the feelings of having a grandfather seemed not too bad. Yun Luofeng's lips curved up. I just woke up, so I would naturally be late. Woke up. Yun Luo's old face burned with embarrassment. This girl actually stayed in her room for so long because she was sleeping. Oh, Jinglin sarcastically said, I have said it earlier, Yun Luofeng didn't have any important things to do, so the important thing you said was to sleep. Because of this, it made our crown prince wait for so long. Yun Luofeng looked at him. Sleep is a major event in life. If I did not wake up, I still would not meet them no matter who came. Feng Yun Luo pretended to snap, then turned to the youth. Your Imperial Highness the Crown Prince, one never visits the temple for no reason. You did not come to my general's estate today for something as simple as drinking tea, correct? The youth put down his cup of tea. With no emotion in his eyes, he said in a cold voice, General Yun Luo, this prince has come to the general's estate to dissolve the engagement. You should understand that your granddaughter's body has some problems. If there's no physician to help, she will be a trash all her life. So, for this condition, I will let Jinglin use his ability to help your noble miss be able to cultivate. I have no guarantee that she will become a genius, but at least she will be like ordinary people and not be a waste. Chapter 11. The Crown Prince's Visit 4. When the words, dissolving the engagement, was mentioned, Yun Luo's face was clearly not good. However, the youth's following words moved Yun Luo completely. After all, Yun Luofeng's inability to cultivate pained his heart. If it could make her cultivate like a normal person with even just average talent, he would have no regrets. General Yun Luo, Jinglin coldly harumphed, us imperial physicians of the imperial family have always only treated the imperial family. If it weren't for the Crown Prince coming to look for me, I wouldn't help. I hope you will cherish this opportunity. If you miss this, I'm afraid that Yun Luofeng won't be able to practice in this lifetime. Yun Luo deeply frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Just before he could make up his mind, a young girl's melodious voice suddenly spoke out, breaking his contemplation. Grandfather, I don't need someone else to diagnose my body. Before Yun Luo had made a decision, she had already made her decision known. Yun Luofeng. The youth finally continued to sit down and suddenly stood up. His handsome face had a hint of a sneer on it and was no longer calm like before. You're that fond of pestering this prince. For this prince, you are willing to be a waste. Gao Ling's face was really unsightly as he tightly clenched his fists. If that old man Yun Luo wasn't here, his fist would definitely land on Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng eyed Gao Ling up and down, her lips curved which evoked a touch of wickedness. Your Imperial Highness the Crown Prince, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? If you, a man without good looks or figure, were sent to my bed, I wouldn't even deign to look at you. You. Gao Ling's face grew more and more livid, his whole body couldn't hold in his chilling aura. Like the sharpness of a sword, his sharp eyes stared at Yun Luofeng. In a cold voice, he said, you are simply shameless. General Yun Luo, what a great granddaughter you have raised. Anyhow, he was the most handsome man in Longyuan. In the end, this woman actually said he didn't have a well-defined figure or good looks. It should be known that in Longyuan, women who wanted to marry him could be lined up from here all the way up to a really far-away place like the spiritual beast forest. That's right, I certainly haven't taught my granddaughter well. For Longyuan, I left my 4-year-old granddaughter to go to a place like the border. Once I left, I was gone for 10 years, how do you want me to manage her? Yun Luo had originally been scared by Yun Luofeng's astonishing words, but he recovered his wits only to hear the accusations of Gao Ling. His geriatric face had abruptly darkened. For Longyuan, he left home for a decade. In the end, His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince of Longyuan criticized him for not teaching his granddaughter well. How could this not make him feel disappointed? Gao Ling's face changed slightly, he also knew that he had misspoken. So, he once again turned toward Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng, this prince does not care that you're a waste, I am still willing to fulfill the promise to marry you. But you, to have done such an indecent thing, even if this prince divorce you, it would still be your own fault. Even then, this crown prince thought for the sake of the general's effort and labor for Longyuan, I decided to help you cultivate. But you chose to continue to pester this prince. A person should have some self-knowledge. Things that aren't yours will never be yours. Gao Ling sneered, each word carried thorns and was extremely sharp. In fact, Crown Prince Gao Ling's temper was widely known for being good-natured, it was only a bit wild in the face of Yun Luofeng. Who let this waste be his fiancée? How could he not be so disgusted with her? Over the years, as long as he saw her, he would be easily angered, he simply could not restrain himself. However, this Yun Luofeng was like a dog's skin plaster and could not be shaken off no matter what. Translator's thoughts. Maggie _. Edited, the 2nd of April 2018. Chapter 12, The Crown Prince's Visit 5. Does Crown Prince not understand human speech? Yun Luofeng's brow slightly pinched, her eyes glancing over to Jinglin and a devilish smile remained on her lips. I didn't refuse his treatment because I wanted to pester you. It's because he doesn't have the ability to cure my constitution with his medical skills. According to Siomo, her inability to cultivate was not caused by an illness, instead, it was because her constitution is too special. So, even if Jinglin medical skills are great, it was still impossible for him to treat her. Jinglin's eyes suddenly become extremely fierce as he coldly said, "Yun Luofeng, treating a trash like you would be a waste of herbs. If it wasn't for the Crown Prince's goodwill, do you think I would pay attention to you? Since you do not need me for treatment, then you can be a waste your whole life. Can you really be so stupid to give up such a good opportunity?" Bang! Yun Luo smashed the table with a great amount of force. In an instant, the table was broken into two parts, tea spilling onto the ground. "Jinglin, where do you think you are? Even if my granddaughter is a trash, there are millions of lions in my Yun family supporting her from behind, and no one would dare to bully her." "Good, very good." Jinglin was extremely angry and maliciously laughed. "Yun Luo, since you underestimate us imperial physicians, do not regret it in the future. When you are seriously injured and cannot be treated, do not come to the palace and invite us." "Ha!" Yun Luo sneered, curled his lips and snarled, 10 years ago, my second son Yun Qingye was seriously injured. Originally, as the imperial physician, you could have cured him. Yet when I went to the palace to invite you, no one helped us. You harmed my first son and caused my second son to die as well. Also, if you really wanted to help my granddaughter, why didn't you help her when problems appeared in her body back then and she could not cultivate? But now you stand up and pretend to be benevolent. Do you think if I suffered a serious injury or something that I would put down my pride and beg you?" Hearing the hatred in the old guy's voice, Yun Luofeng's eyes flashed a stern light. It seemed like once these people go, she would have to ask this old guy about the truth behind her father and uncle's death. "Fine." Jinglin gritted his teeth. "Crown Prince, I see that you do not need to go to such pains for Yun Luofeng, that trash. No one from the Yun family can be saved. HMPH. Having said this, he flung his sleeves and turned around to leave the hall. However, when he reached the door, with his back to Yun Luo, he ferociously said, "Yun Luo, in the future if you want your granddaughter to be treated, even if you knelt down and begged me, I would not help your Yun family. Scram, my granddaughter does not need you to worry about her. I will not let anyone hurt her for as long as I live." Yun Luo scowled and even cursed. It was apparent that he was incredibly angered by Jinglin. Gao Ling looked at Yun Luo and did not say anything. He quickly walked out, but before he left, he involuntarily swept a glance at Yun Luofeng. His eyes were filled with disgust as usual. "Old man. Call me grandfather." Yun Luo angrily sat down, staring at Yun Luofeng in a bad mood. Yun Luofeng touched her nose. "Grandfather, that year, what happened with my parents and second uncle? You can tell me." Ah. Hearing this, Yun Luo suddenly became distraught. He was probably recalling matters from the past, and his eyes filled with grief. "This is a long story. When your father was the junior general of Longyuan, he was sent by His Majesty to fight with the enemy's army. The result was that the current Prime Minister Mu divulged the war intelligence, which caused both of your parents to be killed by the enemy. Because of this matter, I fought with that rascal Mu Xingqiu and sent troops to trample his estate." Chapter 13. Yun family's number one genius, Yun Qingye, 1. What was the situation with second uncle? Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment before asking, "Is his death related to Jinglin?" Yun Luo smiled wryly. "Jinglin didn't cause your uncle's death, he just looked and did nothing to help. Your uncle was the Yun family's number one genius. As a youth, he was full of ambition and high-spirited. He became a middle-level, peak-rank spread cultivator at a young age, a sensation that moved all of Longyuan. But, one time, he fought against someone who was very arrogant and that person lost. How could that person be willing to lose? So, in the end, he sent some skilled masters to kill your second uncle to wash away his shame." When he finished saying this, Yun Luo tightly clenched his fists, his old body kept shaking and his eyes were filled with hatred. Even though your second uncle was talented, he was too young. He had not even matured yet, how could he fight against so many strong experts? But he still desperately tried to escape. When he was covered with blood and crawled home, I went to the imperial palace to plead with those imperial physicians to help, but those people had been blocked by that beast Jinglin. He did not let them treat your second uncle. I even knelt down, and he still did not help. At first, Yun Luo did not think to let Yun Qingye play dead, so he went to the palace for help. Playing dead was Yun Qingye's own idea. If the people from that power learned he was still alive, not only would they continue to send experts, they also wouldn't let the Yun family off. In the secular world, the Yun family's strength is very powerful, but it was nothing compared with that force. Does Jinglin have a grudge against us, the Yun family? This was what Yun Luofeng wanted to ask most. Yun Luo nodded his head. Jinglin and Prime Minister Mu have a good relationship. He is the master of Mu Wushuang, that rascal, Mu Xingqiu's granddaughter. It was only after hearing this that Yun Luofeng finally understood. The original owner of the body knew nothing except how to chase after His Highness the Crown Prince and did not care about other things. So only now did she learn of the relationship between Jinglin and the Mu family. The Emperor, Yun Luofeng creased her brows. "My parents sacrificed themselves for the kingdom, and you also devoted your whole life to the kingdom of Longyuan, but when my uncle was seriously injured, he had nothing to say." Yun Luo's eye darkened a bit. Seeing his face, Yun Luofeng could guess what he was thinking and couldn't help but sneer. "This emperor, why do you want to fight for him?" "Feng Er, you're wrong. I fight for the kingdom, not for His Majesty the Emperor. I did it for the ordinary citizens of Longyuan Kingdom." "Ordinary citizens?" Yun Luofeng donned a stern smile. "For the sake of these, ordinary, citizen, you could give up revenge for my parents. You could give up on second uncle back then. Grandfather, you and I are not the same. I do not care about the world's masses, nor those, ordinary, citizen. Whoever touches my loved ones, even if it means going against the heavens, I will avenge them." The young girl's facial features were arrogant and her words uninhibited. It scared General Yun Luo so much that his eyes widened. It was as if this was his first time getting to know this granddaughter of his, whom he had not seen for many years. "Grandfather, you may have done it for the common people, but did the common people have mercy on you? After the death of father and mother, did someone come out and trample the Mu estate with you? Besides your army, who helped you? When second uncle was seriously injured, did the common people stand up and plead for you? No, then why did you devote your life to them? Yun Luo was silent. He knows what Yun Luofeng said is not wrong. He gave up so much for Longyuan Kingdom, but when he needed help, no one helped him. You were a meritorious official, and your son and your daughter-in-law were sacrificed for the kingdom, but when your second son needed help and only needed one imperial edict for the matter to be resolved. But he didn't do it. An emperor like this is not worthy of your loyalty. Translator's thoughts. Maggie_Maggie_. Edited, the 2nd of April 2018. Chapter 14, Yun family's number one genius, Yun Qingye, 2. That's right, Yun Luo wryly smiled. I dedicated myself to the kingdom, but back then, when I was in mortal danger, he didn't help. When I left Longyuan Kingdom for a decade, he did not even take good care of you. I have lost both your parents for this kingdom. I cannot afford to lose you too, but I'm already old and can only protect you for a few more years. If your second uncle can recover, you may be able to live under his protection. Yun Luo did not dare to imagine how this girl would continue living after his passing. What did you just say? For a moment, Yun Luofeng felt her ears were having problems. She asked again, a bit incredulous, you said second uncle. Isn't second uncle already? Feng you were too young back then and we can let you know some things or your second uncle's life would be in danger once again. Yun Luo sighed and said, in truth, your uncle did not die, he has been alive all this time. But unfortunately, after the supposed death of your second uncle, those people that tried to kill your second uncle have been keeping an eye on the Yun family. Those people did not leave until a few years ago. Even so, I did dare not let your second uncle appear, because if that power knew, then they would come to kill your second uncle again. They also would not let the Yun family off. That matter not only caused Yun Qingye's heart to be in pain, but it also caused him to be in pain as well. If Yun Qingye had not met with misfortune, then the Yun family would not be reduced to this state today. Do not look at the current power in his hand because this power was still controlled by the imperial family. If they want him to return, he had to. Grandfather, is what you say true? Second uncle is still alive. Yun Luofeng's eyes flashed for a second. Toward this uncle, she had always been full of curiosity, and now that he was still alive and in this world, how can she not be excited? Your second uncle really didn't die, but his body is disabled. In fact, if those imperial physicians lent a hand, then your uncle would not have become the way he is now. Now, he cannot walk, his danshan is wasted, and he can no longer recover. Grandfather, I want to see second uncle. Yun Luofeng raised her beautiful face and firmly said. Since she had the medical god's code in her possession, she had the confidence to heal any type of incurable disease. However, before that, she must first examine Yun Qingye. Then, she will know the suitable remedy. The dark, humid chamber and moist pavement made Yun Luofeng frown slightly. From the side, Yun Luo did not see her face, so he kept on talking. Over the years, in order to avoid the eyes and ears of that force, your uncle has been living here. I have my confidant send him food and water every day. His voice faded, and the two walked to a stone chamber. Yun Luo pressed a switch on the wall, and a bang rang out as the door of the stone chamber opened. The inside was not as wet as the outside. It was clean and elegant and had a sandalwood scent. A man was holding a book in a wheelchair. His mouth faintly curved into a slight arc, and then he slowly raised his head when he heard the doors opening. His cold eyes looked at the old man and young person at the door, and his eyes gradually warmed. A truly elegant, Canterville-like, virtuous, magnificent, and peerless man. After Yun Luofeng saw the man's stunning appearance, she could not help but sigh. Grandfather, the people say the Crown Prince Gaoling is the most beautiful man in Longyuan Kingdom, but I think second uncle suits this title more. Gaoling is nothing compared with second uncle. Chapter 15, Yun family's number one genius, Yun Qingye, 3. My girl, I haven't seen you for many years, and you have actually become so glib. I am now just a disabled man, how could I compare with others? Yun Qingye helplessly said with a chuckle. Second uncle, don't self-depreciate yourself. Even now, Gaoling couldn't hope to compare. Not to mention, you will not be sitting in a wheelchair for much longer. Between entering this stone chamber and now, she had almost finished analyzing Yun Qingye's condition. Even if there was no medical god's code, due to her past life of practice in the medical field, treating his legs would not be a problem. But there was some difficulty in restoring his soul realm. Yun Qingye's face showed a touch of a wry smile. Girl, the veins in second uncle's leg are blocked, and even the ability to stand up is gone. All of my strength is wasted, now I am just struggling to survive and secretly living a life like a trash. Once upon a time, he was the number one genius who stirred all of Longyuan Kingdom. How high-spirited was he? No matter where he went, he was always eye-catching. Today, within a mere 10 years, his will was demolished and he looked down on himself. Yun Luofeng's heart slightly ached. This was most gifted youth. I don't believe that anyone in this world is a waste. Yun Luofeng's lip curled into a smile. Even if you do not have the strength, you can also show other areas of your ability. The first condition is that you have to stand up from this wheelchair. Grandfather, second uncle, I actually got myself a master in secret during these past years. I am learning medicine with him. I believe that, in time, I will have the ability to let second uncle stand up again. The medical god's code was extremely important, so she could not tell even her family about this and had to draw up a lie. Anyway, these years, Yun Qingye has been within the stone chamber, and Yun Luo wasn't in Longyuan Kingdom. No one knew her true situation. Feng you're saying you are learning medicine. Yun Luo's heart was overjoyed, and then he chuckled, good, that's really good. If you can become a physician, even if your grandfather isn't here in the future, if you have medical skills, you will not suffer abuse from others. In Longsha mainland, street cultivators were not the only respected people. Even if you don't have the talent to cultivate, you can still thrivingly live if you possess great wisdom, let alone respected physicians. Of course, if you did not possess talents in the martial arts or literary arts, then you are a true piece of garbage. Just like the former Yun Luofeng. Girl, what your grandfather said isn't wrong. If you have medical skills, then you can at least make connections with many experts in the future and won't have to worry about surviving on this continent, said Yun Qingye with a smile. Knowing that Yun Luofeng was secretly learning medicine, their first thoughts weren't about Yun Qingye's body but were about how Yun Luofeng would not need to suffer bullying in the future. Yun Luofeng's heart was flowing with warmth. She looked at Yun Qingye and asked, "Second uncle, although I can't guarantee that you will be able to regain all your strength, there's no problem getting you out of your wheelchair. I understand my body the most. If it were 10 years ago, I would have a possibility to stand up, but I've been paralyzed for so many years, so there's already no other way." Yun Qingye shook his head, and maybe because he was afraid of Yun Luofeng being disappointed, he added, "But if you are learning medicine and need to use somebody as practice, second uncle will let you try since my body has no other use. Second uncle, you don't need to worry, I will do everything I can to make you stand up." Yun Luofeng's face bloomed into a smile. "Now the first thing you need to do is to leave the stone chamber. The environment of the stone chamber isn't suitable for your recovery." Chapter 16, Yun family's number one genius, Yun Qingye, 4. Yun Luo sighed, his old face had a hint of helplessness on it. "Girl, your second uncle's circumstances are special. If the news that he is still alive is spread, it will definitely attract those people once again. At that time, based on the strength of our Yun family, we don't have a way to oppose them." When Yun Luofeng heard this, she bewitchingly smiled. "This matter is simple, grandfather, you will abandon us out in the mountains. While people aren't paying attention, secretly move uncle over. Tell the outside world that I am quietly recuperating in the mountains. This way no one will bother me." As everyone knows, Yun Luofeng's body is ill, resulting in her being unable to even practice. So, if she was quietly recuperating in the mountains, it is actually very convincing. "Little Feng'er, it'll be hard on you." Yun Qingye lifted his hand to touch Yun Luofeng's head. The cold in his eyes contained a touch of heartache. "Originally you could have enjoyed a luxurious life in the Yun family, but instead you want to accompany me to live in the mountains. If I really cannot restore my legs, it does not matter. Over the years, I have already accepted fate." Accepted fate? Yun Luofeng looked at this cool, fairy-like man in front of her. However, she felt that the words, "accepted fate," should never come out from his mouth. Such a good man like him should be like he was 10 years ago, high-spirited. "Second uncle, I will do my best to heal you," Yun Luofeng secretly decided in her mind. Her line of sight turned to the nearby Yun Luo. "Grandpa, with our Yun family, there is still one matter we need to deal with." "1. Speak." He didn't know why, but the current Yun Luo had the feeling that he can see his granddaughter very clearly. "TL, of course you can't. She's someone else." This feeling made his heart very uncomfortable. Somehow he feels that in the decade he was gone, he missed too many things. Yun Luofeng's eyes flashed with determination. "Grandpa, have you ever heard of such a phrase? High achievements will cover the master. You hold millions of soldiers and horses in your hands. How can that dog emperor sleep properly? If you want the Yun family to live peacefully, that military power must be let go. Otherwise, it will definitely bring the Yun family a disaster." These days, Yun Luofeng has come to understand the situation in this world. In this vast mainland, the imperial power is not supreme. Above the imperial powers are strong hidden families and other forces. When those forces stamp their feet, the whole country would tremble. However, to the present Yun Luofeng, she can't help but dread that dog emperor. At least before she grows stronger, she can't get into conflict with the imperial power. High achievements will cover the master. Oh, these words are a good way of describing this situation. Yun Luo smiled wryly, his face filled with helplessness. "This time I have triumphantly returned, and not only did I receive His Majesty's praise, but I also won supreme glory. But so what? The common people may admire me, but His Majesty's fear will deepen. Following a monarch is like following a tiger. This phrase can be used in any dynasty." "Grandpa, you will listen to my words." Yun Luofeng stroked her chin. Her smiling lips revealed a touch of evil. "That military power, you will immediately return it to that dog emperor. You will have no real power and will be a general in name only, but this is enough. Even if there is no military power, you will still have the title of Long Yuan country's second strongest expert. No one will dare bully our Yun family." More importantly, only when Yun Luo returned his military power, would she was able to feel at ease and develop their own forces. Yun Luo's heart was startled. What his granddaughter said wasn't wrong. Even if they didn't have those millions of soldiers, he himself is Long Yuan country's second strongest. As long as he is still alive, in this Long Yuan country, no one would dare to bully his Yun family. Chapter 17, Yun family's number one genius, Yun Qingye, 5. Seeing that Yun Luo was obviously moved by what she said, Yun Luofeng's lips smiled even more bewitchingly. "If I take the initiative to hand over military power, instead of it needing to be recovered, they will not have the same effect. So, I want you to take this opportunity to ask the dog emperor to give you a death-free gold medallion. In addition, help me in bringing up a decree. That decree will state that I, Yun Luofeng, will not need to kneel to anyone of the royal family. At the same time get my engagement dissolved." Yun Luo was shocked by her remarks and was somewhat hesitant as he said, "The death-free gold medallion and dissolving the engagement can be easily done. But I am afraid that the decree isn't going to be easy." "What a joke," Yun Luofeng sneered. Her whole body started to give off a pulsing aura of dominance. Between her brows was a trace of imposing dignity. "I, Yun Luofeng, will not even kneel to the heavens. What right does that dog emperor and his bloodline have to make me kneel? Even heaven, she doesn't kneel to. What kind of arrogance and domineering attitude is required to say such a thing?" Yun Luo and his son were stunned for a moment. This was actually the first time they have seen Yun Luofeng like this and was completely speechless. 1. Ha ha ha. Yun Luo started to laugh loudly. That laughter was filled with pleasure and spread throughout the stone chamber. "Good, really worthy of being my Yun Luo's granddaughter. My granddaughter should be domineering like this. Rest assured, this matter will definitely be handled by your grandfather for you. Didn't the emperor give me a blank decree? This time, your grandfather will use this blank decree and discuss it for you." Yun Luofeng wants that decree, as to the way Yun Luo uses to obtain it, is not for her to bother with. Grandpa, do you have any money? After thinking for a while, Yun Luofeng looked at that heartily laughing old man, and asked. Her current priority is to first enhance her strength. Only with strong power can she get a firm foothold on the continent. What do you want to do with the money? Maybe because Yun Luo is in a good mood, even his voice was full of laughter. If you have anything you need to buy, I will get people to accompany you. Oh, it's like this. Yun Luofeng rubbed her nose. I need to use a lot of medical plants to learn medicine, so I want to use some of the Yun family's money. Haha. Hearing this, Yun Luo's mood improved even more. His face was filled with pleasure. Haha. Hearing this, Yun Luo's mood improved even more. His face was filled with pleasure as he said, this is the key to the Yun family's treasury. If you need money, just go directly to the treasury. How much there is how much you can get. Even if you empty it, it's no problem. He said and threw a bunch of keys to Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng took the keys, wrinkled her brows, and jokingly said, so generous. All the money in the treasury I can take freely. When did you become so generous? I thought you would casually send me away. The girl's words obviously carried flattery. Anyone could hear that she joking. But, Yun Luo did not hold back and kicked her on the butt, angrily laughing, this stinky brat, this mother actually dares to make fun of this old man. If you have the guts, then don't run. This old man will you kick your butt flower until I have the same last name as you. After hearing the old man's words, Yun Luofeng's footsteps staggered and she almost fell to the ground. But she still rubbed her butt that was hurt by Yun Luo's kick and without looking back quickly ran outside. Looking at the angry face of his father, Yun Qingya's mouth could not help but twitch a bit. He wanted to remind the old guy that the two of them originally had the same surname. However, to remind the old guy at this moment is obviously asking for trouble, therefore, Yun Qingya very sensibly closed his mouth. Translator's thoughts. Maggie _. 1 ed. N. Originally they called her Gu Ruo Yun, which is a typo from the author. TL. N. XD wrong character author. This person is from Evil Emperor Wild Consort. Chapter 18. Yun family's number 1 genius, Yun Qingya, 6. Fang Yu restaurant is Long Yuan country's most luxurious restaurant. According to rumors, this Fang Yu restaurant's owner is part of the royal family. Therefore, in all these years, no one has dared to make trouble in the Fang Yu restaurant. Even those arrogant domineering aristocratic children are also well behaved when they enter Fang Yu restaurant. At this time, in a deluxe private room within Fang Yu restaurant, Crown Prince Gao Ling sat with a cold face and was exuding a cold chilling aura. I said, Your Highness Crown Prince. A man in brocade clothing sitting beside him was finally unable to endure it, frowning as he said, didn't you make a trip to the general's manor? Since coming back from it, why do you have such a murderous look? What did you suffer in the general manor to make you so angry? Gao Ling fiercely drank some wine and on his handsome face was a burst of anger. Isn't it still because of that trash Yun Luofeng? In order to break the engagement, I let Jing Lin treat her, but in order to pester me, she refused. I do not know what that waste is thinking. It's simply impossible for us. Why does she want to bitterly pester me? The Crown Prince is usually gentle, only when mentioning Yun Luofeng would he become so irritated. As long as the name Yun Luofeng is mentioned, would he the desire to kill? It can't be. The brocade-clothed guy looked surprised at Gao Ling. Yun Luofeng actually has such an ambition. In order to marry you, she even ignored herself. I say, Your Royal Highness Crown Prince, looking upon this Yun Luofeng's devoted love, you should just accept her. Gao Ling coldly glared at the brocade-clothed guy. His eyes were chillingly ice cold. Yun Luofeng, that trash, even being this Crown Prince's concubine, it's still too high a position for her. In any case, the marriage must definitely be dissolved. The brocade-clothed guy opened his folding fan. His facial features were smiling. So, you found a person with a similar physique as you to pose as you. So this way you could frame that Yun Luofeng and ruin her reputation, to dissolve the engagement with her. Gao Ling gradually calmed down, pursing his thin lips. In his eyes, there was a vague light. General Yun controls military power with millions of soldiers. If I break the engagement for no reason, it will easily provoke General Yun's anger. At that time, it will be very detrimental to our royal family. Even if Yun Luofeng will be ruined because of your framing. The brocade man clothes paused, but I heard, because you framed her, it caused the suicide of Yun Luofeng. Gao Ling snorted. His tone was very unfeeling. Does Yun Luofeng even have a good reputation? Doesn't she bear such shameful title? Snatching a man in the street, so what? Even when she cannot stand slander and commit suicide, that is because she isn't a guarded woman and cheats on her fiancé. Even when dying she will still remain guilty. Public opinion will never stand on her side, so what kind of face does General Yun have revenge for her? What a pity, that this trash isn't dead, but actually survived. Perhaps because the extreme trust of the brocade-clothed guy beside him, he did not hide his true nature in front of the other and his ferocious heart venomously said these words. Oh. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from the side. He only saw the brocade-clothed man looked out of the window. His eye flashing a playful smile. Your Royal Highness, is that not your trash of a fiancé? Gao Ling was startled for a moment, then he followed the brocade-clothed man's eyes and looked outside. At that moment, on the bustling streets, a girl dressed in white entered his sights. But, it only made his pupils colder. Chapter 19, Who is more dandy? 1. Something the matter. On the bustling streets, Yun Luofeng had her arms crossed over her chest. Lazily looking at the few people blocking her path, her eyes faintly flashing with evil. Glancing, it fell on the handsome young man standing in front of her. For a moment, the information about the youth jumped into her ear. Mu Shen, Mu Wushuang's half-brother. Imperial City's number 1 dandiest guy, relying on the fact that his own aunt is the royal family's most favored consort, he has always been lawless. In his eyes, there was no one above him. In addition, there's the affairs between Mu Wushuang and Crown Prince Gao Ling, so during these years, he had bullied Yun Luofeng a lot. Yo, look who it is. Isn't this the Yun family's trash Yun Luofeng? Ha ha. Mu Shen loudly laughed twice. Toward Yun Luofeng he whistled. A pair of squinting eyes glanced up and down Yun Luofeng. What? The crown prince doesn't want you, so you came out to find a man. Gee, I can't believe that a figure like General Yun could give birth to a cheap granddaughter like you. If you really need some fun, this young master will bestow the favor of satisfying you. Yun Luofeng gently raised her lips, and evilly smiled as she sized up the dandy youth in front of her. I heard that Mu family's young master Mu Shen has some flaws in that area. Inside the manor, the concubines and maidservants are still virgins. Based on your ability, I don't know if you could satisfy me. Mu Shen's face froze. In that area he definitely had problems, so he had not touched a single maidservant. Not only that, even if he wanted to touch, he really has no way of touching them. But this matter even his grandfather is not clear about. Yun Luofeng that trash, how is she new? Of course, Mu Shen didn't know that with Yun Luofeng's medical skills, with one look she could analyze his body. She saw that he has a lack of intercourse. Therefore, it could be guessed that inside his manor, those concubines and maidservants were actually virgins. Even more, she can also clearly see why that in this imperial city, the number one dandy lacks the ability to have intercourse. Yun Luofeng, you mother asterisk, what are you farting? Mu Shen's face was red after being exposed and his embarrassment turning into anger. This young master is very strong in that area. One night with 100 women is no problem. You mother asterisk dare to frame this young master. This young master will now let you taste this young master's lower piece. Second young master Mu. Seeing Mu Shen about to force Yun Luofeng, his fellow aristocrat youth quickly grabbed him. This Yun Luofeng is General Manner's only grandchild. If we overdo it, General Yun will certainly not let us off easily. Scram. Mu Shen kicked the aristocrat youth, who was holding him away. With anger in his eyes, he looked at Yun Luofeng. This young master's aunt is the present-day emperor's favored consort. Who dares disobey this young master? Yun Luofeng, you have slandered this young master's reputation. This young master will let you testify in front of the world of this young master's innocence. In the restaurant, the brocade-clothed man standing by the window watched the scene occurring on the street, tut-tutting as he said, Crown Prince, whether you like that Yun Luofeng or not. Yun Luofeng is still your fiancée. Will you allow her to lose her purity in that crowd? Gao Ling slightly pursed his lips. His physique was like a sharp knife. His sharp eyes looked at that white figure in the street. It has nothing to do with me. Looking for a long time, Gao Ling withdrew his eyes. He paused before saying, I would also need to thank Mu Shen for taking care of that scrap. If she really loses her purity in public, then she will have no eligibility to match me. After he said that, Gao Ling with his hands behind his back and walked out. From start to end, he did not look back at Yun Luofeng, who was in conflict with people. Chapter 20. Who is more dandy? 2. Mu Shen, your aunt is the emperor's extremely favored consort, but so what? My grandfather is court's general. Are you sure you have enough qualifications to compete with me about who is more dandy? Looking at the angry face of Mu Shen heading toward her, Yun Luofeng slightly creased her brows, her lips curved into a bewitching and arrogant smile. However, since you want to compare who is more dandy, then I'll let you know what a real dandy kid looks like. Clap clap clap. Yun Luofeng lifted her hands, lightly clapping 3 times. Swoosh, countless people in the uniform of the Yun clan guards instantly emerged from the originally busy street. Beat him. After saying that, Yun Luofeng raised her brows and stood to the side. She wickedly laughed as she glanced at the ignorant Mu Shen. Yun Luofeng, you are shameless. Mu Shen was even more furious, heinously angry as he loudly roared, what skill is it to let your Yun family guards come forward? If you are truly skilled, we'll do one-on-one. Yun Luofeng watched Mu Shen like she was looking at an idiot. We are competing to see who is dandier. Since we are dandy kids, why are we mentioning what is fair? Moreover, Yun Luofeng, have always been someone shameless, so my favorite thing to do is to gang up on someone. Mu Shen's eyes widened in shock. He had never seen someone calling themselves shameless before, and on top of that, saying it so naturally. Mu Shen, don't you like to bully people? Then, I will let you know what a real bullying is. While he was stupefied, Yun Luofeng's arrogant voice was heard. Before Mu Shen could react in time, the Yun family's guards surrounded him and started beating up the dumbfounded Mu Shen. As for those aristocratic youth who had been with Mu Shen, they have already deemed the situation unfavorable and escaped. Mu Shen was screaming from all the beating, filling the streets with his miserable wails. Yun Luofeng crossed her arms, slightly narrowing her eyes to look at panic-stricken Mu Shen who was covering his head. The wicked smile on her lips grew bigger, face full of arrogance and confidence. Now that she was Yun family's Yun Luofeng, she will gradually repay Yun family's hatred little by little to the Mu family. And this was just a start. Next, she will raise her strength and take revenge for this body's parents with her own strength. If you throw him back to Mu family, Yun Luofeng saw that it was about good and waved her hands to stop the Yun family's guard. In addition, tell Prime Minister Mu that Mu Shen was publicly rude to me and also wanted to forcibly take me on this street, so the Yun family's guards could only act and injure him in order to protect me. However, Mu Shen's behavior has caused great damage to my fragile mind, so our Yun family demands compensation from Mu family. The exact amount will be personally negotiated by my grandfather, General Yun. Shameless. This is really f***ing shameless. It was obvious that she was the one who had Mu Shen beat up to the extent of looking like a pig, but in the end, she acted like a victim. What fragile mind? Hers. Still a fragile mind. Yes, miss. Because of General Yun's prior orders, the Yun family guards meticulously executed Yun Luofeng's orders. They picked up the half-dead Mu Shen and headed to the Prime Minister estate. Prime Minister estate. Mu Xingqiu saw Mu Shen being carried in like a dead pig and was so angered that his beard shook. Although he did not like this dandy grandson, he was still part of his new family. Beating him up like this was the equivalent to slapping his face. So he roared loudly, your general estate must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall one to dare do this to my grandson. Immediately let Yun Luo, that dog, roll over here to apologize, or else he won't see the end of this. Translator's thoughts. Maggie_Maggie_. Edited on the 2nd of June 2018. Zen. Chapter 21. First meeting with Mu Wushuang. 1. Prime Minister Mu, your son was rude to my family's miss when they met in the street, and tried to possess the young miss in front of everyone. I have received orders from the general to protect her, so I naturally would not allow anyone to hurt the young miss. But how could our miss handle experiencing this kind of thing? Now her mind has suffered serious trauma. Thus, we are letting the Prime Minister know that our general will come to discuss the matter of compensation later on. Mu Xingqiu was angered until old blood almost sprayed out, and he staggered until he had to support himself to keep from falling down. He trembled as he raised his hand, pointing to the mountain-like Jun family Yun's guard in front of him, and quivered as he said, "Just you wait, I won't let this matter drop." Could these people be any more shameless? His own grandson was beaten, and they want him to offer compensation. Moreover, he doesn't believe Yun Luofeng was scared silly. That woman is more courageous than heaven, so how could something scare her? I have given you the message, and now I have to go back to report. It won't be long before the Lord General personally visits to seek justice for Miss. The guard's words were filled with awe-inspiring righteousness, almost making Mu Xingqiu faint from anger. He gritted his teeth, and mercilessly said, "Fine, then. I'll go report this matter to His Majesty now. Let His Majesty decide who is right and who is wrong. HMPH. Having said that, he fiercely flung his robe, turned around with his hand behind his back, and left. Now he needed to go court to see His Majesty. After the guards had sent Mu Shen back to the Prime Minister's manor, one of them returned to the Yun family as quickly as possible to report the matter. When Yun Luo heard his subordinate's report, he froze for a moment, then began to laugh heartily. Ha ha ha. Good, very good, that's my granddaughter. My granddaughter should be this bold, never fearing anyone. But given the character of that old thief Mu Xingqiu, he won't let it go. Come help this general prepare. This general needs to go to court and meet with the emperor. Longxiao mainland is famous for its people's medical expertise. It is said that the most famous force is the medical pavilion. This medical pavilion not only sells medical herbs of various kinds, but also have very skilled physicians. However, these physicians generally don't come out to save people. Even if you offer them 1,000,000 gold, it may still not be possible to get their attention. Yun Luofeng did not hesitate to enter the medical pavilion. Fortunately, those who come to medical pavilion are not average people. The guests were busy solving their own problems, so nobody noticed her arrival. Miss. As Yun Luofeng looked around this famous medical court, a man dressed in a blue robe came to her side, and politely said, "Excuse me, did you come to our medical pavilion to buy herbs?" Yun Luofeng nodded her head slightly and took out a piece of paper she had with her. "I want the herbs on this list. Please bring them to me." The man in the blue robe was still wearing a smile, and he took the paper from Yun Luofeng and said, "Okay, please wait, and I'll have the herbs for you in a little while." Having said that, the blue-robed man left to get the specified herbs for Yun Luofeng. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yun Luofeng started to appraise the medical pavilion. Because many physicians came to the medical pavilion, pasted on the wall of the building were some problems that various physicians could not solve and so wanted to discuss with others. Chapter 22. First meeting with Mu Wushuang. 2. Yun Luofeng looked at the wall of pasted questions. Of those problems not one was challenging or interesting. She couldn't help but be disappointed. Just when she wanted to turn away, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a problem that made her halt. I would like to ask, if one was not careful and ingested the manluo poison, how can it be treated? Manluo poison is from a plant called manluo that produced highly toxic flowers. If poisoned, the person will increasingly age until death. Currently in Longxiao continent, it is indeed difficult to solve the problem of manluo poisoning. But before she came to buy herbs, she random flicked through some medical books and just so happened to turn to the page about manluo poison. Probably on a whim, Yun Luofeng wrote down the detoxification method under the question. Then, she placed the brush in her hand and went toward the center of the big hole. From beginning to end, no one saw this white-clothed girl leaving a few strokes on the paper. "Miss, the herbs you want, I have prepared them for you." Just when Yun Luofeng reached the middle of the hall, that male individual in blue clothes came in front of her while holding the herbs. His face still had that polite smile, a total of 5 million taels of silver. 5 million tael, that expensive? Yun Luofeng's nerves twitched a bit. This is the first time she realized that the general manor is so poor. Moreover, these herbs were only enough for her to soak for a day. If she bought enough to last 5 days, she's afraid that the general manor's treasury would not be enough for her to squander. It seems like it's time for her to make some money. So the dignified general manor's miss is short on money. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from the medical pavilion door. The crowd followed the sound and looked. The first thing that caught their eye was that Mu Wushuang dressed in a goose-yellow flannel dress, seeming noble and elegant and whose whole body was covered with endless charm, while those by her side provided a sharp contrast. She is like flower standing among a pile of cow dung, beautiful and delicate, a fragrant scent assailing the nose. The one who opened her mouth to ridicule Yun Luofeng was Mu Wushuang's little follower, Bu Qi, who stood by her side. After all, toward people like Yun Luofeng, Mu Wushuang always showed disdain and filled with attitude, not opening her proud mouth, even from the door to now, she did not spare Yun Luofeng a glance. Yun Luofeng rubbed her nose. To see Mu Wushuang appearing here, it seems like she didn't hear the news about her beating Mu Shen. Shopkeeper Lin. Mu Wushuang walked around Yun Luofeng, to go to the blue-clothed man standing in front of her, changing the previous glamorous elegance to a beautiful face with a touch of chuckle. Is Elder wrong in today? If he is, then can I trouble shopkeeper Lin to inform him that Wushuang came to visit? This is the medical pavilion. Even if the other person is just a small shopkeeper, as the Prime Minister's miss, Mu Wushuang must be polite and did not dare go beyond. Shopkeeper Lin frowned, his face still displayed a polite smile. Sorry, Elderong has gone on a long journey, and still has not come back. Miss Wushuang, please return. Mu Wushuang's smiling face stiffened. Because she received news that Elderong came back, she came to see and did not think that these people wouldn't give her face. Even so, if she thought like this, Mu Wushuang's face still showed the same smile. In that case, Wushuang has presumptuously caused a disturbance again. If Elderong came back, please inform me soon, then Wushuang will carry gifts to call for a visit. Please. The blue-robed man made a pleased posture, as if Mu Wushuang was definitely going to leave. Mu Wushuang's stomach simmered with anger that couldn't come out, but she had to maintain a noble and elegant smile, so when no one saw it, she winked to the follower at her side, Wu Qi. Wu Qi immediately knew what it meant. Looking at Yun Luofeng who had yet to depart, she sneered, Yun Luofeng, what are you freezing there for? Since you can't take out money to buy medicine, immediately get out. The air in the place our Miss Wushuang appears must be kept fresh, but such good air is polluted by trash like you. Wushuang needed to maintain her image outside. Naturally, she could not directly embarrass Yun Luofeng, so this kind of thing was generally done by her little follower, who made her stomach full of simmering rage with nowhere to vent, but this waste also happened to appear in this place. Chapter 23, The Warm Like Jade Fourth Prince. Put Miss Yun's bill on my tab. Just when Wu Qi made things difficult for Yun Luofeng, a warm jade-like voice came from behind. Originally, Wu Qi still showed a proud face when she faced the guy who walked over. However, she suddenly stiffened, and her expression turned ugly like she ate feces, but didn't dare to say a word. A man clothed in a brocade costume, looking noble without any comparison, emitted an aura on stage that could not be compared to the aura of a person like Wu Qi. A warm smile was displayed on his face, and a pair of eyes contained a gentle luster. Unparalleled handsomeness, warm like jade. Suddenly, these 8 words entered into Yun Luofeng's mind, making Yun Luofeng unable to help but give another look at the man. Only. This man, even though his face had a smile, that smile did not reach his eyes. His gentle eyes concealed a kind of fox-like cunning and insidious gaze within. Fourth Prince, said Mu Wushuang maintaining a stunning smile on her face, as if just now she didn't order Wu Qi to make things difficult for Yun Luofeng. So you came to visit old Rong. Gao Xiaochen smiled, spreading out the folding fan in his hands, his eyes that were initially warm became a bit cold. I did not come to visit old Rong, just came to buy a few bundle of herbs. I did not expect to see you troubling Yun Luofeng Yun. Shopkeeper Lin, put Yun Luofeng's bill on my account. Even if my general manner is poor, we can still pay 5 million. Yun Luofeng slanted a glance at Gao Xiaochen and then turned to the blue-robed man. I'll take these herbs first. Later you can go get the money from general manner. However, this price of yours is too expensive. How about you give me those grass plants? The young girl's eyes flashed for a moment, pointing to the corner where green herb grass lay. She made the statement with a smile full of meaning. The blue-robed man became stunned for a moment, then he politely smiled, Miss, these are just one of the most common herb grasses, and are of no real use. If Miss Yun likes, you can take away that corner of herb grass. Many thanks. Yun Luofeng didn't try to be polite, she packaged all of the herb grass and walked back to the door without looking back. Gao Xiaochen watched the girl's figure disappear and abruptly laughed. I did not expect for this Yun family's Yun Luofeng to be bearable unlike what the rumors said. Maybe my brother will lose the treasure. Mu Wushuang stood beside Gao Xiaochen. After hearing these words, she felt greatly uncomfortable. What does he mean by the crown prince will lose a treasure? Only she is worthy of being the crown prince's woman. Yun Luofeng that kind of waste, she doesn't even have the qualifications to become the crown prince's concubine. Let's go. Due to receiving a good education, Mu Wushuang did not have an outburst. She glanced at Gao Xiaochen once, then led her flock of followers out of medical pavilion, disappearing into that bright afternoon sunlight. Your Highness Fourth Prince, may I ask what herbs you have come here to buy? The blue-robed man saw that they had left, smiled slightly, and politely asked. Gao Xiaochen's eyes flashed like a fox with a kind of cunning light. What herbs did Yun Luofeng buy just now? Give me one set of all. Just a moment, I'll get them ready. The blue-robed man was in a good mood. After all, there aren't many days when he could sell such expensive herbs in one day. So at the moment, his smile was no longer so polite, but a smile from the heart. Chapter 24, The Excited Elder Rong. However, just when the blue-robed man walked by the wall filled with papers of questions, he suddenly stopped his steps. His pair of eyes stared wide open, trembling as he reached out his hand to take one piece of paper. There's actually someone who answered the man Luo poison. No way, I have to hurry up and find Elder Rong. Only Elder Rong knows if the answer is true or fake. At the moment, the blue-robed man could not accommodate Gao Xiaochen. He hastily ran to the medical pavilion's inner hall. Inside the inner hall, Elder Rong, whom shopkeeper Lin said wasn't here, was slowly, without care, sipping the tea in his hands. His old face was covered with anxiety, while in front of him stood a middle-aged man. Compared to the old man's anxiety, this middle-aged man's face was extremely respectful. Still no one has yet written out the detoxification method for Man Luo poison. Elder Rong placed the cup in his hand down, gently sighing. Elder Rong, the middle-aged man pondered for a moment and replied, even the most powerful physicians of our medical pavilion have no idea. I'm afraid that other people also do not understand the detoxification method for the Man Luo flower's poison. Elder Rong bitterly laughed, I just want to try. If nobody could answer it, I do not blame you. It's just that I overestimated the physicians in Long Yuan. When this was said, a burst of hurried footsteps resounded outside the door, and then the room's door was suddenly pushed open. The middle-aged man frowned and coldly looked at the blue-robed man who pushed the door to enter. Lin Xiao, Elder Rong and I discussing things, who allowed you to disturb us? Still not hurrying to leave. Lin Xiao was completely startled and anxiously went down to his knees. Lord Murong, your subordinate saw that someone has filled out the way to detoxify Man Luo flower's poison. This is why I hurriedly came to report. asking Lord to forgive my crime. Swoosh. This time without waiting for the middle-aged man to open his mouth, Elderong, who was initially sitting and sipping tea, suddenly stood up. His breath had quickened a bit. What did you just say? Did someone really write the way of detoxifying the man Luo flower? Quickly give that piece of paper to me. Yes, Elderong. Lin Xiao respectfully placed the paper in his hand, and his heart became excited along with Elderong's movements. Elderong held his breath, the hand holding the paper trembled. That's right, this is the man Luo flower detoxification method. Our previous research methods and the one she wrote is only one step different. No wonder we all failed, we just missed one step. It can't do, I have to meet this mysterious person. Lin Xiao, you will immediately find out the physician who answered this question. She is very important for our medical pavilion. As you command. Lin Xiao again cupped his hands into fist and stood up from the ground. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked, that's right, Elderong, that new Prime Minister Manners New Wushuang came again to see you. I do not know if Elderong. Not waiting for Lin Xiao to continue speaking, Elderong interrupted him with impatient frown. Is she the one who answered this question? If not, make her scram. Yes. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched a bit, but still respectfully replied. He understands that right now there's nothing more important to Elderong than the matter of detoxification of the man Luo poison. Yun Luofeng never thought that because she left a few scribbles on a whim, this would cause a great sensation in the medical pavilion. And that this also led to the medical pavilion to collectively move out in order to find her. If she knew that it would lead to such consequences earlier, she absolutely would not have left these few scribbles. Chapter 25, Yun Luofeng was pressed down. Master, there's someone following behind us. On the street, Yun Luofeng was just going toward the General Manners direction when suddenly a soft, creeping voice from her soul spread straight into her mind. It's that woman, New Wushuang's henchman. Xiao Mo explained yet again. Yun Luofeng slightly frowned, her agile body stealthily dashed into a lane at the side. And then, she saw a few silhouettes quickly dashing toward the street where she had just stood. As they walked, they searched for something in the crowd. Seems like I should raise my strength as soon as possible. Yun Luofeng lightly wrinkled her brows, eyes flashing with determination. On this mainland, only one's fist is the real justification. When the fist is strong, even the emperor has to listen to your orders. All right, they're gone. I should return now. When she saw those silhouettes completely disappearing from the street, Yun Luofeng clapped her hands and walked forward. Just when she was about to walk out of the lane, a black shadow jumped out from over the wall. Yun Luofeng was caught off guard, so with a boom, it crashed right on top her. By chance, when that black shadow dropped down, his face was right in front of Yun Luofeng's. Then logically, his lips pressed against the young girl's lips. Similarly, his body also pressed the young girl down to the ground. Two bodies were close together. This position could easily make people's imaginations run wild. Yun Luofeng slightly squinted her eyes, a dangerous glint flashed from her pupil. Scram! The guy had no reaction whatsoever and still pressed the young girl down on the ground. At this moment, the young girl could feel the other person's weak breaths. Bang! Seeing that guy still relentlessly pressed down on her, Yun Luofeng's gaze grew increasingly more threatening. She raised her hands and used force to push the guy away. Under her strength, the guy's head couldn't help but hit against the wall. He weakly cried out. At the same time, the man's mask fell off. Even if Yun Luofeng had seen countless beautiful people, she was utterly surprised when she saw his face. He didn't possess Gao Ling's cool handsome appearance or like Yun Qingya's stunning elegance, not even Gao Xiaochun's warm like jade mien. However, he was completely flawless. If this man's appearance was brought out to public, it will cause an uproar with countless screaming women left in his wake. Such sharp eyebrows, he possessed a heroic face with completely perfect facial features as if they were meticulously carved out. Especially his figure, his opened-up black robe revealed those 8-pack abs. Any woman who saw this couldn't help but drawl. His lips carried a tint of red, looking really soft. At the moment his lips were pursed, indicating that he felt immense pain. Master, his body constitution is of the spiritual entity. Inside the god's code space, Xiao Mo became excited. He had forgotten that his owner was just molested by this guy. Quickly take him back with you. He will be of use to you. Spiritual entity. Yun Luofeng frowned. She looked at the unconscious man and asked, what kind of system is that? Master, didn't I tell you? Your constitution is an empty spiritual body, so your body is really weak, which causes non-stop bleeding during cultivation. Only with my special method can you cultivate. This spiritual entity and your body are similar. Only his body can't cultivate before age of 10. After 10 years old, his strength will be speedily grow. Normally, in Longxiao mainland, sorcerers start practicing from a young age. This spiritual entity is different. He has no way of cultivating before the age of 10. Once past 10 years old, he will cultivate incredibly fast. Chapter 26, The whole family is shameless. Of course, Master, the reason why I ask you take him home with you is because with him beside you, your cultivation will be quicker, also. If you can do pair cultivation, then it will quicken your breakthrough. Master, quickly bring him home to do pair cultivation. Pair cultivation. Yun Luofeng's mouth twitched, completely speechless, never thought that there's something like pair cultivation in this mainland. Master, quickly bring him home. Right now he's unconscious due to injuries. After you take him back with you, tie him up, and every night do pair cultivation, I promise you that you will break through very quickly. Yun Luofeng was even more speechless. Why did she feel that after seeing this man, Xiao Mo is more agitated than she is? Could it be that Xiao Mo fancied him? Forget it, Yun Luofeng shook her head. I have no interest in kidnapping. The day isn't young, I should return. That's right, to Yun Luofeng, Xiao Mo's actions is no different from kidnapping. However, before leaving, Yun Luofeng took out the needle she just brought along the way, to pause this man's internal injuries, then took out the herbs the medical pavilion gift to her, chewed and feed it to him. After doing that, she turned around to walk out the lane. Alright, I already help him delay his condition, just for the fact that he has spiritual entity constitution, whether he can live, have to look at his good luck. I don't want the trouble of going to buy treatment herbs again. That can't do, master, you have to bring him back with you, don't go, master. Within her mind, was Siomo's non-stop anxious cry, in order to not let the guy continuously chatter so noisy, Yun Luofeng just cut their link. Finally, it's quiet. In the mighty and serious palace main hall, a male in a yellow royal robe sitting on the royal seat up high. He gazed down at the non-stop crying in despair General Yun, felt a non-stop headache as he rubbed his forehead. General Yun's face full of sorrow and suffering, as if Yun Luofeng really meets some kind of accident misfortune. If it weren't not for our Yun family's guard being so loyalty and dedicated, having the courage to risk offending Yu family and save my granddaughter would have already been ruined by that beast's claws. I beg your majesty, to call the shot, literal, for justice, the meaning. Mu Xingqiu just entered the main hall, had not yet had the time to speak being wronged, and hear General Yun's shameless words, nearly vomit out his old blood. General Yun, you vicious slanderer. Your Yun family not only beaten and injured my grandson, but also come blackmail me, now dare evil report first, meaning the villain sues his victim before he himself is prosecuted. Yun Luo glanced at him, then harumphed, our Yun family took legitimate action, for safety of public, if Mu Shen didn't reach his demon claws on my granddaughter first, would he get beaten? This matter, your Prime Minister manner was at fault first, if you gave us an explanation, then I would have kindly let it go. Chapter 27, Dissolving Engagement 1. In the main hall, the officials kept their heads down not daring to make a squeak, feeling deeply afraid that the fight between these two Mount Ties of Long Yuan will bring trouble to the innocent. Mu Xingqiu's face looked like he ate feces, his extremely ugly, vicious eyes remained unmoving as he stared at Yun Luo's shameless face. If it weren't due to the fact that he couldn't win against that old guy in a fight, you would have already gone over and punched him. Yun Luo, don't you know shame? Is your whole family that shameless? Your granddaughter is completely fine over there, as opposed to my grandson, who's now unconscious. With that said, His Majesty knows very well who's actually in the wrong. Yun Luo mockingly laughed as he stood up, his fierce domineering eyes were like sharp swords. My granddaughter is safe and sound now thanks to our Yun family guard's capable protection, or else I'm afraid I could have lost my only kin. However, even though my granddaughter may have escaped this matter, she was greatly traumatized. Today if you don't give me an explanation, I'll order my men to trample your manor to the ground. Mu Xingqiu was angered until his body trembled. He took a deep breath to suppress his wrath from a moment ago. No longer giving the old guy a single glance, he turned his line of sight to Gaotu, the emperor. Your Majesty, may your Majesty make it clear who is right or wrong. His own daughter is His Majesty's beloved consort. His granddaughter, Mu Wushang, and the Crown Prince have also fallen in love with each other. If it weren't for Yun Luofeng's interference, Wu Shuang would have already been the Crown Prince's consort. However, Wu Shuang becoming the princess consort would happen sooner or later. How could Yun Luofeng that waste be fit for the 4 words, Mother of the World? This, Gao Tu's brows slightly furrowed as he watched the 2 officials pointing at each other. In the end, he lightly sighed, Prime Minister, the Mu manor was indeed wrong in this matter. The Yun family acted in self-defense. Let Mu Shen go to the Yun family to apologize. It's not that Gao Tu didn't want to favor Prime Minister Mu, it's just that this Yun Luo left his home for 10 years for the sake of Long Yuan. If he continued to favor Prime Minister Mu at this moment, the common people's hearts would definitely grow cold toward him. Anyways, no matter whether it's Yun Luofeng's parents or the Yun family's genius Yun Qingya, the end result happened because he was biased toward the Mu manor. And this Yun Luofeng is Yun family's one and only seed. If something really happened, he's afraid that the old guy will go crazy right then and there. Your Majesty. Alright, seeing Mu Xingqiu wanting to open his mouth, Gao Tu waved his hand, stopping his words. Immediately, he looked at Yun Luo with dignity and said, this matter ends like this, Mu Shen harassed Yun Luofeng, and in the end he received retribution. So just drop this matter of compensation, since Yun Luofeng didn't receive any harm. In the future, no one is allowed to mention this occurrence. It was clearly Mu Shen who wanted to rape Yun Luofeng, but from Gao Tu's mouth it simply became an action of harassment. There's a stark difference between two, completely not having the same meaning. Yun Luo's eyes looked down, hiding a touch of disappointment. He blandly said, since your Majesty has already made a decision, this subject will obey. It's just that this subject is now advanced in age, so this subject cannot lead troops to war in the future. This command token will be returned to your Majesty. After saying this, he took out the command token from his sleeves, slowly approached the emperor, and handed it to the eunuch at the side. The eunuch took the command token and went to Gao Tu's side, respectfully bringing it to him. Gao Tu was precisely worried about how he would take back the power of hundreds of thousands of troops. He never thought that this old guy would take the initiative to hand it over. His heart immediately burst out in ecstasy. Chapter 28, Dissolving Engagement 2. However, on his face was an expression of dilemma. General Yun, you are the country's pillar, afraid doing this isn't so good, it's better that you take this command seal back, Long Yuan can't be without you. Old fox, Yun Luo mentally insulted, don't think that she doesn't know, this old fox is already so happy that flowers are blooming inside. Your Majesty, this official only want to accompany my granddaughter in the manor and retire now, this official no longer wants to overwork. Alright then. Gao Tu was in great difficulty. This command seal, I could take it back, but there's no right general candidate at the moment, so the general position is still held by General Yun. What he wants is only the command seal and that's it. As to the general position, it isn't very important, no harm in giving him a sinecure. This is to prevent the common people from thinking that he's heartless. Thank your Majesty, the Emperor, Yun Luo sneered in his heart. His voice in high spirit said, this official still have 2 matters, one of them is dissolving the engagement with His Highness, Galing on behalf of my granddaughter, Yun Luo. Gao Tu blanked out for a moment, tightly pinched his brows. General Yun, are you certain you want to dissolve the engagement? You need to know, Yun Luofeng is a waste. If she dissolved engagement with Crown Prince, then she wouldn't be able to be married off. The meaning was if the engagement was dissolved, definitely no one would willing to marry Yun Luofeng, that waste. Feng Er is my granddaughter, so as long as I live, no one would dare look down on her, not to mention Crown Prince's heart already belonged to another. If Feng Er is with him, she will suffer. General Yun, Zhen hopes you could give this matter a good thought. Gao Tu's slips as it sank. With Yun Luofeng's ability, she certainly has no way to become Crown Prince's wife, but if she's determined to be with Crown Prince, Zhen can make the decision for her, allow her to become Crown Princess Sefei, imperial concubine. As the royal family's Crown Princess, must have ability, beauty, distinction and talent. And he has already promised Prime Minister's manner, to let Mu Wuxuang become the Crown Princess. As to the marriage arrangement from over a decade ago. At that time, wasn't Yun Luofeng just born? He didn't know she would become a waste. On top of that, all Yun family's offspring were very outstanding, so he set a marriage agreement between kids with Yun family. Only now he sees that she's a waste, so there is no need to fulfill the marriage agreement. However, this General Yun's ability is outstanding. He also hoped to have marriage connection with the general's manner. Even if he gave up the troops' power, his own strength is still there. It's just a Sefei position. It ain't a legitimate consort. There is no problem giving it to a waste. Our Yun family's daughter would never become anyone's concubine. The sentence was domineering and unrestricted. His Yun family's daughter would never become someone's concubine, even if the other is a royal or noble, he would not allow it, HMPH. Suddenly Mu Xingqiu, who was suppressing a stomach of rage just now, coldly sneered, mockingly said, based on your granddaughter, that trash, to be able to give her Sefei position is already worthy of her, unless you want to be the legitimate consort. Your head is simply in the cloud. You ask all the official here, who would let their son or grandson to marry your granddaughter. All the official never thought Mu Xingqiu would mention him. They couldn't do anything but bow their head lower, deeply afraid once Yun Luo is in rage, he'll force his granddaughter on their son or grandson. Although that waste is extremely beautiful, but one with nothing except beauty, who have no way to cultivate trash, is only suitable to become someone's concubine. Those with even a bit of status wouldn't take her as a wife. Chapter 29, Dissolving Engagement 3. Yun Luo's eyes got colder bit by bit. Those quick and powerful eyes scanned over the body of those officials who wanted to bury themselves into the ground like a dagger's sharp edge stuck on their backs. Your Majesty, this dissolving engagement matter was decided by my granddaughter. If your Majesty can sympathize with this big official, then please grant this official's wish. He turned his head around and looked at the elevated Gao Tu, his tone sounding quite firm. All right. Gao Tu's eyes lit up like torch. Filled with dignity he said, since General Yun placed such a request, Gen will permit it. Only General Yun, don't regret it in the future. This official will not regret it. Yun Luo's eyes became firmer and more persistent. This official still has one last matter to discuss, that is to hope your Majesty will permit this official to use the promised blank edict being a decree for my granddaughter. That decree is, from now on whenever my granddaughter meets any royal family member, she doesn't need to bow. From beginning to end, Yun Luo never mentioned the matter of the death-free gold medallion, refer to chapter 17. Permitted, Gao Tu indifferently stated as he waved his hands. If he really did anything to offend the Emperor could also dispatch the #1 expert to kill him, so it matter not whether one has this death-free gold medallion or not. Even if he doesn't allow this, then what? That old guy already brought out that blank edict. What could he say? After all, that blank edict was something he had initially promised. If there are no other matters, you can all retire. Official, take your leave. When Gao Tu wearily stood up, every official joined their fists, walking out of the main hall in groups of 2-3. Mu Xingqiu walked over to Yun Luo's side, and he sneered as he mockingly spoke, Yun Luo, due to your decision today, your granddaughter will never be able to find a husband. However, there might be some who would accept your granddaughter, beggars. Ha. As he spoke, Mu Xingqiu arrogantly laughed, Yun Luofeng, even if that waste uses her whole life, she still wouldn't be able to catch up to 1,000th of my granddaughter Mu Wuxuang. In addition, I'll teach you something, no matter how powerful your Yun family's talent is, it's no use. Why not raise an outstanding daughter instead? Yun Qingya was the #1 genius back then. Yun Luofeng's father's talent was also not bad. But in the end, they was defeated in our Mu family's hand. Do you know why? Yun Luo's expression became livid. His fist clenched with resounding snapping sounds. His powerful eyes glared like daggers shot at Mu Xingqiu. Mu Xingqiu wasn't the slightest bit afraid of him. He sneered as he kept on talking, that's because our Mu family raised Mu Qin. In the inner palace, there are no girls as favored as Consort Qin. Even after the crown prince's birth mother died, he was also adopted and brought up by Consort Qin. Now, the Mu family raised a magnificent girl, Mu Wuxuang. In the future, she will be the future mother of our country. Your Yun family first gave birth to 2 short-lived sons, and now after much difficulty has gained a granddaughter who's trash. So, he paused, as his lips curled to a ridiculing arc. After long, the Yun family will become the past. Also wait until after you die, when Yun Luofeng will suffer everyone's abuse, living a life worse than death. Yun Lu took a deep breath, fist slightly shivering. Obviously, he took great effort to suppress his heartfelt urge to kill. You don't need to worry. I can live for 50 to 60 more years. Want to bully our Feng Er? Don't even think about it. Ha. Mu Xingqiu loudly laughed. Then you self-hypnotize yourself here. However, no matter how much you deny, you can't change the result in the end. My Mu family will forever be incomparable to yours, and you will quickly become history. After finishing his speech, Mu Xingqiu no longer looked at Yun Luo's livid face. He boorishly laughed as he walked out of the main hall. Chapter 30, Dissolving Engagement 4. Yun Family. In a young girl's room, a whiff of medicinal fragrance spread all over the room, covering up all the original smell of the room. Yun Luofeng stood completely naked in front of a bathtub. She slowly lifted a foot and cautiously stretched it toward the wooden tub. When her toes touched the medicinal liquid in bath, an unbearable pain spread through her toes. She hardened her heart, and placed her whole leg into it. That moment, the biting pain made her hand itch to chop off her whole leg, but she understood that if she can endure this hurdle, then can only forever be a trash who can't cultivate. Mo, you told me before, the medicinal bath will be very painful, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of painful. Yun Luofeng bitterly smiled, but eventually submerged her whole body in the bathtub. At this time, she felt countless knives cutting her skin. It hurt so much, she wanted to jump out several times. However, once she thinks of the consequence of failure she will bear, she then firmly gritted her teeth and keep enduring. Master, do your best. As long as you keep bearing it, then afterward, you are free to travel this mainland. There's nothing wrong with enduring. Mo's encouragement made Yun Luofeng's heart shook, and a steadfast expression flitted on the pale face, and the bewitching eyes gave out a burning light and incomparable calmness. What you said is right. I have to keep bearing this pain. For myself, also for this Yun family. She lowered her eyes, covering the domineering and arrogance in her eyes. I want to become stronger. I want the people in this continent to no longer dare to bully me. I want the musing Chu and the dog of an emperor to kneel in front of my parents' grave and apologies one day. I also want to step on the whole continent under my foot. She was never willing to be mediocre with people. In the past life she wasn't. This life she will also not. In her past life, she studied hard to reciprocate the mentor's adoption. This world, it is to keep living on the mainland. Under this severe pain, Yun Luofeng passed out several times, then even to the end, the whole body has become numb. But in the end, she still went through it. Until the tub of originally green medicinal liquid gradually become black, did she climb out of the tub. An hour, a whole hour of time, felt like a century long, quite difficult to bear. And so painful, she would still have to bear whole 4 more times. However, because of experiencing the first time, she suddenly felt that this kind of pain no longer seems to be unbearable like it originally seemed. It is clear that Yun Luofeng is quixotic. The pain of the first medicinal bath was the lightest. The more closer you are to finishing, it gets more difficult. Until the 5th day, Yun Luofeng suddenly found one very serious problem. That is, the general manor has no money. That's right, her medicinal bath for 4 times was a whole 20 million liang. This is the general manor's so many years of accumulated saving. The result was she spent it within 4 days. Yun Luofeng was stumped. She could imagine her own grandfather's expression of fury, that after he see the empty treasury. Miss. At this time, the maid, King Yan hurriedly ran over, that small face full of anxiousness. Miss, a big problem. Prime Minister Mu Manners Mu Shen came to see Miss. Right now General isn't home. What should we do? Mu Shen. After hearing this name, Yun Luofeng's lips slightly raised. I was just worried about having no money to buy the medicinal herbs needed for the 5th day medicinal bath. This money sender just arrived. At this time, in the courtyard of the front yard, Mu Shen was anxious as he pacing back and forth, his face full of apprehension. He has already been thinking for 4 days at home. In these 4 days, he thought of a lot of questions. Those questions revolve all around one person, Yun Luofeng. Chapter 31, Yun Luofeng, A Great Swindle, 1. He was certain that even his grandfather did not know about his inability to have sexual intercourse. So how did Yun Luofeng know this? Hence, after pondering on the matter for a few days, he finally decided to come here to inquire about it. From afar, he spotted a young girl clad in white clothes walking with the sun facing her. A streak of light shone down and fell on that peerlessly beautiful face, as though she was a character walking out of a painting, beautiful beyond comparison. Mu Shen's eyes glinted with a touch of amazement. How could he not notice Yun Luofeng was this beautiful before? Right, it must be that temperament. That's right, currently, the young girl's temperament had completely transformed. It was no longer like her previous infatuated and decadent self and had turned into a growing confidence instead. A touch of haughtiness could even be seen between her eyebrows, and her eyes appeared like they were looking down on the world. Suddenly Mu Shen had a premonition that even his own sister, Mu Wushuang, could not compare with this young girl in white clothes. There would come a day when Crown Prince His Highness would regret breaking off his engagement with her for the rest of his life. Yun Luofeng. Mu Shen's emotions were rather complicated. He looked at the young girl heading towards him and bit his teeth, saying, "Why do you know that I have a problem in that area?" His entire face burned furiously with discomfort. After all, admitting to being impotent was an extremely shameful thing for a man. The young girl remained as indifferent and leisure as before. Her bewitching eyes dispassionately glanced at Mu Shen, and the corner of her lips slightly raised. "Since you came here, don't you already have an answer?" Plop. All of a sudden, Mu Shen knelt in front of Yun Luofeng and begged while sniveling, "Godly doctor, please save me." "Didn't you say I'm trash?" Yun Luofeng indifferently glanced at the kneeling Mu Shen. "Godly doctor, I know I was wrong. I've been blind and even offended Godly Dr. Darren 1. As long as Darren can cure me, Mu Shen, will definitely follow you from now on." Mu Shen bawled and wiped his tears away. "I don't need you to follow me, however, as you know, I need funds to cure people and see patients. Medicinal herbs are so expensive these days, and the general estate has always been desperately poor and can't afford those herbs." Yun Luofeng shook her head and sighed. "So it's not that I'm unwilling to save you, it's just that I'm incapable. Godly doctor, money isn't a problem. As long as you can cure me, any amount of money isn't an issue." Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Mu Shen's eyes brightened. "Seeing how sincere you are, I won't charge you the entire fee, so you only have to pay the basic fee." The corner of Yun Luofeng's mouth lifted with a bewitching smile. "Tomorrow, bring 50 million taels over, and I will immediately cure you. For today, hand over 5 million first as the down payment." What? Mu Shen was dumbfounded with astonishment. 50 million, and this was just the basic fee. Just what type of medicinal herbs could cost such an astronomical base price? "Oh, you need to know, your illness isn't a typical illness. The price of 50 million is already the lowest, and this is just the cost of the medicinal herbs. I'm already not collecting the cost of the silver needles and my labor fee." Yun Luofeng glanced at Mu Shen. "If you didn't meet my eyes, I wouldn't cure you even if you gave me 100 million taels. After all, your illness is just too strenuous to cure and will also exhaust my energy." Mu Shen's eyes were fraught with emotions. So it was such an exhausting matter for Yun Luofeng to treat him, and he ignorantly thought 50 million was too expensive. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. Translation changes from old translations. Sorcerer is now, Spirit Cultivator. Hello, everyone, welcome to Ghost Emperor Wild Wife, GEWW for short. I'm the new translator for this novel, Zen, nice to meet you. Thank you for joining me on this journey, and I hope you will enjoy your stay here. 2 new chapters will be published every day, so be sure to come back for more. However, in order to thank everyone for your support in getting this novel published, for the next week, I'll increase the release rate to 3 chapters a day. You've all worked hard. Thank you so much. Chapter 32, Yun Luofeng, A Great Swindle, 2. Now, it appeared that 50 million taels were not that expensive at all. Didn't she just say that she was treating him because he met her eyes? If it was someone else, she would not treat them even if they gave her 100 million taels. Inside the God Code world, after hearing his master's shameless words, Xiao Mo could not help but roll his eyes. Swindle all you want. This type of small ailment was no big deal to Yun Luofeng. In the end, it was not enough for her to scam 50 million from him, but she also led the other to feel like he owed her a favor. Godly doctor, Mo Shen's eyebrows furrowed in embarrassment. I can send 5 million later, but for the remaining 45 million, can you give me more time? Yun Luofeng imperceptibly nodded. Once you gather enough money, that's when I'll start your treatment. Also, do not tell anyone about me treating you. I dislike complications. If other people accidentally learn of it, then come and find me even if you are afflicted with hard-to-treat illness. I don't go around treating average people. Mu Shen's emotion was moved. A burst of joy erupted from the bottom of his heart. She said that she would not treat an average person. In other words, he was not an average person. Knowing such a godly doctor, his life would at least have some security from now on. Godly doctor, I understand. It's no wonder that people called you a trash for so many years. Oh, no, godly doctor, it's not that I'm calling you trash, it's them. I have always thought you were a hidden genius. Mu Shen's entire face showed a fawning expression. You dislike troubles and aren't willing to treat just anyone, so you hid your own medical expertise, didn't you? You can be reassured that I definitely won't tell anyone about your talent. Even if Yun Luofeng did not warn him, he still would not carelessly speak. Otherwise, the truth about him being impotent might leak out. Good, you can leave. Send the 5 million taels deposit within 1 shichen one. Once it's past the shichen, there's no reason for you to come anymore. Swish. As soon as Yun Luofeng finished speaking, Mu Shen had already fled the scene. He was afraid that he would not be able to make it in time, and Yun Luofeng would really not treat him in a fit of rage. So it turns out that earning money is this easy for doctors. Yun Luofeng caressed her chin, and the smile on her beautiful face grew increasingly bewitching. It's very easy indeed. The materials don't even cost 10,000 taels, and you've managed to swindle 50 million taels. More importantly, you conned 50 million out of him, yet he is still deeply grateful to you. Say, is this Mu Shen a total fool? Xiao Mo was gobsmacked. He probably had never imagined that his master would turn out to be a big swindler. He is from Mu family, so if I don't swindle him, who do I swindle? Yun Luofeng cracked a faint smile, her eyes downcast. All right, I will quickly finish this last day of medicinal bath. Starting tomorrow, I'll be able to officially start the path of cultivation. When the time comes, I'll teach each and every single person who hurt Yun family a bloody lesson. A debt of blood should be paid in blood. Even though Yun Luofeng's father did not die in Prime Minister Mu's hands, the death could still be linked to Prime Minister Mu. Moreover, since that dog emperor chose to protect Mu family, there would come a day when she would make this dynasty change its name. Master, I believe that day will not be far away. Xiao Mo's voice was fraught with conviction and revealed his deep trust in the young girl. It slowly echoed in the young girl's mind, letting her heart swell with confidence as well. Chapter 33, Low-Rank Early-Level Spirit Cultivator. In the bathtub, the girl's gorgeous face had turned ashen as she tensely bit her lips. Her delicate hair cascaded down her back, and through the heat and haze, her stunning beauty could be seen. It was uncertain how much time had passed. The medicinal liquid inside the bathtub had turned from green to black. The girl opened her eyes slowly, and her naturally crimson lips released a puff of murky air. Master, you have succeeded. You are now a low-rank early-level Spirit Cultivator. You are no longer the unable to cultivate trash from before. Later, I will give you a prescription that you can follow to prepare a medicinal bath. Cultivating in that medicinal bath will increase your speed. Inside her soul, Xiao Mo was so ecstatic that he jabbered and gushed endlessly. It's unfortunate that we don't have spiritual herbs, otherwise, the effect would have been more potent. Master, when will you come visit God Code World and plant the herbs that you got last time? Yun Luofeng's eyebrows furrowed, but before she could respond, Xiao Mo's voice suddenly became alert. Master, someone is coming. Someone was coming. Yun Luofeng's appearance sharpened immediately. She quickly grabbed the robe from the side and draped it over her body. She leaped out of the bathtub and barked sternly, "Who's there? Come out." Behind the screen, a black figure slowly emerged. The man's facial features were very exquisite, perfect to the point that even gods would be envious. His defined, chiseled face was emotionless. His pair of dark eyes were staring intensely at Yun Luofeng. Those unfathomable eyes prevented anyone from discerning his inner thoughts. Yun Luofeng's sight fell on the man's soft lips and could not help but remember that day when the other kissed her upon falling down. Why did you come here? The girl's state of mind gradually regained its former tranquility, and her bewitching eyes were staring at that glacial face once again. Instead of impatience, there was even a hint of teasing in her voice. You dropped this. The man lifted his hand, and a jade pendant dangled from his grasp. The jade pendant had a word, Yun, clearly engraved on it, the character reflecting in her eyes. Yun Luofeng was momentarily stunned. That day, she indeed lost her jade pendant and could not find it no matter what, but she did not expect that it would fall into the hands of this man. No wonder this man would come to the general estate. In fact, it was only because of this jade pendant that he came looking for her. Good, since the jade pendant has already returned to its owner, you can leave now. Yun Luofeng accepted the jade pendant. With a wicked smile, she stared at the cold, indifferent man and asked with furrowed brows, is there anything else? The man moved slightly but did not leave. For some reason, at that moment, Yun Luofeng discovered a trace of awkwardness on his face. You saved me. Yes. And you also saw my face. And so, take responsibility. Yun Luofeng was stupefied, looking at this guy with his expression of awkwardness. She did not have hearing problems just now, right? This cold man was making her take responsibility with a look of discomfort just because she saw his face underneath his mask. I knew it. I knew this would happen. Master, accept him quickly. You'll benefit from him. Accept him quickly. Xiao Mo was completely beside himself, appearing as though it was him who was being made to take responsibility. Be quiet. Yun Luofeng could no longer hold herself back at that moment and fiercely bellowed. Only then did she look at the man standing in front of her. It's not like I raped you. What responsibility are you making me take? Moreover, we are complete strangers. Why did you come looking for me? Just because I helped you once. The emotionless man pursed his lips and awkwardly replied, I don't know. I just feel very comfortable by your side. Chapter 34, Let me warm your bed. Comfortable by her side, what kind of logic was that? Tell me, what can you do? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows, staring at the awkward man with a faint smile. The man replied, taken back, anything. Anything, how about bed warming? Yun Luofeng's eyes were smiling, her voice bewitchingly seductive, and a hint of teasing lingered on her lips. At present, the young girl was only dressed in a light garment. Her exposed snow-white thighs coupled with her bewitching voice could enchant anyone's heart and soul. But at that moment, she actually saw the grim and awkward man in front of her, blushing. Hey, this guy really could not stand flirting. I don't know, the man truthfully responded to her question, like an honest and obedient boy. He paused and then added, I can learn. I can learn. Yun Luofeng blankly stared at him. If, one day, a man stood in front of you and told you he would learn how to warm your bed, how would you be able to keep your calm? Then, stay with me as my bodyguard. Do you have any objections? Having recovered her wits, the girl once again reverted to her bewitching and languid disposition and smiled at the man in front of her. As you wish. 3 curt words, she could already deduce that this guy was not only emotionless and difficult but also reticent. By the way, what's your name? Yun Luofeng asked while yawning, seemingly indifferent in her inquiry. 2 days ago, grandfather said he wanted to find a personal bodyguard for her. She did not expect that this bodyguard would come knocking at her door this fast. Xiao. No family name. None. Yun Luofeng stared blankly once again and subconsciously looked at the man before her, but having discovered the lack of superfluous emotions on this man's face, the corner of her lips uncontrollably twitched before saying, from now on, your name is Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao. The man whispered these 2 words again and abruptly raised his head to look at Yun Luofeng, his fathomless eyes brightening. From now on, I will protect you. By the time Yun Luofeng left the room, the day was getting late. She had planned to find her grandfather to discuss the matter of moving to the rear mountain and introduce Yun Xiao to him as well. However, she did not expect that the old man had yet to return. Thus, after waiting for a while, she stopped waiting and returned to her room. However, when she stepped into her room again, she discovered Yun Xiao, who was just standing in her room a moment ago, had disappeared. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng wrinkled her brows and called out in the room when her sight suddenly fell on the bed. The bulge on the bed clearly indicated that there was someone lying on the bed. The person lying underneath the blanket emerged upon hearing her voice. She had a clear view of the man's exquisite, handsome face, his expression forever devoid of emotion. He was gently pursing his lips, and his dark eyes were incomparably clear. Yun Luofeng's line of sight moved downward little by little until it landed on the 8-pack abs on his torso. Facing such seductive figure, her eyes could not help but zone out. If this excellent man was sold to a brothel, she reckoned the entire kingdom would celebrate, and he would be more popular than a certain crown prince. Yun Xiao, of course, did not have the faintest idea about Yun Luofeng's inner thoughts, and his clear dark eyes were staring hard at her. You told me to warm your bed, and now, the bed is warm enough for you to sleep. Yun Luofeng was stricken with shock. As it turned out, this guy misunderstood the phrase's meaning. Then his blush from earlier, was it not due to hearing the phrase, bed warming? At this moment, Yun Luofeng suddenly discovered this guy was actually this, innocent and adorable. Chapter 35, Stinky wench, come out here. Stinky wench, come out here. The next day, early morning. Yun Luofeng had just finished washing up when all of a sudden, a furious bellow thundered throughout the entire Yun estate and echoed for a very long time. This scared the entire Yun estate, and all the servants started ducking their heads, puzzled as to how this eldest miss had managed to anger General Darren once again. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng yawned lazily, shifting her gaze to the perfect man in front of her before stepping out of the room. Let's go, I don't even know what that old man is raging about, already wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves this early in the morning. Although those were her words, she already had an inkling as to why this old man was going berserk. Treasury room. The old man was looking at the empty warehouse in front of him. The feeling of wanting to cry but having no tears overwhelmed him, but still, he could not cry no matter what. His hands were shakily holding onto the wall for support to prevent himself from toppling onto the ground. It was gone. It was all gone. All of Yun Clan's several generations of savings were squandered away by that death-deserving spendthrift. The old man really wanted to cry and suddenly regretted handing over the treasury's key to that spendthrift. Who would have thought that she would squander away all the treasury's money in just a few days' time? Not even a single copper was left for him. At this time, the sound of light footsteps came from behind him, and upon hearing the unique footstep, the old man's negative emotions burst forth once again. His red eyes instantly shot to her while his entire head of white hair flared up. You stinky wench, give me back my money. Where did you squander away my money? The young girl, donned in complete white, stood in front of Yun Luo with an especially innocent expression. Didn't you say I could spend the money in the treasury as I wanted? And that I could even move it all, and it wouldn't be a problem? The old man immediately fell silent. It indeed appeared that these words were spoken by him, but he only mentioned it in passing. Who knew this girl would seriously take it all away? However, this was the Yun clan's several generations of savings. Had it been easy for him to save thus far? Grandfather, Yun Luofeng patted the old man's shoulders and said with a brilliant smile, as the saying goes, you're not born with wealth and you can't take it to death. What's the point of keeping so much money? At any rate, all this money will be left for me in the end, so why should you be so angry about it? Looking at the young girl's bewitching smile, the old man nodded with approval. He currently only had one precious granddaughter, and the money would soon be left to her anyway. Ah, this was not right. This girl actually backed him into a corner. Girl, don't change the subject, quickly confess where you took the money. The old man was so angry that his beard was quivering in disarray. There was no longer any sign of dignity and fierceness that he once had when Yun Luofeng first saw him. Yun Luofeng responded matter-of-factly, I spent all of it. You did what? The old man suddenly widened his eyes. He originally thought Yun Luofeng emptied the money to move it to a different place and had never thought that she would unexpectedly say she spent all of it. You stinky girl, tell me honestly, just what have you been doing these past few days? Why did you spend so much money? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you and I won't be done today. As I've said, I'm a doctor. I spent everything on medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs. Stinky girl, do you see me as a 3-year-old child? What medicinal herbs would be this expensive and cause you to spend an entire 25 million taels? That is 25 million, not 250. The old man almost bawled, and his heart was trembling. A squanderer, an enormous squanderer. Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders and smiled bewitchingly. Medicinal herbs that would allow me to cultivate. Is it worth this price? Chapter 36, Unfathomable Depths. What? The old man was startled, his gaze unblinkingly focused on the young girl's confident face, unable to return to reality for a long time. What did she just say? Medicinal herbs that would allow her to cultivate. Was he having trouble with his hearing? Did you just say you can cultivate? He must have heard it wrong. Surely he must have heard it wrong. How could this be possible? Even if those imperial doctors were willing to do so, it was still not certain that they could cure her body. However, the old man was able to quickly verify his suspicion. The young girl's face still had that willful and bewitching smile. Her eyes and eyebrows were projecting arrogance and confidence. Her body was clad in white clothes that gently fluttered in the breeze, and her fine black hair rippled like a waterfall, fearlessly youthful. Nonetheless, the old man's attention was obviously not there. Spiritual energy. That was right, he could feel the presence of spiritual energy exuding from his beloved granddaughter. Low-rank early-level spirit cultivator. He asked in disbelief. Feng you can cultivate. That's right, Fang Yun Luo nodded slightly. I could start cultivating since yesterday, I just didn't have time to tell you. Now, do you still think these medicinal herbs are expensive? After 3 seconds of silence, a sound of mad laughter resonated through the entire Yun estate. This made the maidservants and guards in the Yun estate even more terrified. They really could not figure out what their general was losing his mind over. He was raging one moment and laughing the next. Could it be he was going insane? At present, Yun Luo, who was standing in the treasury and laughing heartily with his head thrown back, was entirely clueless that due to some people propagating today's story, it led the entire imperial city to question his sanity. Moreover, it was Yun Luofeng, the trash, who had pushed him to the brink of madness. Yun Luofeng did not speak and lazily leaned against the door frame, quietly waiting for this old man to be finished with his merriment. Finally, the old man was able to restrain his laughter, yet his raised eyebrows still betrayed the excitement in his heart. Not expensive at all. As long as you can cultivate, even if you made me sell the Yun clan estate, grandfather would still immediately sell it to gather money for you, let alone 25 million taels. This won't do. I need to go tell your second uncle this good news right away. Speaking of second uncle, Yun Luofeng briefly paused. Grandfather, tonight you should make use of the dark to secretly send second uncle to the rear mountain. I will move to live there tomorrow as well. Also, there's someone I'd like to introduce to you. From the beginning, Yun Luo had already seen the man standing behind Yun Luofeng. It was only because of his rage that he didn't ask her yet. He knew in this instance though that this was the man whom his granddaughter wanted to introduce to him. He had to say that this man was indeed a perfect specimen of a man. This face and figure were most definitely not inferior to that of Crown Prince His Highness, it even exceeded it by a huge margin. This is Yun Xiao, and he will be my personal bodyguard from now on. You're saying that this guy here is your chosen bodyguard? Yun Luo was astonished. Whether it was his looks or his aura, this man did not seem like a bodyguard at all. More importantly, even with his strength, Yun Luo still could not discern the level of strength of this man. Upon reflection, either this man was a trash, who could not cultivate, or his strength had unfathomable depths. Yun Luo leaned towards the latter possibility. This man's aura was too strong. How could a man with such a powerful aura be a trash? Feng, where did you abduct this fine man from? Yun Luo asked and cast a meaningful look at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luo saying, fine man, made the disgruntled Yun Xiao furrow his eyebrows in displeasure. If it was someone else who dared to humiliate him like this, they would have already been executed. But he was Yun Luofeng's grandfather. Answer, he had to endure. Chapter 37, Spirit Gathering Medicinal Liquid 1. An evil light glinted in Yun Luofeng's eyes. I saved him once, so he came to pay a debt of gratitude. She really did save him once, but she did not take a lot of trouble to treat him and just carelessly went through the motions. Who let this guy fall onto her at that time? If it were not for his spiritual entity constitution, she would not even think of saving him and would just let him fend for himself. Yun Luo Gaffor, my granddaughter definitely has great abilities. Not only did you get rid of your rubbish physique, but you also have brilliant medical skills. A few days ago, that Prime Minister Mu even claimed that no one will marry you in the future and that you can only be a mere concubine. I say it won't be long before people who want to propose marriage will crowd the threshold of our state. Prime Minister Mu. Yun Xiao secretly noted the name with his features devoid of emotions. His expression remained cold as always. Right, grandfather. Yun Luofeng extended her hand towards Yun Luo while smiling happily. Do you have any money on you? For now, give me 1,000 taels. Although Mu Shen was a son of the Prime Minister estate, it would not be that easy for him to mobilize 50 million taels. Even the origin of the deposit that he had given her was unknown. So if she waited for the remaining 45 million taels, she was afraid that it would take a few days. Cough, cough. The old man almost choked on his own saliva. He subconsciously protected his chest in order to avoid a certain someone from snatching the sheet of banknote 1 in his clothes. What do you think you're doing? This 1,000 taels is all that's left. Don't ruin my last retirement money. Take it out. Yun Luofeng made a beckoning sign with her finger. You have no use for this 1,000 taels. Lend it to me for the time being, and after a few days, I will help you fill your treasury to the brim. Are you speaking the truth? Despite the skepticism of the old man, he still hesitantly took the remaining sheet of banknote out of his clothes with trembling fingers. Girl, I am warning you, this is all the money left of our general estate. If, after a few days, you don't help me fill up the treasury, then I will cry for you. Looking at the old man's aggrieved expression, Yun Luofeng's forehead could not help but slightly twitch. She helplessly lifted her hand to accept the offered banknote and left the treasury under his tearful expression. Spirit gathering medicinal liquid could help the spirit cultivators to cultivate more conveniently. Spirit cultivators only needed to soak in this spirit gathering medicinal liquid concoction, and it would allow them to break through even more rapidly. Thousands of years ago, it was the most valuable treasure, and countless spirit cultivators yearned for it even in the dreams. However, this spirit gathering medicinal liquid had already gone extinct, and there were not many people on this continent who still knew its prescription. Fortunately, Yun Luofeng possessed an encyclopedia, like Xiao Mo, so this spirit gathering medicinal liquid was not too difficult for her. Unfortunately, at the moment, Yun Luofeng had not grown any spiritual herbs yet. A spirit-gathering medicinal liquid concocted from normal medicinal herbs, its medicinal effect would be weakened manyfold. Medical Pavilion. Countless numbers of pedestrians came in and out, extremely busy. Yun Luofeng had just entered the medical pavilion's door when the green-robed man who received her last time stepped up with a polite smile on his face. Eldest Miss Yun, which medicinal herbs are you coming to buy this time? Does the medical pavilion have these medicinal herbs? Yun Luofeng handed over the prescription in her hands. The green-robed man accepted the prescription, gave it a scrutinizing glance, and said with a smile, Eldest Miss Yun, the medicinal herbs you are buying this time are not very expensive, the total price is only 800 taels. So I made the decision that these medicinal herbs will be a gift for Miss Yun this time, and we won't be accepting your money. It had to be said that this medical pavilion really knew how to conduct business. Yun Luofeng spent 25 million taels at the medical pavilion last time, so even if the medicinal herbs this time were not charged, the medical pavilion still earned quite a lot and was able to win over customers simultaneously. Chapter 38, Spirit Gathering Medicinal Liquid 2. Then, thank you. Yun Luofeng clenched the 1,000 tael banknote in her hand and suddenly asked, that's right, does the medical pavilion accept medicinal liquids? Medicinal liquids. The green-robed man was frozen for a moment. That will depend on the type of medicinal liquid, and if the medicinal liquid's effect is quite good, our medical pavilion will give a reasonable price. Yun Luofeng slightly looked down. This spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, its medical effects should be considered quite good, right? Why, does Miss Yun want to sell a medicinal liquid? Though the green-robed man smiled politely, he was not taking it seriously. Who did not know that the Yun family's eldest miss was a trash? But at the moment, it was unknown how she unexpectedly became hooked on medical arts and even spent a large sum of money on it. Moreover, he had already heard that the general flew into a terrible rage at home today, and he reckoned the culprit was none other than the squanderer, Yun Luofeng. Based on her status as a beginner in this field, what would be the use of her medicinal liquid? For the time being, I still don't have this intention. However, if I want to sell medicinal liquid, I will come to your medical pavilion. The other members of the medical pavilion had already carried over her medicinal herbs. After receiving them, under the contemplative gaze of the green-robed man, she turned around to leave, that tall figure slowly disappearing into the street. Upon her return to the general estate, Yun Luofeng went to the rear mountain, and after instructing that she was not to be disturbed by anyone, she entered the God Code space. Inside the God Code, Xiao Mo resentfully and pitifully stared at Yun Luofeng. That aggrieved expression appeared as though he wanted to cry. Master, you haven't visited me in a long time. Also, when will you eat that fine man? Yun Luofeng cast him a sidelong glance. Come and help me, I want to plant the medicinal herbs that I obtained last time in this medicinal field. Ah, something's not quite right. Why do I feel like this medicinal field appeared to have expanded its size? These medicinal herbs were from the first time that Yun Luofeng went to purchase medicinal herbs from the medical pavilion. These complementary herbs were given to her by the medical pavilion. As a result of her being busy, it was just now that she found the time to plant them. Master, now that you have successfully become a spirit cultivator, the medicinal field expanded its circumference. As your strength grows stronger and stronger, the area of this medicinal field will also grow bigger. Xiao Mo curled his lips. Furthermore, the medicinal herbs that you got last time is only the most common type of herbal ingredients for slowly treating an injury. For this type of medicinal herbs, you only need 10 days to turn them into spiritual herbs. Didn't you say before that it would take at least 3 months to turn medicinal herbs into spiritual herbs? Foolish master. Xiao Mo almost jumped up, resenting her for failing to meet his expectation and impatient to see improvement. He stated, what I spoke of last time was the herbal ingredients for the medicinal bath. Those medicinal herbs are still somewhat valuable, and growing them to become spiritual herbs will definitely require 3 months, maybe even more than that. The medicinal herbs in your hands are nothing, so you can harvest them within 10 days. Yun Luofeng suddenly realized that she misunderstood Xiao Mo's meaning from before. Help me get a shovel, I will start planting these herbs. We will use these medicinal herbs to test the impressiveness of this medicinal field. Yun Luofeng took one herb from the ground, and then turned around to look at Xiao Mo and gave an order. Xiao Mo harumphed and then took the shovel and eagerly walked in front of Yun Luofeng. He then helped the young girl plant the medicinal herbs in the field. It was already late when Yun Luofeng left the god code space. Since she gave an order to not be disturbed by anyone, until now, no one came to this part of the mountain to disturb her. Then she made her way towards the kitchen. The herbs were already grown, so it was now the right time to start making the strip-gathering medicinal liquid. Chapter 39, Food Stealing, Gold-Seeking Hamster, 1. Inside the blurry, smoky kitchen, a maiden in white clothes was busily working without a pause. A whiff of herbal fragrance wafted through the kitchen. Her hand was holding a fan and lightly fanning the fire underneath the medicinal pot. Almost done. The young girl stopped her movement, took a handkerchief from the side, laid it over the pot lid, and carefully lifted the lid up. This strip-gathering medicinal liquid should be enough for 5 days of use. Slowly curling up her lips corner, the girl's exceedingly gorgeous face was adorned with a wicked smile. I just don't know how much money I would make if I sell this strip-gathering medicinal liquid. Just then, a deep and gruff voice came from behind. What's more, she could even feel the distinctive masculine presence emanating from the other person's body. Your bath is ready. Yun Luofeng was startled for a moment. She turned around to look at the man standing behind her, lifting her brows. Didn't I order King Yin to do this? If you steal King Yin's work, what will she do? The man looked at Yun Luofeng with perplexion, not understanding the cause of her unhappiness. After thinking for a bit, he said, if you don't like it, then I won't do it. Watching the man's expression, Yun Luofeng chuckled. Yun Xiao, do you know what you're like? I don't know. The man knitted his brows. He really did not know what he was like. For these past years, besides his subordinates, he had only been in contact with enemies who perished in his hands. Of course, these people would not dare to be too impudent in front of him. Wood, you are like a piece of slow-witted wood. Yun Luofeng took a few steps towards the man, slightly narrowing her eyes. She stared at the expressionless man in front of her as though admiring a piece of art. However, precisely because you are an unpolished piece of wood, it actually makes me want to properly transform you. The man's unfeeling face finally displayed an iota of change. Even though that change was almost imperceptible, the attentive Yun Luofeng still caught it. And this appearance of his made Yun Luofeng want to tease him even more. Yun Xiao, you are good at everything except you are a bit clueless about matters between men and women. Thus, I want to transform you into someone more flirtatious, and then I will sell you to a brothel. With this body and appearance of yours, if you enter a brothel, I'm afraid that even Long Yuan Kingdom's most beautiful man, Crown Prince His Highness, can't hold a candle to you. At that time, I will be raking in money. If one allowed Yun Xiao's subordinates to hear her words, they would probably topple onto the floor face plant. This woman actually wanted to sell master to a brothel for money. It was a known fact that their master did not have a great temper. His methods also raised people's hackles, and those who died in his hands were simply innumerable. Otherwise, those people who knew master's name on the continent would not call him a demon. But she actually dared to say these words in front of master. Yun Xiao's face froze, his expression also gradually cracked. He only needed to think of being swarmed by those nauseating women, and he would have an urge to kill. Ha ha ha. Yun Luofeng could not help loudly laughing. Her appearance was full of mirth. Yun Xiao, I thought your expression would always be cold. I didn't expect that just those words alone would make that grim look on your face crack. You're finally becoming like a normal person. She patted Yun Xiao's shoulder, quickly picked up the strip-gathering medicinal liquid, and left the kitchen. The man's eyes followed Yun Luofeng's retreating figure. Only then did he come to an abrupt realization that he unexpectedly got played by her. If Yun Xiao's subordinates were here, it was very likely that their jaw would fall off from shock. Despite being teased by Yun Luofeng, their master actually did not get angry. Was this still their killing people like flies and not putting the world in his eyes master? In fact, there was once a woman who accidentally saw their master's appearance beneath the mask and also vainly attempted to use her appeal to seduce him. Master did not even think before directly killing her with a wave of his sword. Let alone the girl who wanted to sell him to a brothel to make money. Chapter 40, Food Stealing, Gold-Seeking Hamster, 2. Rear Mountain. Inside a flat and short house, the girl in white clothes unhurriedly shedded her clothes and walked towards the side of the steaming bathtub. She carefully poured the medicinal liquid from the porcelain bottle in her hands into the bathwater. She did not slowly step into the tub until the bathwater turned milky white. The moment she stepped into the tub, she felt a wave of spiritual energy surge through her, making her feel invigorated and improving her mood. Xiao Mo, I will start cultivating now. Help me watch my surroundings. If someone comes, tell me immediately. Yes, master, Xiao Mo promised enthusiastically. Although he could only stay inside the God Code world, not a single breathing entity would be able to hide their presence from him. Reporting to master, I'm detecting the presence of 3 people in this rear mountain. One is your second uncle's, the other is Yun Xiao's, and the last one is unknown. However, that person is with Yun Xiao and also doesn't harbor malicious intentions. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng paused. Since there's no ill intent, you don't need to mind him. On top of the mountain, overgrown weeds. Yun Xiao watched the grey-robed man kneeling in front of him, his tone unreasonably cold. Didn't I say that not a single person shall enter Yun estate without my permission? Did you forget? Saying this, a domineering aura radiated from Yun Xiao's body. If Yun Luofeng was here at this moment, she would have discovered that the spirit beasts living on the mountain behind the Yun estate did not dare to move and were coweringly prostrated on the ground. Lin Qiong wanted to cry but had no tears. He only came to report about a single matter. Who knew he would be subjected to ruthless pressure from this terrifying man? That was right, terrifying. In the hearts of these subordinates, the man in front of his eyes was precisely a demon who terrified people. Anyone who offended him would have a fate that was definitely worse than death. Master, it's like this, Lin Qiong swallowed his saliva, quiveringly replied. Recently, a genius girl appeared in the continent, and the girl admires Master. Moreover, she's spreading that there's no one in this world who is more worthy of Master than her, and she even said she can conquer Master. This subordinate is here to ask Master, do we need to deal with this matter? Kill her. 2 words, simple and easy to understand, but it also showed this man's level of cruelty. Ah. Lin Qiong was momentarily frozen. Despite knowing the depth of his master's viciousness and ruthlessness, he did not think he would make them directly kill her. As though he was very dissatisfied with this one word that Lin Qiong had uttered, the man's cold eyes focused on him. Just this glance alone already made Lin Qiong shudder from head to toe and hurriedly lower his head. This subordinate obeys. Yun Xiao seemed to have thought of something, involuntarily glancing at the single-story house not far away from him. Also, send someone to investigate the grudges between Prime Minister Mu Estate and Yun clan and inform me without omitting a single word. Yes, Lin Qiong responded while cupping one fist in the other hand. He really did not understand, why would a superior person like Master escape to an extremely small kingdom like Long Yuan to be the guard of a general's daughter? Even if it was the emperor, he still had to kowtow several times whenever he saw Master. Of course, even if Lin Qiong was given 100 guts, he still would not dare to ask this question. He would not survive otherwise. Yun Luofeng, who was currently cultivating in the house, was naturally oblivious to everything that was happening outside. She was also unaware of the commotion that she had caused at the medical pavilion last time after leaving behind a few lines of solutions at the medial pavilion. Idiots, a bunch of idiots. Inside the medical pavilion's rear hall, Elder Rong had a layer of fury on his face, scaring the people standing in front of him so much that they did not dare to take a big breath. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. Last chapter of today. See you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for supporting GEWW. Chapter 41. Food Stealing, Gold Seeking Hamster, 3. I asked you to find a single person, but you still haven't found her after so many days. What use do I have for you? Elder Rong angrily slammed his fist on the table, and that table instantly broke into smithereens within moments, making everyone who was present shudder. They could imagine the formidable power that fist would produce if it hit their body. Elder Rong, I have a plan. Within the crowd, a grey-robed man stood forward, cupping his hands in a salute, and respectfully said, last time, that godly doctor left an answer below the man Luo poisoned one question, proving that she is very interested in peculiar and rare diseases, so how about we post an extremely difficult problem on the wall? If she appears and works out the solution, then we will be able to find her. Elder Rong's anger had dissipated by half, but his complexion still did not look too great. Then we will do it as he said. In a moment, I will provide a difficult problem, and you will then post it and use it to lure her out. 4 days later. Inside the single-storied house at Yun Estate's rear mountain, Yun Luofeng opened her eyes and felt the power surging out of her body, her lips curled into a bewitching smile. Early-level intermediate rank spread cultivator. In 4 days' time, she went from an early-level low rank to intermediate rank. If such talent was revealed, it would definitely stun the entire Long Yuan kingdom. With this last remaining dose of spread-gathering medicinal liquid, it looks like I will need to reallocate. Never mind, I will go to the medical pavilion to try to see how much this last dose can sell for. A doctor is a profession that burns a lot of money, and merely relying on the 45 million taels that New Shen owes me isn't enough, Yun Luofeng muttered to herself. She was about to rise from the bathtub when she suddenly discovered a small figure sticking out its tiny butt and licking the bathwater that got splashed on the floor. Even the water in the corner was not spared. Xiao Mo, why didn't you tell me that something came in? Yun Luofeng stared at the gluttonous little guy and asked with a raised brow. Before long, Xiao Mo's guilty and defensive voice could be heard from inside her mind. Master, this is only a gluttonous gold-seeking hamster, attracted by this spread-gathering medicinal liquid. It isn't harmful to you, so I didn't inform you. He would never tell his own master that this hamster's presence was too weak, so he overlooked its presence. Gold-seeking hamsters like to eat spread-gathering medicinal liquid. Yun Luofeng stared at this snow-white gold-seeking hamster, the glint in her eyes slightly turned a few rounds. What gold-seeking hamster eats isn't spread-gathering medicinal liquid, what it likes to eat are medicinal herbs. Moreover, it relies on medicinal herbs to increase its strength. However, this gold-seeking hamster hasn't eaten medicinal herbs before, so up until now, its strength is still very low. Master, this time, you found a treasure. Xiao Mo's voice was very excited. The lineage of this gold-seeking hamster is very pure. If you bring it with you, it can help you discover extremely valuable medicinal herbs. Of course, you need to be cautious. The gold-seeking hamster is voracious, so if you let it search for medicinal herbs, it will eat it all. The only ability of gold-seeking hamster is to discover precious medicinal herbs. Of course not. Gold-seeking hamster's own strength is also very strong. Its teeth can bite and break the toughest and most durable sword in the world. Its claw can dig through the general estate within 2 hours. Because it has a small body and sharp teeth, even if it fights with strict beasts like jackals and wolves, it still wouldn't be in a disadvantageous position. The premise is that the gold-seeking hamster is allowed to grow. Xiao Mo became more excited the more he talked. However, if you want to strengthen a gold-seeking hamster, the amount of medicinal herbs that you have to invest will be as high as a mountain. This is also precisely why there aren't many people on this continent who can successfully nurture powerful gold-seeking hamsters. Because of this, the world generally believes that gold-seeking hamsters level up slowly and possess weak strength. Yun Luofeng grew silent. However, the pair of bewitching eyes staring at the gold-seeking hamster brightly shone. Chapter 42. Food Stealing, Gold-Seeking Hamster, 4. Master, you have a cheat, you have a cheat. It's difficult for common medicinal herbs to nurture a gold-seeking hamster, but you have spiritual herbs. If you let it use spiritual herbs as food, it will rapidly grow. In this continent, the ordinary, younger generation of nobles would tame 1 or 2 spirit beasts to be their companions. In the past, it was not that Yun Luofeng did not have that type of notion, but since she did not possess a smidgen of power, even if someone else from the Yun family tamed the spirit beast for her, there would eventually be a day when that spirit beast would betray her. The gold-seeking hamster, who was happily eating, finally felt her gaze on its body, so it stiffly turned its head little by little. In a split second, it met a pair of nefariously smiling eyes. Squeak! The gold-seeking hamster squealed, and within an instant, it wanted to charge towards the doorway. However, before it could dart out, it was picked up by one hand and placed on the other hand. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In Yun Luofeng's hand, the gold-seeking hamster struggled twice, and then it bit Yun Luofeng's fingers. However, Yun Luofeng's skin did not even break under its assault, and her bewitching eyes were intently staring at it with a faint smile in them. The hamster finally lost all hope and gave up on struggling, its expression filled with despondency. It could already imagine its miserable shape when it turned into a hamster meal. Little guy, how about following me? Just when the gold-seeking hamster was despondent to the point of being disinclined to budge, Yun Luofeng slowly opened her mouth to ask. The gold-seeking hamster's expression was revived. It blinked its eyes and blankly watched the exceedingly beautiful girl with her demonic smiling expression. What did she mean by that? It did not have to be turned into a hamster meal. I know you can understand my words. Follow me and you can have medicine to eat every day. How about it? If an average person heard you say that they would have medicine to eat every day if they followed you, then they would certainly give you a round of beating. But the gold-seeking hamster was different. After hearing Yun Luofeng's words, that pair of pitch-black eyes lit up, hurriedly and fiercely nodded its head, and squeaked once. Then I will give you a name. Yun Luofeng played with the gold-seeking hamster in her hands, her eyes revealing an evil smiling expression. Seeing that your color is similar to milk, I will call you Milk Tea from now on. Squeak. The gold-seeking hamster responded with a sound. As long as there was medicine to eat every day, it did not mind whatever name she gave it. This spirit-gathering medicinal liquid is what was left over from my use. It is not too useful in increasing your strength. Soon, I will go to the medical pavilion to help you buy some herbal ingredients. However, Yun Luofeng paused. When you follow me from here on out, you cannot have any reservations. For instance, when you pick up some medicinal herbs from outside, you must first bring it back to me. After saying these words, Yun Luofeng hid milk tea into her sleeve and strode out of the room. 4 days. She had been in seclusion for an entire 4 days. Within these 4 days, besides Yun Xiao, who tended to her meals, and second uncle, who needed her to use acupuncture to treat his legs, she had not seen anyone else. Young miss, you finally appear. When the maid, King Yin, saw Yun Luofeng walking down the rear mountain, she quickly walked up, hurriedly reporting, young miss, that Mu Shen came again. Mu Shen, he has already gathered 45 million taels. Yun Luofeng lightly touched her chin, saying, King Yin, I need to go to medical pavilion right now. Let him leave the money behind, and as for anything else, let him wait for me in the rear court tomorrow. It was already quite late, so she did not have time to pay attention to Mu Shen. King Yin blankly stared for a moment. Soon after, she saw Yun Luofeng heading towards the rear door, and her big eyes filled with confusion. Ever since young miss had failed to commit suicide, it was as though her change was just too extreme. Her previous self would chase after Crown Prince His Highness all day long, but the current her would instead run towards the medical pavilion all day long. Chapter 43, Causing a Commotion in the Entire City, 1. This time, Yun Luofeng did not directly head to the medical pavilion. When she was not far from the medical pavilion, taking advantage that no one was paying attention, she rapidly disappeared into an alley and put on the previously prepared snow-white muslin to cover her face, hiding half of her appearance. Unless someone very familiar showed up, common people definitely would not discover her true identity. Milk Tea, hide in my sleeve and don't come out. After finishing everything, Yun Luofeng put Milk Tea, who had its tiny head poking out, back inside, her lips rising into an enticing curve. Currently, my strength isn't strong enough. Thus, I can't let anyone know the one who possesses the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid is me. Otherwise, I'm afraid that without waiting for me to become strong, that dog emperor will casually plant a criminal charge to implicate 9 of my familial relations. Xiao Mo understood the reason behind Yun Luofeng's statement, so this time, he did not say anything. After Yun Luofeng left these words behind, she headed towards the boisterous medical pavilion. Ah, little sister, did you come to my medical pavilion to buy medicinal herbs? Look at this precious appearance, afraid of people seeing it, so even your face isn't exposed. Just as Yun Luofeng stepped into the medical pavilion, a charming laughter traveled to her. This was a woman with an exceedingly beautiful appearance. Her beauty and Yun Luofeng's beauty were two kinds of zenith. Yun Luofeng was beautiful enough to be peerless and overturn countries. Her bewitching charm and languidness were accompanied by a nobleness that prevented people from daring to approach her. On the other hand, this woman bared her breasts and her stomach, and every frown and every smile had 10,000 types of amorous feelings, as though a single glance could steal someone's soul away. Let's not talk about men, even women who heard her beguiling voice would feel their entire body becoming weak and numb, unable to move. Of course, if it was only relying on appearance, then it was definitely Yun Luofeng's win. However, this woman's flirtatious behavior was incomparable. Is shopkeeper Lin not here? With a curl of her lips, Yun Luofeng looked at this flirtatious woman walking towards her with her tiny swaying waist. Shopkeeper Lin was Lin Xiao, who had always been welcoming Yun Luofeng. Since receiving the customers of medical pavilion had always been carried out by Lin Xiao, this woman did not suspect Yun Luofeng's words. Ha ha ha, the woman charmingly and lightly chuckled, stroking her hair coquettishly as she said, for my medical pavilion's improved performance, this period of time, it is I who shall receive all the customers. Little sister, you can tell this older sister what you need, and this older sister will properly accommodate you. I heard that your medical pavilion accepts medicinal liquid, so I want to ask how much this medicinal liquid that I have is worth. Yun Luofeng held out the porcelain bottle in her hands, gently undulating it. Little sister, can you tell me about this medicinal liquid's effects? The woman took the porcelain bottle from Yun Luofeng's hand. That smile became increasingly charming and moving. It's a stride-gathering medicinal liquid, which can allow stride cultivators' cultivation attain twice the result with half the effort. However, this medicinal liquid is only useful for those below high-level stride cultivator. Once the stride cultivator's level reaches high level, it will lose its effectiveness. The smile on the woman's face froze, even her breathing became slightly heavier. You were saying this is a stride-gathering medicinal liquid, and it can help stride cultivators cultivate. That's right, it indeed has an effect on stride cultivators below high level. Its specific usage is to mix this stride-gathering medicinal liquid with water, then the stride cultivator soaks in this water while cultivating, and it can help them gather stride energy. Yun Luofeng nodded, confirming the woman's question. Following the young girl's words, the charming look on the woman's face had completely disappeared and was replaced by a solemn one. Little sister, I can't make the decision for this stride-gathering medicinal liquid on my own. How about this? I will go ask Elderong, and it will be our Elderong who will decide what price to give you. Is that all right? Rate translation quality. Chapter 44, causing a commotion in the entire city, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Yukira_. All right. Yun Luofeng nodded. I hope you can be a bit quick, I'm in a hurry. Hearing these words, the woman did not delay and quickly ran towards the inner court. If that anxious expression was seen by those who were unaware, they would think something serious had happened to her. In the inner court, Elderong, who was conversing with a middle-aged man, was interrupted by the sound of a door swinging open. He tightly knitted his brows, and only after seeing the charming woman quickly advancing towards him did his expression somewhat ease. Ya, why are you this flustered? Fang Ya quickly stepped to stand in front of Elderong. Elderong, just now, there was a young lady who came to sell a medicinal liquid. Because I could not make the decision, I came here to ask Elderong. Medicinal liquid. This matter, you deciding is enough, you don't need to ask for my opinion. Elderong shook his head and spoke with some impatience. If the other party was not Fang Ya, he probably would have gotten angry already. It's like this, Elderong, that old guy of mine allowed me to come here for a hands-on learning experience. However, the fund that was given to me was not much, so I am afraid my money cannot buy this medicinal liquid, so I came here to ask Elderong. What? Elderong stood up, shocked. You said your available funds cannot buy a dose of medicinal liquid. Tell me first, just what is that medicinal liquid? I remember you have a few million taels of money on hand, right? Although Fang Ya said she came here to learn, but she was at least that old guy's granddaughter, so how was it possible for that old guy to not give her a few million taels? Adding to the few million taels that she could mobilize in the medical pavilion, why couldn't she buy a dose of medicinal liquid? Elderong, that dose of medicinal liquid is stride-gathering medicinal liquid. Fang Ya's voice was fraught with excitement. It is said that it can allow stride cultivators below high-level stride cultivators to cultivate for twice the result with half the effort. Just think, in Longyuan Kingdom, middle-level stride cultivators are the most common. Especially those royals and nobles, who wouldn't want to cultivate even faster. If we can get a dose of this stride-gathering medicinal liquid, don't tell me we actually have to worry about not selling it for a good price. Elderong completely blanked out. It was a good thing that he had lived for many years, so his temperament was not as impetuous as Fang Ya's. Thus, he suppressed his heart's excitement and stretched out his arm towards her. Hand that stride-gathering medicinal liquid over. I need to see if it really has this effect. Fang Ya finally reacted, hurriedly placing the porcelain bottle in her hands in front of Elderong. This is the stride-gathering medicinal liquid. Elderong shakily extended his hand, grasping the porcelain bottle in front of him. He slowly opened the lid, placing it under the tip of his nose for a sniff. After a while, a wave of fragrant scent wafted up, making his mind jolt and his entire body extremely relaxed. This stride-gathering medicinal liquid really has the effect of helping to cultivate. Elderong inhaled deeply. Don't look at his current overly calm expression, his inside had actually long been incessantly turbulent. However, this stride-gathering medicinal liquid has a flaw. I could feel it just now, its medicinal effects are too potent. Even if it has stride-gathering effects, it can't be consumed, otherwise, it will undoubtedly cause death. Fang Ya slightly paused, suddenly dawning on her that Elderong had misunderstood her meaning, so she hurriedly explained, Elderong, this isn't for oral consumption, rather it is used for making a medicinal bath. Stride cultivators cultivating while bathing in it can have the result of gathering stride energy. So it is actually like this. Elderong suddenly understood, his mind was brimming with excitement. Yara, we must buy this stride-gathering medicinal liquid. I will now give you the authority to mobilize 10 million taels in the medical pavilion, and while you're at it, you will ask this young lady if she has any more of this stride-gathering medicinal liquid. We will buy as much as she has. Chapter 44, causing a commotion in the entire city, 2. All right. Yun Luofeng nodded. I hope you can be a bit quick, I'm in a hurry. Hearing these words, the woman did not delay and quickly ran towards the inner court. If that anxious expression was seen by those who were unaware, they would think something serious had happened to her. In the inner court, Elderong, who was conversing with a middle-aged man, was interrupted by the sound of a door swinging open. He tightly knitted his brows, and only after seeing the charming woman quickly advancing towards him did his expression somewhat ease. Yaya 1. Chapter 45, causing a commotion in the entire city, 3. Yes, Elderong. After saying these words, Fang Ya withdrew. Inside the main hall of the medical pavilion, Yun Luofeng, who was currently anxiously waiting, saw Fang Ya quickly approaching. After seeing the gleam of excitement on the other person's face, she knew this business transaction was a success. Little sister, Fang Ya took a deep breath and walked towards Yun Luofeng. Your stride-gathering medicinal liquid has already been confirmed by Elderong. Our medical pavilion will buy it for 10 million taels. 10 million taels. Yun Luofeng was stunned. The stride-gathering medicinal liquid that only took 800 taels to produce could actually be sold for 10 million taels. This money was too easy to earn. Fang Ya saw her expression and thought she was not satisfied with this price. With a bit of anxiousness in her heart, she said, "Little sister, our medical pavilion offered a very reasonable price, but I'll also come clean with you. Once our medical pavilion obtains this spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, we will double the price to sell it to others. However, this type of business is what our medical pavilion is engaged in, and we make a profit from the price difference." Yun Luofeng regained her wits and smiled wickedly. "I thought it was easy for me to make money. I didn't expect that your medical pavilion is even darker." Fang Ya's face reddened. Although this sentence was the truth, having been told like this by someone, she would still feel some embarrassment in her heart. However, Yun Luofeng didn't make things more difficult for her. After all, if she wanted to sell this spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, she could only do it through medical pavilion's route. Otherwise, she would face the danger of her identity being exposed. "Little sister, from now on, if you have any more spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, you can continue to come to my medical pavilion to sell it. I will give you an even more reasonable price." Fang Ya winked at Yun Luofeng. "Now does little sister happen to be free? Go out to have dinner with big sister." A doctor who could take out a spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, she must befriend no matter what. "I don't have time." Yun Luofeng snatched the banknotes from Fang Ya's hands and turned around to depart after leaving behind this sentence. Watching the silhouette of her retreating back, Fang Ya smiled helplessly. "What a domineering little sister. If this type of people belong to my medical pavilion, then my medical pavilion's strength will become even more formidable." Having said that, Fang Ya decided to head towards the inner court, but at this point, her footsteps abruptly halted, and her beautiful eyes widened while looking at one of the questions on the problem-solving wall. Who answered this question? This question was the extremely difficult problem that Elder Rong found earlier for the purpose of baiting the person who resolved the Man Luo flower poison problem. Therefore, these few days, Fang Ya had been paying attention to this problem, but she did not think that the one time that she left for not too long, the question would have already been answered by someone. Hearing Fang Ya's words, one of the servants in the medical pavilion responded with one sentence. "Fang Ya Darren, the problem was answered by that veiled girl whom you just received." This servant's position in the medical pavilion was not high, so she naturally did not know the importance of this matter. Thus, even though she noticed Yun Luofeng answered the problem, she did not promptly tell Fang Ya. Fang Ya's body shook once, her heart endlessly regretting even more. If she knew it would be like this earlier, she would have kept the little girl here earlier. Now, in this vast sea of people, where was she supposed to find that person? The efficiency of medical pavilion's handling of affairs was extremely high. Within a day, the matter about the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid was already spread throughout the entire city's big streets and small alleys, causing a commotion in the entire imperial city of Longyuan Kingdom. Crown Prince Estate. Inside the courtyard, the sound of zither sweetly lingered. Gao Ling intently watched that absolutely stunning girl play the zither, his gaze containing boundless gentleness. That type of gentleness was something that he would never have when he faced Yun Luofeng. Towards Yun Luofeng, he only had revulsion. Chapter 46, Causing a Commotion in the Entire City, 4. One song ended. Mu Wushuang stopped her hand's movements. Her tender-hearted eyes gazed at that man, who was focused on her, with lowered brows and a light smile. "Crown Prince, Your Highness, are you aware of Longyuan Kingdom's recent incident?" "Are you referring to the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid?" Gao Ling was well aware of the meaning behind Mu Wushuang's words. This spirit-gathering medicinal liquid is indeed very miraculous, and on top of medical pavilion's authentication, it won't go wrong. If Wushuang likes it, this Crown Prince will buy it for you. How is that? Mu Wushuang hesitated for quite a while before slowly saying, "Crown Prince, Your Highness, I heard General Yun also wants to buy the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. He is currently borrowing money everywhere. The spirit-gathering medicinal liquid is too expensive. If Yun Luofeng can cultivate, yielding to her is of no consequence, but the problem is that she can't even become a spirit cultivator, so what is the use of wanting that spirit-gathering medicinal liquid? Wouldn't that be such a waste? Wushuang, rest assured that I will issue an order to the ministers of Longyuan Kingdom later that no one is allowed to lend money to the general estate. Whose fault is it that a prodigal daughter appeared in the general estate? I even heard Yun Luofeng had completely squandered all of Yun family's wealth away, causing General Yun to fly into a terrible rage." Gao Ling coldly snorted, his expression disdainful. "It's fortunate that I broke off my engagement with that waste, otherwise, there would eventually be a day when my Crown Prince estate would be entirely squandered away by her." Mu Wushuang was full of smiles, even her brows contained mirth. "Crown Prince, Your Highness, because of you, Yun Luofeng's reputation is in tatters and also this pitiful. So I want to find a marriage for her. When that time comes, I will also need Crown Prince to help me." Just thinking of that peerlessly beautiful face, Mu Wushuang hated it so much that she bit her lips and gritted her teeth in anger. So she will definitely find a marriage for that woman. A marriage that would at the very least make her want to die instead of living. "Wushuang, I will let you handle this matter." Gao Ling gently gazed at Mu Wushuang. "Initially, I did not want to care about that trash's life or death, but since you spoke for her, I will make a decision this time. If it weren't for your help, with Yun Luofeng's constitution, she wouldn't be able to find someone willing to marry her in her entire life." Mu Wushuang's smile became exceedingly more beautiful. At that moment, when Gao Ling was not looking, her pair of eyes flashed with malice. "Yun Luofeng, you will always be inferior to me. Your innate skill is inferior to mine, your ability is inferior to mine, even your ability to control men is also inferior to mine. In this lifetime, I will live auspiciously, living a life that everyone will envy, while you only deserve to stand at the lowest point, looking up at my existence. The one whom I will marry will be the noblest in the world, while you actually need me to pick a husband for you. As for the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, I must also obtain it. And you don't even have the right to drink my bathwater." In Yun Residence's study, Yun Luofeng was immediately greeted by the old man's furious bellow upon entering, and there was even the sound of things being kicked over. "A bunch of ingrates. Look at how you usually pretend to be very close with this old man, but now that this old man wants to borrow some money, every single one of you run faster than a dog. Don't let this old man see you guys in the future. Borrow money." Yun Luofeng was stupefied for a moment before entering and perusing the mess in the study. A wicked smile emerged on her face. "Grandfather, what is this about? Why are you in such a temper?" HMPH, this is all because of that bunch of bastards, especially a few of them. I've helped them in the past, but now that I am having difficulties and look for them to borrow some money, all of them actually refuse. The old man was still in the throes of his rage, his moustache was quivering disorderly as he cursed out in anger. Why do you need to borrow money? Are the 45 million taels that I had them put into the treasury not enough? What 45 million? The old man was about to continue to curse when he suddenly recovered his wits. His eyes unwaveringly stared at Yun Luofeng, his breath quickening. What did you just say? Our family has 45 million taels. Translator's thoughts. Zen _. Hello again, everyone. Tilde thank you for reading. Another reminder that the normal release schedule for this novel is 2 chapters every day, but 3 chains per week this week. See you tomorrow. Chapter 47. Identity Discovered 1. Yun Luofeng looked at the old man in astonishment. You didn't know? Her expression was as though she was actually shocked that the old man was unaware of this matter. Didn't King Yin inform you? Yesterday, Mu Shen sent me 45 million taels, so I already had her bring it to the treasury to replenish it. An odd silence dawned. Following Yun Luofeng's words, the grim atmosphere in the study abruptly settled. Yun Luo stared unwaveringly at the young girl in front of him, even his breathing became ragged. Feng, can you explain to me what this matter is all about? No one knew of the incessant tempestuous emotion in the old man's heart. He had to use all of his strength to suppress his heart from almost jumping out. Despite this, his shaking body still betrayed his internal turmoil. Grandfather, Yun Luofeng lifted her head, staring at the old man's twitching, aged face. Her face did not have her usual bewitching charm and was replaced with solemnity. My parents' enmities, I will definitely avenge them. The first step to this revenge is the Prime Minister Mu estate, and so when Mu Shen came to find me to treat his illness, I mercilessly extorted him. And this is just the beginning. This was just the beginning. From now on, she would make the Prime Minister estate gradually decline and would also stomp the imperial power underneath her foot. Of course, to prevent frightening this old man, Yun Luofeng did not speak this sentence out loud. Ha ha ha. The old man was stunned for a long while, and then he wildly guffawed. How many years had it been since he was this smooth and unhindered? Ever since Fang's parents died, he had been continually living within this stifling oppression. Now, his own precious granddaughter had actually mercilessly swindled the Prime Minister's estate. If the Prime Minister knew, he would definitely be angered to half-death. Yun Luofeng shrugged. You still haven't told me what are you borrowing money for? Hearing this, the old man's expression suddenly became grave. Precious granddaughter, you still didn't know. Recently, a dose of spirit-gathering medicinal liquid appeared at the medical pavilion. Just this single dose has so many nobles and aristocrats wanting to buy it. Of course, grandfather is unwilling to fall behind, and this is why grandfather is currently going everywhere to borrow money to buy this spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. Spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. Yun Luofeng was stunned. She did not think that her grandfather was actually borrowing money to help her buy a dose of spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. In that moment, a thread of warmth spread through her heart. I don't need that spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. Looking at the expression of the old man while talking about the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, Yun Luofeng deliberated for a bit before deciding against informing this old man for now lest the old man's heart could not bear this kind of stimulation. You silly girl, what nonsense are you saying? Our family has this much money now, so I will obtain this spirit-gathering medicinal liquid no matter what. Yun Luo glared at Yun Luofeng and unhappily stated. Yun Luofeng helplessly smiled. She sold the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid for 10 million taels, so how could she allow this old man to spend twice the price to buy it back? Wouldn't that be a huge business loss? Take a look at my strength. Feng, don't make trouble. This matter, what grandfather said is. The last word, final, was halted. Yun Luo was frightened when he inadvertently took a look. His whole body became stiff, and his eyes widened as he dumbfoundedly stared at Yun Luofeng in disbelief. Early-level intermediate rank spirit cultivator, you, broke through. 5 days ago, this girl was still an early-level spirit low-rank cultivator, and in that short span of 5 days, she actually broke through to intermediate rank. Bullshit. How was this a trash? This was obviously a genius among geniuses. Grandfather, do you think that with my speed you still need to go buy the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid? Yun Luofeng crossed her arms in front of her chest and bewitchingly smiled at Yun Luo. And then, under his bewildered look, she turned around to leave. Translator's thoughts. Zen _. Hello, everyone, I can't believe we're in the top 20 right now, you are all seriously amazing. As a reward for all of your support and power stones, and further incentive, I will publish some extra chapters this Sunday or Monday, the amount will depend on how high we get on the ranking. Laughing face. Also, if anyone is interested, with the help of my friend, I've created a Discord server for this novel, you can talk about other novels in here too, of course. The invite link is. Let's have fun. Zen. Chapter 48, Identity Discovered 2. Young Miss, Mu Shen has been waiting for you the entire morning. As Yun Luofeng stepped out of the study, the maidservant, King Yin, came up and hurriedly reported. Letting him wait half a day isn't inconvenient, Yun Luofeng grinned wickedly, lifting her hands to pinch King Yin's little, apple-like cheeks. And then, under the maid's aggrieved look, she walked towards the rear court. Let's go and take care of Mu Shen's matter faster, I still have other things to do. Rear court. Mu Shen anxiously paced back and forth and kept wandering about. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of that peerlessly exquisite young lady walking while facing the sunlight. His eyes brightening, he almost threw himself down to kneel and lick. Godly doctor, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Yun Luofeng cast him a sidelong glance. Do you have complaints about waiting too long? I wouldn't dare to have complaints. Mu Shen was so frightened that his entire body trembled and hastily said, even if Godly Doctor had me wait for a month, I still wouldn't dare to have complaints against you. Can we start treating my illness now? Yun Luofeng stepped into the room and said without turning her head, come inside. After today, you can be the same as any normal man. Mu Shen was stunned. He initially thought that even if she treated him, it would still take a while. He did not think that it would be different with Godly Doctor undertaking this task and actually only needed 1 day. Thinking of this, his mood instantly turned feverish, and he hurriedly entered the room. For a long time, the medical pavilion's front yard was as busy as a marketplace. High-ranking ministers and nobles of Long Yuan Kingdom all blocked the entrance of the medical pavilion, causing the guards inside the medical pavilion to rush out to maintain order. General Yun, you actually really came here. I heard your Yun clan's savings have already been completely squandered away by Yun Luofeng. It even led to you being angered to insanity by her. In the end, you still have the nerve to come to medical pavilion. Haha, I say, you are just wasting your strength. Buying a spirit-gathering medicinal liquid for Yun Luofeng would only be a waste. Amidst the crowd, a sharp-eyed unknown person spotted Yun Luo and could not resist laughing out loud. Yun Luo's expression was unsightly, but he stood still without making a sound. Although Yun Luofeng already made him give up on the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, he really could not reconcile to that. What's more, his granddaughter now had such a fearsome innate skill, and if you added the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, it would definitely be twice the effect with half the effort. Unfortunately, Yun Luofeng did not think Yun Luo would still be this stubborn. Otherwise, perhaps she would have said something about the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. With my mandate, there won't be anyone lending money to General Yun. Only, I don't know why would General Yun still come here. Crown Prince Gao Lin looked at Yun Luo, his eyes slightly sinking, the bottom of his eyes flashing with a fierce light. He turned to look at the young lady in yellow clothes beside him and asked tenderly, Wushuang, your complexion today doesn't look so good, did something happen? It's nothing. Mu Wushuang shook her head lightly, her eyelids drooping. She did not tell His Highness the Crown Prince that just this morning, her grandfather, Prime Minister Mu, originally wanted to use the Treasury's money to buy the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid for her. Who knew that the Treasury would suddenly be burglarized? They lost an entire 45 million taels, and this actually comprised of the majority of the Prime Minister estate's wealth from all these years. After everything that had happened, it would be strange if her complexion looked good. Wushuang, you can tell this Crown Prince anything, this Crown Prince will stand up for you. Gao Lin affectionately gazed at Mu Wushuang, a streak of absent-mindedness traveling through his eyes. Only a woman this outstanding deserved someone who was as excellent as him. Yun Luofeng, that trash, was not qualified to be his wife. Chapter 49, Identity Discovered, 3. Crown Prince, Wushuang really is fine. It's just that last night, I didn't sleep at all because I was choosing an excellent husband for Yun Luofeng, so now, I am slightly fatigued. Also, I'm worried that Yun Luofeng's standards are too high and afraid that she won't accept the husband that I chose for her. Of course, Mu Wushuang would not tell Crown Prince what occurred at the Prime Minister estate, so she naturally pushed everything onto Yun Luofeng. After Gao Ling heard Mu Wushuang's words, his complexion darkened a few degrees. You are worrying and working yourself to exhaustion because of her, she would not dare to be this ungrateful. Being a mere trash, what right does she have to have high standards? Wushuang, I believe in your ability, so after you choose a suitable candidate, I will let Father Emperor announce an imperial decree to bestow marriage. Even if she doesn't want to abide, she must abide. As a trash, how could she have the right to be picky? It's already quite good that someone was willing to marry her. If it weren't for Wushuang making a decision on this matter for her, in this current world, who would be willing to take a trash for a wife? While Gao Lin and Mu Wushuang conversed, he did not forget to give a few eye signal toward a few people present, indicating for them to continue making things difficult for Yun Luo. Ordinarily, with Yun Luo's strength and status, they would not dare to go overboard, but after receiving His Highness the Crown Prince's hint, all of them stood forward in order to ingratiate themselves with the future ruler of the kingdom and wore a righteous expression to face Yun Luo. General Yun, I say, you are really not too generous. Using the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid on Yun Luofeng the trash is simply a waste. It's better to leave it to those who need it. So I urge you to give up on competing with us. In Long Yuan Kingdom, besides the high-ranking officials and nobles, there were still 4 major clans. Surprisingly, the person who said these words was Lin Ying, the family head of Lin clan from the 4 major clans. Bullshit, you, who did you effing say is trash? Yun Luo was so angry that his beard erratically shook, both of his eyes were glaring ferociously at Lin Ying. My granddaughter is more outstanding than anyone. Whoever says this general's granddaughter is trash again, this general will make them get lost from here. Lin Ying was startled by this old man's imposing aura but remembered the Crown Prince was present, so this old man would not dare to be impudent. Thus, he mustered up his courage to say, General Yun, is this you becoming mad from shame, or is it because I touched a sore spot? Haha, who doesn't know that Long Yuan Kingdom's #1 genius belongs to His Highness the Crown Prince, and Prime Minister states Mu Wushuang's innate skill is also on par with Crown Prince. Besides these 2 people, who else can be labeled with the word, outstanding? The old man's body trembled, clenching his fists, a powerful aura was emitted from his body. However, at this moment, a bewitching voice was heard from behind him, making his body suddenly freeze. Didn't I already say, I don't need this medicinal liquid, so why did you still come? This voice, a string of helplessness intertwined with its wickedness, caused the old man to involuntarily turn his head, his side landing on the figure of the white-clothed young lady. Feng, why did you come? I came to buy medicinal herbs. Yun Luofeng's words were the truth. The medical pavilion kept a record of the medicinal herbs it sold. As a result, yesterday, after she sold the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, it was inconvenient for her to continue buying medicinal herbs. Otherwise, her identity would be discovered from the medicinal herbs that she normally purchased. General Yun, I can see that your granddaughter is actually more sensible. She knows that she is a trash and that using the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid on her will only be a waste. You should go back to rest instead. Why waste money? Lin Ying loudly laughed twice, his disdainful and contemptuous glance sweeping across Yun Luofeng's absolutely gorgeous countenance. What use was it for a woman to be this beautiful? Wasn't she still an impressive-looking but useless flower vase? No man would be willing to place a vase like this in their house. Chapter 50, Identity Discovered, 4. Hey, what happened here? Why did you start arguing? Just then, a seductive to the bone voice was heard, making all the men present feel their bone limp and numb, their entire body powerless. Fang Ya walked over under everyone's vulgar gaze, charmingly lifting the corner of her mouth, and her provocative look rippled with strong amorous feelings. Her every frown and every smile displayed 10,000 different types of flirtatious expressions. HMPH, it is merely this trash from General Unistate. As someone with a rubbish constitution, she still dares to come to the medical pavilion to forcibly seize the strength-gathering medicinal liquid. We just don't want the strength-gathering medicinal liquid to be spoiled by this trash, which is why we want her to scram. You came just in time, you should kick this trash out. Fang Ya slightly raised her brows, her side landing on Yun Luofeng. Lightly lifting the corner of her lips, she approached the young lady. Anyone who comes is a guest. Our medical pavilion has never had a habit of refusing customers, especially a great beauty like this. Tut tut, I say, in Long Yuan Kingdom, not a single woman's appearance can compare to this girl's. Mu Wushuang's eyes darkened, obviously disliking Fang Ya's words. What's with this Yun Luofeng as Long Yuan Kingdom's #1 beauty? She, Mu Wushuang, was worse than this fool. This smell is quite fragrant. Fang Ya moved in front of Yun Luofeng, lightly sniffing, a charming smile appeared on her seductive face. What she was obviously doing was crude, but it was pleasing like this when one looked at it. Since you came here to buy medicinal herbs, come with me first. Yun Luofeng nodded. She walked over to Yun Luo's side, wickedly raising the corner of her lips. A dose of strength-gathering medicinal liquid's price is 20 million gold coins. It is too expensive. If you want to buy this strength-gathering medicinal liquid, then we will suffer a huge loss of money, so go back first and wait for me, and I will give you a surprise. After she gave it a thought, Yun Luofeng decided to disclose the matter of the strength-gathering medicinal liquid. Even if this old guy could not handle it, it was still better than him paying this much to buy the strength-gathering medicinal liquid. Hee. Gao Ling evidently heard Yun Luofeng's voice and chuckled in derision. Yun Luofeng, after you unsuccessfully committed suicide, even though you are not as irritating as before, you are too arrogant. You actually said buying the strength-gathering medicinal liquid for 20 million is too expensive. And even suffer a big loss. Let me tell you, even if it is 30 million taels, there would still be someone willing to buy it. Only an ignorant person like you would deem the strength-gathering medicinal liquid too expensive. As though Yun Luofeng did not hear Gao Ling's words, she nonchalantly walked into the medical pavilion. Yun Luofeng, who was walking ahead, did not notice that before Fang Ya left, she glanced at Gao Ling as though he was an idiot. Your Highness the Crown Prince. After seeing his own granddaughter leave, Yun Luo's complexion darkened. Don't think that I don't know why the ministers of the imperial court weren't willing to lend me money. I originally wanted to endure it for a period of time to maintain peace, but I didn't think that you would keep going too far. You were looking down on my granddaughter this much today, but you will deeply regret it one day. Deeply regret it. The Crown Prince coldly chuckled. Abandoning Yun Luofeng was the most correct decision that he had ever made. He would never regret it. These are the medicinal herbs that I require today. After entering the medical pavilion, Yun Luofeng took out a piece of paper and placed it in front of Fang Ya. Fang Ya smiled, accepting the paper that Yun Luofeng handed over, and while making eye contact with her, she said, you helped our medical pavilion earn this much money, so I won't accept money for these medicinal herbs of yours. We will give it to you at no cost. Yun Luofeng looked at Fang Ya with shock. What do you mean? Had her identity been discovered? Impossible. This was just her second time being in contact with Fang Ya, so how could she be discovered by her? Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. Thanks for all of your support. 15th place, wow, you guys are amazing tilde. Again, Discord link is. Chapter 51, The Elderly Male Who Suffered a Fright 1. Miss Yoon, as honest people don't speak hidden words. A few days ago, the woman who brought the strength-gathering medicinal liquid was you. Fang Ya swayed her tiny waist and seductively walked in front of Yun Luofeng. You have to know, no matter how much a person's appearance changes, she can't change the scent of her body. Besides, I'm very sensitive to smell to begin with. Yun Luofeng lightly touched her chin and looked at Fang Ya with a wicked smile. I didn't know Miss Fang Ya was actually born in the year of the dog. In front of an experienced person like Fang Ya, no matter how much one concealed, it was useless, so it was better to freely admit it. I still have a thing to ask you. Fang Ya covered her lips and coquettishly smiled. Were you the one who solved the Manuo flower poison? Yun Luofeng's black eyes flashed with astonishment, and she thought for a bit before asking, I'm uncertain how you know. So it was you. Fang Ya's heart was delighted. Miss Yoon, follow me, our Elder Rong wants to see you. Elder Rong. After hearing this name, Yun Luofeng was stunned. Elder Rong wants to see me. I heard that the medical pavilion's Elder Rong is very haughty and might not even receive those royals and nobles who come to visit. I don't understand why he wants to see me now. Miss Yoon, you will understand if you follow me. Inner court. Elder Rong held the teacup gently in his hands, telling the middle-aged man beside him, it looks like the commotion that this strength-gathering medicinal liquid produced is tremendous. It's a shame that there is only one dose of this. Right, Mu Rong, has there been any news about the person? It's a shame that there is only one dose of this. Right, Mu Rong, has there been any news about the person that I had you locate? Mu Rong's face displayed helplessness. At present, we only know two special features about that mysterious doctor. First, according to Miss Fang, that mysterious person is a young woman. Second, that woman was dressed in white. However, in this vast sea of people, I am afraid finding someone based on these two conditions is extremely difficult. Even if you can't find her, you must find her, even if it means mobilizing all the power of Medical Pavilion. The whereabouts of this mysterious doctor involved the survival of the entire Medical Pavilion, so he must find her. Knock knock knock. A series of knocking sounds came from outside the door. Without waiting for Elder Rong to inquire out loud, Fang Ya's seductive to the bone voice came from outside the room. Elder Rong, I have already found the doctor who solved the Manuo flower poison. Elder Rong's hands trembled, nearly dropping the tea in his hands to the floor. He noisily stood up from the chair, his excessive excitement led his voice to falter. Make her come in quickly. As soon as his words faded, the room's door was pushed open. The charming, red-clothed Fang Ya first entered the room, and closely following behind Fang Ya was a body clad in snow-like white robe entered Elder Rong's eyes. The young lady was born extremely beautiful. Her skin was white like jade, a peerless and city-ruining beauty. Wicked yet languid, her brows revealed an inherent haughty dominance, not allowing anyone to ignore. Yun Luofeng. As the number one trash, it was impossible for Mu Rong not to have heard of Yun Luofeng's name. Currently, seeing that the person who Fang Ya had found was her, the astonishment in his heart could be imagined. Only, for reasons unknown, the current Yun Luofeng seemed to be quite different from the one he saw in the past. Are you the doctor who solved the Manuo flower poison? Elder Rong's eyes flickered with surprise. His shock was not because of Yun Luofeng's identity, of course. Rather, it was because despite already knowing that this mysterious doctor was very young, he did not expect that it would be this young. Looking at her age, which was only around 14, 15 years old. Chapter 52, The Elderly Male Who Suffered a Fright 2. That's correct, Yun Luofeng lightly nodded, crossing both arms as she leaned against the door. Her tone was languid and unrestrained. If you have anything to say, be upfront about it. I still have other things to do. If you want to find me to treat an illness, I won't treat without 50 million taels. What is called arrogant and confident? At present, Yun Luofeng thoroughly spelled it out, even causing Mu Rong, who originally wanted to explain Yun Luofeng's identity to Elder Rong, to freeze in his spot. If you can really detoxify the Manuo flower poison, don't talk about 50 million taels. Even if you want 100 million, we will still give it to you. Elder Rong seriously regarded Yun Luofeng. As far as Fang Ya was concerned, he was very confident. If it was Fang Ya who found the person, there should not be a mistake. Yun Luofeng touched her chin, lazily smiling. Your medical pavilion is quite generous. If I don't accept your 100 million, then I would let you down. Let's do it this way. I will detoxify the Manuo flower poison, and you will give me 100 million taels. Additionally, I want to change the division of earnings for the spread-gathering medicinal liquid. The selling price of one dose of spread-gathering medicinal liquids is 20 million. I'll take 19 million of it. Elder Rong was stunned. He had just casually mentioned 100 million in passing, but this girl had really bluntly raised the price. Hold on. Suddenly, Elder Rong regained his senses, his astonished eyes staring at Yun Luofeng. What did your words mean? You said the spread-gathering medicinal liquid is yours. Do you possess other spread-gathering medicinal liquid as well? Haha, Fang Ya couldn't resist laughing. Elder Rong, I forgot to inform you, the genius who answered that eternally difficult problem and the seller of the spread-gathering medicinal liquid is the same person. They're both this girl. Elder Rong's entire body trembled, his eyes filling with disbelief. He didn't expect that a thing like the spread-gathering medicinal liquid would come from the hands of a 14-year-old little girl. Girl, if you can cure the Manuo flower poison, we will agree to any request of yours. During this period of time, it was not like Elder Rong had not attempted to detoxify the poison himself, but it was to no avail. There are some points in the solution that he could not figure out. Thus, this detoxification process must be carried out by Yun Luofeng herself. Okay, Yun Luofeng glanced at Elder Rong, only I don't want too many people to know this matter. When it's time to detoxify, you can send someone to Yun residence to find me. Elder Rong's eyes sparkled a few times. Girl, can I ask you one last question? Where did you learn from? I'm sorry, my master, the old man, doesn't like to let his existence be known by other people, so I won't answer this question. Yun Luofeng yawned, slowly standing up straight. If you don't have anything else, then I will go first. As for the other spread-gathering medicinal liquid, I will bring it to the medical pavilion later. As her words ended, Yun Luofeng turned around, intending to leave. When she walked to the room's entrance, she paused and said without turning her head, Right, Fang Ya, I'll trouble you to send me the medicinal herbs that I need to the general estate later. With that, she departed without consulting anyone. Mu Rong, what is the identity of this Yun Luofeng? Watching the young lady's retreating figure, Elder Rong asked, lost in thought. Elder Rong, this Yun Luofeng is the general estate's only child but was born with a trash disposition, unable to cultivate. In the past, she was previously engaged to Crown Prince, but not long ago, Crown Prince dissolved the engagement with her. I also heard Crown Prince and Prime Minister Mu Estate's Mu Wushuang are intimate. Mu Wushuang, Elder Rong furrowed his brows. That girl who came a few times and wanted to see me. Right, that's her. Chapter 53, The Elderly Male Who Suffered a Fright 3. Hearing that, Elder Rong coldly snorted, although Yun Luofeng can't cultivate, just her medical skills alone will cause all the strong people in the world to sell their life for her. Much more now that she possesses something like the spread-gathering medicinal liquid. Yesterday I analyzed it for a night, and I still wasn't able to decipher the formula of the spread-gathering medicinal liquid. If this incident was spread out, I gather the Crown Prince will cry and beg for her forgiveness. Ha ha. Fang Ya could not resist and laughed out loud. Elder Rong, you know, just now, Crown Prince was still ridiculing Yun Luofeng for being ignorant and unqualified for using such thing like the spread-gathering medicinal liquid. I would really want to see his expression later. I'm certain it will be incredibly brilliant. He really said that. Elder Rong was very surprised. He was silent for a moment and said, I previously met Crown Prince and even thought he was a worthy figure, but looking at it now, this Crown Prince is only so-so. Fang Ya, Mu Rong, in the future, if those from the imperial family come to find me, I won't see any of them. Even if the emperor came himself, I still won't take notice of him. This time, not only Mu Rong, even Fang Ya was extremely astonished. Elder Rong, I know you admire Yun Luofeng and also feel grateful because she's able to treat Darren. However, closing the door and refusing to see people from the imperial family due to Yun Luofeng, I'm afraid. Fang Ya, you don't understand. I tried to coax the words out of Yun Luofeng to divulge where she learned, but she was unwilling to divulge it and even claimed that her master doesn't want other people to know his name. From this, I can infer that her master must be that person. Elder Rong slightly narrowed his eyes. That man's medical skills are superb and has an eccentric temper. If Yun Luofeng is indeed his disciple, then we definitely cannot offend her. Fang Ya was stunned for a moment. Elder Rong, you said that Yun Luofeng is the godly doctor's disciple. I am not quite sure, but besides him, who in this world can teach this kind of disciple? When Darren was afflicted with the Manuo flower poison, I originally wanted to request the godly doctor to treat him but was refused by him. If Yun Luofeng can really treat Darren, I dare to guarantee that she is the godly doctor's disciple. Elder Rong lifted his head to look at Fang Ya, and seriously ordered, Fang Ya, now that I have the detoxification solution, I must return at once. I will leave the matters on this side to you. Remember, you must ingratiate yourself with Yun Luofeng. However, you shouldn't be too deliberate. An overly deliberate befriending will cause one to feel uncomfortable. Yes, Elder Rong, I understand. Fang Ya's eyes did not have its previous charm and were replaced by graveness. Yun Luofeng had just entered the main hall of the Yun residence and had already seen the deeply sighing old man. The old guy clearly saw Yun Luofeng, who stepped into the main hall, and used an aggrieved look to stare unflinchingly at her. Feng shouldn't you give grandfather an explanation? Why didn't you allow me to compete for the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid? Grandfather knows you currently have an outstanding innate skill, but if you possess the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, your cultivation will definitely be even faster. Yun Luofeng slightly paused on her steps, shrugging as she said, I finally managed to obtain 10 million by... Yun Luofeng slightly paused on her steps, shrugging as she said, I finally managed to obtain 10 million by selling the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, and now you actually want to spend 20 million to buy it back for me. Grandfather, even if you want to squander, you still shouldn't squander like this. Do you think it is easy for your granddaughter to earn extra money? You stinky girl, you actually said your grandfather is squandering, you. Originally, after hearing the word, squander, the old man became furious and was about to ruthlessly lecture this girl, but belatedly reacted and opened his mouth in shock. What did you just say? The spirit-gathering medicinal liquid was sold by you. Chapter 54, The Elderly Male Who Suffered a Fright 4. Yun Luofeng glanced at the old man. You seem to always have a slower reaction. If it was in the past, after hearing Yun Luofeng's words, the old man would inevitably become outraged. Now, his entire head seemed to be dizzy, and toward Yun Luofeng's words, how could he even hear a single word? That was the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid that caused a commotion in the entire imperial city. What's more, when he went to compete for the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid today, he was even subjected to a series of humiliation. What he did not expect was for this medicinal liquid to come from the hands of his own granddaughter. This type of extreme surprise caused his heart to quiver a bit, his entire body was a bit unsteady, nearly toppling to the ground. I was afraid that you would turn like this, which is why I chose to temporarily hide the matter about the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. I didn't think that you would be such a spendthrift and actually want to spend twice the price to buy the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid back. Yun Luofeng shook her head, lightly sighing once more. Speaking of which, grandfather, your strength is currently at high-level low-rank spirit cultivator, right? The old man's emotions gradually calmed down. After hearing Yun Luofeng's words, he nodded, his head was still slightly dizzy. I feel that you are on the verge of breaking through. Yun Luofeng caressed her chin. She appeared to be afraid that the old man had not received quite a shock as it was and added, Grandfather, do you still remember the master that I mentioned to you before? This spirit-gathering medicinal liquid was given to me by him, and after a while, I will increase your strength to high-level intermediate rank. Yun Luofeng knew that, after some time, the old man would definitely be curious about the origin of the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, so she once again used the fictional master. Boom. The old man's uneasily calmed heart finally collapsed after Yun Luofeng's words. His steps staggered, and he heavily landed on the wooden chair, gasping for air. Are you all right? Yun Luofeng was frightened and hurriedly walked over to stroke the old man's chest. Despite her earlier mental preparation, she did not expect that the strength of this old man's heart was strong. In fact, thinking from another perspective, if a beggar who was bullied every day had an undeserved fortune falling from the sky one day and received 100 million, that beggar's reaction would probably be even stronger. For those whose heart's fortitude was weaker, it was likely that he would directly faint. You stinky girl, are you genuinely creating troubles for this old man? You want to shock this old guy to death, right? Yun Luo had finally relaxed. When he opened his mouth, his first sentence was to fiercely admonish Yun Luofeng, from now on, you will tell me these matters one by one. Don't ever king squeeze two surprises together. Not being frightened to death by you, this old guy is already incredibly fortunate. Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly. I'm merely worried about shocking you again when I raise your strength later, so I directly said these two things together. Feng is what you said real? You can really help me raise my strength. Both of Yun Luo's eyes shone. If I can raise my strength, I will then be a step closer to the #1 expert of Longyuan Kingdom. Although the #1 expert of Longyuan Kingdom and Yun Luo were both at the high-level spirit cultivator stage, that expert was at high-level advanced rank, he was not on the same class as Yun Luo who was at low rank. Of course it's real. Yun Luofeng nodded. I just need time. Give me enough time. Not only can you break through, but I can also make second uncle regain his strength. Ha ha ha. The elderly man guffawed, his hearty laughter enveloping the entire sky above Yun Estate. You are truly worthy of being Yun Luo's granddaughter. I'm now very pleased that you and Crown Prince had already broken off your engagement. That Crown Prince is compatible with a woman like Mu Wushuang. How can he match my precious granddaughter? What's more, I believe that not long from now, Crown Prince will regret his own choice. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. Holy goodness, you guys are so amazing. Number 12. OMG. I'm in awe. Chapter 55. Recruiting men and buying horses, 1. Inside the guest hall, the elderly male smoothed his white beard, his entire face flushed with satisfaction. There is still one matter I need you to help me complete. Yun Luofeng's lips lifted with a wicked curve. Now that you've already returned your million-men military power to that dog emperor, our Yun family has to form our own forces now. The elderly man was silent for a moment. Feng, you have to think about this matter thoroughly. Organizing forces requires one to recruit people, and this movement is too big, it is highly possible it will cause suspicion from the Emperor. Thereupon, if the imperial family suppresses us, with our Yun family's current situation, we will be unable to successfully stand up to them. Grandfather, I have already thought of this matter thoroughly. A light flashed through those black eyes as Yun Luofeng's smile deepened. Not long ago, I had people publicly beat up Mu Shen, making my already dandy reputation spread through big streets and small alleys. Since it's like this, then why don't I become even more dandy through and through? You can tell the public that I threw a tantrum at home, forcing you to recruit 100 guards and 100 maidservants for me. As for the recruiting, you can have that dog Emperor do it for you. The old man was stupefied and uttered hesitantly, Feng this isn't so good, right? You want to recruit people in order to form an army that belongs to our Yun family, so if we let those from the imperial family help us with this matter, with his wariness, he will definitely choose some people with deficient innate talents. I don't care about the innate talent of these people, as long as their bodies don't have defects and their age is under 18 years old, it will suffice. Having deficient innate talent is negligible when she possessed a divine, cheat-like artifact like the medical god code here. No matter how deficient, she had ways to make them improve their innate talent. Feng isn't there still one matter that you haven't considered yet? If you let the Emperor recruit people for you and he places a spy in there, then everything that you do will be known by him. Facing Yun Luo's question, Yun Luofeng smiled, her brazen brows were filled with confidence. As long as he dares to place them, then I'll dare to accept. As long as he dares to place them, then I'll dare to accept. Just how much confidence was needed to make her say such egotistical and uninhibited words? Yun Luo sighed. It was not until this moment that he suddenly realized, when it comes to his granddaughter, he actually didn't understand at all. Feng I'll enter the palace in a little while. I'll let the palace's people assist me with the recruitment of people. Okay, Yun Luofeng winked. Grandfather. Everyone says Yun family's assets were completely squandered by me, so you will go confirm this statement. The old man was suddenly lost for words. He gathered this was the real reason why Yun Luofeng would want people from the imperial palace to recruit people for her. Since this matter should not be delayed, Yun Luo did not stay anymore. After donning his court attires, he hurriedly had someone move the palanquin, hastily setting off towards the imperial palace. When he entered the imperial study, he discovered that in addition to Emperor Gao Tu, even His Highness the Crown Prince was in this study as well. His expression displayed a hint of hesitation, but soon his expression quickly morphed. Compared to his previous radiant glow at the general estate, the current him was somewhat distracted. Old general, why did you come to meet Gen 2? Gao Tu saw Yun Luo's expression, coldly laughing in his heart. Even without thinking, he knew that Yun Luofeng, that trash, definitely got into trouble again. Your Majesty. Yun Luo kneeled on the floor with a plop, his aged figure appeared thin and frail. This old official's granddaughter considers the servants of the general estate are too few, and it doesn't conform to her identity as the eldest miss. Because of this, she is having this old official step forth and help her recruit guards and maidservants, 100 each. However, this old official is already old in years, how can I work this hard? Thus, I came to request your Majesty for assistance. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. The chapter's title, Recruiting Men and Buying Horses, basically means raising an army. Chapter 56, Recruiting Men and Buying Horses, 2. Gao Tu's eyes flashed with astonishment, but more of it was schadenfreude. General, your contribution is countless, so Yun Luofeng, as your granddaughter, will naturally enjoy a splendor that surpasses that of imperial sons and descendants. Thus, Gen will send the Crown Prince to help you recruit people. Thank you for your Majesty's grace. This official still has one matter to request your Majesty's assistance. Yun Luo lifted his aged appearance, face filled with helplessness. Your Majesty should have also heard that this old official's granddaughter recently became fascinated with medicine. To this end, she threw away all the money of the general estate on medicinal herbs. Therefore, this old official's estate really cannot support these many people. So, is it possible for your Majesty to pay their monthly wage on behalf of this old official? It ought to be like this, it ought to be like this. Gao Tu's face exposed a smile. Then, your Yun estate's guards and maidservants' monthly wage will be paid by the imperial palace for you. This will be considered as a reward for a minister who has provided an outstanding service. Thank you, your Majesty, this old official will excuse himself. Yun Luo stood up from the floor, cupped his hands in salute, and then left the study. At this point, no one could see that the moment he turned around, his chrysanthemum-like old face had blossomed into a smile. This pair of father and son would never think that soon, a monstrous team would unexpectedly emerge from the Yun family. The people comprising that team were all the people that the Crown Prince had previously helped the Yun family choose. Moreover, even the money that supported this team was paid by them. When they learned of this matter, this pair of father and son was nearly angered to death. Emperor Father, what do you think this General Yun Luo actually wants to do? Gao Ling knitted his brows. Could it be that he wants to secretly recruit men and buy horses? 1. Defect from the imperial dynasty. If he really wanted to recruit men and buy horses, then he would not come to the imperial palace and report. He would also not allow the imperial clan to get involved. Gao Tu sneered coldly. Hence, Zhen actually believes it is Yun Luofeng, that trash, who forced him to carry out this matter. Linge, when you help General Yun in recruiting people, the recruits should be the type of low aptitude. Gao Ling's gaze shifted outside the study. As though lamenting, he said, Emperor Father, this son's subject thinks this General Yun estate is already coming to its end. First, its money has been completely squandered by Yun Luofeng, and now she is still tormenting General Yun Luo like this. Having a wasteful and dandy granddaughter like that, I reckon General Yun Luo's lifespan will decrease. It won't be long before he will be angered to death by Yun Luofeng. In reality, towards General Yun Luo, Gao Ling's heart actually harbored some deep admiration. Unfortunately, a person like General Yun Luo actually raised a good-for-nothing like Yun Luofeng. With Yun Luofeng's existence, how could the general estate not decline? Originally, Jen still wanted to let Yun Luofeng be your concubine. Looking at it now, a person like her doesn't even deserve to be a concubine. Once Yun Luo dies, she will then be completely useless. Gao Tu's voice was very cold. In comparison, Mu Wushuang of the Mu household is much better. She possesses outstanding innate talents, her personality is good, a paragon that is a motherly model for the kingdom, and a disciple of Jing Lin. In all of Longyuan Kingdom, only Mu Wushuang can match you. Gao Ling curved his lips. The existence of a trash like Yun Luofeng was always meant to become a backdrop for Wushuang's incomparable excellence. She only has this value. The Imperial clan's work efficiency was completely different. Only a few days were needed to recruit the people that Yun Luofeng required. However, after looking at the aptitude of these people, Yun Luo's mouth could not help but twitch, his heart even more anxious. Merely relying on these people's innate talent, can they really be soldiers that totally annihilate armies in the future? Yun Luo did not believe this point, but he still brought these people back to the general estate. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. The burst release that you've all been waiting for, Tilda, you guys got us up to number 12, wow. Maybe even higher when tomorrow comes. 3. 6 chapters in total today, enjoy. Now let's keep us up there, and maybe another burst release next week. Chapter 57, Recruiting Men and Buying Horses, 3. Rear Mountain. A man stood in the middle of the forest. Black robe fluttering in the breeze, his voice cold and deep, making people feel as though a sharp edge was pointed at their back. How's the matter that I ask you to investigate? Lin Qiong, who was kneeling in front of him, did not dare to lift his head, his body stiffening as he answered, replying to Master, according to this subordinate's investigation, the Prime Minister has continuously been on bad terms with the general since 10 years ago. He deliberately divulged the war intelligence of the parents of Yun family's eldest miss to the enemy kingdom, causing the death of both of eldest Miss Yun's parents. The other matter was when the Yun family's second master, Yun Qingye, was once previously wounded. General Yun headed to the imperial palace to request the imperial doctor to help but was stopped by Mu Wushuang's master, Jing Lin, leading to Yun Qingye's death. Yun Xiao did not speak. However, by then, Lin Qiong clearly felt the surrounding air tense up, even the pressure on his own body became much heavier. Thirdly, Lin Qiong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Eldest Miss Yun was previously engaged to the Crown Prince, it's just that the Crown Prince had his heart set towards Mu Wushuang. Moreover, not long ago, that Mu Wushuang had secretly given an idea for the Crown Prince to frame Yun's eldest miss into forcibly grabbing a pretty boy in public, causing eldest Miss Yun to lose her reputation and cause her near death. However, even the Crown Prince is not aware that this idea was suggested by Mu Wushuang, and was just borrowing someone else's mouth to convey it to him. These are just the 3 important points, and these past few days, this subordinate also discovered many instances wherein Mu family had bullied eldest Miss Yun. By now, Lin Sheng had finally understood how special Yun Luofeng was to Yun Xiao. If he wanted to win the favor of his master, then he just needed to follow Yun Luofeng. Thus, these past few days, he made a thorough investigation. From grievances of the past generation to the Prime Minister Estate's humiliation towards Yun Luofeng, even if it was only one word or minutiae, he respectfully reported all of it. After he reported everything from his investigation to Yun Xiao, Lin Sheng fawningly asked, Master, do I need to set the entire state of Prime Minister Mu on fire? While I'm at it, I could also wipe out the Imperial clan. It's their own fault for joining forces with Mu family to bully eldest Miss Yun. From Yun Xiao's motionless face, Lin Sheng had difficulty seeing his emotions. However, Lin Sheng could feel the temper of his master. The best evidence was the pressure on his body becoming stronger, even the surrounding air thickened, causing people to be unable to breathe. Lin Sheng had actually wanted to cry. He was just telling the news, so was it necessary for Master to frighten him like this? As expected, people who can converse with Master must have a very strong psychological fortitude, otherwise, he could frighten you silly. She doesn't like others meddling with her affairs. Under Lin Sheng's frightened mental state, Yun Xiao finally opened his mouth, his voice was cold as usual. Vengeance. Only by personally exacting revenge could one be most satisfied. So, it'll be alright as long as those from Prime Minister Mu's estate do not die. Still, this didn't mean he would be willing to repress his anger. Lin Sheng was startled. Master's meaning was, as long as they didn't die, they could mistreat the people of Prime Minister Estate however they want. Yes, this subordinate will do as you bid. Lin Sheng respectfully cupped his fists, his eyes shining. This time, he must perform exceptionally. Who let those bastards of the Prime Minister Estate bully their female master? Yes, in Lin Sheng's heart, Yun Luofeng was already their future female master, otherwise, why would Master hide his identity and come to the general estate, and perfectly willing to be a bodyguard as well? Next day. 2 pieces of news swept throughout the entire Longyuan. The first one was the robbery at the Prime Minister Mu estate. The money that they lost was actually stolen by Mu Shen. He also used the money to buy a ginseng from a traveling merchant that could allegedly extend one's lifespan. The result, after confirmation, it was only a common ginseng. He was cheated out of 45 million taels by someone. Chapter 58, Recruiting Men and Buying Horses, 4. This made Mu Xingqiu so furious he ruthlessly beat Mu Shen up, nearly beating him to death. The second news was the Mu family encountered thieves at night. Mu family's study and treasury were both completely incinerated by a big fire. All the valuable items were pulverized. Even Mu Xingqiu was beaten up by the thief. They estimated that he would be unable to leave the bed for at least 3 months. When Gao Tu heard this news, his royal bearing was incredibly furious. He was determined to find the thief. This hubbub caused everyone in the imperial city to feel insecure. The wealthy and the powerful were afraid of being visited by the thief, and the powerless were afraid of being framed as the thief. However, these people were very clearly overthinking. A thief that could come and go freely within the Prime Minister estate and could also cause such a huge disturbance would certainly not be ordinary. They would never find the thief in the common mass. When these two pieces of news traveled to Yun Luofeng's ears, she raised her brow. Mu Shen hasn't sold me out. She did not expect that Mu Shen, this guy, would actually abide by his promise to this degree. Despite being beaten half to death, he still would not disclose the actual destination of the 45 million and had even made up some lies. The traveling merchant did not exist, so no matter how hard the Prime Minister estate tried to find them, it would be useless. Moreover, Mu Xingqiu was currently lying in bed, so how could they find the time to search for the traveling merchant that came from Mu Shen's mouth? Miss, I do quite respect the thief that visited the Prime Minister Mu estate, King Yin reverently said. Who let those people constantly bully Miss? This time, that chivalrous thief helped us vent our anger. You don't need to revere that thief. Yun Luofeng squeezed King Yin's cheeks, saying wickedly, you only need to worship me. Miss. King Yin stomped her feet, saying with a playful pout. However, Miss really has changed a lot now, so why do those people keep calling Miss good for nothing? Miss clearly isn't that type of person. The mouths are on other people's body, they can speak however they want. Yun Luofeng raised her brows and stood up from the chaise lounge. Let's go. Yesterday, grandfather finished recruiting these people for me, I should now go look at the candidates. In the middle of the courtyard, there stood hundreds of people. Those people were basically half males and half females and were currently looking around. When they saw the young lady clad in white walking towards them from not far away, only then did the crowd gradually quieted. The royal family seems to be very efficient and were not stingy in finding me a bunch of low-aptitude people for me. Yun Luofeng lazily yawned, her bewitching eyes surveying everyone in the courtyard. These people's aptitude was quite low. It can even be said that it could not be any lower, and it was only marginally better than previous uses Yun Luofeng. If it was someone else, even if they trained them their entire life, they still would not be able to break through to middle-level spirit cultivator stage. They could only go through arduous training at the lowest level for their entire life. Feng Er, Yun Luo smiled wryly, helplessly saying, these are all personally chosen by the Crown Prince. I also heeded your desire, they're all under 18. Grandfather, don't worry, now that I have chosen them, I have my methods. Yun Luofeng provocatively lifted the corner of her lips. These people will be settled inside my Yun family's stone room. Yun Luo was stunned for a moment. You were speaking of the room that you're second. The stone room where second uncle previously stayed in. When the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back in, using a puzzled gaze to look at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng knew what he wanted to say and nodded. That's right, we will settle them there, and I will explain our next step when that time comes. I'm now exhausted, so I will return to the rear mountain to rest. After saying that, she no longer gave Yun Luo an opportunity to ask anything else and headed towards the rear mountain. Chapter 59, Banquet Invitation 1. Rear Mountain. Yun Luofeng entered the house, hurriedly closed the door, and quickly walked to the bed. A moment after she laid down, a white light flashed through the room. When she regained her senses, she was already standing inside the godcoat space. An adorable, light pink baby face greeted her sight. Currently, the baby-like face had an awfully aggrieved expression. His pitch black, big eyes were looking at her like he had been wronged. Master, you only visit me every few days. I'm very bored here all alone. Yun Luofeng's peerless face displayed a bewitching smile. Xiao Mo, I came here to ask you about something. Do you have a way to prevent strangers from entering within 500 meters of the general estate? Xiao Mo's look became even more resentful. Master, you only come here if you need something. If you don't need anything, you don't come see me. Although his words were like this, towards Yun Luofeng, Xiao Mo, this godly, cheat-like artifact, would typically answer any questions. It's not that I don't have the methods that you speak of, however, if you don't want your army training situation to be known by outsiders, you can let milk tea help. It can help you dig out an underground training facility within a few days. By then, if you train an army there, then no one will take notice. Yun Luofeng grew quiet. The Yun residence's stone room was humongous, but her recruits were also quite numerous. If she squeezed them in the stone room, they simply had no way to spread out and train. But if they trained in the Yun residence's courtyard, they could be easily discovered, and the news would spread around. That would be extremely disadvantageous for the Yun family. Master, the spiritual herbs have already been successfully grown. You should feed all of the spiritual herbs to milk tea. It can then break through one level. If you want to let milk tea progress faster, you must prepare more valuable spiritual herbs. Xiao Mo glanced at the silent Yun Luofeng, and continued to speak. Squeak, squeak. Milk tea could no longer restrain itself, and its round, big eyes whirled around, finally landing on the spiritual herbs in the medicinal herb field, almost drooling. Milk tea's current level is early level, low rank spirit cultivator. After advancing one rank, it will reach early level, intermediate rank spirit cultivator. This strength doesn't have much use for me at present, but its whole digging speed would become much faster. Yun Luofeng lightly petted Milk Tea's little head. Go then, these spiritual herbs all belong to you. As a condition, the matter regarding the Yun residence underground training facility will be left to you. Squeak, squeak. Milk Tea happily squeaked, jumping down from Yun Luofeng's arms with a whoosh. It held a stalk of spiritual herbs and began to nibble. Master, plant the medicinal herbs that you bought a few days ago in the field. Based on the field's size, you should be able to plant 10 types of medicinal herb. These 10 types of medicinal herbs can incidentally be made into 2 types of medicinal liquid, which are the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid and marrow-cleansing liquid. Xiao Mo winked, his voice was as soft and fluffy as cotton candy. Master, the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid made from spiritual herbs can be used continuously for a month. Unlike those common herbal ingredients, whose basic effect will no longer be effective after just one day and completely lose its effect after a week. As for the marrow-cleansing liquid, there were records in the medical god code that it can improve a person's innate talent. Even if they are a waste, after frequently using the marrow-cleansing liquid, they can also turn into a genius. Yun Luofeng had indeed seen these 3 words, marrow-cleansing liquid, in the medical god code. This was the reason why she was confident in nurturing those waste-strong people. How many days are needed to turn these medicinal herbs into spiritual herbs? 15 days. 15 days. Hearing Xiao Mo's words, Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment. Then, I will use these 15 days to take control of this team of 200 people. Chapter 60, Banquet Invitation 2. After leaving the medical god code, Yun Luofeng's consciousness returned back into the room. She felt a hand caressing her cheek, the scorching fingertips made her instantly open her eyes. Her hand suddenly seized the other person's hand, and her narrowed eyes flashed with a streak of danger. Yun Xiao, what are you doing? If the person was not Yun Xiao but another man, she probably would have already thrown that man out. I wanted to watch you. The man's eyes were gazing directly at Yun Luofeng. His clear gaze was like a wave of electric shock, ferociously slamming into Yun Luofeng's heart. This guy did not know anything about the relationships between men and women, then how could he bear such lascivious thoughts? Obviously, she was thinking too much. Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng's expression gradually recovered to normal, and she languidly smiled. You sneakily came in here, I actually thought that you wanted to warm my bed. The man's gaze towards Yun Luofeng was sincere and firm. If you're afraid of the cold, I will warm the bed for you every day. Yun Luofeng's expression froze for a moment and she helplessly sighed. Yun Xiao, have you ever touched a woman? The man shook his head honestly. How about a maidservant? No. You must have read Changgong 2-1, right? Changgong 2, what's that? The man wrinkled his brows, clearly not knowing what Yun Luofeng was speaking of. Yun Luofeng stroked her forehead. Then besides cultivating, what else do you typically do? Kill people. The man's voice was so casual, as though killing people was just as simple as eating meals and it was an integral part of his daily life. Yun Luofeng was absolutely lost for words. She did not think that on this continent, there would actually be someone who had never touched a woman in his entire life. Where did he live these past years? After all, this Longxiao continent was not Waxia too. In Waxia, even if you stayed at home, you could still have an understanding of the entire world. Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng lightly lifted her the corner of her lips, her absolutely beautiful appearance displaying a bewitching smile. When a person who's completely clueless about the relationship between a man and a woman like you walk outside, how did your body and heart manage not to succumb to women's deception? Towards Yun Xiao, her heart was full of curiosity. She did not know how he came to be through all these years, leading to him being this, innocent. The man furrowed his brows. The women who wanted to get near me, I killed all of them. He detested the scent of other women's body. Whenever those women wanted to approach him, he would throw all of them to feed the wolves. Particularly, the emotion in their eyes when they look at him made him feel revolted without a reason. Only Yun Luofeng. By her side, not only did he not feel disgusted, but he also wanted to get closer to her. Miss. At this time, King Yin hurriedly rushed in from outside the house, speaking while gasping for breath. His Highness the Crown Prince had sent someone here, saying he wants to see Eldest Miss. Ever since Yun Luofeng had settled in the rear mountain, only King Yin and Yun Xiao, those two, could come to the rear mountain. However, even if it was them, she would still not expose second uncle under their eyes. Crown Prince. Yun Luofeng lazily stretched herself, stepping down from the bed. I would actually like to know what this Crown Prince came here to find me for. Yes, miss. King Yin happily followed behind Yun Luofeng, heading out of the door. After the two figures completely disappeared, Yun Xiao furrowed his brows, coldly calling, Lin Qiong. Chapter 61, Banquet Invitation 3. His voice was gruff but contained a wave of spiritual energy, enough to make that person in the shadows hear him. Therefore, right after those words were spoken, a man clad in a grey robe swiftly entered, lowering himself in front of Yun Xiao. Master, what are your orders? Yun Xiao was silent for a moment, then out of the blue, he asked, have you ever been in contact with women? Ah. Lin Qiong was dumbfounded. He never thought the reason that his master called him out was to ask this question. Previously, because Lin Qiong feared that Yun Luofeng might discover him, he kept himself at a distance. Adding to that, the voice that Yun Luofeng used when talking to Yun Xiao was quiet, so he did not hear what they were speaking about. Lin Qiong scratched his head. Master, you don't have any women around you. Thus, this subordinate doesn't have contact with women very often either. However, once I finished a mission, I would occasionally visit a brothel. Do you know Changgong 2? Yun Xiao frowned and made another query. Lin Qiong was thoroughly flabbergasted. Just what kind of provocation was Master subjected to go so far as to actually take the initiative to ask about a thing like Changgong 2? Master, you want Changgong 2? Yes, Yun Xiao answered in a deep voice. Prepare a copy of Changgong 2 for me. Lin Qiong was so shocked that he could not make a sound. Master actually wanted to look at Changgong 2. Could it be that he was starting to open his eyes? Yes, this subordinate will do as you say. Lin Qiong respectfully cupped his fists in a hurry. Soon after, as though he had thought of something, he said, Master, just now this subordinate felt this Yun family's rear mountain appears to have another person. I don't know whether to. The man's cold gaze landed on Lin Qiong's body, frightening Lin Qiong and making his whole body shudder. He immediately lowered his head. Please forgive this subordinate. How could he forget that his master's strength was very strong? With his strength, he reckoned he already felt the existence of the other person. However, he did not say anything nor did he investigate the reason. From this, one could infer the relationship between that person and Yun family. Yet, he recklessly revealed this matter. Knowing his master's methods, it was impossible for his master to let him off easy. Go back and receive your punishment. The man's voice was cold and emotionless, similar to that of a heavy blow, ferociously pounding on Lin Qiong's body. This subordinate receives your decree. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Lin Qiong's forehead. When he thought of the punishment that his master had decreed, he could not help but feel his hair stand on its end. Remember, things that you shouldn't concern yourself about, you shouldn't mind. After saying these words, Yun Xiao headed out of the house. When he was about to step out of the house's door, he said, after bringing Changong to, go back to receive your punishment. After Yun Xiao had disappeared, both of Lin Qiong's legs went soft, and he plopped into a sitting position on the ground. He severely smacked his own mouth, his face fraught with chagrin. Keep shooting your mouth off. Great, now you need to return for punishment. Yun residence main hall. The elderly man's expression had some impatience, and his calm, old face was looking out of the door. Upon seeing the absolutely beautiful young girl walking while facing the sun, his expression finally eased. Yun Luo motioned his hand towards Yun Luofeng and said amiably, Feng come over to grandfather. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng walked towards Yun Luo's side. Then, her side shifted to the man wearing the Crown Prince Estate's Imperial Guard uniform. She raised her brows while asking, what matter did Crown Prince send you to find me for? His Highness the Crown Prince sent me to deliver an invitation to Eldest Miss. Invitation. Yun Luofeng was stunned, taking the invitation from the Imperial Guard's hand. After perusing the content of the invitation, she chuckled. I understand. You can return and tell Crown Prince that I will go and attend in a moment. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. 6/6 of burst release. Because I'm so overwhelmed by the response that you guys have given me, I've decided to keep the release rate at 3 chains per day. Every week that we hit the top 20, I will also give bonus chapters at the end of the week. Chapter 62, Banquet Invitation 4. The Imperial Guard cupped his fist in salute and then retreated. As soon as he left, Yun Luo furrowed his brows, asking, what does Crown Prince want to do this time? It's like this, Yun Luofeng closed the invitation. This evening, Crown Prince will host a banquet beside Qin River. Basically, all the younger generation nobles of Long Yuan will attend. Thus, he sent an invitation. But in the past, there had been many of these banquets too, but he has never invited me. Now it looks like this Crown Prince wants to flaunt his affection for Mu Wushuang in front of me and humiliate me while he is at it. You and Crown Prince have already dissolved your engagement. Does he really need to do this? Grandfather, did you forget? It is true that Crown Prince wanted to dissolve the engagement with me, but, in the end, this matter was proposed by our Yun household. In a way, this has changed the nature of things, making me be the one discarding Crown Prince. Even though everyone knows that Crown Prince's heart belongs to Mu Wushuang, it will still make him feel embarrassed. He wants to make me realize that having lost him, I won't find a better man anywhere else. A wicked smile spread on Yun Luofeng's face. Since he wants to flaunt his affection, I will cater to his request. Why ever not? Feng I don't recommend you going. Yun Luo's brows furrowed tighter. Although you can cultivate now, your ability compared to the Crown Prince still has too great of a difference. You'll be at a disadvantage by going like this. Yun Luofeng's pair of black eyes emitted a dazzling light, and her brash features revealed a confident radiance. Don't worry, I will never be taken advantage of. The ones at a disadvantage would always be others, and would not be her. Do you want Yun Xiao to accompany you? Yun Luo's heart still had some concern. In his heart, those people were like ravenous wolves and feral leopards. How could his soft-skinned and tender-fleshed granddaughter withstand their bites? Making Yun Xiao handle those people, isn't it just making a mountain out of a molehill? Yun Luofeng raised her brows. Going by myself will be enough. Grandfather, I need to go make preparations for tonight's banquet. Don't worry and wait for me at home. She patted Yun Luo's shoulders, mysteriously smiled, and then left. Qin Riverbank. The sound of zither lingered. Its lingering sound went on for a long time. Inside the lively, luxurious, and huge ship, many talented youths were loudly discussing verses, ditties, odes, songs, or complicated cultivation problems. And Gaoling and Mu Wushuang, who were surrounded by these people, became the targets of their adulation. Right, Your Highness the Crown Prince, didn't you say that Yun Luofeng, that trash, will come too today? Why hasn't she appeared yet? The son of the Minister of War, Guan Lin, suddenly asked. The lively crowd abruptly quieted down. It was a long time before the conversation went louder than before. Your Highness the Crown Prince, why did you invite a trash like Yun Luofeng here? People like her are not qualified to socialize with us. That's right, this Yun Luofeng was merely a trash before, but look at what she has recently done. First, she squandered away all of the General Estate's money, and then she forced General Yun to recruit guards and maidservants for her. General Yun is already old in years, but he still has to do hard labor. Why doesn't a person like her just go die already? She is fundamentally devoid of any conscience and has no sense of gratitude. Your Highness the Crown Prince, in the past, you didn't turn your back on her lack of innate talent and were still willing to fulfill the engagement to marry her as your wife. Despite that, she still had the nerve to actually grab a pretty boy in public. How can the world have a shameless woman like this? Hearing these people belittle Yun Luofeng, Mu Wushuang's heart filled a great delight. However, her face did not reveal any of it, and her appearance still bore an elegant and graceful smile. This matter has nothing to do with Crown Prince. It was me who asked Crown Prince to invite her. Furthermore, the point of letting her come this time is very obvious. I will choose a husband for her amongst you to compensate for Crown Prince withdrawing from the engagement. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. This novel will be on its new 3 chains per day release schedule from now on. Thank you for your support. Chapter 63. Publicly display affection, die faster, 1. What? After hearing Mu Wushuang's words, Guan Lin's emotion became agitated. Miss Mu, Yun Luofeng is merely a trash, but those of us here are all talented. She has nothing but a pretty face, how could she possibly be worthy of us? Isn't that simple? As soon as Xiaozhu, the maidservant behind Mu Wushuang, heard these words, she stood out and said, Yun Luofeng relies on the fact that she is Old General's granddaughter and has always tyrannically abused her power. With Old General here, it is impossible to have her be a concubine. Old General is already advanced in age, he won't live for long. After Old General dies, then demote her to a concubine, and no one will be able to protect her at that time. Xiaoju, Mu Wushuang's expression darkened and insincerely rebuked her, who allowed you to cut in. Retreat. Miss, Xiaoju defended herself, feeling wronged. This servant only wants to hold justice for Miss. First, Yu Nuofeng monopolizes your highness the crown prince and wouldn't let go. Now she turns up at our prime minister estate and demands Miss to find a husband for her, otherwise, she will keep pestering crown prince. If she really wants to pester crown prince, old general will definitely protect her. At that time, not only will his highness be in a difficult position, even his majesty will also be put in a difficult position. Mu Wushang's expression changed, her voice was several degrees more severe. Xiaoju, I already told you, you can't let anyone know about this matter. Could it be that you forget? At the same time, in another private room on the luxurious ship, the gentle jade-like fourth prince, Gao Xiaochen, heard the theatrical double act performed by this pair of master and servant inside the ship lounge and couldn't help but laugh. Looks like the foresight of this royal brother of mine isn't that great. He can't even see this double act. He shook his head and his gaze contained a fox-like roguish delight. On the contrary, Yu Nuofeng is not as simple as she appears. I am quite curious what kind of character she is. Indeed, just like what Gao Xiaochen had pointed out, Gao Ling could not tell the double act performed by this pair of master and servant. Seeing that Mu Wushuang was still speaking up for Yu Nuofeng, his handsome complexion could not help but darken by a few degrees. Wushuang, when you proposed choosing a husband for Yu Nuofeng that day, it wasn't of your own accord. You were just forced by Yu Nuofeng, that trash. Gao Ling's gaze flared, staring coldly at Mu Wushuang. You even said before that you were afraid of Yu Nuofeng not complying with this marriage, so I even intended to find Father Emperor to issue a decree. Unexpectedly, the marriage was put forward by herself. Mu Wushuang chuckled bitterly. Your Highness, Wushuang has no other options. Moreover, Yu Nuofeng truly has extremely high standards. She might not be satisfied with the husband that I find for her. Just based on her qualification, Gao Ling sneered, the disdain in his eyes much more pronounced. What qualifications does she have to have high standards? Wushuang, since she spoke about this to you, this crown prince will help you with this matter. Such being the case, the husband that this crown prince finds for her, she has to marry even if she doesn't want to. What Xiaoju said was correct, she relies on old general to tyrannically abuse her power. When that old man dies, no one will protect her, and one can demote her to a concubine. Everyone speechlessly looked at each other, and they all momentarily grew silent. Although Yu Nuofeng was a trash, her appearance was rather appealing. If it was taking her as a concubine, many people would not be hard-pressed to do so. When taking a wife, they look at prestige and innate talent. Taking a concubine, however, they only have to be comely like flowers. Looks like today's banquet is very lively. Suddenly, a languid voice came from outside the ship door, drawing everyone's gaze. Under the sunset sky, the young girl's body leaned against the door. The corner of her lips was lifted with a bewitching smile, wearing that faint smile to look at everyone inside the ship lounge. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. So, my mistake, I forgot to change the translator's note for the last chapter. OTL, this novel is on a 3 chains per day release schedule from now on. My bad for the confusion. Chapter 64, Publicly Display Affection, Die Faster, 2. The young girl's gaze was pitch black, like the infinite night sky. She was obviously watching you, but she gave people the feeling that she was looking down on you. This feeling of contempt was usually only reserved to those in the upper echelon. However, the current Yu Nuofeng brought them this type of feeling. You came. Mu Wushuang's heart quivered a bit. After calming her mind, her demeanor became elegant and graceful. Not only did it not betray the jealousy in her heart, but it also did not display too much fondness for the other. Rather, she used a tone that a giant would use when facing a nobody to speak to her, you're late. Yu Nuofeng lifted the corner of her lips. Her dark gaze turned towards Gao Ling. The smile on her lips was wicked and imposing. The shichen that was written on the invitation that Crown Prince sent me had just arrived. Could it be that His Highness the Crown Prince purposefully wrote it wrong? Mu Wushuang, of course, could not say the Crown Prince wrote the wrong time, so, she unquestionably took the blame on herself. I guessed we all remembered the wrong time, so we came early. I apologize, I shouldn't have reprimanded you for being late just now. This remark had thrown Yu Nuofeng in conflict with everyone. Was it possible that only her time was correct? Could it be that they all remembered wrong? Yu Nuofeng, don't go too far. The handsome appearance suddenly darkened. Gao Ling gathered Mu Wushuang into his arms. His sword-like eyes were shooting daggers at Yu Nuofeng. The time that I wrote is truly Yushi 1/4 You were late, but you pushed the blame on Wushuang. Wushuang, you don't need to apologize to this trash. In Gao Ling's arms, Mu Wushuang took advantage of everyone's distraction and faintly hooked the corner of her lips. Of course, what the Crown Prince wrote was Yushi 1/4. However, taking advantage of the Crown Prince's distraction, she changed the time to Yushi 3/4. Crown Prince, Mu Wushuang reflexively wanted to struggle out of the Crown Prince's arms, and her long, shapely eyebrows slightly furrowed. Please release me, doing this in public in front of many people isn't right. Moreover, Yu Nuofeng was your previous fiancé. Hearing these words, Gao Ling held her body even tighter and domineeringly stated, it won't be long before you are this Crown Prince's officially wedded wife, why can't I? You, Mu Wushuang, are not only the heaven's proud daughter too, but you are also Jinglin's disciple, possessing extremely high medical skills at a young age. How can Yu Nuofeng compare with you? Mu Wushuang's face reddened, no longer struggling. She leaned against Gao Ling's broad chest, and her lips raised with a content and blissful smile. In front of this dog couple engaging in an intimate embrace, Yu Nuofeng lazily stretched herself, her wicked black eyes flashing with humor. I will send you off with one sentence, publicly display affection, and you will die faster. His handsome appearance became increasingly unsightly. Gao Ling was about to open his mouth to castigate Yu Nuofeng, however, at that time, Mu Wushuang pulled his hand. Forget it, Your Highness. No matter what, you used to be Yu Nuofeng's fiancé. It's normal for her to be unhappy with you doing this. Mu Wushuang shook her head at Gao Ling. Her beautiful eyes turned towards Yu Nuofeng, her mannerism exquisitely elegant. Yu Nuofeng, I heard you recently became fascinated with medicine. What do you think about exploring it together? Ha ha. Mu Wushuang had just barely spoken these words when the Minister of War's son could not help himself from laughing derisively. Miss Wushuang, if you want to find someone to explore the art of healing, you're barking up the wrong tree. How can Yun Luofeng even be compared to you? You're Jing Lin's disciple and have excellent medical skills. What of her? A wastrel who uses her wealth to buy medicinal herbs to burn and play. I am truly curious, with the number of medicinal herbs she bought, she actually hasn't poisoned anyone to death yet. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. 1. Yushi equals the time period 5 to 7 p.m. in the Chinese Shichen time system. Yushi 1/4 would be 5:30 p.m. Yushi 3/4 would be 6:30 p.m. 2. Heaven's proud daughter, Tianji Jianyu, equals an extremely talented female, perhaps with good looks and family background as well, as though blessed by heaven. For males, it would be Tianji Jiazi. Chapter 65. Publicly display affection, die faster, 3. Guanlin, Mu Wushuang tightly knitted her shapely brows, saying with a tone of disapproval, your words aren't right. Who didn't start from not knowing anything in the beginning? Yun Luofeng has this interest, and it proves that she isn't absolutely without merit. The corner of Guanlin's mouth twitched, not believing Mu Wushuang's words. Being a trash, Yun Luofeng definitely would not be able to learn medicine, and neither would anyone be willing to accept her as a disciple. Only Mu Wushuang was kind enough to guide her. Indeed, in Guanlin's eyes, Mu Wushuang claiming she wanted to discourse with Yun Luofeng about the arts of healing was obviously her guiding the latter. Yun Luofeng, Mu Wushuang had once again turned towards Yun Luofeng. With your status as a beginner, if no one instructs you, you'll definitely make a lot of detours and also waste countless medicinal herbs. Why don't I teach you some pointers? Having these few pointers can be more useful than you reading 10 years of medical books on your own. Did Mu Wushuang really want to instruct Yun Luofeng? No, she was doing this in order to humiliate her, to make Yun Luofeng realize that except for her appearance, she was utterly useless. Moreover, she also knew that with Yun Luofeng's temper, she absolutely would not accept her instructions. All right. Just as Mu Wushuang thought Yun Luofeng would reject her, the young girl's cheerful voice lazily responded. Her expression instantly froze. Taking advantage of other people's inattention, she slowly restored her noble look. Yun Luofeng, if you have any questions you want to ask me, I will do my best to answer you. Yun Luofeng gently stroked her chin, her black eyes containing a playful smile. I want to know how should the manluo flower poison be detoxified. Mu Wushuang was stunned, and she contemplated for a moment before saying, if I remember correctly, this manluo flower poison is one of the problems posted on the medical pavilion wall. Even the medical pavilion's doctors cannot resolve it. Yun Luofeng, even if my master came, he still couldn't provide you with an answer. I suggest you should start learning the fundamentals. Manluo flower's poison is not something you can currently touch. Her meaning was, a problem that even the medical pavilion's doctors could not resolve, even if she, Mu Wushuang, could not answer, it was still pardonable. Manluo flower's antidote method is very simple. Yun Luofeng yawned, languidly leaning against the ship's door. If you can't even solve a simple question like this, so what gives you the right to discourse with me? Yun Luofeng. Gao Ling angrily clenched his fists, his knuckles were clamped until they creaked. It made one feel as though he would punch Yun Luofeng's face at any moment. You were purposefully making things difficult for Wushuang. In the end, Gao Ling still restrained his urge to punch her and said furiously, Manluo flower's poison is something that even the medical pavilion is helpless about. What right do you have to arrogantly claim that the antidote method is very easy? You proposed this question deliberately. I'm warning you, don't bite off more than you can chew. Medicine is something that needs to be studied from the beginning. Wushuang was graciously instructing you but received your insult in return. Losing such a good opportunity, you are destined to be a mere trash. The atmosphere within the ship's cabin instantly turned somber. Everyone witnessed His Highness the Crown Prince's temper going haywire, but no one was brave enough to interrupt. In this tense atmosphere, a plop could be heard, and the sound of something falling to the ground was heard from inside the cabin. In that moment, everyone's sight was attracted there. An old man was gasping for air and becoming pale. He was curled up on the ground, trembling. Next to him, a pretty, young girl was supporting his body and anxiously shouted, someone, come and quickly rescue my grandfather. My Ning family will definitely be indebted to anyone who saves my grandfather, and we'll also offer a generous reward. Chapter 66. Publicly display affection, die faster, 4. Ning family. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes revealing astonishment. Within Long Yuan's 4 great clans, there was no Ning clan. So where did this Ning clan come from? Based on their attire, it did not look like they were from a small clan. Seeing the indifference on everyone's face, the pretty young girl bit her pearly white teeth and made the terms more attractive. If someone is able to rescue my grandfather's life, I will use 1,000-year ginseng as a reward. 1,000-year ginseng. Hiss. Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. This type of precious medicine, even His Majesty the Emperor only had one. Moreover, that ginseng was still far from being 1,000-year-old. Unexpectedly, this young girl would actually put forward 1,000-year-old ginseng as a reward. Just what was the origin of this nouveau riche? Because the luxurious ship was extremely spacious, beside the ship's hall, there were still more than 10 luxurious private rooms, and this young girl was clearly not part of Gao Ling's group. Guanlin chuckled. Little miss, to be honest, the only one of us who can rescue you is Miss Wushuang. You might not be aware of Miss Wushuang's reputation. She's our Long Yuan's peerless genius, and her medical skill is even more outstanding. Within the entire continent's younger generation, there isn't anyone as outstanding as Miss Wushuang. So your luck is quite good this time, being able to meet your savior. The pretty girl's eyes brightened, following Guanlin's gaze to turn to Mu Wushuang. As though she was grabbing her last life-saving straw, she anxiously said, Miss, I implore you to please rescue my grandfather. My grandfather can't die. As long as you rescue my grandfather, our Ning family will owe you a big favor. This time, they left the clan to visit famous doctors all over the place in order to treat grandfather. who knew that upon arriving here, grandfather would have an attack. In fact, even the medical pavilion's doctors said they could not cure his illness, and they could only try to extend his life. Thus, they were not hopeful about this trip at all and only wanted to try their luck. Who would have thought that she would really run into this luck? Hearing this youth's words, it appeared that this girl named Mu Wushang possessed formidable medical skills, even surpassing that of the medical pavilion. Perhaps she could really treat grandfather. Mu Wushang feigned modesty and said, I can't guarantee I'll be able to treat your grandfather. I can only try my hardest. Miss Wushang, there's no need to be modest. You are the disciple of a famous doctor, and your medical skill is incomparably brilliant. If you can't treat this illness, then who else can treat it? Guan Lin continued to heap flattery on Mu Wushang. It was very obvious that his flattery made Mu Wushang exultant. However, her expression did not show a hint of it, and she maintained the noble and graceful demeanor of an expert. The pretty girl's gaze lit up again. He said Mu Wushang was the disciple of a famous doctor. Could it be the one that grandfather had once mentioned? It was said that that person had always been elusive and possessed an eccentric temper. Finding him was more difficult than ascending to heaven. From what she could see, the only one who could cure grandfather was that person. Suddenly, the beautiful girl's heart was filled with confidence. If she knew that Mu Wushang's master was only a minor imperial physician in Longyuan, would she be so angry that she would ruthlessly beat up the exaggerating Guan Lin? Yun Luofeng lazily leaned against the cabin door, wickedly looking at Mu Wushang, who was planning to treat the elderly man, clearly the posture of someone intending to watch a good show. What are you smiling at? Guan Lin caught a glimpse of the smile on Yun Luofeng's face and coldly snorted. Among us, Miss Wushang has the best medical skills, so what's the meaning of your smile? Could it be that you think you can cure an illness? You're truly a trash who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Chapter 67, Terms 1. Dusk fell onto the cabin as Mu Wushang gracefully stepped towards the elderly man, who had fallen on the ground. A faint smile showed on her face, and her beautiful eyes reflected the light. She murmured to the pretty young girl, Miss, can you step aside and allow me to diagnose your grandfather's condition? The young girl nodded vigorously, a ray of hope burgeoning in her eyes. She was simply turning to any doctor that she could find in an emergency. She did not even fully investigate Mu Wushang's identity and rashly had her rescue grandfather. Mu Wushang kneeled beside the elderly man, her fingers on his pulse. Her shapely brows were slightly knitted. Miss, your grandfather's condition is a bit complicated. I'm afraid I need to return and discuss this with my master. Her words were very guarded. She did not say she could not treat, and also did not say she could treat for certain, just leaving room for people to blindly speculate. Your master. The young girl's gaze, which was originally anxious after hearing the first half of Mu Wushang's words, involuntarily brightened. In her anxious state, she gripped Mu Wushang's shoulders, begging, hurry and take me to meet your master. As long as you can rescue my grandfather, I will comply with any requests of yours. Mu Wushang tightly wrinkled her shapely brows, her face full of awkwardness. My master isn't willing to treat just about anyone. If I presumptuously bring anyone back, I'm afraid I will be strictly reproached by him. The young girl's eyes dimmed, the hands clutching on Mu Wushang's shoulders unconsciously loosened. That's true, why would a famous doctor of this era unconditionally treat other people? It really seemed that grandfather could no longer be saved. How about this? Mu Wushang's gaze shifted slightly. I'll go back and plead with master. If he is willing, I will notify you. What do you? Her words had not even been finished when a sound of laughter suddenly interrupted her words. Mu Wushang furrowed her shapely brows tightly. Her beautiful eyes swept towards the peerlessly gorgeous young girl standing against the ship's door, and she sternly rebuked, Yun Luofeng, I know you can't put down your face to discourse medical arts with me. But when I was treating, I didn't let the people leave because I wanted to let you learn a few pointers. Why couldn't you understand my earnest intentions? Her tone was like that of a master giving pointers to a disciple. If anyone who was ignorant of the truth saw this, then they would treat Yun Luofeng as an uncontrollable disciple. Mu Wushang, Yun Luofeng slowly straightened her body, her smile lazy and bewitching. To be honest, I'm really starting to somewhat respect. Chapter 67, Terms 1. Mu Wushang furrowed her shapely brows tightly. Her beautiful eyes swept towards the peerlessly gorgeous young girl standing against the ship's door, and she sternly rebuked, Yun Luofeng, I know you can't put down your face to discourse medical arts with me. But when I was treating, I didn't let the people leave because I wanted to let you learn a few pointers. Why couldn't you understand my earnest intentions? Her tone was like that of a master giving pointers to a disciple. If anyone who was ignorant of the truth saw this, then they would treat Yun Luofeng as an uncontrollable disciple. Mu Wushang, Yun Luofeng slowly straightened her body, her smile lazy and bewitching. To be honest, I'm really starting to somewhat respect you. Mu Wushang elegantly smiled. In her eyes, it was a matter of course for Yun Luofeng, the trash, to respect her. Following Yun Luofeng's words, however, made her freeze in her spot. You don't know the identity of this pair of grandfather and granddaughter, so you intend to fool them, and then go back to check on their background. If they don't have any background, then you can snatch the 1,000-year ginseng into your hands without any fear. If they do have a background, then you'll leave behind this one sentence, even master is helpless about this elderly man's condition. And this is why I truly have an immense respect for you. Without a doubt, Yun Luofeng's words voiced Mu Wushang's true thoughts. It also made her facial expression involuntarily change. Yun Luofeng, I know you hate me, but even if you hate me, you don't need to unjustly accuse me. I only found them pitiful, so I wanted to do every possible means to save him. If I really can't save this elderly man, it still wouldn't be my fault. Mu Wushang smoothed her expression. Although my master has brilliant medical skills, he still isn't able to treat every illness. The meaning behind her words, if the treatment failed, the responsibility would not fall on her. Yun Luofeng. Seeing his beloved woman being bullied, Galin suddenly grew furious. What deeply seated enmity do you have with Wu Shuang that you kept on targeting her? Doctors aren't immortals who are able to cure any ailments. If you have the capability, then rescue him yourself. If not, then don't talk anymore. Chapter 68, Terms 2. Yun Luofeng's lips hooked in an angle, looking at Gao Ling with a faint smile as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. If I can save him, you shall fulfill 2 terms of mine. Humph, Gao Ling coldly snorted. If you can really cure this elderly man, even if it's 100, let alone 2, I can still guarantee it. The premise is that you must rescue him. What if you back out at the last moment? Yun Luofeng crossed her arms in front of her chest, lightly raising her eyebrows. There are so many people bearing witness here, how would I back out? Gao Ling retorted disdainfully. Yun Luofeng, this wastrel, besides being a good-for-nothing, liked to spew conceited nonsense even more. In any case, this kind of thing had happened not just once or twice. So it was absolutely not worth believing. These people are all your people, I don't believe them. Yun Luofeng extended a finger, dismissing them. I need to find someone impartial. The instant that these words were spoken, a mild and gentle voice was heard from behind her, making people feel like they were being cleansed by spring wind and making their body feel comfortable. As though just by listening to him speak was a type of ultimate pleasure. I will be the witness, I don't know if Miss Yun will be satisfied. Yun Luofeng turned around, her side landing on the approaching man dressed in a brocade robe. Her eyebrow lifted, her lips containing a hint of teasing. I don't know if I should say it's a coincidence or the spirit of your highness the 4th prince continues to linger. How is it that every time that I meet Mu Wushuang, I also meet you at the same time? Could it be that your highness the 4th prince has affections for Mu Wushuang? Gao Ling's expression morphed, sending an antagonistic gaze towards Gao Xiaochen, clearly treating him as a love rival. Cough cough. Gao Xiaochen dryly coughed twice, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his handsome and gentle countenance. Miss Yun, are you teasing me? Do you think that everyone is similar to a certain person who mistakes a fisheye for a pearl? Compared to Mu Wushuang, this prince is more fascinated with Miss Yun. Yun Luofeng blinked. It's a pity that I'm not interested in you, so you're better off seeking Mu Wushuang. Miss Yun, don't you think the 2 of us are the same kind of people? Gao Xiaochen lifted the corner of his lips, waving his folding fan open. His smile was kind and good-natured, but it could not hide the shrewdness in his eyes. So, this prince will eventually stir your interest, but before that, you are not allowed to push me towards other people. The man's disgust toward Wushuang was evident from his words, causing Mu Wushuang's face to become cold in an instant. Her haughty, beautiful eyes were glaring at Gao Xiaochen. 4th prince, Wushuang's heart belongs to Crown Prince. Even if you wanted to marry me, Wushuang still wouldn't marry you. As though Gao Xiaochen did not hear Mu Wushuang's words, he continued to warmly smile towards Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, will you be satisfied with this prince as the witness? As long as 4th prince doesn't cover up for Crown Prince, what do I have to be unsatisfied with? Yun Luofeng's expression was haughty, her knight-like eyes contained a confident luster. If I can cure this elderly man, I hope Crown Prince can fulfill my 2 terms. First, you are not allowed to pester me no matter what happens in the future. More importantly, you are not allowed to mention the previous engagement. Gao Ling was stunned for a moment and then sneered at her. Don't worry, this Crown Prince definitely won't pester you. The current Gao Ling naturally did not imagine that there would be a day when Yun Luofeng's words would actually come true. That he would indeed endlessly pester Yun Luofeng whose innate talent and ability had already come out in the open. He even shamelessly wanted to reinstate the engagement. The second matter, Yun Luofeng lifted the corner of her lips, her black eyes turning towards Mu Wushuang beside him. I want you to slap Mu Wushuang, and you will not stop until I say so. Chapter 69, A True Face Slapping 1. Yun Luofeng. Gao Ling could not resist bellowing, clenching his fists so tight until they rattled. I'm warning you, don't go too far. I will definitely not agree on this matter. Yun Luofeng folded her arms across her chest, she cast a side glance at the ashen-faced Gao Ling, chuckling. Does His Highness the Crown Prince think I can cure this elderly person for certain? Otherwise, why wouldn't you dare accept my terms? You. Gao Ling's veins protruded on his temple, a clear indication that he was about to get furious. Then, a warm, jade-like hand grasped his fist, followed by Mu Wushuang's graceful and sweet-sounding voice shortly after. Crown Prince, what would be the harm in agreeing to this condition? Wushuang trusts that you would not have the opportunity to make Crown Prince raise his hands against me. Wushuang was smiling gently, a completely different person from her normally cold and graceful self. Even though she could not rescue this old man, she didn't believe that Yun Luofeng, a novice, could save him. As such, no matter what demands she proposed right now, she would end up slapping her own face. Wushuang, since you put it like that, this Crown Prince will give her this opportunity. Gao Ling grasped Mu Wushuang's hand in response, his tone soft. However, when he glanced at Yun Luofeng, his eyes were filled with animosity, which was in complete contrast to his previous gentleness. Yun Luofeng, I know that you caused this commotion today in order to attract this Crown Prince. You've succeeded. This Crown Prince had indeed noticed you again. Just the same, this Crown Prince is even more disgusted by you. Don't ever think about obtaining this Crown Prince's heart in this lifetime. Gao Ling still did not believe that it was Yun Luofeng who proposed to annul the engagement in the main hall more than 10 days ago. This Yun Luofeng loved him so desperately, so how could she be willing to break off her engagement with him? It must have been Yun Clan's old man taking pity for his granddaughter and breaking off the engagement out of his own volition. Ha ha. The fox-like man, Gao Xiaochen, guffawed carelessly, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Why are you laughing? Gao Ling's eyes darkened as he asked sternly. It's nothing, this prince is just wondering why this world is riddled with many shameless people. Gao Xiaochen chuckled softly, his cunning, foxy eyes winking at Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, I'm not sure if this prince's words are correct. Gao Ling, of course, did not believe the person that Gao Xiaochen was alluding to was Yun Luofeng, recalling the other party's animosity towards him for these past years. His face unconsciously turned a few degrees frostier, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. Imperial brother, you should be more aware of your status. You're just a prince, so who gave you the courage to be arrogant in front of this crown prince? The crown prince of Longyuan had always been conferred to the legitimate child instead of the eldest. Though the fourth prince was older than Gao Ling, the position was still conferred to Gao Ling, who was the fifth prince at that time. The reason was none other than the fact the crown prince was the son of the late empress. He was destined to be incomparably exalted from the moment he was born. Other people were all to be stomped beneath his feet. Gao Xiaochun's eyes slightly darkened and sneered. Reincarnation truly is a skill. As long as one reincarnates well, their ability becomes secondary. However, some people discarded a resplendent pearl in favor of a fisheye, so they will forever regret this decision in the end. After saying these words, Gao Xiaochun did not look at Gao Ling anymore. His smiling eyes focused on the peerlessly beautiful girl walking towards the old man. Can you please step aside? Yun Luofeng slightly lifted her gaze and told the pretty girl blocking her, I will now use these needles on him. Chapter 70, A True Face Slapping, 2. The pretty girl was stunned, subconsciously stepping to the side and leaving a path open for her. Yun Luofeng, Mu Wushuang brows furrowed tightly, since you want to save someone, we won't interfere with you. However, since our grandfathers are both court ministers, I shall give you a few pointers. When treating someone, you must take the pulse of the patient first. If you don't know how to take the pulse, I can teach it to you on the spot. These words sounded like she was teaching Yun Luofeng, but it was actually telling other people that Yun Luofeng was a trash that did not even know how to take pulse. A useless person like her would only treat someone to death and was incapable of saving anyone. Little miss, could it be that you don't know the background of Yun Luofeng? She is Longyuan's most notorious trash. Would you really dare to have her treat your grandfather? She doesn't even know how to take a pulse, so how does she dare to speak of treating someone? Guanlin chuckled, his words were biting and contemptuous. Yun Luofeng raised her brows and appeared to inadvertently glance at her back where Guanlin was. Her gaze seemed to contain a hint of mockery, with an unruly arrogance and an imposing wickedness, which abruptly stopped Guanlin's laughter. A look of astonishment flitted across his face. It was a long while before he trembled, abruptly waking up. This trash was still the useless person from the past, but why was her gaze so intimidating? I will only give you one chance. Yun Luofeng retracted her gaze, her black eyes shifted to the pretty girl who was hesitating due to Guanlin's words. To save or not to save will entirely depend on your decision. Nevertheless, allow me to say this, if your grandfather remains unconscious, I'm afraid he won't survive past today. There was a hint of struggle visible on the girl's face. Finally, she resolutely gritted her teeth. Miss, please save my grandfather. During this journey, grandfather's condition had turned for the worst. If it continued to drag out, she's afraid that he might not survive the night. At present, she could only make one last desperate attempt to save this hopeless situation. As soon as the young lady said these words, Yun Luofeng pulled out a cloth parcel from her sleeve. She carefully opened the parcel, taking out a sparkling, shiny silver needle from the inside. Her fingertips softly pinched the silver needle and aimed the needle point at the elderly person's Baihui 1 acupuncture point, slowly pushing the silver needle into the head of the old man. Following the appearance of Silver Needle, Yun Luofeng's expression changed from its previous laziness into something particularly imposing. No one saw that after the needle entered the elderly person's Baihui point, a wide spiritual energy trailed from the needle and gradually flow into the body of the elder. According to the record of the medical god code, when doctors treated someone, they could combine medical skills and spiritual energy, and it would achieve half the work with twice the effect. However, this method had already been lost, and not to mention the spiritual energy consumption when saving someone was enormous, so there were only a few people who could do it to this extent today. But Yun Luofeng was different. The medical god code could replenish her spiritual energy consumption. Like this, she did not have to worry about suddenly exhausting her spiritual energy, whether it was during a battle or a treatment. Mu Wushuang shook her head, helplessly sighing. Crown Prince, this Yun Luofeng did not even diagnose the other person's illness and took a risk by performing acupuncture on him. More importantly, the location where she applied the acupuncture was the Baihui point. This action has already proven her failure. Originally, my master would have been able to cure him, but unfortunately. Her words implied that with Jinglin's ability, he could have cured this elderly person, but after Yun Luofeng's interference, this elderly person definitely could no longer be saved. I already said this before, Yun Luofeng does not have any genuine ability, and she can only deceive people. Translator's thoughts. Zen _. 1. Baihui point, Baihui Shui, is an acupuncture point that is right at the center of someone's head and one of the most common points used during treatment. Chapter 71, A True Face Slapping, 3. Gao Ling coldly laughed, his eyes were filled with derision. He was about to mock Yun Luofeng some more when the expression on his face froze at this moment. On the floor of the cabin, the eyelid of the elderly person, who was originally deemed to die without doubt, lightly trembled. Thereafter, he opened his eyes under everyone's gaze. Everyone was stunned. No one dared to believe the scene in front of them. Yun Luofeng, this trash, really knew medicine. This was absolutely less scientific than an ant raping an elephant. Grandfather. While everyone was stupefied, the pretty girl's sound of pleasant surprise was heard, breaking the stillness in the cabin. Grandfather, you woke up, you finally woke up. You scared me to death just now. The young lady excitedly tugged on the elderly person's arm, pulling him up from the ice-cold ship plank. She fervently turned towards Yun Luofeng. Thank you, I'm truly thankful to you. You saved my grandfather, which is the same as saving our entire Ning clan. I don't know how I should thank you. Only then did the elderly person react, his eyes filled with gratitude. Miss, was it you who saved this old croc? I didn't expect that at such a young age. Your medical skill would actually be this outstanding. Not only do I currently feel energized all over, my vitality is also much better. Little miss, can you completely cure this old croc's illness? I can. Yun Luofeng's answer was extremely confident. After half a month, I can make you completely recovered. When he asked this question, the elderly man did not have much hope. Yun Luofeng being able to wake him up was already quite a feat, and so toward being completely and permanently cured, he did not hold any hopes at all. Who would have thought that Yun Luofeng would actually give him a definite answer? At that moment, the elderly man's heart was similar to ashes burning once more. A streak of fervor appeared on his aged appearance. Miss, my family name is Ning. You can call me Elder Ning. This is my granddaughter Ning Sin. You're about the same age, so you should be able to become friends. During my stay here, I will let my granddaughter follow Miss. If you have any requests, you can let her do it. Elder Ning had actually allowed Ning Sin to follow Yun Luofeng because he had his own reason. Although his own granddaughter's innate talent was outstanding, her conduct was not earnest enough, so he could only let her follow Yun Luofeng to learn for the time being. Moreover, if Yun Luofeng could really cure his illness, then it signified that her medical skills far exceeded those from the medical pavilion, and so befriending her had only advantages and would not cause any harm. I don't have objections. Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders. Turning to look at Gao Ling with the shadow of a smile, she lifted the corner of her corner. Crown Prince, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? The Crown Prince's expression was very unsightly, as black as the bottom of a frying pan. His tightly clenched fists were faintly trembling as he fiercely glared at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng, you deliberately did it. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect that Yun Luofeng would actually know medicine. Just when did she learn medicine? How come no one knew? Guan Lin and the rest did not speak as well, recalling how they, just a moment ago, had mocked Yun Luofeng. They could feel their face getting scorched with painful heat. They were so ashamed that they wished they could burrow themselves into a hole. In particular, earlier when everyone believed Yun Luofeng was unable to recognize others' good intentions and actually ignored it when Niu Wushuang kindly offered her a few pointers. Just on the basis of Niu Wushuang's medical skill, how could she tutor her? Her teaching Niu Wushuang was more like it. Fancy that Niu Wushuang would actually say things like her guidance could allow Yun Luofeng to study 10 fewer years. Didn't she care about being terribly embarrassed? Amongst all those present, the one who lost the most face was none other than Niu Wushuang herself. Yun Luofeng's actions were undoubtedly like a merciless slap on her face, and it made her heart fill with jealousy, envy, and hate. She could not even keep up her usual graceful appearance, her malevolent, beautiful eyes unwaveringly staring at Yun Luofeng. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. Happy Lunar New Year, everyone. I hope your new year is filled with health, prosperity, and joy. Chapter 72, A True Face Slapping, 4. Fortunately, everyone was currently not in their normal state and did not discover the malice in her eyes. Shinsa, what just happened? Elder Ning, who did not know the situation, knitted his brows and asked. Ning Sin immediately went to explain the bet between Yun Luofeng and Crown Prince, including all that was spoken by Niu Wushuang and the others without missing a single word. Oh, Miss Niu Wushuang wants to instruct Miss Yun. Elder Ning stared at Niu Wushuang, whose face had mounting shame all over it, with shock and spoke in a flat tone. Since it's like this old crock shall impart you a few tips. A truly prestigious doctor doesn't need to feel the patient's pulse to diagnose his condition. They just need to use their eyes to discern the patient's condition. A doctor who even needs to take pulse for a mere diagnosis is just a quack. Niu Wushuang's body was struck by a tremor. Clenching her fists tightly, the hate in her heart burned like a raging inferno. It was all Yun Luofeng's fault. If it wasn't for her, she would not be subjected to such humiliation. She also would not be called a quack. However, it was precisely because of Yun Luofeng that she was unable to say anything to retort. Shinsa, Elder Ning turned to look at Ning Sin. You should learn from Miss Yun from now on. I can tell that Miss Yun is quite fine and has excellent medical skills and reliable behavior. You are too impetuous and would surely get yourself into a mess. You were nearly deceived by a mere quack. If it wasn't for Miss Yun's heroic aid, I probably would have died in the hands of a quack. Yes, I understand. I won't make the same mistake in the future and also won't be deceived by quacks. This pair of grandfather and granddaughter's calling of quack, one after another angered Niu Wushuang so much that it caused her chest to rise and fall and turned her complexion to an angry shade of red. She was about to find an excuse to leave when Yun Luofeng's languid, wicked voice was heard from the side. Crown Prince, shouldn't you start fulfilling our second promise? Yun Luofeng lazily stretched, her lips wearing a teasing smile. It's already quite late, and I want to return to sleep earlier, so you shouldn't waste my time. Remember, the heavier the slap, the better. The heavier it is, the happier I am, and you can also finish earlier. Gao Ling's expression shifted as he angrily bellowed, Yun Luofeng, don't go too far. It turns out that the magnificent His Highness the Crown Prince is a wicked person who reneges on his words. Yun Luofeng cast Gao Ling a side glance. In any case, it doesn't matter whether you're willing to fulfill your promise or not, since we have Fourth Prince and Elder Ning to testify. If this spreads, everyone will know then that Crown Prince is a scoundrel who goes back on his words. You. Gao Ling's eyes shot fire. His malevolent expression gave the impression that he would punch Yun Luofeng's face at any moment. Miss Yun, Elder Ning was afraid that Gao Ling would pounce on Yun Luofeng out of anger, so he shielded Yun Luofeng behind his body like he was fiercely protecting his children. Rest assured, the terms that he promised you, this old crock will definitely help you make him fulfill it. If not, this old crock will definitely help you spread his dishonorable conduct to the world. Gao Ling did not know Elder Ning's identity, so he did not dare to act rashly. Soon after, Niu Wushuang slowly walked in front of him. Her gentle eyes showed a resolute intensity. Crown Prince, it's not worth it if you go back on your words for Wushuang. Wushuang made you agree to her terms, so you must keep your promise. Therefore, slap me. Wushuang will definitely not be a burden to Crown Prince. Niu Wushuang lifted her beautiful face, her pretty eyes fraught with strong sentiments. She wanted to convey to him that she was willing to accept this humiliation because of him. Chapter 73, A True Face Slapping, 5. Gao Ling's heart ached. Wushuang, don't worry, the humiliation that we suffer today, I will return it to her 100-fold in the future. Niu Wushuang smiled. Her smile contained sorrow and pain, and it made Gao Ling's heart ache even more. Similarly, the hate in his heart towards Yun Luofeng became even deeper. Slap. Gao Ling lifted his trembling hand. A slap gently landed on Niu Wushuang's face. This slap was like brushing a speck of dust away, completely lacking in strength. If you hit her with that strength, I estimate that you won't be stopping for a whole night, Yun Luofeng kindly reminded him. Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Mu Wushuang pursed her lips. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you don't need to take pity on Wushuang. Wushuang isn't afraid of pain nor humiliation. Gao Ling's heart trembled a bit. When confronted with this beautiful appearance, he really could not bear to strike her. Wushuang, apologies. Gao Ling slightly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the guilt in his eyes became more pronounced. He lifted his hand, fiercely slapping Mu Wushuang. Slap! A crisp and loud sound resounded. It was very unexpected in this still and silent cabin. Mu Wushuang's left cheek instantly reddened and swelled. It hurt so much that her tears lingered in her eyes, but she stubbornly held onto them. As the beloved daughter of the Prime Minister state, even a single strand of hair had not been harmed, to say nothing of being slapped by anyone. And now, because of Yun Luofeng, she was suffering so much humiliation in public. She would remember this debt. In fact, Mu Wushuang had not given it much thought. If Crown Prince really loved her more than he loved himself, even if he came out as a scoundrel who reneged on his words, he would not hurt her in the slightest. But in the end, Crown Prince still chose himself. Slap! Slap slap slap. Gao Ling's slaps landed on Mu Wushuang's face one after another. It felt like the slaps were battering on his own heart and made his own heart sting with pain. But when he thought of his reputation, he continued to mercilessly slap Mu Wushuang. Today's show is quite marvelous, Gao Xiaochen smiled, his gentle face containing a playful smile. Luofeng, if we find ourselves in today's situation, I wouldn't hit you even if it means going back on my words. Yun Luofeng crossed her arms in front of her chest, half leaning against the cabin door. Hearing Gao Xiaochen's words, she only lifted her brow and smiled. Are you and I familiar with each other? Oh, Gao Xiaochen caressed his chin, his sly eyes winking at Yun Luofeng. If we set out together to cook for a bit, then wouldn't be familiar with each other one. How about you come to 4th Prince Estate tomorrow, so we can go to bed together to cook for a bit. From the Prince Estate's entrance, turn right and then enter an alley and you'll see the most famous brothel in Longyuan. If you go there, you can cook whoever you want. Yun Luofeng cast an indifferent glance at Gao Xiaochen. She did not expect that this man who was gentle like jade on the outside could also be this flirtatious. In comparison, she was far more interested in Yun Xiao, who had not been trained enough. Gao Xiaochen displayed a sly smile. Those women are extremely easy to cook thoroughly, really making this prince lose interest. They don't entice me as much as you do, Luofeng. They're inferior when compared with how difficult to cook, bite, and chew you are. Not bad, Yun Luofeng said, nodding in agreement. What you said was correct. Something that can be easily cooked is nowhere near as interesting as someone who's chewy. As far as I'm concerned, 4th Prince, you're an easily cooked mushy bone. Gao Xiaochen's face finally froze, discovering that he had just dug a hole to bury himself. It was unknown how many times Gao Ling slapped Mu Wushuang. The current Mu Wushuang had both of her cheeks swollen like a pig's head, no longer possessing its beautiful and elegant appearance. Her pretty eyes held glistening teardrops, fragile and heartbreaking. Translator's thoughts. Zen _. 1. Both, cooked, and, familiar, uses the same word, which is, shu, in Chinese, so Xiaochen is playing with words. Chapter 74, A True Face Slapping, 6. Gao Ling's hand had struck Wushuang so much that it had lost all its feeling, and his heart was similarly aching to the point of being nearly numb. But no one knew what storm was brewing in his heart. Watching Gao Ling's gradually deadening look, Mu Wushuang's heart flared with joy, even momentarily forgetting the pain on her face. She knew then that she had won the gamble. Like Gao Ling, Mu Wushuang was just as selfish. What she loved about Gao Ling was his status. If this was the case, how could Gao Ling be more important than herself in her heart? She chose to accept these slaps because she was gambling. Yun Luofeng exposing her medical skill would definitely arouse Gao Ling's interest, but how could she allow Gao Ling to take a fancy to other women? Thus, she allowed Gao Ling to slap her. Not only did it make Gao Ling hold the larger grudge against Yun Luofeng, but more importantly, it festered the guilt in his heart. She believed that after today, not only would Gao Ling love her more, it would also increase the animosity he had towards Yun Luofeng. It's quite late. If I don't return now, I reckon that my old man will come to get me. Yun Luofeng smiled, her gaze sweeping past Mu Wushuang, who was like that of a pig's face. Mu Wushuang, go back and tell Mu Xingqiu, whatever he owes my Yun family in the past, I'll gradually pay him back. The enmity between Yun family and Mu family was not a secret in the entire Longyuan kingdom. After hearing Yun Luofeng's speech, everyone incessantly sighed. Yun Luo, however, did not have his granddaughter's nerve, daring to announce these words in public. Miss Yun, Ning Xin saw Yun Luofeng about to leave, hurriedly calling her to stop her steps. Since you saved my grandfather, I want to treat you to a meal. Is that all right? Yun Luofeng's back turned towards Ning Xin. She shrugged. I should return to inform my old man about today's affair, and then please him. I'm afraid I'm unable to accept your invitation. How about tomorrow? Ning Xin blinked her eyes. Do you have time tomorrow? Yun Luofeng pondered on it for a moment, nodding. You can wait for me at Longyuan's Inn. I will come find you myself tomorrow. With that, she waved her hand in a farewell gesture towards the people behind her and slowly walked down the ship, as she gradually disappeared in the endless darkness. Gao Xiaochen narrowed his cunning eyes, staring intently at the direction where Yun Luofeng had left, scoffing, no matter how hard the bone is, there will eventually be a day that it will become soft. Yun Luofeng, this prince really doesn't believe that I can't cook you completely. Under the night sky, the general estate was serene and peaceful. A man stood under the night sky, his ink black hair lightly fluttered in the breeze. His black clothes complemented his tall, straight, powerful, and robust physique. His countenance was cold beyond comparison, perfect to the point of making the gods jealous. The man was currently holding a yellow book. His sword-like brows were tightly knitted, and a trace of agitation flitted across his face. When Lin Qiong had brought Chunggong Tu over, he reminded him that if he wanted to study the illustrations in this yellow book, he better do it with Yun Luofeng. Otherwise, he had no way of understanding these pictures thoroughly. As such, the man still had not opened the yellow book in his hands until now. Just as the man was at a loss as to whether he should flip the book open or not, a joyous voice came from the front courtyard. Even though it was far away, he could still hear it distinctly. General Darren, Miss has returned, eldest Miss is back. She was back. After the man heard the maidservant Kingyun's raucous voice, his cold, black eyes flashed with an obscure light. Chapter 75. All the people who make you unhappy must die. 1. At Yun Estate main hall. The elderly man looked up and down at the peerlessly beautiful girl standing in front of him. It was not until he confirmed the young lady was unharmed that he relaxed. You wench, insisting on attending the banquet unaccompanied. Fortunately, you are fine. Otherwise, this old man will take it up with the Crown Prince estate tomorrow. His tone carried rebuke, but Yun Luofeng still heard the concern and indulgence in it. Her heart could not help but feel warm. I already said that I, Yun Luofeng, am never a person that will be at a disadvantage. I'll be the one to make other people suffer. This time, not only did I not let other people bully me, I even made Crown Prince personally raise his hand against Mu Wushuang. Yun Luo stared at his own granddaughter in surprise. Did you say that Crown Prince hit Mu Wushuang? That's impossible. Considering the Crown Prince's affection for Mu Wushuang, how could he possibly hit her? Yun Luofeng shrugged, recounting everything that transpired today to Yun Luo one by one. Crown Prince lost a wager with me, so he was just fulfilling the agreement. But there's one thing that you need to be prepared for. From now on, I reckon there will be a lot of people paying a visit here. But I won't be meeting any of these visitors. Originally, Yun Luofeng did not plan to expose her medical skills so soon. She only did it to teach Mu Wushuang a lesson. Therefore, she could just imagine that once her medical skill went in public, she's afraid that the general estate would not be peaceful anymore. Yun Luo was dumbfounded. A moment later, he burst out hearty laughter. That laughter was filled with delight. Ha ha ha, great, you're worthy of being my good granddaughter. You did well. Let's see how the people from Prime Minister Mu Estate will be able to shoot their mouths off in front of us in the future. Especially Jing Lin, didn't he say that without his aid, you can only be a trash all your life? His face was slapped this time around. Right. I will see what kind of face he'll use to confront the world from here on out. Yun Luofeng gazed at Yun Luo, who was delightedly laughing to his heart's content, her mood unconsciously improving a lot as well. I will slowly pay back what Mu family owes us in those years little by little. Her voice was incomparably resolute, her features haughty. What's more, this time, I didn't let Crown Prince have an easy time either. Wait until tomorrow, Crown Prince will get a sudden illness. Besides me, no one else can cure him it. For what reason did she attend the banquet? Was it just to deliver herself to their doorstep to be humiliated? Of course not. In fact, she made enough preparations before heading out to the banquet. It was for the purpose of pulling one over on the Crown Prince. Thus, when the Crown Prince was not paying attention, she sprinkled spirit dispersing powder on his body. As the name implied, this spirit dispersing powder could make a spirit cultivator lose their spiritual energy. To someone like the Crown Prince, losing his spiritual energy is more painful than letting him die. Yun Luo's expression became even more astonished, but he did not think that his granddaughter did something wrong. One has to know how the Crown Prince had humiliated her over these past years, and he even nearly hounded her to death. Her vengeance had also become a matter of course. You wench. Yun Luo smiled wryly. Why didn't you mention earlier that you had a plan? You caused me to worry about you for so long. It's late now, you should also go back to retire early. Yun Luofeng lazily stretched. In the future, you don't have to worry about me for things like this because I will never let myself suffer. Under the night sky, the Yun residence was very peaceful, revealing an odd atmosphere everywhere. Only when Yun Luofeng left the hall did she suddenly realize what was strange about the present Yun residence. If it was in the past, Yun Xiao would definitely appear in her line of sight as soon as she returned home. But this time, that guy had not appeared yet. Chapter 76. All the people who make you unhappy must die, 2. Yun Luofeng felt uneasy in her heart. Could it be that something happened to that guy? However, when she got back to her room in the rear mountain, she realized her worry was completely unnecessary. The moonlight shined down, landing on the man's grim and exceptional features. Currently, the man's back was facing the moonlight. A black, sturdy robe visibly highlighted his perfect physique. His facial features were very refined, and his pitch black eyes, akin to the deep, dark night, were staring without blinking at Yun Luofeng, who was pushing the door to enter. You're back. The man's voice was gruff and magnetic, as though it was a magnet easily drawing in other people's hearts. Yes. Yun Luofeng lifted her eyebrows slightly. Were you looking for me? The man gazed intently at Yun Luofeng. His cold and unmoving face was devoid of emotions. I have a book with me and came to look for you so we can study it together. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows yet again, her sight gradually landing on the yellow book that was clasped in the man's hand. Changgong 2. The young girl's utterly beautiful face displayed a streak of astonishment, and then she looked up, her eyes intently staring at the man in front of her. Yun Xiao, are you doing this on purpose? If a man holding Changgong 2 came barging into your room, saying he wanted to study it with you, you would also have indecent thoughts, even if your previous impression of this man was that of an extremely pure and innocent person. Yun Xiao was perplexed and could not understand why she would get this vexed after looking at this book. However, Yun Xiao was very honest and nodded. That's indeed my intention. Lin Qiong told him that Changgong 2 could only be studied by two people together, so he really did intentionally wait for her here. No matter how Yun Xiao thought about it, he would not have thought that Lin Qiong, as his subordinate, would have the nerve to trick him. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng chuckled, pushing the man's body towards the corner of the wall. Her eyes revealed a streak of dangerous light. Do you know what kind of book you're holding? And you brought it so we can study it together. Yun Xiao frowned, his heart finally sensing that something was amiss. It was Lin Qiong. When he gave Changgong 2 to me, he told me that I need to study it together with you, that's why I came looking for you. Who is Lin Qiong? My subordinate. The man's deep voice startled Yun Luofeng. She already guessed that Yun Xiao's identity was anything but ordinary, but since Xiao Mo told her that Yun Xiao completely lacked malice towards her, she did not investigate his identity. Will you believe anything that other people tell you? Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes, her body pressing tightly against Yun Xiao to the extent that Yun Xiao did not even dare to move the slightest bit. Otherwise, he would feel his whole body becoming incomparably hot and dry. It was an intriguing feeling that he had never experienced before. Yun Xiao, I have a question for you. When the new residence was incinerated, was it you who ordered someone to do it? It was only the Yun clan that bore animosity towards the Prime Minister estate. Moreover, there were not many who had the courage to set the Prime Minister estate on fire. They made you unhappy. The man's voice was cold and gruff. Anyone who makes you unhappy must die. However, since you don't want me to avenge you, I didn't kill them. Yun Luofeng's heart suddenly trembled. She was someone who had lived 2 lifetimes, but this man was the first person who was willing to kill for her. Yun Xiao, didn't you want to study Changgong too with me? After coming back to the present, Yun Luofeng's eyes contained a hint of teasing. You can open this book now. If there's anything you don't understand, I will teach it to you. How about that? Yun Xiao was an obedient, good man, particularly when it came to Yun Luofeng. He was completely obedient to the extent of acceding to her every command. Chapter 77. The Unfortunate Lin Qiong 1. Thus, after hearing the girl's words, he earnestly opened Changgong 2. Inside the yellow book, illustrations of various poses of men and women were projected into his eyes, making him blank out on the spot, and his cold expression freezing in an instant. Yun Xiao was truly pure like a piece of white paper in the men and women department, but it did not mean that he was foolish. The positions illustrated in Changgong 2 were incredibly graphic, so how could he not understand? Lin Qiong. A wave of fury rushed forth from Yun Xiao's heart as he tightened his grip on the yellow book in his hand. Lin Qiong had actually brought him this type of thing. More importantly, he even opened it in front of Yun Luofeng. The unfortunate Lin Qiong was still unaware that his own master was harboring a grudge against him. It was to the extent that he would never experience a good day from now on. Yun Xiao's heart became nervous as he rushed to clearly explain himself to Yun Luofeng, afraid that the lady would group him with those lecherous and obscene men. However, just as he turned his head, and hadn't had time to offer an explanation, he was met with a pair of faintly teasing eyes. The girl's eyes contained a vague smile as they assessed the man in front of her and were filled with interest. Her expression was akin to appreciating a piece of perfect artwork. Just now, the proximity between the two was very close. Yun Xiao could smell the faint fragrance coming from the girl in front of him. A current of strange impulse singed his heart, making his body burned and feverish. He did not know why would the illustrations of the intertwined man and woman that he just saw would suddenly leap into his mind. Do you want to study Changgong 2 with me? Yun Luofeng's voice was the last straw that overwhelmed him. With a rumbling sound, an intolerable restlessness rushed through his mind, which made his body react involuntarily. Having sensed the anomaly from the man, Yun Luofeng's lip corner hooked up in a teasing smile as she pulled away from Yun Xiao's body. Yun Xiao, this is what you get for coming to find me to study Changgong 2. Yun Luofeng smiled bewitchingly. If you come after me again later, I won't let you off anymore. After Yun Luofeng's body left him, the man felt a little better. Even he himself did not understand why would someone who had always been cold-hearted and emotionless like him possess this kind of impulse towards the girl in front of his eyes. You can leave. Yun Luofeng clapped her hands, looking at the man standing in front of her with a slight smile. Also, don't believe the words of that subordinate of yours from now on so as to avoid being led astray by him. Poor Lin Qiong still did not know that a few words from Yun Luofeng had sealed his fate. Okay, Yun Xiao obediently nodded. If you don't like him, I can have him banished. Banish? That's not necessary. It's fine as long as you don't listen to everything he says from now on. Yun Luofeng smiled, taking 2 steps towards Yun Xiao, once again pressing him to the corner. She domineeringly declared, remember, only I can train you. A wave of discomfort visibly appeared on Yun Xiao's face. The impulse that he previously suppressed with great difficulty rushed forward once again after the girl's approach. Fortunately, Yun Luofeng did not torment him this time. After seeing a bit of fervor on his complexion, she slipped away. Leave, I need to rest. Yun Luofeng yawned lazily, raising her brows at the man in front of her. The man pursed his lips slightly. He stared at Yun Luofeng with dark eyes containing complex emotions and finally sent her a deep look before turning around to walk towards the boundless night sky. Chapter 78. The Unfortunate Lin Qiong 2. Master, that was such a great opportunity just now, why didn't you pounce on him? Why didn't you? Xiao Mo's indignant voice could be heard from inside her mind. Pair cultivation, that is pair cultivation. The skill it increases isn't little, so why didn't you eat him clean? Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly. Yun Xiao, that guy, is still lacking in training. Wait until after I finish training him to speak of it again. Moreover, though I am somewhat interested in Yun Xiao, I have yet to develop an affection for him. Master, what's not good about Yun Xiao? You have him at your beck and call, he is obedient, and his physique is fantastic. His strength is also exceptional, and most importantly, he still hasn't been with any woman. What area does he still need training? Xiao Mo was immensely dissatisfied. A great opportunity like this and his master had given it up. If it were him, he would pounce first and talk later. Matters like feelings can be slowly nurtured later on. The night was like water. In the silent courtyard of Yun residence, a plopping sound of something falling into water could be heard. Splashes of water splattered everywhere, spraying on the man's perfect figure. The man submerged his entire body into the cold water, and the feverish heat in his body gradually receded. After waiting for his body to recover, he leaped out from the lake, standing on the ground. His long black robe was soaked from the water, sticking tightly on his body. Abdominal muscles were also exposed in the moonlight. The man's hair was drenched as well. Water droplets followed the perfect contour of his face and unhurriedly cascaded downwards. If any woman saw this sexy and tempting scene, she would definitely succumb to his charm from then on. Back facing the boundless, Black Knight, he said, Lin Qiong, increase your punishment. No one saw a faint shadow cupping his hands in salute at the man, and then disappearing into the night sky. Yun Xiao was about to depart from the lakeside when he saw the Chunggong Tu that he tossed to the side before entering the lake. After thinking a little, he still picked Chunggong Tu up and headed towards the direction of the rear mountain. Ever since the medical pavilion released an extraordinary item such as the spread-gathering medicinal liquid, it became livelier than it was previously. Practically, first thing in the morning every day, there would be a countless number of people showing up to Lingo with the intention of seizing the spread-gathering medicinal liquid as soon as they possibly could. Thankfully, Yun Luofeng gave several doses of spread-gathering medicinal liquid to the medical pavilion, preventing these people from making a riot at the scene. At this time, inside the medical pavilion inner hall, Elder Rong watched the grandfather-granddaughter pair sitting in front of him and chuckled. Elder Rong, your arrival at Longyuan is quite fortuitous. I went out some time ago, and only just arrived here this morning. How is it? Did you find the godly doctor? Elder Ning, this old man, ever since he contracted an incurable disease, he has had an ailing appearance. It had already been a long time since he looked as radiant and energetic as today. It was apparent that he found a life-saving method. Elder Rong, you spoke correctly. I did find a famous doctor indeed, however, she isn't someone we personally know. Rather, it's a prestigious doctor who is hidden among the people. My illness is as good as cured. Oh, Elder Rong raised his brow. That's really great. Truthfully, because our medical pavilion couldn't cure you, I've always felt guilty at heart. So when I heard that you'll be coming here, I was actually planning to introduce you to a doctor this time. This doctor is truly an exceptional genius, and she even has a cure for Manuo Flower's poison. As a matter of fact, I just returned from bringing Darren here. Hearing that, Elder Ning was also startled while responding with a wry smile. It turns out that Longyuan has many geniuses. The miss that I met is also a genius. She already promised to treat me, so I don't need to trouble Elder Rong this time. I believe in her ability. Just the same, I still would like to compare with Elder Rong, which doctor that we know possess a stronger medical expertise. No matter what, these two old men would never have imagined that the exceptional genius that they knew was actually the same person. Chapter 79, Battered Jinglin 1. Elder Rong. While the two old guys conversed, the cyan-robed Lin Xiao quickly came in through the door, cupping his hands in salute, and reporting to Elder Rong, the Imperial Clan's Imperial Doctor, Jinglin, came to request a meeting. Jinglin. Elder Rong furrowed his brows, no longer having the relaxed disposition he had while he was conversing with Elder Ning, his entire aged face showing impatience. I already said that I won't see anyone from the Imperial Clan. Elder Rong, that Jinglin says he has a several hundred-year-old old medicinal herb in his possession that he wants to give to Elder Rong. Lin Xiao reported all the words to Elder Rong that Jinglin had spoken outside the door. His tone was flat, as though he was speaking about an irrelevant matter. Jinglin's 100-year-old medicinal herb could be considered as a treasure in the eyes of other people. However, it was a pity that their medical pavilion did not care about a 100-year-old medicinal ingredient. 100-year-old medicinal herb, what a big gift. Elder Rong snorted, his face showing derision. Lin Xiao, do you know why Jinglin would come to the medical pavilion and pay me a visit? Elder Rong, this Jinglin's appearance is completely flustered. I surmise that he came here on behalf of His Highness the Crown Prince. This morning, I already heard the Crown Prince's spirit energy completely vanished overnight. Jinglin has already exhausted every means possible and still couldn't make him recover. Therefore, this subordinate boldly suspects that he came here for Crown Prince. Within a night, the matter about the Crown Prince completely losing his spirit energy spread throughout the entire Longyuan. Of course, this did not escape from Yun Luofeng's special broadcasting. With Jinglin's medical skill, he certainly could not cure the Crown Prince. As such, he could only come to medical pavilion to seek help. Go back and inform Jinglin that our medical pavilion doesn't treat people from the Imperial Clan. Elder Rong coldly stated. Elder Ning regarded Elder Rong with some astonishment. Even though the ego of the medical pavilion's doctors was quite enormous, and they were awfully difficult to request, medical pavilion had always given face to the Imperial Clan. What's more, the other party was none other than the Imperial Clan's His Highness the Crown Prince. Just now, he actually firmly rejected the other party's request. Elder Rong seemed to understand the confusion inside this old guy's heart and thus explained to him, Elder Ning, we previously talked about the exceptional genius who's able to treat Darren's man Luo poison. That genius just happened to have an enmity with Crown Prince. If I save the Crown Prince now, and she becomes unhappy and doesn't treat Darren, then who will I find to cry to? Hearing these words, Elder Ning was stunned. This coincidental. The genius that I know also happens to harbor a grudge against the Crown Prince. Last night, I even witnessed how she retaliated against the Crown Prince. Elder Rong slightly jolted and was about to say something. However, just then a clamor was heard from the outside, faintly accompanied by the sound of Jinglin's bellowing. What happened outside the door? Elder Rong stood up, frowning. Lin Xiao, you go and see what's going on out there. Why is it so noisy? Yes. Lin Xiao cupped his hands in salute and headed outside the door. In the main hall, Jinglin's furious gaze unwaveringly stared at the fearlessly beautiful young girl in front of him, the flame in his eyes nearly leaping out. Yun Luofeng, you poisonous woman, after hitting Wushuang yesterday, you still have the guts to appear in front of me today. You're just jealous of Wushuang. I'm warning you, if you dare to make things difficult for Wushuang in the future, don't blame me for being merciless. Jinglin's impression of Yun Luofeng had always been that of a trash. In any case, he was unwilling to believe that this good-for-nothing young girl truly possessed exceptional medical skills. In addition, Wushuang admitted that she was unable to diagnose that old man's condition. Chapter 80, Battered Jinglin 2. Thus, he concluded that the old man must have been someone that Yun Luofeng had solicited for the purpose of purging off the trash title in front of everyone. Otherwise, how was she able to wake the old man up with a pierce of a needle for a condition that even Wushuang was unable to diagnose? Yun Luofeng languidly lifted her eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the old man who was blocking her path, the corner of her lips raised in a curve. There's one thing that you've mistaken. The one who hid Niu Wushuang wasn't me, it was Gao Ling. Furthermore, I didn't come here for you. I only came here to look for Elder Rong. Early this morning, Elder Rong sent someone to the general estate to invite her to come here, so she came to the medical pavilion at this time of the day. Who knew, as luck would have it, she would actually run into Jing Lin. Even without thinking, she could deduce that this Jing Lin definitely came here due to the condition of Gao Ling. Unfortunately, unless she extended a hand, those from medical pavilion would not be able to treat Gao Ling. Yun Luofeng, Jing Lin sneered at her, his gaze full of intense contempt. The number of people who come to medical pavilion requesting to see Elder Rong every day is innumerable. For a trash such as yourself, do you think he would be willing to meet you? Even Wushuang was declined when she came to request a meeting, to say nothing of you. People should know how to conduct themselves with some self-awareness so as to avoid disgracing themselves later on. Yun Luofeng stretched lazily, raising her brow to look at Jing Lin. Someone without genuine talent and knowledge like Niu Wushuang, if I were Elder Rong, I would also not see her. Whether it was through words or actions, Yun Luofeng would not let herself suffer a defeat. Jing Lin was instantly dumbfounded. He could not understand where this girl got the nerve to say such arrogant words. Wushuang was without a genuine talent and knowledge. Was it possible that she, who randomly found an old man to feign an illness, was the one with genuine talent and knowledge? That was a big fat joke. Yun Luofeng, you are surely without any upbringing. Thankfully, your parents passed away early. Otherwise, they would eventually be angered to death by you. Jing Lin coldly laughed. He was the royal physician of an imperial clan, and even the emperor would give him a bit of face. Perhaps the world needed to be wary of General Yun Luo, however, he did not have to suffer any threats from the old man, Yun Luo. Therefore, Jing Lin could say these words at this time. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes, a dangerous light flashed across her eyes. Her tone was as languid as always, but it clearly had an uninhibited imposing manner. Yun Xiao, it'd be fine as long as you don't kill him. Jing Lin's face carried a sneer and was about to mock her some more when suddenly, there was a burst of powerful, oppressive force pressing down on his head. When Jing Lin regained his senses, a fist had landed on his face with a rumbling sound, blasting his body away with a loud bang, before falling to the crowd. You dare. Jing Lin was furious, his eyes intently glared at the cold man walking towards him. I'm an imperial physician. If you hurt me, you will be charged with contempt of imperial clan. Yun Luofeng smiled faintly and lowered her body to look at Jing Lin, who had fallen to the ground. I did hit you. What can you do to me? Unbridled, arrogant, domineering. I did hit you. What can you do to me? The current Yun Luofeng vividly and thoroughly displayed the inherent qualities of hedonistic offsprings from an affluent family, as though she ought to be like this. That's correct. This Yun Luofeng was the general estate's only daughter, and the general dearly spoiled this only granddaughter to the extreme. She indeed possessed the qualifications to be arrogant. Furthermore, the strength of the man wearing a mask next to her wasn't weak at all. No wonder General could be reassured about her going out alone. Yun Luofeng, you're really unreasonable. This is the medical pavilion. You dare to stir trouble in the medical pavilion. Even the grandfather of yours can't protect you. Jing Lin saw the cold man walking towards him again, and his gaze involuntarily began to panic. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. 6 total releases today. GEWW is currently 9th place, top 10, wow. Happy weekend. Chapter 81, Battered Jing Lin, 3. The man said nothing and silently approached Jing Lin. His large hand grabbed the old man lying on the floor, as though picking up a chick, and ruthlessly tossed him to the side. Bang! The elderly man's body slammed against the door, his throat became sweet in an instant, and he sprayed out a mouthful of fresh blood. His complexion was livid due to rage. Yun Luofeng, he roared savagely, glaring intensely at Yun Luofeng with cruel eyes. Just then, a voice suddenly came through, breaking the mutual hostile atmosphere. Our Elder Rong won't be seeing visitors today, so. Lin Xiao was about to make all the people present leave when he suddenly spotted Yun Luofeng standing amongst the crowd and could not help but startle. Jing Lin was oblivious to this anomaly and scrambled to rise from the ground, his large hand caressing his injured chest, and his complexion was extremely unsightly. Shopkeeper Lin, someone's stirring up trouble at your medical pavilion, will you just ignore it? Lin Xiao knitted his brows, subconsciously looking at Yun Luofeng, whose arms were folded across her chest. Yun Luofeng's face was enigmatic as she stared at Lin Xiao with wickedly smiling eyes. Lin Xiao bitterly chuckled. Elder Rong's stance on Miss Yun was very obvious. Even if they had to give up on the imperial clan, they would still need to protect her safety. However, he couldn't gauge the attitude of Miss Yun at all. What if she did not want to reveal her brilliant aptitude in medicine, and he exposed her identity instead? He's terrified that he would cause her ire. Lamentably, Lin Xiao did not know that Yun Luofeng's skill in medicine was already exposed last night. Our medical pavilion will settle this matter ourselves. Lin Xiao tightly furrowed his brows. All he wanted to do right now was to make Jing Lin leave. As for the other matters, they were not something he could question. Of course I believe in your medical pavilion's skill. When Jing Lin heard these words, he even thought the medical pavilion would give justice to him, and his aging appearance could not refrain from showing pleasure. But this Yun Luofeng isn't only conceited and arrogant, she's also incomparably cunning. I'm afraid that your medical pavilion would be unknowingly deceived by her. Just like yesterday, she randomly hired an old man to pretend to be sick and then volunteered to save that old man. As a result, everyone believes that she has an outstanding talent in medicine, when in fact, she's still the same useless person like before. The corner of Yun Luofeng's lips tilted up. She did not think that Jing Lin would go as far as making an excuse like an elderly man faking an illness just so he could convince himself that she could not really treat the old man. Lin Xiao, an old voice slowly traveled behind Lin Xiao. The medical pavilion inner hall's curtain was lifted, and 2 elderly men came out from it. One of the old men was dressed in a white robe, having the manner of an immortal and the bearing of an expert. The other old man wore a cyan robe, and his aging face showed an ailing appearance. A pretty young lady closely accompanied him on the side. The girl was currently lending her arm to support the cyan-robed old man to slowly come out. Elder Rong, Elder Ning. Lin Xiao turned to face the two elderlies, respectfully cupping his hands in salute. Humph, I don't know who dares to cause trouble at our medical pavilion. Quickly get lost already. Elder Rong's temperament was extremely volatile, his side sweeping everyone in the main hall until it finally settled on Jinglin. Jinglin naturally was oblivious that the person that Elder Rong spoke of was him. He even thought that the other person was rebuking Yun Luofeng. A touch of pleasure flashed through his eyes, and, thus, he roared at Yun Luofeng, didn't you hear Elder Rong's words? Make yourself scarce from medical pavilion this instant. Medical pavilion will never welcome an arrogant person like you. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. Forgot to mention in the previous chapter, but burst released A tilde because you guys are awesome, and GWW kept switching between 8th and 9th place this entire week. There will be 6 total releases today published throughout the day. This is 2 of 6 releases. Happy weekend. Chapter 82, Battered Jinglin, 4. Yun Luofeng folded her arms across her chest, her body leaning lazily against Yun Xiao's body. She raised her brow while looking at Jinglin, whose face was fraught with anger. The one who should get lost here is you. Ho ho, Jinglin snickered twice, the ridicule in his eyes became even more pronounced. I'm the Imperial Clan's Imperial Physician, and you're just the trash that everyone disdains. Anyone would know that the person Elder Rong was referring to was you. And yet you still shamelessly stay here. You have the same conduct as your grandfather. That time, I already warned him, Imperial physicians like us would never extend our hands to save Yun Qingya. In the end, he still shamelessly knelt on the ground and begged us. Humph, did he think that merely kneeling would help? No, even if he committed suicide in front of me, I still wouldn't help him. It could be said that Yun Luofeng's state of mind, in the beginning, was still calm and insipid, but now her chest was rising and falling ruggedly. Just imagining the scene of grandfather desperately kneeling down at that time, her heart would surge with boundless fury. However, he did not receive any help despite having knelt, and instead, he suffered even more humiliation. Could you imagine a white-haired and aging old man helplessly kneeling in the biting, cold wind to save his son, and the people around him gave him nothing but derision and mockery? How heartrending and tragic was this? Compared with the humiliation that he suffered, he was more distressed by the grave injury of his son. If it were not for her second uncle luckily surviving, perhaps the old man would once again experience the pain of seeing his child die before his eyes. The entire medical pavilion became silent following Jinglin's words. Everyone could feel a burst of oppressive atmosphere, as though the surrounding air had frozen. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng's voice unhurriedly rung in the midst of this oppressive atmosphere. You said I shall avenge my own grudges. Only personally exacting my revenge will make me happy. Just now, no one else felt it, but Yun Luofeng clearly sensed the desire to kill from Yun Xiao. She was aware that Yun Xiao undoubtedly possessed an intent to kill. Were it not for her words, Jinglin's head would probably be separated from his body in the next moment. Even so, was this something she desired? No. This was by no means the result that she wanted. Jinglin was most proud of his own medical expertise. Only by ruthlessly stepping on his medical expertise would he succumb to an endless despair. Jinglin, you stood aside and watched someone die, and it wasn't your wrong. But you helped New Family, and that's where you've committed a grave mistake. I can forgive you for leaving someone to die, but I can't forgive you for consorting with the New Family. Yun Luofeng's gaze was bewitching and righteous as she slowly walked towards Jinglin. Jinglin sneered, raising his head to watch Yun Luofeng. Just as he met the girl's black eyes, there was a rumble in his mind, as though his spirit received a hard blow, and his entire body could not help but quiver. Slap. A slap heavily landed on Jinglin's face, a bewitching and arrogant voice reached his ears. This slap, you were standing as a substitute for the Mu family to pay my parents back. Slap. Yet another slap. Jinglin's mind was in a daze, utterly incapable of responding. This slap is on behalf of my grandfather. You can witness the death of a person and do nothing, but you don't have the right to humiliate an old father who yearned to save his son. Slap. A slap heavily struck once again. Jinglin felt gold stars flashing in front of his eyes, and his whole person became lightheaded. It looks like you also think you committed a crime, so you aren't dodging or evading. Since it's like this, I will reward you with a few more slaps. Wasn't it like that? In the eyes of everyone, it was because Jinglin was too ashamed that he did not dodge nor evade Yun Luofeng's slaps. However, no one was aware of the impact that also came from the depths of his spirit at that instant. Chapter 83, Elder Rong Getting Angry, 1. Jinglin regained his senses with great difficulty and had just realized that he had been slapped several times by Yun Luofeng in public surrounded by numerous spectators. He grew incredibly furious in an instant. Yun Luofeng, you actually dared to be impertinent here in medical pavilion. You must immediately kowtow and admit your mistakes to me, otherwise, I definitely won't forgive your behavior today. Yun Luofeng accepted the handkerchief that Yun Xiao handed over, carefully wiping the hand that she just used to slap Jinglin, as though Jinglin's face had some bacteria contaminating her hand. Yun Luo. Jinglin clenched his fists in rage, but before he could angrily rebuke her, Elder Rong's impatient voice was heard from the side. What are you still doing here? You dare to stir up trouble at my medical pavilion, so why aren't you getting lost instantly? Jinglin resolutely swallowed back the mouthful of rage that he was about to spew forth. His haughty gaze landed on Yun Luofeng's bewitching and beautiful appearance. He coldly snorted, for now, I will consider Elder Rong's face and let you off the hook. Don't tell me you didn't hear Elder Rong's words. Scram. After hearing these words, Yun Luofeng did not make any movements, and her eyes smilingly looked at Jinglin. Jinglin became even more disdainful. He had seen people with thick skin before, but never had seen one to this degree. Elder Rong's words were already expressed this bluntly, yet she actually shamelessly continued to stay here. She indeed proved herself as Yun Luo's granddaughter. Even the extent of her insensitivity could not be matched by anyone. Just as Jinglin wanted to scorn at her more, Elder Rong spoke again. Jinglin, I'm telling you to scram, don't tell me you didn't hear me. Jinglin was about to speak, but because of Elder Rong's impatient speech, he choked on his words, nearly losing his breath and hiccuping. Suddenly coughing twice, his old face turned beet red as he stared at Elder Rong with dull eyes. Elder Rong, the person that you were referring to was me. He pointed at himself, looking incredulous. Elder Rong indifferently said, who else would it be besides you? I, Elder Rong, have never seen anyone thick-skinned to this degree in my entire life. I already told you to get lost twice, yet you're still in my medical pavilion. These words were what Jinglin had used to mock Yun Luofeng, but they were now returned to him by Elder Rong. Jinglin's body froze, and his complexion turned pale as he stuttered, Elder Rong, the one who came to the medical pavilion to cause trouble was clearly Yun Luofeng. Ha ha, Elder Ning chuckled, his eyes, which were neither cold nor warm, stared intently at Jinglin. Us two old men, only saw you relying on your force to harass people and bullying that girl. Now that you've been beaten, could it be that you're still counting on medical pavilion to stand up for you? Elder Rong told you to scram, so you should immediately get lost from the medical pavilion already. Otherwise, even if Elder Rong doesn't do anything, this old crop won't let you off. Jinglin's face turned from white to green and from green to red again. He took a deep breath and gave a hollow laugh. Elder Rong, you must have misunderstood. I didn't bully this girl like a giant bullying an ant. It was her who had someone beat me. So the person who's causing trouble isn't me, but it's actually this girl. Even now, Jinglin still could not quite make sense of the situation, so he thought it was only due to Yun Luofeng's young age that Elder Rong believed he was bullying her. Elder Rong, this girl is too insidious and cunning. Last night, she found an old guy to feign injury in a futile attempt to deceive everyone. Thankfully, my disciple possessed brilliant medical skills, so she had long realized that the old guy was just pretending. So not only did my disciple not wake up that unconscious old man, she also didn't expose her for the sake of their old friendship. Chapter 84, Elder Rong getting angry, 2. Jinglin exposed a smile, glancing haughtily at the stoic Yun Luofeng behind him. At the moment, he was still oblivious that the two old men's darkening expression was due to his words. Except neither of the two spoke just yet because they still wanted to hear what he was going to say next. Jinglin mistakenly believed that the two elderly men agreed with his words and thus continued to speak. Someone who's treacherous, cunning and extremely daring like her simply cannot be generously treated. I understand that the two of you are only helping her because she's still young. I just don't want the two of you to be blinded by her. Elder Ning smiled faintly, his smile cold and distant. In the boisterous main hall of Medical Pavilion, his voice was slowly heard. This one, you must be the master of that new Wushuang from yesterday. Jinglin was taken back for a moment, looking at Elder Ning with astonishment. He lightly furrowed his brows. I am indeed new Wushuang's master, but I don't know who this venerable senior is. Me. Elder Ning faintly smiled. This old crock is the deceitful old man whom you referred to as faking an illness yesterday. As though struck by lightning, Jinglin's entire body trembled involuntarily. His appalled gaze centered on the elderly man standing in front of Elder Rong. Elder Ning was not from Longyuan, so it was understandable that Jinglin did not recognize him. However, he saw that the senior was together with Elder Rong, so he concluded that the old man must be someone with some status and did not dare to act rashly from the start. Could it be that the old man, whom Wushuang met yesterday, was the person in front of him? Elder Ning, ignoring Jinglin, Elder Rong looked at Elder Ning with astonishment and asked, the famous doctor that you spoke of earlier is Yunyata One. That's correct. Elder Ning nodded and glanced at Elder Rong with a strange expression. What is it? Don't tell me you don't believe that this girl possesses such a high level of medical skill. Elder Rong bitterly chuckled and helplessly said, I definitely have confidence in her medical skills. After all, the godly doctor that I told you about just now is also her. It's ridiculous that we actually wanted to compare whose acquainted doctor is more outstanding in medicine. Listening to these two old men's conversation, Yun Luofeng lightly raised her brow, a faint smile touched her lips. So it turned out that these two old men actually wanted to use her to compete. Elder Rong also apparently found that you misspoke, but it was already too late for him to take it back, so he chuckled dryly. Yunyatu, this Elder Ning and I have known each other for many years and like to compete about everything, so don't take it to heart. What's more, we are unable to compete now that it has come to this. It's not like we can let you compete with yourself, right? Oh. The smile on Yun Luofeng's face became even more bewitching as she raised her brow to look at the explaining Elder Rong. Elder Rong's expression became increasingly embarrassed. He was momentarily hasty in his speech and did not imagine that he would verbalize the secret between them just like that. More importantly, it was even in front of Yun Luofeng. If at first Elder Ning's words were like lightning that struck and stupefied Jinglin in an instant, then after hearing Elder Rong's next words, he was already so utterly dumbfounded that he could not clearly hear any of the other party's subsequent words. In his mind, there was only a voice echoing. Was Yun Luofeng, this trash, truly proficient in medicine? This was simply more preposterous than an ant raping an elephant. Jinglin, since you aren't willing to leave, I can only throw you out. In order to divert his embarrassment, Elder Rong turned his gaze to Jinglin and coldly ordered, someone, come and throw Jinglin out of the door for me. From now on, my medical pavilion will no longer welcome anyone from the Imperial clan for eternity. Chapter 85, Elder Rong getting angry, 3. As Master Rong orders. As soon as Elder Rong uttered these words, several men clad in black robes appeared from the shadow of Medical Pavilion. These black-clothed men grabbed hold of Jinglin's arms and legs and lifted him like a dead pig. They left the Medical Pavilion and tossed his body on the street in a parabolic path. Bang! All of Jinglin's limbs were pointing towards the sky. He was entirely covered with dirt and cut a sorry figure. This caused all the pedestrians on the street to halt and watch from the sidelines. At this moment, Jinglin finally shook himself off from the intense blow and scrambled up from the ground. He did not even have the time to dust off the dirt on his body before he fled in a battered state. Elder Rong, Elder Ning. Inside the medical pavilion, Yun Luofeng's complexion was somewhat unhappy as she said dispiritedly, I'm a bit tired today. If you want me to treat your illnesses, send someone to the general estate tomorrow. I'll treat you at the general estate. Elder Rong was momentarily stunned and wanted to urge Yun Luofeng to stay, but before he could say his piece, he was pulled by Elder Ning next to him. Elder Ning shook his head at him, and he shifted his amiable eyes to Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, go back and rest well. We will look for you at the general estate tomorrow. Okay. Yun Luofeng did not respond, hooked her arms around Yun Xiao's neck, and closed her eyes gently. Yun Xiao, take me back. Yun Xiao pursed his thin lips, bent down, carried Yun Luofeng in his arms, and walked out of the medical pavilion in huge strides. That damned Jing Lin. After Yun Xiao left with Yun Luofeng in his arms, Elder Rong could no longer suppress his rage and finally exploded. I've already made an agreement with Yunitu today. In the end, it's all because Jing Lin was seeking trouble that it angered Yunitu to leave, causing Darren's treatment to be delayed again. The way Elder Rong saw it, if it weren't for Jing Lin, Yun Luofeng would not have left like this. Even if Jing Lin suffered a loss here, it still did not eliminate the fury in his heart. Suddenly, Elder Rong appeared to have thought of something as he walked to the cabinets where the medical pavilion stored its medicinal herbs. With a crushing sound, all valuable medicinal ingredients were flung onto the ground by him. After thinking a bit, he also picked up a bottle of spirit-gathering medicinal liquid and smashed it onto the ground. Crash! The bottle filled with spirit-gathering medicinal liquid shattered into smithereens, leading to the snow-white spirit-gathering medicinal liquid to splatter on the ground and quickly evaporate into thin air. Elder Rong. Elder Ning was stupefied for a moment, and upon recovering, he bellowed furiously, have you gone insane? Elder Rong ignored Elder Ning's outburst and ruthlessly stepped on the medicinal herbs on the ground until all of the valuable medicinal herbs were trampled beyond recognition. Then he took a deep breath and his cold eyes swept over everyone in the medical pavilion. No one is allowed to disclose a single word about today's matter, especially anything about Yunitu. If anyone leaks even a little bit, you will definitely be pursued to death by my medical pavilion. Everyone could not help but shiver as they swore. Elder Rong, don't worry, even if we die, we won't reveal a single word. Great. Elder Rong nodded with satisfaction. I also want all of you to spread a piece of news. You will say that Jing Lin made things difficult for the general estate's eldest Miss, Yun Luofeng, at my medical pavilion, but Miss Yun's guard protected her, thus causing him to fail. However, during his skirmish with that guard, he ruined my medical pavilion's medicinal herbs, and even the precious spirit-gathering medicinal liquid was not spared from his violent act. It was only now that it dawned on Elder Ning what Elder Rong wanted to do, and he could not help but become stupefied. Domineering. This was way too domineering. As expected, you could offend anyone but Elder Rong, this old man. Otherwise, when he dug a hole for someone, it would be to go after their life. Translator's thoughts. Zen _. Elder Rong deserves a 11/10. XD. 6/6 release. Thank you for supporting GEWW, you are all amazing. Top 10, definitely not something that I imagined when GEWW was published. I hope to have another burst release next week, wink wink. Chapter 86, Elder Rong getting angry, 4. Lin Xiao, I will list a bill later, and then you can bring it to the Imperial Palace and make Jing Lin compensate according to the damage. If I don't make him lose his fortune, then my name isn't wrong. Elder Rong's eyes were spitting fire as he said through gritted teeth. Elder Ning helplessly shook his head. I was just thinking that you were angered to craziness by Jing Lin. I didn't think that you would actually use this type of method to dig a hole for him. With the pressure from your medical pavilion, Jing Lin wouldn't dare to not compensate. Humph. Elder Rong coldly harumphed. Who let Jing Lin, that old bastard, anger Yunitu away? How can I not make him let out some blood? Now you will go spread this news. My medical pavilion will take responsibility for everything, so Jing Lin wouldn't dare to do anything to you. But if I find out that you helped Jing Lin, don't blame my medical pavilion for being merciless. A harsh light flitted across Elder Rong's eyes, and his voice was cold and grave. Grandfather, Ning Xin lent her arm to support Elder Ning and said with a smiling expression, with Elder Rong avenging Miss Yun, you can be reassured. But this Jing Lin is truly bringing disaster upon himself. Elder Ning smiled wryly as he said, Shinsa, you're correct. With Elder Rong taking care of it, who still needs this old guy? He's merely the Imperial clan's royal physician, so if I took care of it, then that would truly be thinking too highly of him. When he uttered the last sentence, Elder Ning's typically indifferent appearance took an air of arrogance. As Ning family's family head, he naturally had the right to be arrogant. This point was indisputable. Yun residence. Ever since Yun Luofeng was brought back by Yun Xiao, the entire Yun residence was in an uproar. King Yun hurriedly sent someone to inform Yun Luo, and then closely followed Yun Xiao in entering the rear mountain. However, without waiting for King Yun to step into the room's door was fiercely slammed shut with a bang, nearly injuring King Yun's little nose. She stood outside of the door with a face full of resentment and muttered, now that Miss has Yun Xiao attending to her, she doesn't need this servant anymore. Miss values lovers over friends as expected. Forget it, I should better go wait for General to return instead. Inside the room, Yun Luofeng watched the man standing at the entrance, tightly knitting her brows. Yun Xiao, leave as well. Yun Xiao did not move, his cold eyes were intently watching the young lady's somewhat pale complexion. Earlier, did you forcefully raise your strength? Yun Luofeng closed her eyes weakly. Her strength was only at early level spirit cultivator, intermediate rank, but Jing Lin was at middle level, low rank. They had an entire 2-rank difference between them. The reason why Yun Luofeng was able to hit him while he remained immobile was due to the god code strength that she borrowed to forcefully raise her spiritual strength. Thus, she could use the spirit to attack Jing Lin, causing him to lose his mind for a short time. Of course, this method had a consequence that was neither light nor heavy. This consequence was that when Yun Luofeng's stride strength regained its original state, it would make her stride extremely weak. Hence, she had to have Yun Xiao bring her back. Yun Luofeng opened her eyes unhurriedly. Her voice was devoid of its former arrogance as she weakly said, "I'm fine, leave first." This time, the typically obedient Yun Xiao did not comply with Yun Luofeng. Not only did he not leave, but he actually walked in front of her. His eyes watched her solemnly and drawled in a magnetic voice, "Why didn't you let me do it?" Yun Luofeng lifted her eyes, regarding the man standing beside her. "I wanted to do it myself." There were no other reasons except for the desire to teach Jinglin a lesson herself, even if it led to her weakened stride. "Your strength only belongs to you, it doesn't belong to me. Yun Xiao, do you understand? If you need." The man's grim eyes stared intently at Yun Luofeng. "My strength can also belong to you." Chapter 87, Spies from the Palace 1. In her past life, Yun Luofeng once read a saying on the internet that made her incredibly moved. The saying went like this: "If you want to kill someone, then I will help you hold your sword." Although the current Yun Xiao did not say this sentence, the meaning behind his words was the same as these familiar words. Yun Luofeng's heartstring was tugged at that moment. She lifted her eyes to stare at the cold, gorgeous man in front of her, her bright eyes extremely grave. "Yun Xiao, what if I don't need your strength and was determined to do it by myself?" Yun Xiao furrowed his brows, clearly pondering on Yun Luofeng's question. A long while later, he looked at Yun Luofeng again with determination in his pair of cold eyes. "I can help you restrain his arms and legs so that he would be incapable of resisting, and then you can vent your anger as much as you want," the man responded to Yun Luofeng's question in a deadly earnest manner. His expression was completely solemn and serious, making one feel that he was capable of doing what he said. "Yun Xiao, why do you treat me so well?" asked Yun Luofeng. Her profound eyes were gazing at Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao pursed his thin lips, his cold eyes were fixated all along on Yun Luofeng. "I don't know, but what I understand is I want to protect you. I want to protect you." These 5 words made every nerve of Yun Luofeng quiver. She massaged her forehead, assaulted with a slight headache, and weakly said, "Yun Xiao, if you're done talking, then leave. I would like to quietly rest my body." Yun Xiao silently took 2 steps towards Yun Luofeng again, still going against her command. "Yun Xiao." Seeing such a disobedient Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng's brows lifted imperceptibly. She raised her head to look at the man's cold appearance. However, right at that moment, the man's warm palm had already landed on her chest. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes slightly, a dangerous glint flickering across her eyes. She did not expect that a pure and innocent man like Yun Xiao would take the initiative to attack her. Just as Yun Luofeng was about to tease this man, a warm feeling slowly flowed from her chest into her stride. She could feel that her previously weakened stride was gradually recovering. Only then did Yun Luofeng realize that this man was not making a move on her but was nourishing her stride for her instead. At this time, the man in front of her had his palm pressed against her chest. Seeming to be able to feel the young lady's soft body, a strange sensation acutely surfaced in his heart in an instant. That feeling was somewhat irrepressible, like a volcano on the verge of erupting. However, he quickly calmed his breathing down and treated Yun Luofeng's injured stride with single-hearted devotion. "Master, I've long told you not to use this method to raise your spiritual strength, but you just won't listen." Xiao Mo's resentful voice traveled inside her mind. "If you want me to forgive you, you will devour Yun Xiao keenly right now. In any case, this kid still hasn't experienced it yet, so you're not the one losing." Yun Luofeng did not pay heed to Xiao Mo's prattle. However, Xiao Mo possessed a persistent heart and continued nagging incessantly, "Master, don't you want to become stronger? You now have a quick shortcut to becoming strong. You just have to consume this little tormenting minx in front of you, then you can become strong." Little tormenting minx. Yun Luofeng nearly spurted out a mouthful of blood. She sized Yun Xiao, who was in front of her, up. No matter what, she could not associate this cold man with the word, minx. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. If you want to kill someone, then I will help you hold your sword. Swoons. Chapter 88, Spies from the Palace 2. What's the matter? Yun Xiao saw Yun Luofeng regarding him with a very strange expression and lightly furrowed his brows. "Yun Xiao, has anyone ever told you that you are extremely delicious?" It had to be said that the man in front of her indeed possessed the ability to captivate people. His utterly stunning appearance and his exquisitely perfect facial features, not a single one did not entice people to commit a crime. Especially the 8-pack abs. It was absolute perfection. If he stripped his clothes and went outside, the muscles on his chest would probably be groped until it became thoroughly smooth. Yun Xiao looked towards Yun Luofeng with some astonishment, as though not understanding why she would suddenly say that. No, after thinking for a moment, Yun Xiao honestly answered Yun Luofeng's question. There really was no one who would dare to speak with him like this. Once his status was out in the open, even those women, who had never seen his appearance under the mask, would actively seek him out. But those women did not survive. Yun Luofeng watched Yun Xiao's rather uncomfortable appearance and burst out laughing all of a sudden. "Yun Xiao, just how much longer will you keep laying your hand on my chest?" She cast a glance at Yun Xiao's hand, which was still pressing against her chest, and a bewitching amusement appeared in her black eyes. Yun Xiao's expressionless face grew rigid for a bit before he retracted his hand and coldly stated, "Your body is already fine, so I shall take my leave." After saying these words, he turned around and headed out of the door. No matter how steady his steps were, Yun Luofeng was able to still see a trace of panic. Looks like this guy isn't completely clueless about the affair between men and women. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes as she stared at Yun Xiao's retreating silhouette, her smile revealing a trace of bewitching charm. He's just lacking a bit of training. The entire Yun residence was aware that the Yun family's eldest miss, Yun Luofeng, was carried back by Yun Xiao. So when Yun Luo, who was currently outside conversing with someone while drinking tea, heard about this matter, he hurriedly left behind everyone and rushed back to the general estate. Only after seeing a safe and sound Yun Luofeng did he release a sigh of relief. However, even though Yun Luofeng did not suffer from any harm, the typically protective of the weak old man still exploded with fury. If it weren't for Yun Luofeng restraining him, he would have already burst into the imperial palace to settle the score with Jinglin. At the same time, the entire imperial city of Longyuan was in an uproar. The reason was none other than Jinglin making things difficult for Yun family's eldest miss at the medical pavilion and even damaging the medical pavilion's property, leading the medical pavilion's elder to fly into a rage and send someone to enter the palace to settle accounts with Jinglin for the damaged medicinal herbs. Jinglin had unspeakable bitter suffering. What could he say? That he was wrongly accused. Who would believe him? As such, he could only swallow the pain and silently bring forward all of his fortunes to compensate the medical pavilion. Within a night, Longyuan's prestigious imperial physician, Jinglin, became a pauper in the truest sense of the word. The current him could not even afford medicinal herbs. While Longyuan was engulfed in this storm, the culprit, Yun Luofeng, was peacefully cultivating in her home, undisturbed by external affairs. Rear Mountain. Yun Luofeng settled herself inside the bathtub, slowly opening her eyes. She exhaled a mouthful of foul air and said, "Xiao Mo, I already broke through to early-level advanced rank spirit cultivator." Humph. Xiao Mo was still making a fuss over Yun Luofeng's willfulness, his tone carrying resentment. If you just listened to me and dual cultivate with Yun Xiao, you would have already reached intermediate-level spirit cultivator by now. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. This little guy truly would not let it go until he had his way. Forget it, we won't discuss the matter of cultivating anymore. The mission that I gave Milk Tea earlier should already be completed. Chapter 89, Spies from the Palace 3. Squeak. Just as Yun Luofeng mentioned the gold-seeking hamster, Milk Tea, a call drew her attention. Not long after, she saw a little, milky white hamster making its way inside through the crack of the door, calling Yun Luofeng with its squeak. "Did you finish digging the underground training ground?" Yun Luofeng held Milk Tea in her palm and asked, "Did you leave behind the 3 big pits that I told you to retain?" Squeak. Milk Tea nodded its head frantically, blinking its eyes at Yun Luofeng, and tried to act cute as if it was asking for a reward. "What about those people that I had you supervise? How did it go?" All this time, Milk Tea worked to excavate the underground training ground in the morning and was responsible for supervising the recruits at night. Of course, as a reward, Yun Luofeng did not treat it unfairly and every day, she rewarded it with a spirit-gathering medicinal liquid. Squeak. Milk Tea nodded its head once again, earnestly looking at Yun Luofeng. "This is your reward for today." Yun Luofeng picked up a vial of spirit-gathering medicinal liquid and tossed it to Milk Tea. Milk Tea hastily held the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid and used its teeth to tear the lid open, gulping down the medicinal liquid. Gold-seeking hamsters were different from humans. Its cultivation relied on endlessly devouring medicinal herbs. And this spirit-gathering medicinal liquid that was created from medicinal herbs was naturally its food. However, compared with the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, its longing for the spiritual herbs from a few days ago was more intense. Squeak, squeak. After it finished drinking the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, Milk Tea smacked its mouth and called Yun Luofeng a couple times while excitedly gesticulating with its hands and feet. "Master, it is saying that it witnessed a man leaving General Estate covertly once, and after following him, it discovered the man sending a letter to an old man with an effeminate voice." Xiao Mo faintly spoke to explain as though understanding the confusion in Yun Luofeng's heart. "Apparently, the little guy here has yet to cool his temper." An effeminate voice. Yun Luofeng lightly stroked her chin and chuckled. Besides the palace's eunuchs, there isn't anyone with a voice that's too effeminate. As expected, it appears that the emperor doesn't trust the General Estate and planted a spy here. Milk Tea, lead the way. I want to go see that person. The reason why she bided her time these past days was to lure out the spies from the palace. It was clear that the spies had lost their patience and revealed their aim this quickly. Squeak, squeak. Milk Tea cheerfully called twice and scurried down from Yun Luofeng's palm, and swiftly flew out the door while swinging its little butt. Yun Luofeng did not think twice before closely pursuing it. At this moment, people were crowded to a bursting point inside the dim and damp stone room. The entire 200 people dwelling inside the stone room, the degree of crowding could be imagined. After experiencing Yun Luofeng's neglect these past few days, these people were already becoming impatient. If not for General Estate's considerable salary, why else would they stay in a prison like this? Amidst everyone's boisterous discussion, a laid-back voice was suddenly heard, leading everyone's conversation to an abrupt stop. "It looks like you guys were doing quite well these past few days, considering that you still have the energy to talk loudly." The girl's back was leaning against the stone wall, her completely spotless white clothes was in contrast to this dusky stone room. A languid and wicked smile was displayed on her peerlessly beautiful appearance as her dark eyes quietly regarded the suddenly quiet crowd. "Miss Yun," a dissatisfied voice was heard from the crowd, "after recruiting us, you left us here and paid no heed to us. Just what do you want to do? Were we brought here just so you could treat us this way?" Chapter 90, Spies from the Palace 4. Yun Luofeng lightly raised her brow, her gaze turning slightly towards the person who spoke. It was a handsome youth with delicate eyebrows, which were somewhat knitted from dissatisfaction. Perhaps due to staying in this stone room devoid of sunlight these past few days, his cheeks were close to becoming a translucent white. It was obvious that he was young, but his eyes contained a feeling of having experienced the vicissitudes of life. "What's your name?" Yun Luofeng looked at the handsome youth and asked with upturned lips. The handsome youth did not expect that Yun Luofeng would notice him this swiftly, so he was stunned for a moment. His eyes wandered around in a circle as he said, "Yi Ling. My name is Yi Ling. What I want is your real name. Tell me, what is your real name?" Yun Luofeng folded her arms across her chest, though her tone bore no trace of impatience. The youth was startled. His eyeball continued to wander as he insisted, Yi Ling is my real name. Well then, let me change the question. Where did you go last night? Yun Luofeng watched the youth while smiling. Her black eyes seemed to be capable of discerning everything. Nothing could escape her scrutiny. The youth's face began to sweat. When he left yesterday, no one was trailing after him, so why would Yun Luofeng ask him this question? She was definitely pulling his leg on purpose. What the youth did not know was, indeed, no one was following him last night, there was only a little hamster sneaking behind him. Yi Ling. Yun Luofeng's smile became more pronounced. Reportedly, a few years ago, Lujin Kingdom 1 was defeated. In order to seek peace, they sent Lujin Kingdom's most talented third prince, Yi Ling, as a pawn. Third prince was originally the next generation sovereign but suffered the fate of being a pawn. Therefore, I want to ask, should I call you Yi Ling or third prince? The youth's complexion transformed dramatically, his eyes staring at Yun Luofeng in horror. You, how did you know? Wasn't the General Estate's eldest miss useless? How was she able to discern his identity? When Crown Prince first sent you all to General Estate, I didn't notice you, and yet you could not remain calm. When you went to meet with the eunuch from the palace yesterday, you were discovered by my people. Yun Luofeng gently patted Milk Tea's little head, smiling faintly with lowered eyes. Of course, if you casually came up with a name when I asked you just now, I would have had no way of knowing you are Yi Ling. However, you actually used the name, Yi Ling, to deceive me. She paused and looked up at the youth's deathly white face. Lujin Kingdom's Empress Yi is your mother. It is difficult to go undetected by using this name. I'm only curious, just what terms did that person from the Imperial Palace use to make you do his bidding? Yi Ling chuckled wryly. Yun Luofeng, they all say you are trash and that you only dare to abuse your power by relying on the General Estate's name. Unfortunately, the world is blind, no one was able to see through you. You were correct, I am Yi Ling. The Emperor promised me that after staying in your estate for a full 2 years, you will let me go back to my kingdom. Not to mention, if it weren't for Yun Luo, that old man, Lujin Kingdom would not be defeated, and I wouldn't become a hostage. A touch of hatred flashed through Yi Ling's eyes as he coldly spoke. Yi Ling, do you think this is really my grandfather's fault? Yun Luofeng sneered. I admit, my grandfather used to be foolishly loyal, completely obedient to that dog emperor's commands. However, it was not of his own volition. The one you should truly hate is that dog emperor. What's more, the reason why you became a hostage, I'm afraid you know better than anyone. Chapter 91, Establishing One's Might 1. Yi Ling's body trembled as he closed his eyes in pain. A few years ago, his mother, Empress Yi, unexpectedly passed away. After which, noble consort Rong was conferred as the Empress. In order to let her son succeed to the throne as Emperor, she did not hesitate to incite Emperor Father to force him head to Longyuan Kingdom to become a pawn. Father Emperor, to preserve his peace, agreed to this proposal. Thus, him being reduced to becoming a hostage was related to these two. What you spoke of is correct. I do completely understand why I was reduced to becoming a hostage. Yi Ling opened his eyes, which contained experiences of life's vicissitudes, and stared at Yun Luofeng. And, if I didn't become a hostage, I fear that that woman wouldn't have let me off. Yun Luofeng languidly lifted her eyes, her lips raised in a wicked smile. So you could say that my grandfather can be considered as your savior. If it's like this, then can you tell me what is the purpose of that dog emperor sending you here? She refused to believe that Yi Ling was sent by him to the General Estate just to monitor them. Yi Ling's body suddenly became stiff, and he stewed in silence for a few moments before responding truthfully to Yun Luofeng's words. Besides having me observe the General Estate, that dog emperor tasked me to seduce you. And also, to make you carry my child. While saying these words, Yi Ling's complexion turned completely red, not knowing where to place his side. Yun Luofeng's dark eyes flashed with a ray of cold light as she asked with upturned lips, for what purpose? Yi Ling glanced at Yun Luofeng. If you succeeded in carrying my child, then he can sentence the General Estate the crime of colluding with the enemy and betraying one's country. Even if I am merely a hostage, my identity as the third prince of the enemy's nation still exists. His words implied that Gao Tu sent him here not only to spy on the General Estate but also to frame and create false charges and thoroughly abolishing the General Estate, the Emperor's malignant tumor. It was a pity that old General Yun fought for his country for many years. His son and daughter-in-law even perished in the war, and yet he was reduced to such an ending. This dog emperor really laid down a game of good chess. Yun Luofeng bewitchingly smiled, her features displaying her innate arrogance. Unfortunately, he underestimated the General Estate and what's more, he underestimated me. Indeed, Gao Tu underestimated Yun Luofeng too much. He originally thought Yun Luofeng would definitely covet beauty and fall into his treacherous plan. But he did not realize that the current Yun Luofeng is no longer the person who was in unrequited love with the Crown Prince from a few months ago. Moreover, with a perfect Yun Xiao next to her, she could only turn her nose up at third Prince Yi Ling. Yi Ling, Yun Luofeng's faintly smiling eyes landed on Yi Ling's body. Even though the smile on her face did not change, it still made people feel a penetrating coldness. What consequences do you think there are for helping the dog emperor in plotting against me? Yi Ling's complexion became ghastly pale as he said with a bitter smile, as a hostage, it is also not of my own volition. I can only obey his orders. I don't care what reasons you have nor do I care about your identity. I only know that you wanted to plot against me. Yun Luofeng's eyes revealed a harsh light, and she sternly said, this point alone is enough. Yi Ling's body shuddered. He knew, no matter how unwilling he was, as long as he helped Gao Tu plot against her, there was no way she would forgive him. Swish. In Yi Ling's moment of silence, the young lady's figure was like a mirage, suddenly appearing near him. A slim arm grabbed his wrist, twisting it with force, and a stab of pain shot through his body. It was so painful that Yi Ling could not help but scream. Bang! The girl threw his body on the ground, her foot stepping on his chest. Before Yi Ling had the chance to close his mouth, she fished out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve and forcefully poured the bottle's medicinal liquid into his mouth. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. It might be too late to say this, but Luofeng is pretty ruthless, and this is only the beginning. To be honest, this novel should probably be rated M, for mature. XD, you were warned. Chapter 92, Establishing One's Might 2. Grunt. Yi Ling's complexion was charged with pain, and his vicissitude-filled eyes were brimming with horror. Feeling as though his internal organs were on fire and unbearably raw, he wished he could immediately die. What did you make me drink? Yi Ling squeezed his own neck tightly, his veins standing out from his temples, and both of his eyes were bulging. His handsome appearance was twisted due to the excessive pain, and his voice revealed heart-rending despair. I used the juice that I extracted from a few type of poisonous medicinal herbs that I specially prepared for you. Yi Ling, since you have the guts to come to my general estate to plot against me, then I will make you feel a pain that you would never forget in this lifetime. Yun Luofeng haughtily looked down on the youth rolling on the ground, her lips raised with a wicked smile as she continued to say, I am most intolerant of betrayals. I will make living worse than death for anyone who betrays me. Inside the God Code world, Xiao Mo could not resist rolling his eyes. He fully understood that his master was establishing her might. Simply put, she was killing the chicken to warn the monkey one. Her purpose was to make everyone present understand that betraying her would definitely not end well. Apparently, the effect of showing her power was remarkable. Seeing the youth who would rather die, everyone shuddered. There were even some who were glad that the one who betrayed her was not them. Kill me, I beg you to kill me. Yi Ling's voice was hoarse and painful. He looked at the arrogant Yun Luofeng with prayers in his eyes as his eyes shed two trails of tears. Death would be more gratifying than this feeling of his viscera being set on fire. Those who betray me, I won't let them easily die. I will slowly torture them. Yun Luofeng's lips lifted in a bloodthirsty smile. Yi Ling, not only will I not let you die, but I will also make you loyal to me for your entire life. Only I can soothe your current pain, so from now on, you will hand your life over to me. Yi Ling did not even have to think before nodding his head and said in pain, I am willing to pledge my allegiance to you. I implore you to let me off. Yun Luofeng slowly bent down, leisurely piercing a silver needle into Yi Ling's heart. After the needles entered his body, a warm current slowly flowed into his organs, and the intense pain gradually disappeared. The silver needles can only temporarily stop your pain, so from now on, you must bath in the liquid medicine that I have prepared for you every month. Otherwise, this pain will follow you like a relentless shadow. She did not trust Yi Ling, so there was no chance that she would give Yi Ling the antidote. This was the only way that she could have complete control over him. Yi Ling's body laid limp on the ground, his forehead covered with cold sweat. He was so weak that he could not even utter a single word as he laid on the ground gasping for air. Yun Luofeng stood up, and her bewitching, dark eyes swept across everyone present. Her appearance was domineering, and her words were unrestrained. You have already seen the price for being a traitor. I, Yun Luofeng, am most intolerant of betrayals. If anyone betrays me, I have thousands of ways to make living worse than death for them. But of course, none of you should take any chances. Yi Ling was hidden this deep, but I was still able to discover him. Everyone grew silent and did not even dare to take a deep breath under Yun Luofeng's arrogant momentum. Yun Luofeng's gaze swept across everyone and continued, I will punish those who betray me to the ends of the earth. However, if you are wholeheartedly loyal to me, I will definitely grant you a bright future. I know that your innate talents are lacking and that's why you are bullied and looked down upon by others. If you swear your allegiance to me, I will give you a chance to reach the top and see if you can grasp it. Translator's thoughts. Zen _. Who needs bloodshed when you can just drug them? Blood is too messy. 3. Chapter 93, Establishing One's Might 3. The young lady's bewitching and confident voice was like a heavy club pounding heavily on their heart. Everyone lifted their head, staring at the girl whose beauty was like that of a painting, the astonishment in their eyes apparent. Was this still the worthless eldest miss that everyone disdained? Then why was the current her this peerlessly beautiful and strikingly radiant? It simply made one unable to mentally associate her with the woman who pestered Crown Prince a few months ago. Eldest miss, why us? Someone among the crowd voiced the doubts. Given the general estate's power, if they were determined to establish an army, they could definitely recruit outstanding geniuses, so why would she choose them? Yun Luofeng looked at the person among the crowd who spoke. This question is very simple. When I look at people, it is never about their innate talent but their perseverance instead. Who said that only geniuses can stand at the top of the continent? Even if your talent is mediocre, as long as you make an effort that is 10th or 100th times more than the average person, you won't be worse than geniuses. I also don't approve of the word trash. No one is born as trash, it only depends on whether you are willing to work hard. The girl's speech was very inspiring, making these people's blood start boiling. That's right, in this world, no one was born as trash. So what if their talent was mediocre? As long as they spend more effort than the average person, they could step on those so-called geniuses. Yun Luofeng saw her desired effect and the gaze that she used to look at everyone gradually simmered down. Well then, whether you can remain at general estate will completely rely on your own perseverance. I don't need someone who doesn't have talent and is also unwilling to make an effort. If you slack off during training, I will immediately kick you out of general estate. Believe me, after leaving general estate, you will certainly regret not seizing the opportunity. Watching the girl's bewitching countenance, Yi Ling's heart was moved. If a few years ago, the one who fought with Lujin Kingdom was Yun Luofeng instead of Yun Luo, he reckoned the Lujin Kingdom's defeat would only take a night. This girl's strength was not strong, but her words could instantly incite everyone's emotions and even make soldiers wholeheartedly believe in her words. Let's not mention General Yun Luo, he feared that even the previous Yun family's #1 genius, Yun Qingya, could not achieve that feat. I have already said my piece, so I don't need to speak more about how you should grasp this chance. I know it has been very depressing for you all to stay in this stone room all this time, but I was left without a choice. After all, there are too many of you, and my general estate could not accommodate you earlier. Yun Luofeng surveyed everyone present, lifting the corner of her lips slightly. Thankfully, I have already finished preparing for your accommodations, but before going to this place, I must warn you about one thing. From now on, you aren't allowed to reveal anything to anyone about this training. If there are transgressors, you've all witnessed the fate of Yi Ling. Everyone's heart trembled as they straightened their posture one after another. We will all carefully adhere to Eldest Miss command. Great, Yun Luofeng shrugged, her bewitching eyes turning to Yi Ling. Yi Ling, after this, I'll open a passage for you, so that you can leave General Estate any time to report to the people from the palace. As for the contents of your report, you should clearly know. Yi Ling chuckled ruefully. No matter how Gao Tu calculated, he did not take into account that you have been disguising as a pig to eat a tiger. The people from the palace are destined to lose to you. No matter what, Yi Ling would never have thought that the current Yun Luofeng was no longer the Yun Luofeng from the past. He only thought that Yun Luofeng had definitely been pretending to be dumb to take advantage of people these past few years, using the reputation of trash to deceive people's eyes. Yun Luofeng also did not explain more and languidly stretched, saying with a pleased expression, let's go. I'll now take you to the underground training ground. Chapter 94, The Establishment of the Steel Corps, 1. The underground training ground was a span of 500 meters. In addition to the platform used for martial arts competition that had uneven levels, there were also 3 giant pits that suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone looked at the 3 giant pits with uncertainty and befuddlement, not knowing what they were for. As though oblivious to everyone's confusion, Yun Luofeng slowly shifted her body, her arrogant gaze sweeping past everyone. Her voice carried an incredibly powerful charisma and slowly traveled through the crowd. There is a total of 200 people, 100 are men and the other 100 are women. So from now on, you will be segregated by gender and form 2 teams. As a man, you must have a mind and body as staunch as steel. Thus, from now on, you shall be called Steel Corps. All of the men's posture became ramrod straight. They clearly had not started training yet, but they were already acting like regular soldiers, their mind and body solid as a boulder. We, Steel Corps, from this time forth will definitely go through water and tread on fire for Eldest Miss without hesitation. Yun Luofeng raised her lips in a faint smile, her wicked dark eyes shifting to Yi Ling. Yi Ling, as Lujin Kingdom's 3rd prince, you are more experienced when it comes to training compared to most people, so you will serve as Steel Corps Vice Commander. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yi Ling's body froze, his startled gaze turning to Yun Luofeng. Before this, he assisted Gao Tu in scheming against her, but now this girl promoted him to Vice Commander. Yi Ling originally even thought that it was already quite nice that he was able to retain his life. He did not expect that Yun Luofeng would disregard former enmities and even give him an important position. He did not know why a strange emotion would envelop his heart, making his heart lean towards Yun Luofeng like a balance. Yi Ling, although you plotted against me, I still recognize your abilities. If you wholeheartedly pledge your loyalty and devotion to me from this time forth, I will also bestow you a bright future. Yun Luofeng glanced at the youth's sluggish expression and continued to say, however, if I find out that you betray me again, next time, it won't be as simple as using poison to control you, I will definitely make your life worse than death. Yi Ling's heart suddenly trembled, but he knew that Yun Luofeng would certainly do what she said. He pursed his lips and looked at Yun Luofeng with complicated feelings in his eyes. From now on, my life shall belong to you. Remember your words. Yun Luofeng looked up and turned to the other members of Steel Corps. An arrogant and domineering expression was visible on her face. All of you must also remember that I would never allow anyone to betray me. If there are any traitors, I absolutely won't let them off. However, if you swear your loyalty to me, you will be one of my people from now on. I protect the weak, so your enemies will be my enemies, your family will also be everyone's family. The crowd suddenly quieted down, settling into silence. Then, everyone looked at Yun Luofeng, moved. Their hearts started boiling in an instant. What could be more touching than a master who would treat your enemies as her enemies and your family as her own family? Just with these words alone, everyone had already acknowledged their allegiance to Yun Luofeng in their mind. Eldest Miss, a handsome young man of 16 or 17 years of age raised his hand and weakly asked, I want to know if 3rd Prince is the Vice Commander, then who is our commander? Yun Luofeng smiled. Your chief commander is quite a mysterious character. I will bring him here to meet you in a few days. But you must not reveal the identity of the commander to anyone. Offenders shall be sentenced for a crime of treason. Chapter 95, The Establishment of the Steel Corps, 2. In regard to the candidacy of the commander position, no one was more suitable than Second Uncle. Grandfather was already old and should not be troubled by this issue. Coupled with the fact that Second Uncle's morale was low, if she could have him lead the army, it would bolster his confidence. As for the rest of you, Yun Luofeng turned to the crowd of women and said, you shall be called Raging Flame Corps. My intention for choosing this name is for you to become a raging flame, not leaving a single inch of ground alive wherever you go. We will carefully adhere to Eldest Miss commands. Everyone in the Raging Flame Corps cupped their fists in salute and unanimously responded. Remember, you're no soldier, so you don't need to be restricted by doctrines. Yun Luofeng's voice was uninhibitedly domineering, as though embodying a type of insolence that looked down on people. Protecting the people is also not your responsibility. All you need to protect is the Yun clan and your family. If you are trying to save your family, I'll do all I can to help. If you are saving a stranger, then do what you can. I don't want you to drag down the entire army just for some unimportant person. Besides this, you can do as you will and be as you are. It was not that Yun Luofeng disdained soldiers, any soldier was worth her respect. However, respect was just that, respect. She would not blindly agree with them. In her heart, nothing was more important than family and friends. Why would she implicate her family just for those people who were of no concern to her? What a grand, you can do as you will and be as you are. Yi Ling chuckled wryly, his regard for Yun Luofeng becoming more complex. But he understood that there was already something gradually taking root and sprouting in his heart and growing into a towering tree that will eventually reach high up in the sky. This thing was called loyalty. Eldest Miss, SEAL Corps already has a commander and vice commander. May I ask who will serve those posts in our Raging Flame Corps? Among the Raging Flame Corps, a quick-witted and adorable young girl raised her hand and blinked her eyes while asking. What is your name? Yun Luofeng's sight landed on the girl, lightly raising her brow. Seeing Yun Luofeng asking for her name, the young girl's heart was somewhat excited. I'm named Jung Lingge. Jung Lingge. Yun Luofeng smiled entrancingly. This name is quite nice. You will be Raging Flame Corps Vice Commander from now on. Of course, in the training following this, you must exert more effort than the rest of them. If you're unable to keep up, you can only abdicate your position to other people. Jung Lingge nearly jumped from excitement. Afraid that Yun Luofeng would really give the Vice Commander position to other people, she hurriedly swore, Eldest Miss, don't worry, I definitely won't disappoint you. Yun Luofeng faintly nodded. I hope so. As for the Raging Flame Corps Chief Commander, I've already thought of a candidate. Once she arrives, you must obey her command. Seeing Jung Lingge grabbing the initial opportunity, the other girls regretted in their mind. Why didn't they step out just now? Otherwise, the one who Yun Luofeng would have noticed would have been him instead. However, hearing Yun Luofeng's following words, hope gradually rose up in the disappointed heart. They still had a chance. They only had to surpass Jung Lingge, and the position of Vice Commander would be theirs. Suddenly, every girl was soaring with fighting spirit, strongly wishing they could immediately throw themselves into training. Yi Ling, Jung Lingge, Yun Luofeng languidly said while yawning, I'm giving you a task. Within a half day, let everyone to fill up the 3 pits with water. You will officially begin your training tomorrow. Yes, Yi Ling and Jung Lingge respectfully answered. Without a doubt, Yun Luofeng had already completely tamed them in these short minutes. Chapter 96, The Establishment of the Steel Corps, 3. After she left the underground training ground, King Yin came to inform her that Elderong of Medical Pavilion brought a patient for her to treat. While saying this, little Yatu won. King Yin's pretty face was filled with excitement, as though the one that Elderong called as Godly Doctor was her. Miss, you are really awesome, even Medical Pavilion's people come to find you to treat illnesses, this maid is truly very proud. Yun Luofeng looked at little Yatu's red cheeks with a faint smile and teased, what are you being proud of? Of course, I'm proud that this servant is a Godly Doctor's little maid. Miss, your difficult times are now finally over, and your good times are just beginning. Thankfully, His Highness the Crown Prince abandoned you, otherwise, considering his status, he might not be a good match for you, Miss, King Yin said, extremely angry. As soon as she thought of all the things that Gao Ling had done to Yun Luofeng, she would fume with resentment and rage between gritted teeth. King Yin, Yun Luofeng paused and suddenly asked, if there's an opportunity for you to become strong, would you be willing to accept it? In the entire Yun family, it could be said that besides grandfather and second uncle, the one whom she trusted the most was none other than this little Yatu. In the former Yun family, only this little Yatu genuinely and sincerely acted on her behalf. King Yin stared at Yun Luofeng in bafflement. Becoming a strong person, why does this servant need to become a strong person? This servant only wants to accompany Miss. Moreover, you are now a Godly Doctor, Miss. Following you is more reliable than becoming a strong person, at least this servant doesn't have to worry about getting sick. King Yin, what if becoming a strong person will allow you to handle more affairs for me? Yun Luofeng's gaze landed on King Yin's pretty face and asked again. King Yin blinked. If this servant can handle affairs for Miss, then this servant is definitely willing to become a strong person. Miss, you are really odd today. Why are you asking these questions? Yun Luofeng burst into laughter as she shook her head, but she did not respond to King Yin's question and said with raised brows, let's go, I will treat someone's illness first. As for what I just mentioned, you will soon understand. Inside the main hall, Yun Luo slowly took a sip of tea, his eyes would occasionally dart outside the door, anxiety gradually appearing in his eyes. Elder Rong, Elder Ning, please wait for a few more minutes, that stinky girl of mine walks rather slow. She should currently be on her way. If those who came here were from the Imperial clan, Yun Luo would not be this anxious, but the one who came this time to seek Yun Luofeng was Elder Rong of the Medical Pavilion. And the other elderly person beside Elder Rong also was not an ordinary person, otherwise, Elder Rong would not respectfully call him Elder Ning. He could not even see through the ability of the pretty girl standing beside Elder Ning. One could well imagine how strong this girl's innate talent was. It was at least not weaker than Yun Qingya's from 10 years ago. Ho ho, Elder Ning faintly chuckled twice, lightly sipping the tea and said, General Yun, we can afford to wait for a while, you don't have to fret too much. Elder Ning was short of saying the phrase, the Emperor is not worried, but his eunuchs are worried to death. The old man's complexion contained a hint of embarrassment and he dryly coughed twice, using an angry expression to conceal the embarrassment on his face. This stinky girl, always arriving late. When she arrives, I must reprimand her. Of course, it was said like this, but if you really had him chide Yun Luofeng, he could not bear to do so. Chapter 97, The Establishment of the Steel Corps, 4. Grandfather, I was only momentarily delayed because of some matters, yet you're already scolding me like this behind my back. All of a sudden, there was a languid voice carrying shallow laughter that could be heard from the door. In the streak of sunlight, the white-dressed girl ambled over. Her absolutely gorgeous feature carried a bewitching smile, and her dark eyes were like the pitch-black night sky, so deep that people had no way of examining the bottom of it. The lady's sight landed on the taciturn, middle-aged man inside the huge hall. After seeing the middle-aged man's pale hair, the smile on her lips revealed a trace of clear understanding. If she did not guess incorrectly, this middle-aged man was the person suffering from the Manuo poison. Yunitu, you finally came. Elder Rong emotionally stood up. I have already brought the patient here. May I ask Yunitu how certain are you that you can save him? Yun Luofeng raised the corner of her brow, watching the middle-aged man with a penetrating look. Currently, he's already fatally ill. His head of white hair is the best proof. His appearance might still be around 40 years old, but, in truth, his physiological functions have already reached its limits. Elder Wrong's heart contracted. Unitu, can he still be saved? Still possible, though if he was just poisoned, I would still have 100% chance, but right now, I only have 70% chance at most. Yun Luofeng looked at Elder Wrong with a smile. However, Elder Wrong, my price for treating an illness is very high. Furthermore, for someone like you, I don't accept money and will only accept medicinal herbs. Of course, if my treatment fails, I will return the original items. Elder Wrong's eyes glowed with excitement. To him, 70% chance of being cured was already more than enough. Those doctors of the medical pavilion did not even possess 10% chance of certainty. Girl, our medical pavilion has a red hackberry tree that's over 1,000 years old. If you can save him, this red hackberry tree will be yours. Yun Luofeng's heart abruptly quivered. Within the wide varieties of medicinal herbs, the red hackberry tree was considered extremely precious. It was said that a red hackberry tree only produced 10 red hackberries each year. And the number of red hackberry trees on the entire continent could be counted on one hand, so one could imagine how precious 1,000 years red hackberry tree was. As for the use of red hackberries, it was said that it could raise the spiritual energy inside the body of a spirit cultivator after consuming it. Spiritual power was different from spiritual energy. Spiritual power served the purpose of being consumed while battling. Even if one was strong, when all of their spiritual strength was exhausted during a battle, they could still be trampled on by others. But the spiritual energy was the entire heaven and earth's spiritual energy and could be absorbed by spirit cultivators and concentrated at the Danshan One. A breakthrough could be achieved after reaching a certain threshold. Thus, could you imagine the temptation a red hackberry tree that could provide the spiritual energy presented? Even if the spiritual energy it could give was pitifully meager, it could still make many people willing to spend a large sum to purchase it. You too, I know that a red hackberry tree can't compare with your spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, but this is considered as our medical pavilion's most precious medicinal herb. If it weren't for saving Darren, I could not bear to take it out, afraid that Yun Luofeng would turn up her nose at the red hackberry tree, Elder Wrong hurriedly explained. Very well, Yun Luofeng smiled, her eyes flashing with a streak of entrancing light. If I successfully concoct the antidote, this red hackberry tree will be mine. To be honest, she really did not care for the little amount of spiritual energy that the red hackberry tree could provide. However, if she planted the red hackberry tree in the God Code World's medicinal field, then the effect would no longer be the same. Perhaps the old man could use it to break through to a high-level intermediate rank spirit cultivator. Elder Wrong's heart became delighted. Yunitu, may we start treatment now? Yun Luofeng nodded, and her gaze turned to the silently waiting Elder Ning. I will first treat the person from medical pavilion, and then I will work on your treatment once I am done with him. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. Side note, the old man referred to in the end is Yun Luo. Chapter 98, New Family Visiting 1. As for Yun Luofeng choosing to treat the person from medical pavilion first, Elder Ning naturally did not have any objections and faintly smiled while saying, Yunitu, this old crock will head to the rear court with you. You should treat him first, and then treat me after you're done with his treatment. Shinsa, help me up. Yes, grandfather. Ning Sin's face displayed a brilliant smile as she supported the old man's body and lifted him from the chair, her clear eyes containing a faint smile. Yun Luo glanced at the dignified and beautiful Ning Sin, and his heart bore some sentiments. This was a true daughter of noble lineage. Every movement displayed her extremely fine etiquette. Just watching her movements made one feel pleased and delighted. Unlike the artificial Mu Wushuang. Mu Wushuang's composure was completely deliberate, her entire body exuding a hypocritical air. If these two stood side by side, one would be able to distinguish the true victor. Follow me. Yun Luofeng lazily stretched, her bewitching eyes sweeping past everyone present, and then turned around to head out of the main hall. Inside the Prime Minister estate, ever since Mu Wushuang returned with swollen cheeks 2 nights ago, it had not been peaceful since then. All the servants and maids did not even dare to take a deep breath, afraid that Master Prime Minister, who had nowhere to vent his anger, would cause suffering to the bystanders. Trash, a bunch of good for nothing. Inside the study, Mu Xingqiu swept all the books on the desk to the ground, his geriatric face completely furious. I asked you to go to medical pavilion to purchase medicinal herbs that reduced swellings, and you actually couldn't buy it. What use do I have for you? Mu Xingqiu's complexion was livid as he glared at the servants kneeling on the ground with eyes fraught with rage. All the servants were so frightened that they firmly kept their heads lowered and did not even have the courage to lift their head. Each of them coweringly curled their bodies, their entire body ceaselessly trembling. Master Prime Minister, those from medical pavilion said that the medicinal herbs were all destroyed by Imperial Dr. Jing, so medical pavilion is already out of stock. The medicinal herbs of medical pavilion could never run out, but those people had Elder Wrong's orders and simply would not sell medicinal herbs to the Prime Minister estate. It was a pity that the current Mu Xingqiu did not know this fact. Grandfather. Just as Mu Xingqiu was about to go on a rampage once again, a graceful voice slowly traveled from the entrance. The moment that Mu Xingqiu heard that voice, his rage gradually subsided. He lifted his head, looked at the young lady entering the study, and asked with heartache, Wushuang, why did you come? The Mu Wushuang of this moment no longer had her former beauty. Her entire face was covered with gauze, only leaving behind a pair of eyes that were brimming with resentment and a delicate mouth. Grandfather, I already heard about the medical pavilion matter. Mu Wushuang slightly lowered her eyes. I also know that in the course of avenging me, Master accidentally damaged medical pavilion's property, leading to him to become blacklisted by medical pavilion. In fact, medical pavilion hadn't actually run out of stock. Moreover, because of Master's impertinence in medical pavilion, it even resulted in medical pavilion not selling us their medicinal herbs. With Jinglin's personality of saving face with absolute determination, he definitely would not speak about the mishap that he suffered at the medical pavilion. Everyone who was present that day at the medical pavilion also did not dare to spread the matter everywhere due to Elder Wrong's order. Thus, until now, Mu Wushuang did not understand that the reason the Prime Minister Estate was unable to purchase medicinal herbs at the Medical Pavilion was because Medical Pavilion wanted to vent their anger for Yun Luofeng. Shuang, you can rest assured that grandfather will definitely avenge you for this humiliation. Mu Xingqiu coldly stated as a murderous intent flashed through his eyes. Chapter 99, Mu Family Visiting 2. Mu Wushuang's body trembled and she painfully closed her eyes, the bottom of her heart suffused with a bitter feeling. Grandfather, the person who injured me is His Highness the Crown Prince. I won't exact revenge for this no matter what. HMPH, Mu Xingqiu coldly harumphed, his aged face darkening as he coldly stated, when did I ever say I wanted to find Crown Prince to exact revenge? In this situation, Crown Prince is also a victim. The real culprit is Yun Luofeng. If it weren't for His Highness the Crown Prince suffering from a serious disease recently, he would definitely find Yun Luofeng to settle the score. Mu Wushuang did not respond. When it comes to enmity towards Yun Luofeng, no one's hate could run deeper than hers. Grandfather, ever since Yun Luofeng made Crown Prince hit me that day, I already swore that there will eventually be a day where I will make her experience the same pain. However, Yun family is under the protection of old man Yun. Even if our Prime Minister Estate has the Emperor's favor, what can we do? There's nothing we can do about Yun Luofeng. Shuang, I've long since had a countermeasure for dealing with this matter. Mu Xingqiu started to laugh darkly. In a while, I will enter the palace to seek an imperial decree from your aunt and have her summon Yun Luofeng to enter the palace to be Her Highness the Princess' study companion. During that time, without the protection of Yun family's old man, you can torment her however you want. Mu Wushuang's eyes shone. How did she not think of this idea? As long as Yun Luofeng entered the palace, her life and death will hinge on her whim. Of course, she would not let that woman die easily. She would make her life worse than death. Thinking of this, the bitter resentment inside Mu Wushuang's beautiful eyes deepened, just like a poisonous snake, able to instantly gobble someone. Under the intense sunlight, the general estate was quiet and serene. At present, the old man was leisurely sampling tea without a care in the main hall. His entire geriatric face carried a spring-like and splendid joy. It was obvious that Yun Luofeng's recent actions gave him extreme confidence. He believed that there would eventually be a day where Yun family would charge out of the tiny Longyuan and appear in the eyes of the people in the continent. With Feng, this girl, here, perhaps her second uncle's grievance can really be avenged, the old man muttered to himself. Thinking about Yun family's bitter and deep-seated enmity, his features gradually darkened. Sir, not good, we have a problem. Suddenly, a servant rushed inside with dripping sweat on his face, his voice carrying anxiousness. Prime Minister Mu Estate came and said that they carry an imperial decree from Imperial Concubine Mu and also clearly stated that this imperial decree should be received by Eldest Miss. The old man's face instantly darkened, and the teacup in his hand was viciously smashed into the ground with a thud. Which of Mu family's son of ABTCH came? It's Mu family's eldest young master, the servant reported while trembling and stammering. As soon as the words were spoken, a cold laughter was suddenly heard from outside the hall, disdain apparent in its arrogance. It turns out this is the true personality of the dignified state general, disparaging someone as a son of ABTCH without compunction. Even my Prime Minister Estate servants won't spew profanities the way you do. A man in brocade garments swiftly strode inside from outside the door, carrying a red imperial decree in his hands, his cold features bearing slight similarities with Mu Wushuang. His lips were raised with a touch of ridicule. Mu Wuchen, what did you come here for? The old man's feature became more and more intolerable, his severe gaze shooting daggers at the man clad in brocade garments who appeared at the entrance. Mu Wuchen was Mu Wushuang's full-blooded older brother as well as Mu family's successor. This Mu Wuchen was different from Mu Shen, that hedonistic son. To Mu family, Mu Shen was an inconsequential existence, but Mu Wuchen possessed Mu Xingqiu's affection, just like Mu Wushuang. Chapter 100, Mu Family Visiting 3. I naturally came here to pass on noble consort Niangyang's one imperial decree. Have Yun Luofeng received the decree now? Mu Wuchen frostily looked at the old man and said in a haughty way. The old man sneered. My granddaughter isn't an idle person like you, who only knows how to trouble other people whenever you have nothing to do. She is incredibly busy, so how could she have the time to receive the decree? Will you promptly get lost on your own or do you need this general to throw you out? If the one who came was someone else from the imperial clan, perhaps the old man would be a bit more polite. But since the other party was a member of Mu family, considering his hatred towards the Mu family, not directly throwing him out was already polite enough. General Yun Luo, I came here to announce noble consort's imperial decree. If you don't have Yun Luofeng come out to accept the decree, it can be construed as a crime of deceiving the sovereign. Mu Wuchen's eyes darkened by several degrees, his arrogant voice containing a trace of coldness. The old man loudly laughed twice. The crime of deceiving the sovereign, just who is considered a sovereign? May I ask if you came to pass on His Majesty's decree, or perhaps Empress Niangyang's decree? Oh, right, the current Longyuan kingdom doesn't have an empress, so how am I insulting the sovereign? It's merely a noble consort. In the end, she is just His Majesty's concubine. Do you think that this general needs to be afraid of a concubine? Wasn't this how it was? No matter how honorable noble consort status was, she was nothing more than a concubine. The only one who could be on equal footing with His Majesty was the empress. However, the current Longyuan did not have an empress. Therefore, the only one that the old man needed to give a bit of face to was His Majesty. Of course, this type of giving face was on the premise that His Majesty did not offend him. Otherwise, he would not give face to anyone. Mu Wuchen's temper was considered to be quite great, not actually getting angry to the point of stomping about after being subjected to this type of humiliation by Yun Luo. He only took a deep breath, suppressing the fury bursting forth from his heart, and coldly stated, that's correct, in an ordinary merchant house, noble consort Niangyang's status is just concubine. Similarly, in this type of family background, you are also just like a servant, general. No matter how low the concubine's position is, she is still your master. Now that master has an order, you can also only comply. Ho ho, the old man sneered and shamelessly said, in any case, I definitely won't recognize her status as a master. You want to see my granddaughter, you can. Wait here, the moment she's done with her affair is the moment you will be able to see her. This time, without waiting for Mu Wuchen to speak, the guards behind him all grew furious. Every one of them would love to go up and shred the old man apart. We came to announce noble consort Niang Niang's imperial decree. This behavior of yours is clearly looking down on noble consort Niang Niang. Eldest young master, in accordance with the crime of general defying imperial law, it thus warrants the extermination of 9 familial branches. Generally speaking, the dog behind the master was the mouth of that master. When the master wanted to have an outburst but must also maintain appearances, the dog would stand up and say the words that his master wanted to convey. And whenever this happens, the master would come out to pretend to be a good person. But didn't they bother to wonder how the servants would have the guts to say this type of things without their master's permission? The old man was naturally fully aware of this fact, so a sneer emerged on his old face. I only have one sentence, you either wait or get lost. I don't care whose imperial decree you came to declare. If you want to disturb my granddaughter while she's busy with her affairs, that's fine. Once you defeat me, we can talk again. The old man at this moment was just like a war god, obstructing Mu Wuchen and everyone else, his speech full of loftiness. The guards were fuming mad to the point of wanting to spew profanities, but they were stopped by Mu Wuchen's extending hand. Very well, I will wait for her here. Chapter 101, Mu Family Visiting, 4. The guest bedroom was elegant and immaculate, the scent of sandalwood filling the room. The girl put away the silver needles in front of her and looked up at the 2 people awaiting her. The treatment is already done, you can go ask them how the effects are. As soon as he heard those words, Elderong's heart swelled with joy and he hurriedly rushed towards the middle-aged man who was sitting upright. Darren 1, how do you feel? After asking this, he involuntarily froze. He witnessed the tips of the man's originally pale hair gradually turning black. Even though the change was very slight, it still made Elderong extremely emotional, and his entire body started to tremble slightly. He believed that there would inevitably be a day that Darren would return to normal. Grandfather. Ning Xin walked to Elder Ning and lent her arm to lift him while asking with concern, are you feeling better? Elder Ning nodded with a faint smile, his gaze turned to Yun Luofeng, his smile widening, you too, as soon as you inserted the needle, it truly made my entire body and mind very relaxed. I really don't know how to thank you. If it were not for Yun Luofeng, he was afraid he could only wait for death at the Ning residence. I have a prescription here, go back to gather the medicinal herbs and brew it. Take a dose daily and come back for a session of acupuncture every 3 days until your body has fully recovered. Yun Luofeng's sight landed on the pale-faced, middle-aged man and continued to say, as a matter of fact, I can get rid of the Manuo flower poison entirely, but this way, his body would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it, so I can only purge the poison from his body bit by bit. I understand, I completely understand. Elderong nodded his head, so excited that he became somewhat incoherent. Yunitu, I am really grateful to you. You're our medical pavilion's savior. If you need anything in the future, just come to the medical pavilion to let me know, and I will certainly make every effort to help. Yun Luofeng crookedly smiled, a wicked light flashed through her dark eyes. In fact, the reason she saved this middle-aged man was for the red hackberry tree, and the second reason was to make the medical pavilion owe her a favor. In the future, if she became embroiled in a dispute with the Imperial clan, perhaps the medical pavilion's people could help her once. This life-saving thing really makes people tired out easily. Yun Luofeng languidly stretched and turned around to push the room's door open and said to the several people behind her, you can do as you wish. The moment that she stepped out of the room, a sharp-eyed guard of Yun family caught a glimpse of her and quickly approached her, cupping his fists in salute. Eldest Miss, Prime Minister Mu Estate's eldest son came to announce noble consort's decree, so master made this subordinate wait here for Eldest Miss. Prime Minister Mu Estate, noble consort Niang Yang. When Elderong, who was closely following behind, heard this, he was stunned for a brief second before sneering. This Prime Minister Mu Estate really won't leave you alone. He turned to the middle-aged man behind him, his geriatric face displaying respect. Darren, this Prime Minister Mu Estate continually made things difficult for Unitu. Now that Unitu is very important to us, can I go protect her? Those predators from the Prime Minister Estate definitely did not come here with good intentions, so how could he be at ease about Yun Luofeng facing those people? What if she was devoured to the point that none of her bones remained intact, then where would he go find another godly doctor? Very well, the middle-aged man lightly nodded. His voice was extremely faint, but it was much better than being unable to speak like before. Ho ho, Elder Ning faintly laughed twice. Let's go, this old crock also wants to know why those people came to find Unitu. Chapter 102, Kneeling to Receive a Decree, 1. Inside the silent main hall, Mu Wuchen's appearance was cold and solemn. His features emitted an icy air, frightening all the servants behind him to the point of not daring to take a deep breath. General Yun, Mu Wuchen finally could not resist and turned to Yun Luo with his frosty face, his tone clearly layered with rage. I have already been waiting here for several Shichen 1, could you perhaps go hurry her for us? They have been waiting here since noon and it was already sunset now, but Yun Luofeng still had not appeared. This inevitably made Mu Wuchen suspect if the old guy was doing this on purpose. The elderly man tasted the tea in his hands with satisfaction, raised an eyebrow to look at Mu Wuchen, who was gradually becoming impatient from waiting, and leisurely stated, my granddaughter is not carefree like you. If you want to see her, then you can only wait. Mu Wuchen's face turned several degrees colder, unable to resist the urge to stand up. At this exact moment, he caught a glimpse of the peerlessly beautiful girl outside the house walking over leisurely. He forcibly repressed the fury that was already bursting forth once again. Grandfather. Yun Luofeng did not even glance at Mu Wuchen, and hurriedly heading towards the elderly man sitting beside the tea table with light steps. Her posture was sluggish and carefree while her gorgeous face carried a faint smile. You were looking for me. The elderly man swept his eye across Mu Wuchen, whose expression was slowly darkening, and said with a chilly smile, "It wasn't me looking for you, it was New Family's people making a fuss about a casual remark dropped by their superior to and seeking trouble for you." Yun Luofeng raised her brows slightly, her dark eyes turning to the cold Mu Wuchen. The smile on her lips revealed a trace of mischief. Seeking trouble for me, that depends whether these people have the capability. Who in the current Longyuan doesn't know that I, Yun Luofeng, possess a dandy nature? Relying on General Estate's power to throw my weight around. Succumbing to General Estate to seek trouble for me, I'm afraid they found the wrong place. I can just have people throw 'em out. Cough cough. Elder Rong, who was following closely behind her, heard those words and nearly choked on his own saliva. He managed not to laugh out loud by forcibly holding back. Dandy nature, throwing her weight around. This was the first time that the old guy heard someone use these words to describe themselves. This girl truly could not be judged by typical logic. Mu Wuchen coldly harumphed once. Yun Luofeng, I came here to convey noble consort's imperial decree. Why aren't you on your knees yet to receive it? After saying this, Mu Wuchen haughtily lifted his chin, waiting for this arrogant young lady to kneel in front of him. But after waiting for a long while, there were still no movements. Mu Wuchen tightly knitted his brows and looked at Yun Luofeng with impatience, his eyes revealing his dissatisfaction. Yun Luofeng, I'm telling you to kneel, could be you didn't hear me. Currently, Yun Luofeng's arms were folded across her chest, and she was staring at him with a faint smile. Then, her originally bewitching expression suddenly revealed a domineering air. Her features were arrogant as she exclaimed solemnly, Mu Wuchen, committing the crime of insulting the sovereign, according to the laws of Longyuan, how shall you be punished? Mu Wuchen blanked out and stared at Yun Luofeng with incomprehension, not understanding when he committed the crime of insulting the sovereign. A long while later, he regained his senses, and his expression turned even colder. Yun Luofeng, don't bother trying to frame me. When did I insult the sovereign? Tell me the reason if you have the nerve. Hearing these words, Yun Luofeng's brows lifted slightly, her arrogant and unruly dark eyes settling on Mu Wuchen's livid expression once again. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. Another week of burst release tilde. Thank you for voting for GEWW. I really appreciate your support and love for this novel. 5 total releases will be published throughout the day, next 24-hour period. Have fun tilde. Chapter 103, Kneeling to Receive a Decree, 2. Mu Wuchen, His Majesty personally handed me a special decree, which makes me similar to royal relatives and not need to kneel no matter what. Even if noble consort Niangyang came here in person, I still don't need to kneel to her, let alone to a mere imperial decree. Since you're now forcing me to kneel, isn't that the crime of insulting the sovereign? Mu Wuchen's chest heaved up and down with anger, but it was unable to be vented out. He could only tightly clench his fists, forcibly calming himself down. Yun Luofeng, he took a deep breath, and his cold, proud gaze flashed with ruthlessness as he frostily said, Noble consort Niangyang's imperial decree orders you to quickly enter the palace and become the princess study companion for 3 years. You should pack your belongings and leave with me now. Additionally, noble consort Niangyang commands that you are not allowed to leave the palace as you please during the entire time you're to be a study companion. So you need to adequately pack, and as for maidservants. He paused for a moment before continuing, there are imperial maids inside the palace, so you don't need to bring any. These words were like a trigger, completely angering Elder Rong, who remained silent since he entered the door. His geriatric countenance was brimming with rage, and his eyes flared with mounting rage as they turned to look at Mu Wuchen. He berated, who does that princess think she is? Why should Yunyitu have to be a maidservant for her? Does she really believe herself to be that delicate? Is she worthy of it? Study companions, to put it nicely, were to accompany the princess in cultivating and studying. In reality, they were maidservants who attended to her. With Yun Luofeng's identity as godly doctor, even he did not dare to command her, but the result was that these imperial children thought too highly of themselves. Were they actually making a godly doctor become a little maidservant who will serve under someone? Was she worthy of it? More importantly, these people even wanted to lock her inside the imperial palace for 3 years. How could that be? After 3 years had passed, his Darren would already be dead. At that time, even 10 of that dog emperor's lives wouldn't be enough as compensation. Elder Ning's expression also turned colder. In his eyes, Yun Luofeng was a godly doctor deserving of his respect. This type of godly doctor actually needed to serve under an imperial princess. If he really allowed her to go, then he should not stay on this continent anymore. The one I am seeking is someone of the general estate. It doesn't have anything to do with you. Mu Wuchen glanced at the furious Elder Rong and coldly stated, moreover, the princess has a priceless constitution, having the granddaughter of a general serve her is not a humiliation for her at all. Now that the old general is already old and doesn't have many more years to live, she will have nowhere to go after old general passes away. Our noble consort Niangyang is taking pity on her, so she's giving her a direction. Within Long Yuan, there were not many people who have seen Elder Rong. If it weren't for Jinglin causing trouble last time, the number of people who were able to see him could completely be counted on one hand. What was unfortunate was that when Jinglin stirred up trouble, Mu Wuchen was not inside the medical pavilion. As a result, he naturally did not imagine that the elder in front of him was someone that anyone from the imperial clan would curry favor with. Girl. Elder Ning did not have his emotions written all over his face like Elder Rong. He indifferently turned his head to look at Yun Luofeng and calmly said, this matter will be decided by yourself. If you don't want to head to the imperial palace to be the what's-her-face princess study companion, I will unconditionally support you. These coming days, I will make this granddaughter of mine settle in your estate. With her here, no one can force you. Although Yun Luofeng was oblivious to Elder Ning's identity, his actions undoubtedly warmed her heart. She smiled at the 2 old men behind her. Don't worry, no one can force me to do anything that I don't want to do. Her words were arrogant, domineering, obstinate, and unruly, seemingly looking down on Mu Wuchen in front of her. Chapter 104, The Two Shocked Elders, 1. Following Yun Luofeng's words, the main hall abruptly quieted down. Mu Wuchen clenched his fists and suddenly stood up, his cold, arrogant gaze landing on Yun Luofeng's bewitchingly beautiful appearance. His face was cold like frost, chilling people to the bone. Yun Luofeng, don't be ungrateful. What kind of honor is it to become the princess study companion? It's a good fortune the daughters of Longyuan Kingdom's ministers won't be able to obtain even if they wanted to. Noble consort Niangyang is helping you out of goodwill, yet you are this impertinent. I only have one thing to tell you. Noble consort Niangyang's imperial decree doesn't allow for disobedience. You must enter the palace to be the princess study companion. His words were incredibly unyielding, with the tone he would seize her if she refused. Since you think being the maidservant of the princess is an honor, then why don't you let your Mu family's Mu Wushuang be this companion? How about it? Yun Luofeng lazily yawned, her bewitching eyes containing a hint of a smile. She watched Mu Wuchen's increasingly livid expression with a smirk. How dare you? Mu Wuchen coldly shouted, a harsh light flashing through his eyes. Yun Luofeng, what kind of status does Wushuang have? She has magnificent talents and is endowed with both wit and beauty. She is also the future wife of the crown prince. I don't know how a trash like you has the courage to compare with her. That's right, being the princess study companion is an honor for the minister's daughters, but Wushuang isn't one of those people. Mu Wuchen still had a sentence that he did not speak out loud. Wushuang was incredibly outstanding. How could a mere princess deserve to have Wushuang as her study companion? His Wushuang was the future empress. Her status was way above that of a princess. As for Yun Luofeng, she was a trash, giving her this opportunity to be the princess study companion, yet she did not appreciate it at all. Was there someone actually this stupid in the world? Of course, the plan of Mu Wushuang and Mu Xingqiu was not disclosed to Mu Wuchen. With Mu Wuchen's arrogance, he would surely sneer at their scheme. So he still could not figure out why would his own aunt let a trash be the princess study companion. Weren't they afraid that she would neglect the princess? Yun Luofeng glanced at Mu Wuchen's icy face from the corner of her eyes, smirking, will you get lost on your own, or would you rather make me throw you out? Yun Luofeng, Mu Wuchen furiously clenched his fists, his veins popping out of his forehead, you will really disobey noble concubine's imperial decree. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. If I didn't guess wrong, she decided the matter about me being the princess study companion on her own, and the emperor is in the dark. Why don't you enter the palace and ask the emperor whether the child of a meritorious minister only deserves to be the study companion of a princess? I'm not sure if he would have the nerve to force me to enter the palace. Based on the dog emperor's act of sending Yiling to stab the general estate in the back, Yun Luofeng could see that the current emperor would not shed all pretense of cordiality with the general estate yet. Moreover, the dog emperor still planned to take advantage of Yiling to set her up. How could it be possible that he would have her enter the palace during this time? In this respect, she could tell that this was definitely noble consort Mu acting on her own, and the dog emperor was unmistakably unaware. All right. Mu Wuchen's eyes darkened, and he coldly snorted before saying, Yun Luofeng, you missed this opportunity to be promoted, so don't regret it in the end. When that time comes, even if you beg and scream wanting to be the princess companion, no one would bother with you. Let's go. He flung the sleeves of his robe before sullenly turning around to leave. Mu Wuchen's internal wrath could be perceived from those hurried steps. It turns out all nobles are this conceited, Elder Rong icily said with laughter. Yunitu, it looks like you're able to handle today's affair yourself, so this old guy won't meddle in your affair. If you need anything else in the future, just come to the medical pavilion to let me know, and I will definitely do everything in my power to help. Chapter 105, The Two Shocked Elders, 2. Elder Ning was not as furious as Elder Rong. He only turned his head to look at Yun Luofeng and calmly stated, Girl, there is something that I need to tell you. Originally, this matter is only known by those who have reached a level similar to mine. Now that you and the imperial family are almost on opposing sides, I must inform you this matter for the sake of your safety. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrow as she looked at Elder Ning, her smile revealing a touch of sluggishness. Elder Ning, speak as you please. Elder Ning paused for a moment. The strength of your number one expert in Longyuan is at high level, advanced rank, but do you know where this expert came from? Yun Luofeng shook her head. It was true that, with her current status, she did not have the qualifications to know about these matters. That expert came from the power behind the imperial clan. Elder Ning's eyes darkened as he continued to say, every imperial clan possesses a power behind them. However, under normal conditions, as long as the imperial clan does not encounter a disaster where the country is in a precarious situation, that power will not act and will only send an expert to guard the imperial clan. This is the reason why those forces did not act even though these several countries continued to war with each other for these many years. This is due to the prior agreement between these several forces. Yun Luofeng grew silent. A long while later, she lifted up her pitch-black eyes and looked straight at Elder Ning. If we go by what you say, a dynasty will definitely last forever. However, over the past thousands and hundreds of years, it's not like a change of dynasties hadn't happened before, yet those of power did not stop it. Elder Ning chuckled twice before patiently explaining, that's correct, there really was the change of imperial dynasties, but in the past thousands of years, this type of thing only happened several times. These few times were none other than the current emperor offending the formidable force behind them resulting in a change of dynasties. His words implied that these several instances of dynasty replacement were all due to the emperor offending the power behind them, so that power sent someone to seize the reign and the throne. Yun Luofeng did not imagine that there would be a formidable power behind the imperial clan. Since it was like this, she had to act even more carefully. Girl, you don't have to be too worried. As long as the imperial clan isn't destroyed, those forces will not casually appear. Even if you accidentally provoke those forces, my Ning family will not allow him to touch you in the slightest, said Elder Ning in a careless manner with an indifferent smile. Grandfather, Ning Xin looked at her grandfather's aloof face and said with a slight smile, I feel like I share a kindred spirit with Xiao Feng, so I want to stay longer at the Yun residence. Xiao Feng, I don't know if you will welcome me staying. She turned her head to look at Yun Luofeng and blinked her eyes, her pretty and dignified face displaying a warm and gentle smile. 2 days ago, this Ning Xin was still calling Yun Luofeng, Miss Yun, but now she was addressing her as Xiao Feng, in a natural, familiar way. The meaning that she wanted to convey was very apparent. No matter what happened, the Ning family would absolutely stand on her side. Sure, Yun Luofeng bewitchingly smiled with eyes full of happiness. You can stay at my Yun home for as long as you want. From the beginning, Yun Luofeng had favorable feelings towards the Ning family's grandfather and granddaughter pair. Now that it was this obvious that the other party was picking sides, if she still did not accept, then it would be a bit ungrateful. Haha, Elder Ning heartily chuckled twice before turning to General Yun Luo. His geriatric face was radiant, beaming with joy. General Yun Luo, I am quite envious of you. Having such an outstanding granddaughter truly makes people jealous. Chapter 106, The Two Shocked Elders, 3. Old Man Yun was already used to being flexible and taking advantage of situations since long ago. As soon as he heard Elder Ning's words, he immediately glared at Yun Luofeng. Girl, what are you still distracted about? Didn't you hear that Elder Ning wants to take you as his granddaughter? Why aren't you calling him Grandfather Ning already? Even before, the old man could tell Elder Ning's identity was not simple. If Yun Luofeng had someone like this protecting her, even when he passed away, he would no longer have to worry about her being alone and impoverished without anyone to protect her. Upon hearing these words, Elder Ning instantly became stupefied, and Yun Luofeng was also startled. 2 pairs of eyes simultaneously looked towards the old man, causing him to be somewhat embarrassed. Cough, cough, the old man awkwardly coughed twice. Elder Ning, didn't you keep saying you were envious that I had a granddaughter like this? So I thought of this idea to let her become your god-granddaughter. This way, there's no need for you to admire me. Elderly Ning burst out laughing, his aloof eyes contained a smile as they turned towards Yun Luofeng. In this regard, I naturally don't have any objections, but I'm not sure how Yunyato will choose. Yun Luofeng helplessly shrugged her shoulders. I will listen to my old man. What else could she choose? Her old man had already issued an order, did she dare to disobey? More importantly, Yun Luofeng knew that the old man made this decision for the sake of her well-being. He was afraid that there would not be anyone who would wholeheartedly protect her on this continent when the day came for him to leave this world. Thus, he had no scruples about forsaking his old face. I'm truly jealous of you. Elder Rong glanced at Elder Ning with jealousy. Although Yunyatu's strength isn't that great and had now only reached early level advanced rank, her medical skill is extremely brilliant. Picking up a granddaughter like this, you really profited. Just as Elder Rong's jealousy-filled voice was heard, an exaggerated cry was suddenly heard beside him, startling him. What? The elderly man's eyes widened as he evaluated Yun Luofeng with incredulity. After examining this girl's strength, his eyes filled with astonishment. Why, you broke through to early level advanced rank. Elder Ning and Elder Rong looked at each other with confusion. Even in Longyuan, an early level advanced rank spread cultivator was not a big deal, so why was the old man this shocked? It was as though Yun Luofeng reaching early level advanced rank was an extremely unfathomable matter. Elder Rong was silent for a moment before pensively gazing at Yun Luofeng. Before, I heard people said that Yun family Yun Luofeng was a trash that could not cultivate. So why would your cultivation reach early level advanced rank? Yun Luofeng languidly stood with her back against the wall and lightly lifted her brows as she bewitchingly said, I was luckily accepted as a disciple by a strong person. It was him who helped me change my physique, allowing me to be able to cultivate. However, I don't wish for anyone to know about this matter. Elder Ning thought about it and asked, Girl, just when did you improve your physique? Yun Luofeng stroked her chin, her voice was somewhat muffled, it seems like it's been for some time. The corner of Elder Ning's lips slightly twitched. How long is this? It's been for some time. Girl, can't you give me a specific number? Roughly, Yun Luofeng thought about it, her tone containing a trace of uncertainty. 1 month. She really appeared to have been cultivating for less than a month. And the her from 1 month ago was still a trash that everyone ridiculed. 1 month. Hiss. Elder Rong could not help but gasp in surprise. It was long before he could wrap his head around this piece of shocking news. While he and Elder Ning looked at each other, both of their eyes contained astonishment. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. 5/5 published. Have a good day, Night Tilda. Chapter 107, The Two Shocked Elders, 4. In a month, she went from a trash to an early level, advanced rank spread cultivator. Reaching the goal that other people needed to spend an entire year to reach. A talent like this, how astonishing was it to people? I recall that Mu family's Mu Wushuang spent more than 2 years to break through to early level advanced rank. But this type of talent was already incessantly praised by those ignorant people of Longyuan. Elder Rong shook his head as he stated with a constrained smile. If Yunyatu's talent was made known, just where would Mu Wushuang's face be placed anymore? Girl, you really don't want to get rid of your reputation as trash and ruthlessly make Mu Wushuang lose face again. Yun Luofeng bewitchingly lifted the corner of her lips, her pitch black eyes flickering. Elder Rong, you should know our Yun family's current situation. Before I gain enough strength, I can only be a trash. Just by being like this will I not attract the alarm of Imperial Clan. In any case, I am accustomed to being ridiculed. Elder Rong was stunned. Just when he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the young girl's languid voice. I, Yun Luofeng, have never liked to rely on the power of others. Regardless of how much enmities there are, I want to rely on my own ability to retaliate. Imperial Clan, Mu family, I will make them pay their blood debt with their blood sooner or later. Hence, I won't act in haste. Elder Ning shook his head with a bitter smile while his gaze at Yun Luofeng became increasingly approving. Girl, you want to be a trash, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The people that you've met thus far aren't that strong. If you met the Imperial clan's expert, they will be able to gauge your strength with a single look, so here's a space ring that can be considered as a gift for acknowledging you as my granddaughter. You must keep it safe. Upon seeing her grandfather taking out a bronze ring, surprise flashed through Ning Sin's beautiful eyes. She did not say anything though and just silently stood beside Elder Ning. Ning clan's token, seeing this ring's bearer was the same as seeing grandfather himself, and the wearer would be able to mobilize any clansman of Ning clan out there. Furthermore, as long as Yun Luofeng carried the token ring, Ning clan's clansmen must unconditionally obey when they see it. Then, thank you, Grandfather Ning. Seeing the anticipation in Elder Ning's eyes, Yun Luofeng did not reject his goodwill. Girl, besides storing objects, this ring can also suppress your aura. So, when you travel outside and even if the Imperial clan expert made a move, they won't detect your aura, so you can rest assured. Yun Luofeng's heart jolted. She did not imagine that the space ring that Elder Ning gave her would be this valuable. This favor that she owed was truly enormous. You beat me to it once again this time. Elder Rong glanced at Elder Ning and sourly said, that won't do. I will discuss with Darren what is a good present to gift this girl later. I can't fall behind you on this matter no matter what. Elder Ning chuckled. I am her grandfather, so I ought to give her presents, but I have no idea what identity you are using to give her gifts. These two old men, they wanted to compete with each other about everything. At a time like this, how could Elder Ning not mercilessly mock him? You beat me to adopting her as a granddaughter, but I still have a grandson. Elder Rong humphed and turned his head to look at Yun Luofeng. A smile appeared on his geriatric face while his tone carried fawning. Girl, that grandson of mine is a lot stronger than Crown Prince Gao Ling. Whether it is his looks, strength, or temperament, Gao Ling absolutely can't compare with him. So, if you marry my grandson, I will let you take my grandson to flaunt in front of Gao Ling and Mu Wushuang, angering those two scums to death. Chapter 108, The Two Shocked Elders, 5. In order to curry favor with Yun Luofeng, Elder Rong even called them scums. It could be imagined what kind of person Gao Ling and Mu Wushuang were in his eyes. Elder Rong, just how old is this girl? Aren't you ruining him by doing this? Elder Ning glared at Elder Rong and said with a radiant smile, besides, my Ning family's younger generation is pretty good as well. As long as this girl is willing, she can choose her husband from my Ning clan however she wants. The old man at that moment was already completely flabbergasted. These old men actually started discussing his granddaughter's spouse like nobody else was present. Out of the question. This was definitely out of the question. He still wanted to keep this girl for several years, so how could he allow her to get married now? Without waiting for the old man to open his mouth to stop them, the young girl's voice was slowly heard inside the main hall. Her voice was languid and bewitching, but it carried a hint of helplessness. The two of you, I'm only 14 years old right now. You are abducting a minor like this. The two elderly men were startled and suddenly recalled Yun Luofeng's presence. Thinking of how they were discussing this matter in front of this girl just now, their face unwittingly turned embarrassed. Cough, cough. Elder Rong dryly coughed and turned to Elder Ning, saying, this girl is right. She is still too young right now, so how can she withstand those punks' torment? Elder Ning, why don't we make a bet and see which family's boy can move this girl's heart? The one who loses will have to attend to the other person's daily life for 3 years. Great. Elder Ning slapped the table coolly and agreed decisively. I will make this bet with you. I am very confident in my boys. Moreover, I will have Shinsa, this girl, help, so it will definitely be twice the effect with half the effort. Ning Sin helplessly caressed her forehead. She really wanted to say that she did not know this old man. Furthermore, as if him making a bet was not enough, why did he have to drag her into it too? Thinking of this, Ning Sin's gaze involuntarily turned towards Yun Luofeng and unexpectedly saw her with her arms folded across her chest and smiling all the while, as though not caring that these two old men were making a bet about her. It's already quite late, girl, so we won't bother you here any longer. Elder Ning did not look at Elder Rong anymore and retrieved his gaze, aloofly smiling. Shinsa, let's go. We will return to the inn to rest. When people are old, their energy is no good. Yes, grandfather. Ning Sin lent her arm to support Elder Ning to head outside. When she passed by Yun Luofeng, she sent her a pretty smile while lightly blinking her eyes, silently laughing before helping Elder Ning leave. Imperial Palace Inner Court, High Building's Forest Room. At this moment, inside Jinhua Palace 1, Noble Consort Mu was lazily lying on the chaise lounge. Several eunuchs and imperial maidservants surrounded her, all in the middle of waiting for her orders. Just then, a eunuch hurriedly dashed through the door and with a flick of the horsetail whisk in his hands, he announced in his sharp voice, reporting to Noble Consort Niang Yang, eldest son Mu is requesting an audience. Oh. Noble Consort Mu raised an eyebrow, the red dot between her brows were extremely seductive. She slowly sat up from the chaise lounge and indifferently said, let him enter. It had already been a while since Mu Wuchun went to the general estate to announce the decree, so he must now be bringing Yun Luofeng, that little slut, here to acknowledge the decree. That little slut plotted to frame Wushuang, so she must pay her back for Wushuang this time. From beginning to end, Noble Consort Mu did not imagine that Yun Luofeng would disrespectfully defy the imperial decree. After all, this was such a good opportunity placed in front of her, someone intelligent would definitely use this opportunity to climb up. Furthermore, with Yun Luofeng's trashy constitution, if she did not search for another way out, she would be unable to continue to survive when General Yun died. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. 1. Jinhua Palace, Jin Haragong, equals Flowery Brigade Palace. Chapter 109, The Excited Second Uncle, 1. Just as Noble Consort Mu waited complacently for Yun Luofeng's deep gratitude, she saw Mu Wuchun who went to announce the decree walking inside by himself. In an instant, a noble and alluringly gorgeous face abruptly darkened, a chilly light flashing through her beautiful eyes. Where's Yun Luofeng? Why did you come back alone? Mu Wuchen reported with a forced smile. Niang, Yun Luofeng refused to come here to be the princess' study companion. She even had us go ask His Majesty whether this was how the imperial clan treated the granddaughter of a meritorious minister. What? Noble consort Mu's face suddenly turned frosty. Her long and jade-like hand heavily landed on top of the chair's handle, and coldly said, Yun Luofeng, that trash, really said this. That's right. Mu Wuchen nodded his head. Niang, Yun Luofeng is just a trash. Why would you promote her like this? With her identity, she doesn't deserve to be the princess companion at all. A person as noble as the princess, what right did Yun Luofeng have to be her study companion? Especially since this trash was this ungrateful and actually rejected Niang Yang's good intention. Noble consort Mu's eyes darkened and lightly played with the jade ring on her knuckle. It was unknown what she was thinking. At this time, a sharp voice was heard from outside, interrupting Noble consort Mu's train of thought. His Majesty has arrived. Hearing this, Noble consort Mu stood up and hurriedly composed her appearance. She looked towards the bright yellow figure, who quickly entered the bedchamber, and bowed in a dignified and graceful manner while greeting, This servant one respectfully welcomes your Majesty. My dear concubine, Gao Tu glanced at Noble consort Mu, who had a smile in her eyes, and said coolly, I heard that you went to the general estate and made Yun Luofeng come here to be the princess' study companion. Noble consort Mu raised her head, flabbergasted. Your Majesty, how did you know? This matter is known all over the entire imperial city. Gao Tu coldly chuckled. Everyone is saying that you, Noble consort Mu, is bullying the lone daughter of the general estate and even wants to force her to enter the palace to be the princess' study companion. My dear concubine, in the past, your Mu clan caused the death of Yun Luo's son and daughter-in-law. Zhentu did not hesitate to side with the Mu clan while disregarding everyone's talk. However, Yun Luofeng is currently the only child of the general estate. If anything happens to her, that old man will definitely fight to the death with the imperial clan. Right now, the imperial clan is temporarily unable to take action against that old man, and thus, Zhen hopes you won't act blindly without thinking. Noble consort Mu lowered her eyes and softly replied, This servant will obey your order. My dear concubine. Gao Tu's expression turned gentler as he regarded this woman that he extremely doted on, his eyes no longer having its previous severity. I know you have resentment towards Yun Luofeng. If it weren't for her, Mu Wushuang would not suffer from this kind of grievance. However, Crown Prince is now seriously ill, and Zhen is already busy and utterly exhausted from overwork. I don't have time to take notice of these mundane matters. Rest assured that Zhen will eventually set my sight on the general estate. I will give you your justice. Justice. If Yun Luofeng was here and heard this word coming from Gao Tu's mouth, she definitely would not be able to resist laughing out loud. She could not understand how an emperor as lecherous and biased as Gao Tu had the face to speak the word, justice. Your Majesty, with your words, this servant is now relieved. Noble consort Mu lightly lifted the corner of her lips, her elegant face displaying a faint smile. Her misty eyes contained affection and tenderness as she fixed her eyes on the tall and handsome man in front of her. Any man would be unable to resist a woman like her who was as tender and soft as water. Hence, Gao Tu completely flung official matters to the back of his mind and picked Noble consort Mu up, walking towards the bed. Mu Wuchen tactfully withdrew and slowly closed the bedchamber's door on his way out. Chapter 110, The Excited Second Uncle 2. Yun Residence Freer Mountain. A man sat in a wheelchair, his whole body was bathed in sunlight, and his cyan robe was shrouded with a faint light. A book was placed on his legs, his entire focus was on this book, so he did not even feel Yun Luofeng appearing beside him. Second Uncle. A familiar and gentle voice was suddenly heard from the side, finally making the man turn his head. After seeing the young lady beside him, his refined and handsome face involuntarily displayed a smile. His smile was very beautiful and easily stirred Yun Luofeng's heart. The grief between his brows was incredibly strong as well, mercilessly gripping her heart. Yun Luofeng looked at this beautiful man that made people's heart ache and said, Second Uncle, I have nursed your body back to health for some time. I can now start the final treatment, and soon you will be able to stand on your legs. Yun Qing's fingers, which were flipping the book's pages, abruptly froze. He raised his handsome face and asked with some disbelief, Xiao Feng, did you just say that I would be able to stand up again? Yun Luofeng met the man's astonished eyes, solemnly nodding. In fact, I have long been able to get you to stand up again. However, if I didn't nurture you back to health for some time prior to this, even if you stood up, your legs wouldn't be as agile as before. So I had to wait until today before planning to truly treat you. Yun Qing's breathing stopped. To be honest, the previous him simply could not imagine that there would come a day that he would be able to stand up again. Even though Yun Luofeng previously promised it, he still did not dare to believe it. He was afraid that after believing, he would receive despair instead. Now facing Yun Luofeng's confidence-filled eyes once more, he suddenly became bewildered. Perhaps this little niece of his could really cure him. Second Uncle, it won't be long before you can stand up again, and you would no longer need to rely on a wheelchair to walk. Yun Luofeng lightly chuckled out loud. She had waited for this day for a long time. Little Feng Yun Qing collected his wits, and a gentle light wind smile appeared on his fair-skinned face. A pair of handsome eyes stared intently at the young lady standing beside him as he softly said, Second Uncle can let you try. Even if you fail, you don't need to be discouraged. Second Uncle is already very content that you have this intention. His words were not just spoken for Yun Luofeng's sake, but it was also intended to warn himself inside his mind. If his treatment failed, he could not show any of his disappointment, otherwise, the one who would get hurt would be Yun Luofeng. Second Uncle, I am 100% sure I can cure you. Yun Luofeng blinked her eyes at Yun Qing, and her dark eyes filled with confidence. Lift your clothes now, so I can perform acupuncture on you. All right. Yun Qing faintly smiled and lifted his clothes without any hesitation, revealing his pair of dark purple legs. The two legs were covered in black and purple, obvious that they were harshly pinched by someone. And after seeing this scene, Yun Luofeng looked up and her astonished gaze landed on the man's refined face. The man's tone was aloof, as though he was recounting a trifling matter. These past 10 years, I felt no sensations from my two legs. Sometimes, I would be unwilling to accept it and would pinch them. I have also gone as far as using a hammer to hit the more broken fragments of porcelain bowls to slash them. No matter how much strength I use though, they still couldn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Later, the maidservant who served me discovered my self-mutilation and took away the hammer, and the porcelain bowls also became wooden bowls. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. Kingya, second uncle, broke my heart in this chapter. Chapter 111, The Excited Second Uncle, 3. The more uncaring that the man's tone was, the more that it made Yun Luofeng's heart ache. She slightly lowered her eyes, and her tone was exceptionally resolute. Second uncle, regardless of who hurt you in the past, I will make them pay the price. Blood debts should be paid in blood. Those people made second uncle paralyzed for more than 10 years, so she would cripple their 4 limbs one day. She would also subject them to the same suffering and torment that second uncle experienced. Little Feng, I was extremely filled with youthful vigor back then, so I was met with this type of torment. You must not commit the same mistake. That power is too strong, and it's an existence you can't resist. Second uncle doesn't want you to be hunted by that power because of your revenge, Yun Qingya solemnly instructed as he fixed his eyes on Yun Luofeng. His voice was filled with deep concern, causing a stream of warmth to flood through Yun Luofeng's heart. Her gaze towards the man also became more determined. Second uncle, Yun family has me now, so I won't allow anyone to hurt the Yun family again. Yun family's burden will be shouldered by me. I will make Yun family become stronger, so strong that no one will dare to provoke us. The young lady domineeringly vowed with a wildly arrogant appearance. All of a sudden, Yun Qingya started laughing. Feng, you have already grown up. You have your aspiration and also your ambition. Knowing this, your departed parents will definitely feel relieved. Yun Luofeng slightly smiled. Second uncle, it's already late, so we should begin our treatment now. All right, Yun Qingya nodded. Regardless of what Yun Luofeng wanted to do, he would unconditionally support her action. Even at the expense of his own life. Sunset. The faint yellow light spilled down at an angle, enshrouding every corner of the rear mountain. Yun Qingya dazedly looked at the beautiful girl putting away her silver needles in front of him, his tone carrying a trace of doubt. Is that it? Second uncle, why don't you use your hand to pinch your leg and give it a try? Yun Luofeng lightly raised her brows, and an unabashedly bewitching smile appeared on her gorgeous face. Yun Qingya shakily stretched his arm, fiercely pinching the flesh on his leg. Shortly, an acute pain was felt from his leg, freezing him in his place. How many years had it been? For how many years had his legs been unable to feel this kind of pain? Even when he used broken pieces of a bowl to slash his legs to the point of being drenched with blood, he still could not feel the slightest bit of pain. But now, his numb legs finally had sensations. Yun Luofeng looked at the stupefied Yun Qingya and winked at him. Second uncle, I have already healed your legs. However, you have been paralyzed for all these years, so you can't immediately walk like normal people. You still need to rest for some time. So during this time, don't tell grandfather about this yet and wait until you can fully walk to give him a surprise. Yun Qingya finally left his trance, and his heart could not help but become excited to the extent that he did not hear the rest of Yun Luofeng's words. His pair of gorgeous eyes contained a faint luster. Feng, I can feel the sensations in my legs, they finally have feelings. Yun Qingya was so excited that his speech was incoherent. I initially thought that I would have to remain in this wheelchair for the rest of my life, but I didn't expect that your appearance would bring me a great surprise like this. Feng, I don't know how I should thank you. Yun Luofeng lifted the corner of her lips and bewitchingly smiled as she said, Second uncle, if you want to thank me, then how about helping me manage my army? Chapter 112, Half a Year, 1. Army. Yun Qingya recovered from his excitement, and his clear and cool gaze was filled with confusion. What army? Second uncle, Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment before saying, I built an army. This army is segregated into 2 teams by their gender, of which, Steel Corps is currently missing a captain. Only you are suited for this position, and the only person I can trust is you as well. Yun Qingya was stunned and looked up, meeting the young lady's bright eyes. He involuntarily smiled, the sorrow between his brows was now replaced by confidence. Xiao Feng, second uncle will definitely do his best to help you with your affairs. Give second uncle 5 years, no, 3 years. Second uncle can give you an invincible iron and blood army. Yun Luofeng stared at the face of the confident Yun Qingya and could not help but imagine the picture of this man sitting in a wheelchair while dictating the world. It had quite a grand and imposing style. In Longyuan, because His Highness the Crown Prince, Gao Ling, suffered from a severe illness, where his spirit power suddenly disappeared without a trace and even the imperial physicians were helpless, the imperial palace already posted a notice. Whoever can treat His Highness the Crown Prince would receive an enormous reward. Unfortunately, a countless number of doctors had tried, but they were all unable to treat the Crown Prince's illness. At this time, because someone once witnessed Yun Luofeng's ability in treating Elder Ning, they recommended His Majesty to request for Yun Luofeng to enter the palace and treat the Crown Prince. However, Gao Tu did not have confidence in Yun Luofeng and feared that she possessed little talent and ability and would also use this to threaten the imperial clan, wishfully hoping to be the Crown Prince's wife, so Gao Tu turned down this minister's advice. As the saying goes, what you hear may be false, but what you see is true. In his opinion, Yun Luofeng had always been a trash, and this type of waste would not possess any medical skills at all. Even if he ordered her to enter the palace, it would be useless. While the imperial clan worked to the bones for the Crown Prince's issues, in this half a year, Yun Luofeng passed the days in absolute peace. Without those people bothering her, she wholeheartedly cultivated in the rear mountain and did not even have the time to tease Yun Xiao. At this time, Yun Luofeng, who was sitting cross-legged in the rear mountain dwelling, slowly opened her eyes and released a breath of impurity. I secluded myself for half a year, and my strength has increased well enough. Steel Core and Raging Flame Core have gradually grown under the leadership of second uncle and King Yin. I just don't know what has happened in the outside world during these past 6 months. Squeak, squeak. Inside her sleeve, a small head poked out. Milk tea widened its big, pitch-black eyes and curiously looked at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng took the little creature out of her sleeve, her fingers lightly petting its head. You could squeak really make others jealous. Without cultivating, you've already progressed to high-level low-rank spirit cultivator in half a year. However, you also cost me a lot of spiritual herbs. The gold-seeking hamster was different from normal spiritual beasts. Its cultivation relied on the accumulation of countless numbers of medicinal herbs. It only grew this fast because Yun Luofeng spent a lot of spiritual medicinal herbs on it. Of course, if she still wanted to increase its cultivation after this, normal spiritual herbs wouldn't suffice in providing it with enough strength. Xiao Mo, how is the growth of the red hackberry tree going? Yun Luofeng stuffed milk tea into her sleeve once again and used the spiritual sound transmission to ask. A moment later, Xiao Mo's voice was heard inside her mind. Master, the red hackberry tree has bloomed already, and it won't be long before it bears fruit. I estimate that it will be in the near future. Yun Luofeng smiled and stood up from the bed, heading out the door. Once the red hackberry tree bears spiritual fruit, it can enhance the strength of grandfather. Adding to the fact that second uncle's legs have already completely adapted to walking this past couple of days, this time, I should be able to give the old man 2 surprises. Chapter 113, Half a Year, 2. Imperial Palace Inner Court, Tall Building. Inside the Imperial Study, Gao Tu was currently reading over Memorials 1 and commenting on them. A cold humph was suddenly heard from behind him, scaring him so much that the pen in his hand suddenly fell on the ground. It looks like your job as the Emperor this time has been very idle. You haven't gone to the sect to report the situation for a long while. This voice was like a curse, making the body of the typically calm and cool Gao Tu to tremble. He hastily stood up from the Emperor's throne and turned around to look at the girl that appeared behind him. The girl was dressed in a green robe with a jade-colored belt tied around her waist and a purple gauze draped over her body. She lightly walked to the side of the Emperor's throne and sat down like no one else was present. She crossed her legs and played with a brushed pen on the table. Her long and shapely eyebrow lightly raised, and her clear eyes looked towards Gao Tu on the side. Gao Tu, don't forget that your status as an emperor was given to you by our spirit sect. And we can revoke it whenever we want. The girl leisurely and unhurriedly rolled the brush as she meaningfully pointed out. Miss, Gao Tu bitterly chuckled, recently, my Longyuan's crown prince is severely ill, and I am searching everywhere for the world's famous doctors. So I was momentarily unable to head to spirit sect to report in time. Please forgive me, eldest miss. If Longyuan's citizens saw Gao Tu this submissive and obsequious in front of a woman, they would definitely be extremely shocked. Just what was the status of this woman that she could actually make Gao Tu this frightened? Gao Tu, this time I came here to give you a mission. Si Xuantu glanced at the man, who was dressed in a long bright yellow robe and had a face brimming with respect, and indifferently said, now, drop the matter about finding a doctor for the crown prince, and mobilize all of Longyuan's power to help me search for someone. May I ask who is it that Miss Si wants to search for? Gao Tu looked at Si Xuan with astonishment. Spirit Sect's power was stronger, and Si Xuan should be able to easily find someone as Spirit Sect's eldest miss. Why would she choose Longyuan's people to search for someone for her instead? Adoration burst out of Si Xuan's eyes, her gaze a bit foolish. I haven't seen his appearance before and only know he wears a mask and has very formidable strength. If we are speaking about a special characteristic, it should be his excellent build. More than half a year ago, she once saw the man inside his father's study. Ever since then, she had fallen for him. Especially since even her powerful and noble father acted subservient before him and carried ingratiation in his words. This man's profound mystery could be seen from this. However, when she confessed her heart's admiration to her father actually sternly discouraged her. He also severely stated that the man was way out of her league. She had always been proud and arrogant, so how could she be willing to let her first love be buried when it hadn't even started? Therefore, she left Spirit Sect and ventured into the world to investigate him. Gao Tu's face displayed a forced smile. Miss Si, how am I supposed to find this person for you among this vast sea of people? Let's not mention the other person's portrait, even his name was unknown as well. Regardless of how great his ability was, you would not be able to find this person in the vast sea of people. Si Xuan grew silent for a moment before saying, I remember my father once mentioned that he didn't have a surname and has a single name of Xiao. At that time, I did not believe what he told me. How could there be someone without a family name? I don't know if this detail will help you with finding him. In addition, you must help me keep this matter a secret, and you can't let the Spirit Sect's people know. Chapter 114, Ning Xin Getting Angry, 1. Gao Tu grew silent. He knew what it would mean if he agreed to Si Xuan's condition. However, her tone was so unyielding that it made him unable to refuse, so he could only grudgingly respond, please rest assured, Miss Si, I will find this person for you no matter what. Hearing this, Si Xuan stood up in satisfaction with a smile in her eyes. Gao Tu, you ought to behave this sensibly. I will leave this matter to you then. If you can't complete this mission, then don't blame this miss for being merciless. Although the woman had a faint smile on her face, Gao Tu could still feel a bone-chilling coldness from her words and could not help but shudder. He reverently and respectfully said, Miss Si has nothing to worry about. Even if I have to employ Longyuan's military power, I will find this man for you. Great, then this miss will wait for your good news. Si Xuan's smile deepened, and her dark eyes regarded Gao Tu again before turning around to leave. While staring at the direction where Xishuan had gone, Gao Tu's smile gradually disappeared, and his bottomless eyes coldly darkened. He clenched his fists with some defiance, and his breath also became unsteady as he silently swore in his heart, there will eventually be a day when Zhen overthrows Spirit Sect and would no longer be controlled by anyone. Although Gao Tu was said to be Longyuan Kingdom's emperor, in truth, he was merely a puppet emperor and still had a mighty power like Spirit Sect above him. His every word and action was monitored by the Spirit Sect, and he also had to go to them to report the kingdom's affairs every month. It could be said that his position as emperor meant nothing. Answer, how could he, who was arrogant and prideful, be willing to bow down to someone forever? He only needed to be given a chance, and he would definitely overcome the Spirit Sect's reign and trample them under his feet. No one was allowed to control him. Inside a luxurious private room at Fengyu Restaurant 1, Ning Xin had her cheeks propped on her hands as she blinked her big, bright eyes at the absolutely beautiful girl sitting in front of her. Her clear eyes were filled with curiosity. Why do you keep staring at me? Yun Luofeng laid the chopsticks in her hands down and asked Ning Xin with a raised brow. A smile appeared on Ning Xin's pretty face. My grandfather asked me to stay here to learn from you, so I'm currently observing you. Hearing her words, Yun Luofeng's eyes contained a bewitching smile as she asked with a teasing tone, then what have you learned? Ning Xin shook her head. Feng to be honest, I have long since heard about the existence of your Yun clan. Reportedly, Yun clan produced Yun Qingya, a person with outstanding talents and a stunningly elegant manner, 10 years ago. However, because his fame was too magnificent, he offended a young master of a certain power. It led to him being pursued by that power and erased from this world. While saying this, a brilliant light was shooting out of Ning Xin's eyes, and her demeanor became more vigorous as her face filled with yearning. It's a pity, perhaps I would have been able to witness his splendor if I was born 10 years earlier, so after hearing you were the granddaughter of the general estate that day, I had an incredibly favorable opinion of you. His niece definitely won't be worse than him. Yun Luofeng dumbfoundedly looked up at Ning Xin. When she saw the glow on the young girl's features, her heart was a little bit surprised. Ning Xin was actually second uncle's admirer. If she knew that second uncle was still alive, Yun Luofeng wondered what expression she would have. Just then, a commotion was heard from outside the door. A dandy and arrogant voice haughtily exclaimed, I know that Yun Luofeng is inside this room, I want to enter and settle the score with her right now. Chapter 115, Ning Xin getting angry, 2. Settling the score with her. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows as her fingers lightly played with the chopsticks in her hands. She said with a small smile, it looks like people courting death are here again. These noblemen's sons really won't let me have my peace. While she was speaking, the private room's door was abruptly burst open with a bang. With a man dressed in a cyan robe as the leader, a group of people rushed into the room from outside. In an instant, the originally tranquil room was impenetrably surrounded, and the entire room was filled with an unpleasant sweat smell. Ning Xin furrowed her delicate brows, and her eyes clearly contained a touch of disgust. Her expression also did not have its prior gentleness when facing Yun Luofeng. She coldly surveyed the crowd that appeared inside the room. Yun Luofeng, I thought you would hide inside Yun residence for the rest of your life. The man in cyan robes lifted his head and said with his head held high, 6 months ago, you caused Wushuang to be slapped many times by the crown prince. I've been wanting to get even with you for a long time. But you hid inside the general estate for the entire half year. Now that you finally can resist coming out, it's time for us to settle this matter. The man in front of them was evidently the little follower of Niu Wushuang, Wu Qi Wan. When she first met Niu Wushuang at the medical pavilion, this Wu Qi was standing beside Niu Wushuang, and what was more, he kept criticizing her for Niu Wushuang. She did not think that he would be this patient. She secluded herself to cultivate at the rear mountain for 6 months, and he actually kept watch outside the general estate for half a year. Otherwise, Wu Qi would not have been able to immediately chase her to here the instant she left the general estate. The one who hid Niu Wushuang was the crown prince. You seem to have found the wrong person. Yun Luofeng lightly smiled and turned towards Wu Chu with her wicked smiling eyes. It was like her voice contained magic, making other people's state of mind involuntarily start trembling. Wu Chi's heart jolted but quickly recovered. He coldly stated, Crown Prince His Highness was just used by you. Yun Luofeng, I know you hate Wushuang to the bone, but you don't even think, you are nothing. Miss Wushuang has a good temper and ignores it, but I can't endure it any longer. This man's words did not make Yun Luofeng angry. Instead, she smiled with a raised brow. Her lips' smile became increasingly bewitching as she said one word, continue. Humph. Wu Chi coldly hummed as his taunting gaze landed on Yun Luofeng. Don't think that I don't know that the old man that you all encountered along Qin River was clearly pretending to be sick. The goal was for you to use this to frame Miss Wushuang. How could a good-for-nothing trash like you possess medical skills? You knew that Miss Wushuang was talented in medicine, so you wanted to attack her in this area. Miss Wushuang was too kind. She actually easily believed you. In the past 6 months, many people went to the general estate to seek medical assistance, but they were all blocked outside the door. As time passed, Longyuan's citizens could not help but start speculating about the previous case. In their opinion, if Yun Luofeng really had some medical skills, then she would not be this indifferent and unresponsive when faced with this many people seeking help. It could be seen from this that she was clearly pretending. Bang! Suddenly, a table was turned over by a fair hand. Ning Xin picked up a porcelain plate and casually threw it at Wu Qi, who was standing at the room's entrance and did not manage to react quick enough. The porcelain plate suddenly covered Wu Qi's face, and the leftover food stained his face. When the originally fresh soup flowed into his mouth, it unexpectedly made his stomach roll. An anger that he had never felt before rushed into his heart. Wu Qi touched the scraps on his face and looked at the standing beautiful young lady with fire shooting from his eyes. He furiously exclaimed, BTCH, as a maidservant, you actually had the nerve to attack this young master. Someone, come here, bring this maid back to serve this young master. Although Ning Xin had an elegant appearance and dignified manner, Wu Qi had never seen her before among Longyuan's noble daughters. Added to the fact that he saw Ning Xin rushing in and out of the general estate this past half year, he naturally determined her to be an incredibly favored little servant girl. Chapter 116, Ning Xin getting angry, 3. Looking at the reckless Wu Qi, anger flashed through Ning Xin's eyes. What did you say? You said I was a maid who served other people. She was the dignified eldest miss of Ning family, but she actually became a maidservant in someone else's mouth. Especially Wu Qi's vulgar appearance when talking about having her go serve him. It made her unable to resist the desire to step on his head. That's right. Wu Qi haughtily glanced at Ning Xin with a clearly charitable attitude. Little girl, you won't have any future by following Yun family. Once that old man of Yun family passes away, you will be auctioned to a brothel. Rather than entering the brothel and serving numerous men, why don't you serve just me? This young master will definitely make you asterisk. Ha ha. Ning Xin grew indignant, her elegant face was completely red with fury. Then without any hesitation, she walked in front of Wu Qi in a few strides and kicked his groin. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream traveled through the entire restaurant. Wu Qi curled his body in pain and his complexion turned green. His handsome appearance twisted as he hideously bellowed, "You BTCH, you dared to hurt this young master. Someone come and tie this BTCH up and send her to this young master's bed." Yes, young master. Seeing the young master being bullied, all the servants wanted to come up and grab Ning Xin's arms. However, the young girl's arms were slippery like an earthworm and seamlessly slipped out of their hands. Bang! Ning Xin dodged the evil clutches of all the servants and extended her fair leg towards Wu Qi once again, making him fly off. Wu Qi fell through the private room's door and landed in the corridor. Sweat was pouring down due to the pain, but he could not utter a single word. Quite a lot of spectators were stationed inside the restaurant. They gesticulated and pointed at Wu Qi, who had fallen on the floor, and discussed stridently in hushed tones. Did you just say you wanted to have me serve you? Ning Xin's leg stepped harder on Wu Qi's chest as she raised her brows and asked, I wonder if you were satisfied with my current service. You actually dared to injure me, my Wu family definitely won't forgive you and Yun Nuofeng. Wu Qi tightly gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. As expected, maidservants were exactly like their master. Both of these women were no good. They did not possess Miss Wushuang's grace and dignity at all. Wu family, Ning Xin snorted and dryly said, even if I crippled you, what can your Wu family do to me? I'm warning you, stay away from the Yun family. If you dare to cause trouble again, then it won't be as simple as crippling you. After leaving behind these words, Ning Xin's leg gradually moved from Wu Qi's chest to his groin and stepped down with great force. Ah! A howl like a dying pig rang inside the whole restaurant. Everyone caught a glimpse of the pool of blood underneath Wu Qi's groin, and their body could not help but shiver. They knew that Wu Qi would be completely useless from now on, and they reckoned he would no longer have the ability to carry on his lineage. After Ning Xin finished dealing with Wu family and the others, she turned around to enter the room. Yun Nuofeng currently had her back against the wooden chair and was calmly holding her head. Her lips had a bewitching smile while her dark eyes contained a taunting smile, as though she was watching a fantastic show. I couldn't have imagined that when Ning family's eldest miss flies off the handle, it would actually be this aggressive. Ning Xin's cheeks reddened. I just couldn't bear their attitude towards you. Still, Xiao Feng, I didn't cause you any trouble, did I? Yun Nuofeng raised her eyebrow. Wu family isn't considered as much trouble and I've also been hiding for this long. It's about time to let them know that my Yun family should not be provoked. Chapter 117, Ning Xin getting angry, 4. So what if it's the nobility? Anyone who offended her Yun family must be punished even if it was far in the future. Wu residence. A bellow reverberated within the entire courtyard. It was filled with a heinous hatred that furiously burned in a raging inferno. Yun Luofeng, I swear I will kill you. Wu Qi laid on the wooden bed with a decorative carved pattern, fresh blood turning the brocade quilt underneath him red. He clenched his fists while gritting his teeth. The hatred in his eyes grew more and more intense, as though it was a dagger drenched in poison. A mere glance would make people suffer like they were poisoned. Kisa. Wu ran one low at his eyes as he watched his own son's miserable appearance. A killing intent rushed out of his eyes. Don't worry, father will definitely seek justice for you. Father will enter the palace to see his majesty right away. For Yun family's little maid to do something like this, regardless of how much Yun Luo, that old man, disregards his face, he must hand over Yun Luofeng and her little maid. Wu Qi gnashed his teeth furiously, his eyes fraught with hatred. Father, when that time comes, hand over Yun Luofeng and the little maid to me. I will personally make them experience a life worse than death. He had no way of venting his heart's hatred without tormenting them. Especially the little maidservant. She was just a servant and yet she actually dared to attack him. She was simply seeking death. This time, even that old man, Yun Luo, would not be able to protect them. Someone, prepare the palanquin. This master will enter the palace to have an audience with his majesty. Wu Ran's gaze was brutal as the killing intent grew more intense. So what if Yun Luo old man's strength was incredibly strong? Since his granddaughter did something this atrocious, would he dare to be unreasonable and biased? Even if he wanted to shield them from punishment, his majesty would not let him do as he wished. Thinking of this, he turned around to look at the youth laying on the bed and warmly stated, Kisa, just wait here for father's good news. Father will bring Yun Luofeng and her little maid back later and let you punish them however you want. If Elder Ning was here and heard these people addressing Ning Xin as a little maid over and over again, his normally calm self would stamp in anger. He probably would even directly destroy these people in a fit of rage. Just how noble was Elder Ning's granddaughter? The imperial clan's princess could not even compare. And in the entire Longyuan, the only one that he acknowledged was Yun Luofeng. Unfortunately, New family's people were exceedingly conceited and did not thoroughly investigate Ning Xin's identity. This would also cause their ultimate irreversible mistake. Yun Residence's main hall. The girl, who had just stepped over the threshold, saw the old man sitting upright. She faintly smiled and strode into the main hall. The old man glanced at the girl that appeared in the hall and coldly grunted in a bad mood. You little girl, you first secluded yourself in the rear mountain for a half-year. Afterwards, just after leaving the rear mountain, you went out and had fun. You don't even know to spend more time with your grandfather. The old man's voice clearly carried resentment. He clearly felt dissatisfied due to Yun Luofeng's neglect during these past 6 months. Yun Luofeng was stunned. She originally thought that her and Ning Xin's actions already traveled to this old guy's ears, and he was planning to punish her. She did not think that it was actually because of this matter. Aren't I busy? Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders. What's more, didn't I return to accompany you now? HMPH, the elderly man coldly harumphed and aggrievedly stated, I have no clue what in the world you're busy with. Right, you mentioned before that you will give me 2 surprises, so where are those surprises? Why haven't I seen it? Yun Luofeng winked at him. I can't give you these 2 surprises just yet, but another surprise will come very soon, so you should prepare first. What? It's nothing, it's that Ning Xin and I just crippled Wu family's Wu Qi, so I want you to be mentally prepared. I'm guessing that those people seeking retribution will soon come. Chapter 118, I will go with you, 1. What? When the old man asked the first, what, his tone was still normal, but right now, he was scared to the point of jumping up. His eyes widened and angrily blurted out, what did you just say? You crippled Wu family's young fellow. Wu clan was one of Longyuan's 4 big clans. Wu clan's ancestor was once Longyuan's Duke Wu. Although the current Wu clan was no longer not like how it was in the past, they still had a noble title inheritance and Wu clan's mistress of the household also had a second-class imperial mandate. But his own granddaughter actually crippled Wu family's only son. And she even called this a surprise for him. It was more like a horror. To be honest, when I say cripple, it isn't crippling Wu Qi's strength, it's crippling his ability as a man to pass on his bloodline. Appearing to be afraid that the old man would misunderstand, Yun Luofeng clarified. The old man nearly spat a mouthful of blood out. This girl made Wu Qi lose his ability to pass on the bloodline. Wouldn't it be the same as cutting off Wu family's lineage? Wouldn't the Wu family youngster find him and fight him to death? Although the old man was unafraid of Wu family's master, if this matter was disclosed to the imperial clan, whether it was Niu Xingqiu, that bandit, or that dog emperor, none of them would miss this chance to target the Yun family. You girl, if you only beat up Wu Qi, I can still refute it. After all, it was Wu Qi who was wrong first, but then you actually made him impotent. Yun Luo helplessly stated with a forced smile. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to settle this. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrow and lazily yawned. Ning Xin was the one who crippled him, but even if Ning Xin didn't do this, I would cripple him myself. Sigh. The elderly man glared at Yun Luofeng and unhappily said, does your entire body feel restless if you don't cause trouble for this old man every day? Why don't you run back to the rear mountain now and reflect on your misdeed behind closed doors? Without my order, you are not allowed to take a single step outside the door. Looking at the old guy in front of her, Yun Luofeng smiled. How could she not understand this old guy's intention? This old man wanted to make her hide. She was not to appear in front of people no matter what happens. In regards to the Wu family situation, he would take care of it. But how could Yun Luofeng be a coward after causing trouble? If she really did that, even she would look down on herself. I know you don't want to have me face those people, but this trouble was caused by Ning Xin and me, so I should handle it myself. Grandfather, you are now getting old, so you should happily retire and shouldn't need to worry about these matters. Yun Luo was slightly startled and looked at the girl standing in front of him. At that moment, it finally dawned on him that his own granddaughter had already grown up and had become responsible as well. She wasn't a young lady that would only hide behind her family seeking protection after causing trouble. An imperial decree has arrived. A sharp voice pierced through the horizon from outside the courtyard. An imperial decree has arrived. Yun Luofeng, accept the decree. The worry that Yun Luo had just gotten rid of was instantly resurrected after hearing this sharp voice. His eyebrows tightly knitted. Feng no matter what happens later, don't say anything. This time, even if grandfather has to throw his face away, I will protect your safety. No one can take my granddaughter out of my hands. The present Yun Luo had a severe gaze and imposing expression and was like a great general that was majestic and awe-inspiring on the battleground, his dominance as natural as life itself. Under the autumn wind, a eunuch carried a bright yellow imperial edict and stood in the middle of the front court. Impatience flashed through his cold eyes as he watched this pair of grandfather and granddaughter walking out of the main hall. Chapter 119, I will go with you, too. Yun Luofeng, His Majesty commands you to bring your maidservant to enter the palace for an audience with His Majesty. We shall depart immediately without delay. The eunuch's voice was sharp like needles as he coldly ordered. Maidservant. The gaze of the old man turned to Yun Luofeng, and he frowned. What did your maidservant do? Why are they asking you to bring your maidservant for an audience with His Majesty? Yun Luofeng shrugged. The maidservant that he's referring to is Ning Xin. Ning Xin, maidservant. The old man was completely stupefied. Did the imperial clan's people actually address Ning Xin as a maidservant? Although he was still unaware of the true identity of Ning Xin, her identity could be seen from the way the medical pavilion's elder Rong treated Elder Ning. But these people actually called her maidservant. He had no clue where their arrogance came from. How could they consider such a composed and beautiful girl as a maidservant? Yun Luofeng, what are you dilly-dallying for? Why haven't you come with me yet to meet His Majesty? Seeing the aloof Yun Luofeng, the eunuch said with a frosty face. The old man's expression instantly darkened. Feng since the Emperor is making you go, then grandfather will accompany you. With me present, I would like to see what they can do to you. Hearing Yun Luo's words, the eunuch's face revealed an obvious disdain. Wasn't the Emperor the one who owned the land in this entire world? Yun Luo was only a general in name. What qualifications did he possess to oppose His Majesty? Now that Yun Luofeng and her maidservant did such a cruel thing, there was no way that His Majesty would so easily pardon her. I will go with you. Suddenly, a low and rough voice was heard from behind. After hearing the man's voice, Yun Nuofeng slowly turned around, her sight landing on the man. The man's features were cool as his dark eyes deeply watched her. Not a trace of expression could be seen on his emotionless face, but at this moment, Yun Nuofeng could still feel the concern in his heart. Very well, she raised her lips with a bewitching smile and her voice was as carefree as before, but it undoubtedly revealed her trust in the man. With Yun Nuofeng's current ability, she would not be afraid of something like the Imperial clan. However, if Yun Xiao followed her, her heart would undeniably feel very safe. Wait for me. At this time, a melodious voice was heard from the side. When Yun Nuofeng turned her head, she caught sight of Ning Xin quickly running towards her with a gentle smile on her pretty face. Xiao Feng, this matter was instigated by me, so I will come with you to meet the so-called emperor and also see how the people of the Imperial clan bully you while I'm at it. Understandably, the current Yun Nuofeng weighted heavily in Ning Xin's heart and was only second to her most respected grandfather. Thus, she would not permit anyone to bully Yun Nuofeng at all. Especially if it was in front of her. Who are you? Seeing Ning Xin's contempt for the Imperial household, the eunuch abruptly bellowed. How dare you look down on His Majesty? Sure enough, a master like you will raise a dog like you. Ning Xin did not wish to argue with him, so she only gave him a dry look before turning her head to look at Yun Nuofeng. Initially, I wanted to wait for my grandfather to return and have him handle the trouble that we caused. I didn't think that the Imperial clan's people would seek us this fast. Xiao Feng, don't worry, I promised my grandfather that I would protect you well when he left. Seeing Ning Xin disregarding him like this, the eunuch's complexion grew more unsightly. Why are you still dawdling here? His Majesty is already waiting for you in the palace. Would you be able to handle the responsibility for delaying us? If we still don't depart, this eunuch will have you tied up. Chapter 120, Entering the Palace. The eunuch's words finally made Yun Nuofeng respond. Her dark eyes wickedly glanced at him, and her peerlessly gorgeous face carrying a bewitching and lazy smile. However, when the eunuch met this lazy glance of hers, it made his whole body involuntarily shudder, as though a bone-chilling cold was spreading out from his heart. This trash could actually incite such a strong fear in people. Perhaps in order to calm his heart's trepidation, the eunuch's face darkened several degrees as he icily ordered, "Someone, come and bring these people to the palace. I can go by myself." Yun Nuofeng glanced at the guards walking towards her and raised her brow. Yun Xiao, if anyone dares to touch me, kill them without mercy. Her voice was arrogant and unruly with a strong sense of wickedness and carried a dominance, as though she was looking down on the whole world. Yun Xiao did not speak and silently stood beside Yun Nuofeng. A killing intent radiated from his cold and dark eyes, his black robes fluttering without wind. His whole body exuded a powerful aura, which forced the guards attempting to get closer to Yun Nuofeng in vain to move several steps back, their face revealing horror. HMPH, the eunuch harumphed. Yun Nuofeng, wait until you enter the palace, and let's see if you will still dare to be this insolent then. As the saying went, a wise man submitted to his circumstances. This eunuch was not stupid. There was no way he did not perceive Yun Xiao's killing intent. If they really touched Yun Nuofeng, he believed this man would most definitely go on a killing rampage. As expected, none of the general estate's people were good. From General Yun down to the maidservants and guards, all of them regarded the imperial power with contempt. This kind of people should be eliminated. Grandfather, we will enter the palace then and see how the emperor settles this matter, Yun Nuofeng slowly uttered with lowered eyes and a faint smile, her lips carried a wicked air. Good. Yun Luo nodded and turned his head towards the eunuch before coldly saying, shouldn't you hurry and lead the way? Who will take responsibility for the delay? This sentence came from the eunuch's mouth earlier, but it was now returned to him by the old man. The eunuch snorted again and flicked the horse whisk in his hands before departing from the courtyard. At this time, the outside the general estate had already been completely surrounded. When these people saw the people walking out of the general estate surrounded by a group of guards, all of them started discussing it. It was evident that they were speculating what crime had General Yun Luo committed that led him to be encircled by a group of guards while entering the palace. Wasn't it like that? Although these guards did not touch those from Yun family, what difference was there between their behavior of surrounding those from Yun family and escorting them to the palace? From this, anyone could clearly see that Yun family had committed a crime. Amidst the boisterous crowd, Fang Ya looked towards Yun Nuofeng, who was in the center of the group of guards, and was slightly stunned. After regaining her wits, she rapidly turned and headed towards the direction of the medical pavilion. Elder Rong, we have a problem. There's a problem. In the medical pavilion's inner hall, Elder Rong, who was playing chess with someone, was currently pondering about his next move. Who knew that the abrupt arrival of a voice would startle him, causing the chess piece in his hands to fall to the ground. Just as Elder Rong impatiently knitted his brows, Fang Ya suddenly pushed the room's door open and rushed in. It was probably due to her running the entire way that her breath was somewhat uneven. Her luringly beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety. What happened? Elder Rong's brows knitted even more as he irritably asked. If it weren't for his good relations with Fang family's old man, his cantankerous self definitely would not tolerate other people breaking in while he was playing chess. This was simply ruining his good mood. Elder Rong, there's a problem. Fang Ya's face showed agitation. Just now, I thought of how our medical pavilion's spirit-gathering medicinal liquid is nearly sold out, so I went to the Yun residence to look for Yun Nuofeng, wanting to purchase some medicinal liquid from her. Who knew that I would see people from the Imperial Palace escorting them to the palace? Elder Rong, if you're late, I reckon you won't see her ever again. Chapter 121, Elder Ning is here. What? Elder Rong furiously slapped the table and stood up. His eyes unwaveringly stared at Fang Ya, who came to tip him off, and asked with gritted teeth, what did you just say? His eyes unwaveringly stared at Fang Ya, who came to tip him off, and asked with gritted teeth, what did you just say? Had the Imperial clan's people inhaled a tremendous amount of courage, so much so that they actually dared to take Yunito. Fang Ya wiped the sweat from her forehead, anxiousness written all over her alluring face. Elder Rong, I personally witnessed this. Not only was Miss Yun arrested, but even Ning Xin of the Ning family was also captured in the palace by those from the Imperial clan. Hearing this, the fury in Elder Rong's eyes gradually subsided and was replaced by a queer look. You said those from Imperial clan took Ning Xin away? Yes, Elder Rong, Fang Ya respectfully reported. Elder Rong slowly sat down and a sneer appeared on his face as he said contemptuously, is the Imperial clan trying to seek their own death? Fang Ya, I recall that Elder Ning will arrive at Long Yuan today. Wait for him outside the city gate later and tell him that his granddaughter and god-granddaughter were captured by the Dog Emperor and they're waiting for him to rescue them. Yes. Fang Ya cupped her fists in salute, her seductive eyes becoming icy cold. The Imperial clan could have arrested anyone, but they just had to take Yun Luofeng away. Not only did the medical pavilion owe a debt of gratitude towards Yun Luofeng, but she was also regarded highly by Elder Ning. Having taken her away, how could the Ning family let the Imperial clan off? Hold on, Elder Rong suddenly thought of something and stood up again, frowning. Like this, aren't I handing over the chance to ingratiate myself to Yunitu to Elder Ning? That won't do, I can't let Elder Ning have the upper hand in this matter. I must also enter the palace myself. The Imperial Palace's main hall was not only resplendent and magnificent but also coldly majestic and awe-inspiring. At this time, in the middle of the main hall, Wu Ran unwaveringly stared at the grandfather and granddaughter pair from Yun family with eyes full of hatred. The killing intent in his eyes was also incredibly intense and as sharp as a sword. All the ministers stood in 2 rows in the hall, none of them daring to breathe. They all cautiously watched the Emperor, Gao Tu, who was sitting high above them. Gao Tu's expression was livid, and his icy gaze was directed at Yun Luofeng, who was standing upright in the middle of the hall. His tone was harsh as he denounced, Yun Luofeng, why aren't you on your knees when you see Zhen? Yun Luofeng smiled. My old man once sought an imperial edict from you. That imperial decree allows me not to kneel regardless of which imperial member I meet. Could it be that you want to revoke your decree? Only then did Gao Tu remember the decree that he agreed to on that day, and his expression involuntarily became more unsightly. How audacious. Noble consort Mu was sitting while leaning against Gao Tu, and her luringly beautiful face instantly changed after hearing Yun Luofeng's words. Her delicate hand landed on the desk as she angrily reprimanded, who permitted you to be this rude in this hall? The decree was given by His Majesty, of course, he can revoke it. Yun Luofeng glanced at noble consort Mu with a smile. If the Emperor planned to revoke this decree, then I, Yun Luofeng, have nothing to say to this. However, if this travels to the public's ears, it will become your Majesty reneging your word, and the Imperial Palace's reputation will disastrously drop. Gao Tu's expression appeared impatient, and he swept his eyes across noble consort Mu, using a look that stopped the words she was about to blurt out. Then, his eyes fell on Yun Xiao and Ning Xin beside Yun Luofeng, and he coldly stated, Zhen will excuse you from kneeling and saluting, but your guard and maidservant truly don't have any manners. They still dare to stand in the main hall. Kneel down to Zhen this instant. His voice was dignified and domineering, revealing a bite, as it gradually rung inside this main hall. Yun Xiao did not speak, his grim face was expressionless from the beginning. His dark eyes were always fixated on the girl standing beside him, as though he did not hear Gao Tu's voice and directly ignored him. Chapter 122, You don't have the right to make them kneel. You don't have the right to make them kneel. Inside this silent main hall, the girl's bewitching voice was like a pebble thrown on the peaceful surface of a lake, inciting one ripple after another. Gao Tu's expression became livid, his fist ruthlessly slammed on the desk with a bang as he furiously rebuked, how impudent. General Yun, this is the fine granddaughter that you taught. He turned his head to look at Yun Luo below him with a dark face. His voice was severe and cold. Not only did you not discipline your granddaughter, but you also caused her to become arrogant and uncontrollable. Even her maidservant uses her master's position to bully others. She actually crippled Wu Qi. Now that the master of the Wu household is here, your general estate must provide an explanation. An explanation. Yun Luo sneered and stood up from the floor. His geriatric face was completely solemn. Your Majesty, I don't know what type of explanation you desire from our general estate. Wu Qi verbally humiliated my granddaughter and even harassed Ning Xin. He was delusional enough to want to take Ning Xin back to Wu family to be a concubine. Are you perhaps implying that him being crippled wasn't reaping what he sowed? Gao Tu's expression darkened and he coldly harumphed. General Yun, no matter how wrong Wu Qi was, your general estate should not have crippled him. Moreover, the Ning Xin that you mentioned is merely a little maidservant. As a maid, she is meant to be a concubine. Wu Qi, as the heir of Wu clan, shouldn't be an insult to her. Hearing Gao Tu acting the same as those from Wu family and continually addressing Ning Xin as a little maidservant, a sneer appeared on Yun Luo's aged face. General Yun, you are Long Yuan Kingdom's meritorious minister, Zhen doesn't want to punish you. Gao Tu was clearly oblivious to the mocking smile on Yun Luo's face. He pacified the anger in his heart and continued, so you don't need to concern yourself with this matter. Zhen will issue an edict right now and bestow this little maid to Wu Qi. Afterwards, you will have your family's Yun Luofeng nicely acknowledge her mistake to Wu Qi. Zhen will make this decision and make Wu family settle the matter with this. What do you think? From Gao Tu's perspective, this was already the best solution. Anyhow, she was only a little maid. If the general estate found it necessary, he could send the palace's imperial maids to serve them. As for Yun Luofeng, it was, after all, not done by her. As long as she admitted her wrong, everything could be easily settled. Fury flashed through Ning Xin's face. This dog emperor actually bestowed marriage between her and a scum. Moreover, it was to be a concubine to this scum. More importantly, he actually said that being a concubine to this scum would not be a humiliation for her. He really thought too highly of himself. Just as Ning Xin was about to fly into a rage, a chuckle suddenly came from beside her. The young lady looked up in a languid and bewitching manner with a breathtaking smile on her gorgeous face. I don't know just where your superiority is coming from, allowing you to bestow marriages at will, or do you think that since you are the emperor, the authority of the entire world is in your hands? But don't forget a saying, however strong you are, there is always someone stronger. Not everyone will fear imperial power. Yun Luofeng speaking these words was the same as declaring war against the imperial clan. Thus, all of the present ministers were flabbergasted and stared at the girl's gorgeous face with a dumbfounded expression. Yun Luofeng, I can't believe your audacity. Noble consort Mu's delicate hand heavily landed on the table. Derision flashed through her haughty eyes as she scorned. The land of this entire world belongs to the emperor. If his majesty wants to appoint a marriage, who will dare to disobey? She is only a little maid, so how is it that Wu Qi's status still isn't worthy enough to have her as a concubine? Chapter 123, The Fate of Looking Down on Everyone, 1. With just noble consort Mu's status, she was naturally unaware of the deep secrets of this continent. In the eyes of these common citizens, the imperial clan was already the supreme existence. In their words, the entire world was the emperor's land. However, only the people in extremely important positions understood that there was still a powerful master controlling the imperial power. In the end, the imperial clan was nothing but a mere puppet of that power. Thus, hearing noble consort Mu's words, Gao Tu's expression clearly was not too great. However, he only swept his eyes across noble consort Mu in warning before turning his head to look at everyone in the main hall. Yun Luofeng, for the sake of your status as General Estate's only child, Gen will pardon your crime of defying the imperial authority. But for your maid who has committed a heinous crime, making her become Wu Qi's concubine is already the most lenient punishment. Gao Tu slightly raised his chin, his imposing tone leaving no room for argument. Ha ha. Suddenly, a chuckle dripping with mockery cut through the air from outside the main hall. This emperor is quite impressive, able to bestow marriages at whim. Could it be that you think you are the master of this continent? Just as the words were spoken, a cyan-robed elder leisurely entered the main hall. His steps were brisk. Although you clearly only saw him take 2 steps, his entire person had already arrived in front of you. It was as though it was a burst of cyan smoke so quick that it was impossible to capture. Grandfather. Ning Xin's eyes flashed with joy as soon as she saw Elder Ning. She strode towards the elder, her beautiful and dignified face carrying a gentle smile. Grandfather, you came. Shinsa. Elder Ning patted Ning Xin's head with eyes full of affection. Tell grandfather, did anyone bully you during the time that grandfather was away? After saying this, his eyes pointedly swept towards the arrogant Gao Tu. Grandfather. As soon as Ning Xin heard this, her face became full of grievances. Before this, I heard Xiao Feng mention that her days in Long Yuan weren't pleasant. I previously thought it had some exaggerations to it. However, when I went to a restaurant with Xiao Feng to eat today, Wu Qi of Wu family directly barged through the door and even wanted to strike Xiao Feng. What was called exaggeration? Wu family was not the only one who knew how to do this. She could also paint the situation as something more serious than it was. Sure enough, Elder Ning's face darkened. His geriatric face was densely covered by dark clouds, similar to the verge of a storm. Then, I couldn't stand those rich men's sons anymore, so I acted on my own. Who knew that Wu Qi would actually want to take me home and make me serve him? Ning Xin seethed with rage between gritted teeth, purposefully emphasizing on the word, serve. Her clear eyes were fraught with fury. Naturally, how could I be willing to let them take advantage of me? And so I crippled him. You have seen what happened next. This emperor wants to vent Wu family's anger for them, so he took Xiao Feng and me into the palace. He plans to force me to be that scum's concubine and even said that I only deserve to be his concubine. Ning Xin became more aggrieved the more that she spoke. She had followed grandfather ever since she was young. Who hadn't acted respectfully whenever they saw her? When had she ever suffered an injustice like this? But not only did Gao Tu force her to be a concubine, he even claimed that she was only worthy of being this profligate son's concubine. Elder Ning coldly harumphed, an icy light flashing through his aloof eyes. Shinsa, grandfather has long since told you that you don't need to be merciful when facing enemies. Dealing with a scum like that, how is it enough that you only crippled him? You should have taken away his arms and broken his legs, making him unable to stand up in his entire life. Grandfather's instructions are right, I will remember it, Ning Xin beamingly answered while charmingly blinking her eyes. This pair of grandfather and granddaughter conversing like no one else was present completely angered Wu Ran. His eyes unwaveringly glared at Ning Xin. That look was like he wanted to have her executed with 1,000 cuts one. Chapter 124, The Fate of Looking Down on Everyone, 2. I truly can't believe your nerve. You actually dared to trespass into the palace. You were clearly seeking your own death. Having said his piece, Wu Ran turned towards Gao Tu. He kneeled on the ground with a loud plop and bawled while weeping bitter tears. Your Majesty, you need to give justice to this minister. This little maid and this old man are this scornful of my Wu family. They're clearly looking down on your Majesty. As for this pair of grandfather and granddaughter, they should be executed to death by 1,000 cuts and have 9 branches of their clan put to death. 9 branches of my clan to death. Elder Ning faintly smiled as he calmly said, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to put 9 branches of my clan to death. After saying these words, his eyes turned to Gao Tu as he stood with both arms behind his back and looked unearthly serene. Even Strud sect's people don't dare to say things like putting 9 of my clan's branches to death in front of me. I don't know where your imperial clan's people are getting their arrogance from to dare to be this rude to me. You even kept on addressing my granddaughter as a little maid and claimed she only deserved to be a concubine. After hearing the elder's words, Gaotu's originally angry face instantly turned ashen white, and his eyes exposed his fear. Spirit sect. He actually knew Spirit sect. Just what was this old man's background? Spirit sect, what in the world is that? Noble Consort Mu clearly did not know about Spirit sect's existence and coldly laughed before saying, just how can that so-called Spirit sect be compared with the imperial power? Long Yuan's entire existence comes from the imperial power, so who would dare to defy an imperial command? Slap. Right after Noble Consort Mu's words were spoken, a slap ruthlessly landed on her cheek. It made her utterly confused, and she turned her head to look at the livid and handsome man beside her with disbelief. Your Majesty, you. Noble Consort Mu widened her lovely and teary eyes. Her alluringly beautiful face was deathly pale. In the past, relying on Gaotu's favor, she was often haughty and overbearing on the basis of his favor. Her weight in Gaotu's heart could be seen from her ability to participate in political affairs. However, she would not have imagined that His Majesty, who normally doted on her, would slap her. Seeing Noble Consort Mu's tears, Gaotu's heart was somehow unable to bear it, but when he thought of what she just said, his anger surged again. He icily stated, Harem cannot participate in politics. This matter will be handled by Zhen. You are not permitted to unnecessarily speak. Noble Consort Mu's body jolted, and her lovely eyes, filled with heartbreak and despair, watched Gaotu with astonishment. His Majesty was planning to revoke all of her power. Not just Noble Consort Mu, but everyone in the main hall was dumbstruck, obviously not understanding why His Majesty would suddenly hit her. Could it be possible that Mu family will lose their favor? While everyone had the doubts, Gaotu already turned his gaze towards Eldening, and his expression no longer had its former dignity, his voice carrying a trace of probing. May I ask who is this old senior? Old senior. His Majesty went as far as using a word like this to refer to this old codger. A feeling of doom rose in Wu Ran's heart. Was it possible that this little maid possessed some other background? From beginning to end, Yun Luofeng had the bearing of someone watching a play. Her lips wore a bewitching smile as she looked at Wu Ran with his frozen expression. You don't have the qualifications to know who I am. Eldening's tone had its usual indifference, but his voice disclosed his heart's icy arrogance. After having been humiliated in front of so many people by Eldening, Gaotu's expression turned livid in an instant. But before he figured out Eldening's identity, he did not dare to act rashly, so he suppressed the indignance in his heart and asked, May I ask what is the relationship of the senior elder with the Yun family? Chapter 125, Venting Anger Out for Her, 1. At the moment, Gaotu did not dare to think of Ning Xin as a mere maidservant, simply basing on the fact that this elderly man had the ability to appear in the inner court of the palace without any noise. This type of strength could not be achieved by just anyone. Elder Ning disregarded Gaotu, his indifferent eyes turning to Yun Luofeng as he stated with a faint smile, Girl, this old crock originally did not want to meddle in your grievances with other people, but they have simply gone too far now. This old crock had Shinsa stay here in order to protect your safety. However, they actually humiliated you in front of Shinsa, so this old crock can't just sit back and ignore it. Elder Ning's eyes lightly swept over everyone inside the main hall, and his lips raised in a smile. Who is New Wushuang? Come out here. Inside the main hall, everyone looked at each other at a loss as to what to do before looking at Elder Ning in astonishment. They did not imagine that the first person that Elder Ning sought out would be New family's New Wushuang. One had to know that this New Wushuang was different from other people. Not only did she have outstanding talents, but she also had superb medical skills. Her comprehension of medicine surpassed even her master, Jing Lin. Regardless of how remarkable this old man's identity was, he still could not casually offend a doctor with limitless prospects. After all, anyone could get sick, no. At that time, the importance of befriending a doctor could be seen easily. I reckon New Wushuang is at the Prime Minister estate right now, Yun Luo stated with a chuckle and looked at Gaotu with raised brows. Your Majesty, Elder Ning wants to find New Wushuang, perhaps you could summon New Wushuang here. Gaotu's expression shifted, and he sent a warning glance towards Yun Luo, a harsh glint flashing through his eyes. However, he soon retracted his gaze and said to Elder Ning, This old senior, since you know about Wushuang's existence, you should also understand what type of person she is. Wushuang is graceful and dignified, there is no way that she could have offended Yun Luofeng. This is nothing but Yun Luofeng secretly playing tricks. I request old senior to not believe other people so easily and misunderstand a good young lady. Gaotu's words were clearly leaning towards New Wushuang. More than that, he was pushing all of the responsibility onto Yun Luofeng. In his eyes, an exceptionally remarkable girl like Wushuang would never provoke Yun Luofeng. It was merely Yun Luofeng admiring his son, Gao Ling, and developing animosity towards New Wushuang as a consequence. Hearing Gaotu's words, Yun Luo became even more bitterly disappointed, and his last trace of feelings towards Long Yuan disappeared accordingly. He devoted his entire life to the battlefield, but it was still nothing compared to the Mu family daughter's pillow talk. No matter how great his achievements were, it did not count for anything in Gaotu's eyes. How is an emperor like this worthy of his fealty? Elder Ning indifferently glanced at Gaotu and coldly said, I believe in my own judgment. Make New Wushuang come over here right away. Otherwise, this old crock definitely won't let this matter go today. Old senior, Gaotu took a deep breath, suppressing the fury surging forth, a sneer flashing through his eyes. Your strength is truly formidable, but Wushuang's medical skill is also outstanding. It can be said that there isn't anyone whose medical talent is higher than hers from the entire Long Yuan kingdom and even other kingdoms. Moreover, Jinglin asserted that in the future, her accomplishments definitely won't be less than anyone's accomplishments. What would you gain by offending a genius doctor like her? Elden was startled, his eyes full of astonishment. It was as though he experienced an incredible shock due to Gao Tu's words. He was astounded that they were actually saying no one possessed medicine skills greater than Mu Wushuang's. They even claimed her accomplishments would not be less than anyone's in the future. Should he say that these people had thought too highly of themselves, or should he reprimand them for being ignorant fools? Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. Happy Saturday, Sunday again, everyone. Oh, thank you for reading GEWW and voting for it. Yunxiao and Yun Luofeng thanks you as well. 3. A total of 5 chapters, today. Thank you for your support. Let the face smacking begin. Chapter 126, Venting Anger Out for Her, 2. Unfortunately, other people interpreted Eldening's shocked expression as him being frightened by Gao Tu's words. Gao Tu's lips stretched into a smile as he continued, Old Senior, I'm not sure of your relationship with the general estate, however, Wushuang, this child's innate talent is quite incredible. I believe that Old Senior will certainly like this child after seeing her. As for the general estate, Jin can pardon him for this Old Senior's sake. What do you think, Old Senior? Of course, if Old Senior wants to befriend Wushuang, I advise you to not be too close to the general estate. If it was before, Gao Tu would have never said something like that in the main hall. However, now that he had completely thrown out all the pretenses with the general estate, there was no need for him to continue disguising himself. Moreover, his imperial clan had the #1 expert holding the fort, so there was no need for him to be afraid of the general estate. In the past, he only wanted to find a good reason to oppose the general estate to silence everyone's mouths. Haha. Eldening returned to his usual self, his calm gaze turning towards Yun Luofeng, and his eyes had a touch of gentleness. Girl, don't these people know about your medical skills? They actually claim that Mu Wushuang's medical talents are exceptional. This is simply showing off in front of an expert one. In front of you, they actually dare to compliment Mu Wushuang like this. In my opinion, Mu Wushuang doesn't come close to 1/10 of you. As though having struck by lightning, everyone was stupefied by Eldening's words. Yun Luofeng possessed medical skills. How could this be possible? She was only a prodigal trash, but a trash like her actually possessed medical skills. Wouldn't this be the same as a sow knowing how to climb a tree? Gao Tu's eyes assessed Yun Luofeng before turning to Eldening and inquiring, Old Senior is also a doctor. This old crock would like to learn the medicine but unfortunately don't have the flair for it. How can I compare with your Longyuan's Mu Wushuang? Eldening's face was indifferent, but anyone could hear the derision in his tone. However, Gao Tu did not mind his contemptuous tone and said with a faint smile, Old Senior, since you aren't a doctor, how could you know that Yun Luofeng's medical skill is definitely better than Mu Wushuang's? Only a doctor himself can understand things related to medicine thoroughly. Mu Wushuang's master, Jinglin, is a famed doctor of virtue and prestige in our Longyuan kingdom. He could already tell that Mu Wushuang's talent is very strong, so Wushuang's accomplishment later in life will certainly be incomparable as well. Eldening knitted his brows, a cold smile appearing on his indifferent face. As for Yun Luofeng, Gao Tu briefly paused before continuing, if it is true that she is interested in medicine, she wouldn't have squandered all of the general estate savings and bought a bunch of useless medicinal herbs. However, having an interest is having an interest, and this doesn't mean she possesses the aptitude. Medicine isn't that easy to learn. Some people spend their whole life and still won't achieve any major accomplishments. The some people that he was speaking of was clearly referring to Yun Luofeng. Yun Luo watched Gao Tu like he was looking at an idiot. Even the medical pavilion's master sought out his granddaughter to treat him, yet Gao Tu actually claimed his granddaughter would not possess any major achievements in her entire life. Are you guys done? Yun Luofeng lazily yawned and shook her aching shoulders with a small smile. I'm kind of tired, standing this long without a single chair. It appears that the Imperial clan's hospitality truly isn't that exceptional. The two sharply opposing sides quieted down as a result of Yun Luofeng's sudden interjection. Everyone's eyes landed on the girl, full of bewilderment. Chapter 127, The Domineering Yun Xiao. At a solemn moment like this, Yun Luofeng actually complained about the Imperial clan not providing a chair for her to sit on. Didn't she know that these people were quarreling because of her? Eldening was also stunned, even forgetting what he wanted to say and looked at Yun Luofeng with dazed eyes. It was only Yun Xiao who thought that Yun Luofeng did not say anything wrong. In his eyes, this Imperial clan's hospitality truly was not that great, not even willing to spare a chair. Thus, Yun Xiao's cold, dark eyes gradually shifted from Yun Luofeng's figure to noble consort Mu, who was sitting high above them. What do you want to do? Seeing Yun Xiao walking towards her, noble consort Mu's entire body shivered and her sharp voice resounded, quickly. Quickly arrest this man. Hurry up and protect me. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor. Gao Tu was also frightened by Yun Xiao's abrupt action and anxiously ordered in a loud voice. Yet, just after Gao Tu spoke, the cold man's figure was akin to a black wind, arriving in front of noble consort Mu very quickly. His speed absolutely did not give room for people to react, and those guards did not even have the time to draw their swords. Bang! Without preamble, the man pulled noble consort Mu down from her empress throne and suddenly tossed her on the ground. Then, he bent over to lift the empress throne and walked towards Yun Luofeng, who was standing in the middle of the main hall, without consulting anyone. When Yun Xiao placed the empress's throne behind Yun Luofeng, the crowd became an uproar in an instant. Their shocked eyes regarded the man's icy handsome face, and they were all intensely intimidated by his domineering demeanor. This man robbed the noble consort's empress throne just because of Yun Luofeng's statement. Just where did the general estate recruit a domineering and devout man like him? He simply was the most outstanding lover in every woman's heart. Especially since this man was this attractive. It was a pity that his status was too humble and was a mere guard of the general estate. Otherwise, it was unknown how many women would go crazy for him. This chair isn't that comfortable to sit on, but I can't be too picky here, so I will just have to put up with it. Yun Luofeng slowly sat down, her lips raised with a bewitching smile as she looked at everyone and said, "Continue. Continue. Continue your big watermelon." After having been interrupted like this, how could they continue the topic just now? Noble consort Mu became extremely sullen. Her beautiful eyes resentfully glared at Yun Xiao, but she did not dare to say anything because she was previously slapped by Gao Tu. Of course, compared to noble consort Mu, Gao Tu was angrier in his heart. Now, even a little guard dared to not attach importance to the imperial clan. Particularly in front of so many ministers. He could imagine that, from now on, the imperial clan's dignity would definitely suffer a sudden, devastating decline and would be ridiculed by everyone. Old senior, Gao Tu suppressed the fury to the bottom of his heart and looked at Elder Ning again as he said, "I hope that you will carefully consider what I said. I reckon Wu Shuang's future accomplishments will definitely be exalted by everyone, so don't offend her." If it weren't for Jinglin asserting that Mu Wushuang's medical aptitude was incomparable, why would he favor Mu Wushuang to this degree? Otherwise, he also would not allow her to become the crown prince consort. And if Mu Wushuang was really this impressive, then he believed that Longyuan Kingdom would only become stronger with her existence. "Your Majesty." A eunuch hurriedly entered the main hall and walked until he was in front of Gao Tu. He flicked his horse whisk before reverently speaking, "Reporting to your Majesty, Medical Pavilion's Elder Rong came for a visit." "A person from the Medical Pavilion is here." Gao Tu's eyes brightened. Although the Medical Pavilion declined to treat Gao Ling, their previous relationship with the Imperial clan was still very good. If Elder Rong of the Medical Pavilion came here, this ambitious old guy would not dare to be impudent anymore. Chapter 128, The Shocked Emperor, 1. Quickly invite him to enter. Gao Tu was sitting upright and his face showing delight despite not clearly understanding why Elder Rong would come here. After all, Jinglin suffered a big loss at the Medical Pavilion, but he did not have the face to explain the cause and effects, or else he would definitely be the one who would lose face. Thus, Gao Tu had been under the assumption that the Medical Pavilion refused to treat Gao Ling because they were dissatisfied with Jinglin instead of the Imperial clan for wrecking the Medical Pavilion's property. Just as he finished speaking, an elderly man clad in white robes suddenly appeared beneath the scorching sun outside of the main hall. This elderly man's white robes floated in the air, and he had a celestial demeanor, rather like the paragon of a powerful man. Gao Tu could recognize the old man's identity with a single look. Elder Rong. Gao Tu could not remain seated any longer and joyfully stood up with a smile on his handsome face. "Zhen is uncertain of the reason for your visit today. Even though Jinglin offended the Medical Pavilion previously, it had nothing to do with our Imperial clan. I hope Elder Rong can treat the Crown Prince." In Gao Tu's eyes, the appearance of Elder Rong in the Imperial Palace must mean that he had forgiven Jinglin's deeds and planned to diagnose and treat Gao Ling. Haha, Elder Ning coldly chuckled upon hearing Gao Tu's words. "Didn't you just say that Mu Wushuang's medical talent is incomparable? Why don't you let your Longyuan's Mu Wushuang treat him then? Why do you still need to request someone else?" Elder Rong just entered the main hall and did not even have the chance to say what he wanted to say before he was taken back by Elder Ning's words. Mu Wushuang's medical talent was incomparable. If it was like this, then what does his Medical Pavilion's genius disciples count as? Furthermore, with a physician like Yun Luofeng here, someone that even Medical Pavilion's experts could not compare to, how could the Imperial clan shamelessly say something like this? It looked like he really arrived too late this time and missed many things. Gao Tu's expression did not look too happy, but he did not dare to get angry at Elder Ning, so he could only stifle his anger and say, "Wushuang, her talent is quite exceptional, but she is still too young. She still doesn't know many things, so it's reasonable for her to be incapable of treating him." Elder Rong's frown deepened, and he turned his gaze towards the indifferent and composed Elder Ning on the side. "Elder Ning, can you tell me what happened? Didn't I hear that Yunyatu and your family's little Yutu was arrested by the Imperial clan? Why did the issue suddenly turn into something related to medicine? Could it be that the Imperial clan wants to find Yunyatu to treat someone? But that's not possible, not everyone has the qualifications to make Yunyatu treat them." Like lightning, these words mercilessly struck the crowd, provoking a current through them. Gao Tu, who originally wanted to borrow Elder Rong's power to shock Elder Ning, had his entire face frozen. His astounded eyes intently gazed at the old man's furious expression, his heart surging from the surprising turn of events, and he became rigid from head to toe. What did Elder Rong's words mean? Did he come to the Imperial Palace for Yun Luofeng? Moreover, he actually said that the Imperial clan did not have the qualifications to be treated by Yun Luofeng. Was it really possible that this Yun Luofeng possessed some medical skills? Gao Tu's complexion turned deathly pale. He was completely irresponsive and could only dumbfoundedly look at Elder Rong with eyes full of astonishment. "Elder Rong, you arrived just in time." Elder Ning smiled. "I heard that Mu Wushuang bullied Yunyatu quite a bit these past years, so I wanted to vent some anger out for this girl. It was unexpected that the Imperial clan would say that Mu Wushuang had excellent talent and brilliant medical skill with future accomplishments that I wasn't capable of provoking. They also said that with her talent, Yunyatu would not have any great achievements even if she devoted her entire life to it. I only wanted to ask, how did you look after Yunyatu this last 6 months? Did you forget that Yunyatu is your Medical Pavilion's savior?" Chapter 129, The Shocked Emperor, 2. Elder Ning's words made Elder Rong somewhat ashamed, his heart brimming with guilt, but there was more anger rising in his heart. HMPH, he coldly snorted and turned to look at Gao Tu, who was sitting up high, with his cold, geriatric face and said, Gao Tu, just what benefit did the new Wushuang give you that made you favor her so? Did you truly claim that she is exceedingly talented? If someone like her is considered a genius, then Yunyitu should be described as a monster. Moreover, I will tell you something out of the goodness of my heart. My master was seriously ill before and no one was able to cure him. It was this girl who cured him, so how can New Wushuang compare to her at all? Gao Tu's body shuddered, and his expression became increasingly flabbergasted. Was Yun Luofeng really a famous doctor who could even cure an illness that rendered all of the medical pavilion's experts helpless? How is this possible? He could not believe that there would be a day when this trash would actually be able to reverse her fortune. And while I'm at it, I will tell you something else. The only one who can cure Galing in this world is Yunyitu. The corner of Elder Rong's lips raised with a cold smile, not taking into consideration the shock that his words brought to Galing's mind at all. At present, Wu Ran already shrunk himself into a corner, his whole body endlessly shaking as he tried to diminish his presence. Although it was said that all the land in this world was imperial land, there was still a single person that the emperor would give his respect. That person was this old man from the medical pavilion. Especially after hearing him say that Yun Luofeng was also the medical pavilion's savior, Wu Ran knew that due to this relationship, he undoubtedly would not achieve his desired outcome. Surprisingly, noble consort Mu did not dare to have any complaints and harshly bit her lips as she venomously glared at Yun Luofeng out of the corner of her eyes. You said that Yun Luofeng can cure the crown prince. Gao Tu was taken aback as he hurriedly looked at Yun Luofeng with mounting anxiety. That's correct, but with the current situation, don't even think about Yunyitu treating Gaoling, Elder Rong said with a cold smile. Moreover, didn't you hear Elder Ning's earlier words, or is it that you didn't want to execute it? Immediately summon New Wushuang into the palace. I also want to make everyone understand that your imperial family isn't worth much. Inside the main hall, all the ministers sighed. They deeply understood Medical Pavilion's position on this continent and also knew that even the imperial family would be extremely respectful towards the Medical Pavilion. However, they could not imagine that the imperial family's regard for Medical Pavilion was not of respect but was out of fear instead. The current them were the same as frogs at the bottom of the well one. They only knew the imperial family's strength, but they did not know that there was a more indomitable existence above the imperial family. Elder Rong, Gao Tu was somewhat hesitant and said with furrowed brows, even if Yun Luofeng knows medicine, it doesn't mean that her talent is stronger than Wushuang's. It was perhaps a mere coincidence that she could cure that member of your medical pavilion. Wushuang's medical skill has been acknowledged by many people. No matter what, Gao Tu was unwilling to believe that a trash like her possessed such influence. A bunch of ignorant fools. Elder Rong disdainfully glanced at Gao Tu and derisively said, it must have been Jinglin who told you about New Wushuang's talent. Just how believable are that guy's words? He was doing nothing but blowing his own horn. Even 100 New Wushuang cannot compare with one Yun Luofeng. I will give you another chance. If you don't summon New Wushuang and Jinglin here, I will personally go to the Prime Minister estate. By then, I have no clue how the Prime Minister estate will turn out. Your Majesty, noble consort Mu cried out in fear. Her beautiful face was deathly pale, and her fingernails dug deeply into her palm. Your Majesty, Wushuang is innocent. It must be Yun Luofeng framing her. I beg your Majesty to give Wushuang justice. Translator's thoughts. Zen _Zen _. 5/5. I've been a bit busy so I haven't had time to look at comments, but you are all wonderful, truly. Avalanches everyone with cookies and popcorn. Chapter 130, Extremely Shameless, 1. Innocent. Elder Ning coldly snorted, derision making its way onto his aloof features. I heard that more than 6 months ago, your imperial clan framed Yunyitu and claimed that she harassed a pretty boy in public so that it would be easy for Crown Prince to dissolve his engagement with her. However, I looked into it and discovered that the one who deliberately framed her is the so-called innocent Mu Wushuang that you speak of. The old man's words were like a heavy object mercilessly pounding on noble consort Mu's heart. Her eyes were wide open in shock as she vehemently denied, that's impossible. Wushuang is kind-hearted and would never do something like that. Although she said that, she was not too certain in her heart. The world might not know about New Wushuang's true nature, but she understood it completely. With Wushuang's personality, she would most definitely do something like that. Someone come. Gao Tu made up his mind and harshly ordered, bring New Wushuang here to see Zhen. Your Majesty, noble consort Mu cried out involuntarily as she clenched her fists. Wushuang wouldn't do something like this. These are all false accusations. If New Wushuang's reputation was utterly destroyed, then it would be extremely disadvantageous for the Mu family. She absolutely would not permit something like that to happen. My dear consort, you are tired, so why don't you return to rest? Gao Tu glanced at noble consort's deathly pale complexion and indifferently stated. It was apparent that he was already dissatisfied with how noble consort Mu continued to speak impertinently. Although he especially favored noble consort Mu, he would not offend the medical pavilion on behalf of a woman. With Elder Rong here, Mu family could only resign to their misfortune this time. Noble consort Mu shuddered. She wanted to rely on Gao Tu's previous doting and intercede for Mu Wushuang. However, before she could even speak, the man's august voice was heard again. Someone come and bring noble consort away. Without Zhen's order, she isn't allowed to take a single step out of her bedchamber. Hearing this, 2 of the guards stepped out from the 2 sides of the hall and respectfully cupped their fists. As your Majesty commands. Noble consort Mu's body weakened and nearly fell over, but she resiliently supported her body and unwillingly bowed towards Gao Tu. This servant will leave now. Her beautiful eyes were filled with wretched tears. She could not resist looking at Gao Tu again when she lifted her head, but after seeing a lack of reaction from Gao Tu, she could only follow the two guards out of the hall. Elder Rong, Zhen has already ordered someone to bring Mu Wushuang here, so please wait a moment. Gao Tu faintly smiled. His tone no longer held its previous severity and had an ingratiating tint instead. Elder Rong harumphed and ignored Gao Tu's expression of goodwill, haughtily turning his head to one side. He started making small talks with Elder Rong. When one's advanced in age, their legs just don't work like they used to. Unlike some people who remain seated and don't know to offer their seat to old people. The old man's voice revealed his dissatisfaction as his brows furrowed, making Gao Tu suddenly react. Gao Tu donned a stern face and berated Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng, why haven't you offered your seat to Elder Rong yet? In the entire hall, only him and Yun Luofeng were seated. So, Gao Tu assumed that the some people, in Elder Rong's words, was Yun Luofeng. Hearing this, the corner of Yun Luofeng's lips raised, and her bewitching eyes darted to Gao Tu as she said with a faint smile, "Are you certain that Elder Rong is having me offer my seat? If it isn't you, who else could it be?" Gao Tu's face remained harsh as he severely reprimanded. "Yun Luofeng, although someone from the medical pavilion is indebted to you, Elder Rong's status speaks for itself. You still need to respect him and can't take advantage of someone's kindness as a compensation. Moreover, Elder Rong came to the palace for you, so you ought to give up your seat for him." Chapter 131, Extremely Shameless 2. Elder Ning indifferently glanced at the righteous emperor and mockingly laughed. "This old crock has never seen someone this shameless. Elder Rong is clearly speaking of you, but you insist on shifting it to Yunyatu. No one can compare to the thickness of your skin." Gao Tu's face froze. What did this old guy mean? Elder Rong wasn't referring to Yun Luofeng. It was him. Thinking of this, his eyes darted towards Elder Rong. After seeing the derision in the elderly man's eyes, Gao Tu felt incredibly distressed, and a wave of anger sprang from his heart. He icily looked at Yun Luofeng, his solemn features revealing his dark mood. If it wasn't for her, he would not have his dignity swept to the floor in front of this many ministers. He also would not be humiliated like this. One day, he will repay her for today's disgrace. As Long Yuan's emperor, Gao Tu naturally had an innate arrogance. He might be respectful and ingratiating to these people on the surface, but the truth was that he secretly was not willing to serve anyone. From start to finish, he believed that as a sovereign, he should be above everyone and receive people's worship and deference. He should not be here purposefully fawning on someone to gain their favor. But in the end, he suppressed all the fury in his heart and icily ordered, "Someone, come and bring seats for these two." "Not these two, it's these three." Elder Ning aloofly smiled. "General Yun is worn out with age too. Could it be that you intended to let him remain standing here?" These words nearly made Gao Tu spurt out 3 liters of blood. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath, calming the rage in his heart and commanded coldly, "Bring General Yun a chair as well." Only heaven knew how sullen he spoke these words. His handsome face was covered in cold lines, a severe light flashing through his dignified eyes as he frostily stared at Yun Luo. He would like to see whether old General Yun dared to take a seat in front of him. Unfortunately, things turned out contrary to his wishes. Yun Luo slowly sat down right in front of him. The old guy's face maintained his high-spirited smile, as though he had no respect for this emperor. Gao Tu's eyes darkened and a ruthless light bursting with strong killing intent flashed through his eyes. At this moment, Gao Tu indeed conceived a killing intent towards this old general of Long Yuan with outstanding contributions. Merely because this old guy had the audacity to take a seat in front of him. Wasn't his actions the same as being on equal footing with him? Gao Tu, who had always been easily distrustful of everything, could not help but suspect whether this old man had plans to usurp the throne. Otherwise, how could he dare to place himself on equal footing with him? "Your Majesty," a sharp voice traveled from outside the main hall. A eunuch quickly entered the main hall with a horse whisk in his hands and flicked his robe as he kneeled down while reporting to Your Majesty, Prime Minister Mu and Mu Wushuang are already waiting outside the main hall. Gao Tu frowned and glanced at the seated Elder Rong. Soon after, he coldly commanded, "Allow him to enter." "As Your Majesty commands." The eunuch saluted as he stood up before hurriedly heading out of the main hall. Within moments, Mu Xingqiu in his court attire slowly walked into the hall. He stood with both arms behind his back. His tall figure was incomparably imposing. His geriatric face revealed astonishment after seeing the people sitting in the main hall, obviously not understanding what had transpired. Mu Wushuang, who was closely following him, also saw Yun Luofeng at first glance. A peculiar light swept across her beautiful eyes, and an uneasy feeling rushed forth from her heart at that very moment. Chapter 132, Extremely Shameless 3. Mu Xingqiu and Mu Wushuang walked until they were in front of Gao Tu and both performed the ritual bows as they respectfully greeted, "This servant, female servant, pays respect to Your Majesty." "Rise." Gao Tu lifted his hand and stated indifferently, "Wushuang, Yun Luofeng claims that you have continuously humiliated her all these years, is that true?" Mu Wushuang looked up with astonishment, dumbfoundedly turning to Yun Luofeng. It was a long while before she recovered and righteously stated, "Yun Luofeng, your strength is useless, so not only are you bullied by other people, but you are also met with the fate of Crown Prince breaking off the engagement. What does this have to do with me though? Don't maliciously slander me. I, Mu Wushuang, have never done anything to hurt you. If I really did, there is absolutely no way that I would deny it. Anyway, it was impossible for Yun Luofeng to know about all the things that she had done over the years, so as long as she did not admit it, even if Yun Luofeng came to the emperor to tell on her, it still would not make a difference. Yun Xiao glanced at Mu Wushuang with a face devoid of emotions. His cold eyes were so deep that one could not see its bottom, so no one was able to discover what this man was thinking. Yun Luofeng. Mu Xingqiu did not permit anyone to answer Mu Wushuang's proposed queries and continued immediately after her. It is impossible for Wushuang to look at a trash like you more than once. Let's not even speak of targeting you. It has always been you who sought troubles from Wushuang and even set her up. I advise you to not seek your own humiliation. Additionally, you should manage your Yun family's guard. If he looks at Wushuang one more time, don't blame me for not going easy on him. With the status of my Mu family's daughter, she isn't someone that a guard can yearn for. After Mu Wushuang heard her grandfather's words, she also turned her gaze toward Yun Xiao. At that instant, a noticeably stunned expression flashed through her beautiful eyes. Before this, she previously thought Crown Prince Gao Ling was Long Yuan's most beautiful man, but she did not think the Yun household would actually have such a remarkable guard. Not only did this man have an appearance that even the gods would envy, but also a figure that was just as perfect and made people's blood vessels rupture. His distant eyes in particular, it was as though they could suck people deep into his dark eyes in an instant. If this cold man did not stand next to Yun Luofeng like a guard, she reckoned that no one would be able to guess his lowly status. A man like him with such a formidable aura was similar to a ruler overlooking his realm. It was not present even around Gao Tu, who was the emperor. After her shock passed, Mu Wushuang regained her wits and inwardly chuckled coldly. So what if this cold man had such a strong aura? Since he was willing to be a guard for Yun family, then he must not have any outstanding identity. He was nothing but an insignificant guard, completely unworthy of her. She was destined to be the motherly paragon of the country and could not be desired by just anyone. Ha ha, Ning Xin could not help but laugh out loud, a smile appearing on her pretty face. Grandfather, I really don't understand why some people think so highly of themselves. Yun Xiao only glanced at her, and she has it in her mind that he took a liking to her. Then anyone in the world only needs to glance at her, and they will all have an endless admiration for her. Anyhow, she had lived in the Yun residence for 6 months. How could she not know that Yun Xiao would always only have Yun Luofeng in his eyes? He would also only unconditionally obey Yun Luofeng's orders. This man had never even paid attention to her grandfather and elder Rong. This type of person would take a fancy to Mu Wushuang. After hearing these crowd's words, Yun Xiao looked at Mu Wushuang again. His stoic face did not have any expression as always, and his cold, dark eyes were serene to the point of being devoid of any ripples. Chapter 133, Extremely Shameless, 4. You're too stupid. His voice, rough and magnetic, was slowly heard in the silent main hall. It was similar to a stone landing on a lake's surface and causing a series of ripples. Mu Wushuang's expression instantly transformed and she clenched her fist, a cold light flashing through her beautiful eyes. This man actually dared to humiliate her like this. If she was stupid, then this world would not have anyone intelligent. You called me stupid. Suddenly, Mu Wushuang started laughing coldly. If I'm stupid, then how come Yun Luofeng, who is supposedly smarter than me, can't win Crown Prince's affections? Why did Crown Prince choose me instead? The man was silent for a while before honestly responding. He's also stupid. His words would always be concise and clear. You could never depend on this taciturn and cold man to speak more than a few words to you. That's right, Yun Xiao, you were very correct. These two idiots are truly a match made in heaven. If they don't get together, then it would let down the heavens. Yun Luofeng lazily leaned against the back of the chair. Her lips had a bewitching smile as her gaze turned to Yun Xiao beside her and teased, from now on, if you want to look, looking at me is more than enough. That will prevent other people from shamelessly thinking you have taken a liking to her. While saying these words, Yun Luofeng's wicked eyes glanced at the icy Mu Wushuang, and the smile in her eyes deepened. However, her words caused a tempestuous torrent in the main hall. Everyone looked at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao with astonishment. Their look was as though they were watching a spectacle. They had long heard that Yun Luofeng was fond of beautiful men. Not only did she pursue the crown prince for many years, but she also took away a man in public. They did not expect that she would not let even her own guard slip away. Yun Luo felt those stunned gazes and revealed embarrassment on his geriatric face, so he harshly glared at Yun Luofeng. This stinky girl actually flirted with Yun Xiao like no one else was present. If it got out, where would he put his old face? Good. After hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Yun Xiao seriously nodded. Perhaps afraid that Yun Luofeng would misunderstand, he earnestly explained nonchalantly, I heard her face was very thick-skinned, so just now, I just wanted to see whether her face or the city's wall is thicker. Unsurprisingly, I still think her face is thicker. With his earnest expression, it was like that man was recounting a truth, making other people unable to doubt a single word. That was also the most that he had ever spoken until now, and it was to criticize Mu Wushuang. Should this be considered as Mu Wushuang's honor? Yun Luofeng. Regardless of how sophisticated Mu Wushuang was, she was still angered by Yun Xiao's words to the point of her breath becoming unsteady. She said furiously, control your people better. If you don't know how to discipline them, I don't mind doing it for you. Yun Luofeng glanced at her from the corner of her eyes and slowly stood up from her seat with a bewitching smile that contained a haughty air. My people don't need your lecturing. Mu Xingqiu, Mu Wushuang, I will settle the blood debt that your Mu family owes us little by little. The Prime Minister State owed their Yun family far too many debts. If it weren't for Mu Xingqiu, the parents of this body would not die so young, leaving behind Yun Luofeng, who was still young at that time. Yun Luofeng. Mu Xingqiu's eyes were blazing. That's right, your parents' death is indeed related to my Mu family, but I've already apologized. What else do you want? Besides, haven't you heard the phrase, if the king of hell wanted you to die at midnight, who would dare to keep you until 4 a.m. 1? If your parents weren't destined to die, even if I leaked the intelligence, they still wouldn't die. It was precisely because the king of hell wanted to collect them that it led them to the death. Chapter 134, Extremely Shameless, 5. His words implied that the death of Yun Luofeng's parents did not have much of anything to do with him. So what if he leaked some intelligence? If they were not meant to die, then they would not have died. Since they died, it proved that the king of hell wanted to take them. Besides, he had already apologized. Did the Yun family have to push him this far? When he thought of how Yun Luo led the army to pulverize his estate during that time, his heart was full of resentment. Yun Luofeng, your parents died early, so you should think about whether your parents did some wicked deeds, otherwise, the king of hell wouldn't have taken them. Don't continue blaming our Mu family. I have already made the necessary apologies because I, Mu Xingqiu, have a clear conscience. Yun Luofeng started laughing. Back then, the two armies were at war, and my parents got caught up in a bitter fight, so they came up with a countermeasure. However, this plan required other people to support them. So my father sent a letter to the imperial city that very night, but the emperor trusted you too easily and ordered you to meet up and cooperate with my parents. Yet, you were too lecherous and fell into the enemy country's honey trap, leaked the intelligence and even exposed my parents' position, causing my parents to die. Wouldn't that be your fault? Mu Xingqiu's expression transformed and he stubbornly insisted, I can only say that your parents must have done something wicked, so the king of hell took their life. I didn't do anything wrong. Moreover, it's normal for someone to die when two armies are at war, so this has nothing to do with me. Faced with Mu Xingqiu's shameless denial, all of the ministers felt disdainful. But what could they do when the other party had a noble consort as a daughter? No matter how much contempt they felt, they did not dare to reveal a single trace of it on their face. Yun Luofeng coldly chuckled and turned to the two elderly men behind her, the corner of her lips slightly raised. Elder Rong, Elder Ning, I know that you want to avenge me, but I still think that it would feel more refreshing if I did it myself. You don't need to get involved with this matter. I will handle the rest. The two elderly men nodded, the gaze towards Mu Xingqiu was filled with mockery. They had seen shameless before, but they had never seen something so shameless to this degree. Today's events were a true eye-opener for them. Mu Wushuang, after saying these words, Yun Luofeng's bewitching eyes turned to Mu Wushuang again. Since you take pride in your medical skills the most, would you dare to compete with me here? If I lose, my fate will be left to you. If you lose, I want everyone in your Mu family to kneel down and admit you're wrong in front of my parents' graves. In addition, write a list of all your crimes and everything that your Prime Minister estate has done all these years, and post it on the city wall for everyone to see. Mu Wushuang's complexion completely transformed. It was difficult for her to agree to Yun Luofeng's two demands. She could not accept kneeling down in front of a grave to admit her wrong, and let's not even mention publicizing every single one of the Prime Minister estate's crime. If she really did that, the reputation of the Prime Minister estate would definitely be destroyed in one day. Even the position of the Crown Prince's consort would no longer be hers as a consequence. Mu Wushuang viciously gnawed on her lips, a hint of struggle appeared on her graceful and beautiful face and her brows furrowed. It was evident that she was pondering whether to accept Yun Luofeng's challenge. Ha ha ha, Mu Xingqiu, do you still remember what you have told me? Yun Luo guffawed and derisively remarked, you said that your Mu family produced noble consort Mu and also has Mu Wushuang now, so no matter how many geniuses my general estate has, it still wouldn't compare to how your Prime Minister estate can whisper to your Majesty's ear. Now, if Mu Wushuang declines my granddaughter's suggestion, it will mean that you admit the people of your Prime Minister are inferior to my granddaughter. Chapter 135, Becoming Famous with One Treatment 1. Mu Xingqiu was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire. He coldly snorted before turning to face Mu Wushuang and commanding harshly, Wushuang, since the Yun family is seeking for trouble, you should do as they wish. I don't believe that Yun Luofeng will surely be able to rely on her own strength and win against you. Mu Wushuang was somewhat hesitant, and her brows were slightly knitted. Her gaze swept towards that gentle and refreshing elderly man sitting in the middle of the main hall, her eyes flashing with a peculiar light. This elderly man once fainted on a ship at Chin River, but she was unable to detect what acute disease he contracted. And yet Yun Luofeng saved and woke this old man up in front of her, and it was exactly because of this that the current Mu Wushuang did not know whether she should accept this challenge. Wushuang. Mu Xingqiu evidently knew about the hesitation in his granddaughter's heart, so he walked to stand beside Mu Wushuang, his eyes revealing a dark light. Accept Yun Luofeng's challenge. I believe you won't lose to her with your strength. Moreover, even if you lose to her, she doesn't have our Mu family's list of crimes on her hands, so she still wouldn't be able to do anything to us. As though Mu Xingqiu's words provided Mu Wushuang with confidence, her beautiful eyes slightly lifted and landed on Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng, if you lose this competition, I want you to become my slave and serve me for the rest of your life. Didn't she like the Crown Prince? By then, when this woman had to watch her and the Crown Prince be affectionate towards each other, she would definitely feel like a knife was being twisted into her heart and that life was worse than death. This would be the price that the general estate had to pay for continuing to be their enemy all these years. As though she could already see Yun Luofeng's pained expression, Mu Wushuang's lips could not help but lift with a graceful and striking smile. Good. Yun Luofeng leaned her body against Yun Xiao as though no one else was present, her posture careless and bewitching. She lazily stretched and cheerfully looked at Mu Wushuang. The condition is that you have the ability to make me serve you like a slave. Mu Wushuang snorted and did not make a fuss over the bet any longer. She asked with a cold smile, Yun Luofeng, since you are the one who proposed this bet, how about I decide on the conditions for this bet? Yun Luofeng shot Mu Wushuang a sidelong glance and raised the corner of her lips. Sure, let's have it. Seeing Yun Luofeng being duped this easily, delight surged through Mu Wushuang's heart. Her side slightly turned to the eunuch quietly standing on the side, her face continued to display its graceful smile. Eunuch Lin was castrated when he entered the palace. If you have the ability to make him recover his potency, then I, Mu Wushuang, will willingly concede defeat. Not only will I fulfill our established bet, but I will even allow you to punish me however you want. A man that had already become a eunuch, even if an immortal was here, they would not be able to make him potent again. It was even more impossible for Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng glanced at Mu Wushuang with a half smile. If we both can't make him recover his potency, then whose win is it? Mu Wushuang wryly smiled. Yun Luofeng, I only want you to realize when to back off. Based on your medical skill alone, you're not in my league. If you admit defeat now, you could probably save your face. If you insist on doing this, you will be the only one humiliating yourself. Her tone was akin to lecturing, as though she was instructing Yun Luofeng. I just want to know, in the event that we both can't cure him, who will be considered the losing party? Yun Luofeng raised her brow to look at Mu Wushuang's graceful and tranquil face, the corner of her lips raised in a bewitching smile. Translator's thoughts. Zen _Zen_. Join me on Discord and party tilde. Chapter 136, Becoming Famous with One Treatment 2. Of course it will be your defeat, Mu Wushuang stated in a matter-of-fact manner. You were the one who suggested the competition, but the topic was proposed by me. So if you succeeded in making Lin Gonggong a man again, I will concede defeat, likewise, it will be your loss. Anyone could hear these unfair terms, and it made all the ministers present whisper to each other, but no one dared to raise any question. Yun Luo slightly wrinkled his brows and was about to refute when a loud laughter suddenly came from Gao Tu, who was sitting high above them. General Yun, it was your granddaughter who proposed the bet after all, so it can't be that your Yun family wants to back out, right? Moreover, since Mu Wushuang is the one being challenged, regardless of whether it's the topic or the terms, it should be determined by her. There's nothing wrong with that. Gao Tu's heart still favored the Prime Minister estate, so he sided with Mu Wushuang despite being in front of Eldest. What's more, he was only the spectator to a competition and was not harming Yun Luofeng. Even Eldest could not say anything about that. After all, people of the medical pavilion still needed to consider the spirit sect behind him. Ha, Elder Ning chuckled dryly and said derisively, so this is how the Longyuan Kingdom's imperial family behaves. As far as I know, not only did the Prime Minister Mu not make any contributions to Longyuan, but he almost encumbered the entire kingdom. Just because his daughter is this kingdom's noble consort, it made Longyuan favor him, so you did not hesitate to forsake General Yun Luo, who has worked hard and achieved great things. The favoritism of Longyuan Kingdom was simply too blatant. Yun Luo had worked hard and achieved distinguishable deeds, but he could not compare to a noble consort daughter. Girl, do you have confidence? Eldest tightly frowned and looked at Yun Luofeng while asking, if you're not sure, Eldest will definitely protect you even if I have to sacrifice this face. Although Eldest knew Yun Luofeng had outstanding medical skills, this ability to grow meat out of bones one was still too miraculous, and typically would not be achieved by anyone for certain. Yun Luofeng smiled, her bewitching and awe-inspiring gaze directed at Gao Tu, who was sitting on the imperial throne. I don't understand why my old man pledged fealty and allegiance to a sovereign like you for all these years. More than that, my parents died too unjustly and undeservingly. Yun Luofeng. The rage in Gao Tu's chest combusted, and his glare, which was as sharp as a sword, shot toward Yun Luofeng. This bet was made by you. Is it possible that you would like to back out now? Yun Luofeng smiled indifferently. I, Yun Luofeng, have always kept my word and won't be the same as your imperial clan who never honors its promises. She was referring to the matter of how she did not need to kneel in front of those from the imperial clan whenever she saw them. However, when Gao Tu heard those words, it clearly turned into a different meaning. Zhen has indeed made the engagement between Crown Prince and you, but who knew you would actually be a trash? As a trash, how are you worthy of being the mother of the country? Therefore, reneging on the promise wasn't Zhen's fault, and you should blame your own failure to live up to expectations. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her brow but did not explain Gao Tu's misunderstanding. Her wicked eyes slowly turned to Eldest. Eldest, your medical pavilion's medicinal ingredients are more numerous. Could I please inconvenient you to send these medicinal herbs here? Remember, the herbs that I want must be over 100 years old, the more valuable the better. In addition, charge these medicinal herbs to the imperial clan's account. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. 1. Grow meat out of bones. Ro Bo Gu Huo Si Ren or Chi Si Ren Air Ro Bo Gu means reviving a dead person, basically a medical feat that should be impossible. Chapter 137, Becoming Famous with One Treatment 3. Gao Tu's expression grew livid, and his gaze toward Yun Luofeng revealed malice. Yun Xiao detected Gao Tu's gaze and slightly knitted his sword-like brows. He hid Yun Luofeng's body behind him to block Gao Tu's sight. If it weren't for Yun Luofeng disliking other people interfering with her matters, Gao Tu deserved to die 10,000 times for this one look thrown at her. You need to tell me the name of the medicinal herbs, and I will go retrieve them for you right now. Elder Rong boisterously laughed, in an extremely cheerful mood. Every 100-year-old medicinal herb was priced astronomically at the medical pavilion. Normally, they could not even sell one in a single month. It was unexpected that they could sell this many in such a short time. One could just imagine how the Emperor's treasury will bleed a lot this time. Additionally, although the treatment this time resulted from Mu Wushuang and my bet, I once vowed to my master that I wouldn't treat any patient who didn't pay. Of course, the master that she spoke of did not exist, but she was using it as a shield once more. However, when Elder Rong heard these words, his eyes abruptly lit up, and these words further confirmed the conjecture in his heart. Wasn't that godly doctor extremely greedy? It was said that in order to find him to treat you, besides meeting his eyes, you are also required to spend an enormous amount of wealth. Don't have any money, then he probably would not even meet you. So Elder Rong had then become thoroughly convinced that Yun Luofeng is that godly doctor's disciple. If Yun Luofeng knew Elder Rong's thoughts, she would definitely inwardly sigh. This misunderstanding was quite deep. Yun Luofeng, you haven't even cured him yet, and you're already asking for money. Mu Xingchu rushed to speak and angrily glared at Yun Luofeng. Moreover, I have never heard someone considering a bet as a treatment and even demanding money. Yun Luofeng sighed and said with distress, I also can't do anything about it. I swore a serious vow in front of my master to not treat any patient who didn't pay. Otherwise, he would kick me out of his tutelage. Xiao Mo, who had stayed in the god space for a long time without speaking, could not help but laugh out loud after hearing Yun Luofeng's words. As expected, if his master did not cheat people, then it would not be her. She still did not forget to mercilessly swindle some money despite being in this type of situation. Yun Luofeng, how much compensation do you want? Gao Tu asked with gritted teeth and an unsightly expression. Yun Luofeng's eyes flickered a few times as she stated with a faint smile, not much, 50 million taels, in gold. If it was 50 million taels in silver, it was still acceptable, but she was actually demanding gold. Gao Tu clenched his fists and snorted, Yun Luofeng, if you are unable to turn Lin Gongong into a real man, Zhen will not give you a single tael. Besides Gao Tu, even all the ministers present believed that Yun Luofeng would be unable to restore Lin Gongong's masculinity, which is why she found such a poor excuse. Now that His Majesty already promised her, let's see what other excuses she could find. Just as all the ministers speculated, the young girl's languid and bewitching voice was slowly heard in the main hall. All right, if I fail, I won't accept a single copper coin. If I succeed, I want the imperial clan to fulfill their promise and pay the treatment fee of 50 million gold taels. She agreed. Everyone was taken aback, their astonished gaze all darted toward the absolutely beautiful, white-robed young lady in the middle of the main hall. Could it be that she actually was not finding an excuse for her incompetence when she suggested 50 million gold taels? But something like turning a eunuch into a real man was simply too preposterous. How could that be possible? Absolutely not possible. All the ministers consoled themselves. They definitely would not believe that Yun Luofeng's medical skill has reached this level of brilliance. Chapter 138, Becoming Famous with One Treatment 4. Elder Rong was very fast, so it was not long before he rushed from the medical pavilion to the Imperial Palace's main hall. He took out the medicinal herbs from his space ring in an instant, and said with a smile, Unitu, I have brought the medicinal herbs that you requested. Seeing the medicinal herbs that appeared from thin air in front of them, everyone in the main hall was dumbfounded. They intently stared at the ring in Elder Rong's hand with a trace of envy in their eyes. That was a space ring, a treasure that was in sight but unattainable to the world's spread cultivators. They did not imagine Elder Rong would possess a treasure like this. We're nearly done. Yun Luofeng lightly caressed her chin and wickedly smiled. Elder Rong, I don't trust the people inside the Imperial Palace to brew the medicine, so I will leave this matter to you. Right, don't forget to demand a well-deserved remuneration from the Emperor. Having the medical pavilion's Elder Rong personally brew the medicine, I'm afraid there aren't many people who receive this type of treatment in Longyuan. It should be worth more than 10 million gold taels at least. At this moment, the expression of the man sitting high above them became increasingly livid, and the fury in his features ignited. He wished he could cut Yun Luofeng into pieces with his gaze. Elder Rong Gao. That's right, Unitu is right. The cost of me personally brewing medicine can't be little. Gao Tu, it would be better if you prepare the money first, so as to avoid your inability to rake up that much money in a rush at that time. Gao Tu deeply inhaled some air, suppressing the anger in his heart, and stated with gritted teeth, Yun Luofeng, if you can't cure his childless condition, Zhen will make you pay for today's events. Yun Luofeng raised a brow and bewitchingly smiled. You won't have that opportunity. What is called arrogance? There was probably no one more experienced than all the ministers present. A hedonistic child of an affluent family was truly a hedonistic child of an affluent family. They did not use their brain regardless of what they were doing. How could a eunuch who had been castrated become a man again? This was more ludicrous than an ant raping an elephant. Feng Yun Luo collected himself and worriedly asked, how confident are you? Hearing the anxiety of the old man, Yun Luofeng bewitchingly smiled, and an exceptional confidence was displayed on her features. Simply sit back and collect money. I will fill our Yun family's treasury to the brim. Moreover, this is what he owes our Yun family. Yun Luo did not say anything else, even he could not understand why he was this confident in a granddaughter that he had not seen for 10 years. It was as though she could definitely do what she said. It was not long before Elder Rong brewed the medicinal herbs into a soup and carried it to Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng accepted the medicinal soup and slowly walked toward eunuch Lin. Your Majesty. Eunuch Lin turned pale with fright and hurriedly looked at Gao Tu, wishing to plead mercy for himself. However, a single sentence from Gao Tu made him unable to say anything. You will do whatever she asks you to do, and you aren't allowed to disobey. The Emperor's voice revealed a decisiveness that did not allow for questioning, filling Eunuch Lin's heart with bitterness. His sight turned to the young lady that already reached him, fear slowly growing in his heart. Drink it. The young lady glanced at Eunuch Lin with a raised brow and sinisterly commanded. Eunuch Lin bitterly chuckled, extended his old, quivering hand, and coweringly accepted the medicinal soup that Yun Luofeng passed to him. Before this, he went to arrest Yun Luofeng under orders and already completely offended the Yun family. Now that Mu Wushuang used him of all people as the guinea pig in their competition, there was no doubt that Yun Luofeng brewed a poison for him. Eunuch Lin's heart was full of regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have offended the Yun family in order to ingratiate himself with the noble consort. And now, his life would soon end. Chapter 139, Becoming Famous with One Treatment 5. Eunuch Lin closed his eyes and poured the medicinal soup into his mouth as though he was facing death with equanimity. One could not see his complexion from his powder-covered face, but anyone could guess that his complexion must be extremely bad at this moment. Clang. Feeling a scorching heat in his chest, the soup bowl in Eunuch Lin's hands clattered across the floor, shattering into pieces. He clutched his stomach in agony, and his eyes intently stared at Yun Luofeng as he exclaimed between gritted teeth, "You poisoned me." Poison. Hearing this, the crowd suddenly erupted in a frenzy. They did not imagine that Yun Luofeng would poison Eunuch Lin in front of everyone. Yun Luofeng. Mu Wushuang glanced at Eunuch Lin's pained expression with slightly wrinkled brows, dissatisfaction flickering across her beautiful eyes. Earlier, you agreed to this that willingly, so I thought you had the skills, and I was already prepared to accept your humiliation. I didn't think that you would disregard other people's lives to this extent for a bet and actually brewed a poison to harm him. Watching the young lady standing with her arms crossed in front of her, Mu Wushuang's expression revealed incomprehension. She truly did not understand how could Yun Luofeng be this calm at a time like this. Knitting her long, shapely brows, Mu Wushuang continued to rebuke in a righteous tone, "Yun Luofeng, you harmed another's life, how could you remain this indifferent still? A person like you doesn't deserve to be a doctor." Inside the main hall, all the ministers looked at Yun Luofeng with reproach in their eyes. Some of their eyes even contained contempt and mockery, displaying the disdain for the girl's behavior. A bewitching smile appeared on the young lady's peerlessly beautiful face, and she folded her arms across her chest as she lazily glanced at Eunuch Lin, who was rolling all over the floor out of fear. If he has this much strength to roll around, does he really look poisoned? Hearing the girl's words, everyone's gaze simultaneously shot to Eunuch Lin. Eunuch Lin blanked and stopped rolling around. He also did not understand what was happening. Just now, he clearly thought he was about to die from poison, but how was he fine now? Moreover, a warm feeling enveloped his entire body, and he could feel an unusual ease of mind. I didn't die. Eunuch Lin climbed up from the floor, flicking the dust from his clothes, and awkwardly smiled. My apologies, I thought I was poisoned just now. He thought he was poisoned. If it weren't for the fact that Eunuch Lin was extremely trusted by His Majesty, they would have started cursing long ago. This guy thought he was poisoned, so he made such a big commotion and caused them all to embarrass themselves along with him. Mu Wushuang clenched her pink fists, a sense of shame appearing on her face, along with the desire to find a hole to burrow herself into. How shameful, this was simply too shameful. This was all Eunuch Lin's fault. If she did not stand up for him, she would not have humiliated herself like this. Your Majesty, I. Eunuch Lin was about to defend his earlier behavior when he was kicked with an audible impact by a leg that abruptly shot out from the side. The kick ruthlessly landed on his crotch, and without warning, his entire body flew into the air. What are you doing? Eunuch Lin's sharp voice snarled as he angrily glared at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng did not answer and picked Eunuch Lin up again to ruthlessly smash him onto the ground. She stepped on his body and wickedly said in a careless manner, "Don't forget, the Emperor told you to do whatever I say." When she finished speaking, Yun Luofeng retracted her foot. Chapter 140, Becoming Famous with One Treatment 6. Besides Yun Xiao, no one saw that when Yun Luofeng punched Eunuch Lin, she sent a stream of spiritual energy into his body. Fury burned in Eunuch Lin's chest. He knew that Yun Luofeng certainly did that on purpose because she wanted an excuse to beat him up. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Just as Eunuch Lin wanted to stand up and complain, he felt a fiery sensation from his crotch, making him feel unwell. Ning Xin, turn away. Yun Luofeng turned to look at Ning Xin and stated with raised brows. Ning Xin blinked, and confusion flashed through her eyes, but she did not ask anything before turning away and facing Yun Luofeng with her back. The second that the pretty girl turned around, Yun Luofeng drew a sword from a guard's hand and slashed all of Eunuch Lin's clothes into pieces with a swish. When her last slash landed, the cold man, whose expression remained blank, covered her eyes with his hands. Yun Luofeng smiled. Sometimes, she did not need to say much, and Yun Xiao would know what to do. Even Yun Luofeng herself did not understand when Yun Xiao and she started having this tacit understanding. Impossible, I must be blind, this is absolutely impossible. Inside the main hall, after a quiet appearance, a wave of shocked voices was suddenly heard. Mu Wushuang even forgot to keep up a female's proper reserved manner and fixedly stared at the naked Eunuch Lin. She hastily covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming out loud. This woman really turned a eunuch into a real man. How is this possible? Even her master could not do something like this, so how did this woman achieve it? At this moment, Mu Wushang's body started shuddering violently, her graceful face deathly white. Lin Gonggong, Gao Tu abruptly stood up and angrily shouted, "You've got some nerves. You actually hid yourself in Zhen's harem with a man's body. What was your intent?" Plop. Eunuch Lin was so frightened that he fell and knelt on the floor as he shakily replied, "Your Majesty, this servant is innocent. This servant was really castrated, so this servant also doesn't know what is going on, it grew on its own." Lin Gonggong, you don't need to say anything else, you definitely avoided the castration. Someone, pull Lin Gonggong away and publicly behead him. A killing intent swept through Gao Tu's features as he harshly ordered. To Gao Tu, Eunuch Lin certainly dodged his castration, and that was why he had the distinctive feature of a man. There was no way that it was the effect of Yun Luofeng's bowl of medicine. Seeing two guards heading over, Eunuch Lin's body weakened and collapsed onto the floor with a face devoid of hope. He knew that His Majesty would not acknowledge Yun Luofeng's ability, so he could only punish him. Yun Luofeng, Gao Tu turned to look at Yun Luofeng and sternly said, "This was Zhen's oversight, being fooled by Lin Yi, this old thing. He definitely avoided his castration, so he remained a man. The competition this time doesn't count, you can choose another date to compete with Mu Wushang again." Yun Luofeng lightly raised her brow. She would have never imagined that Gao Tu would shamelessly deny everything. Moreover, he directly determined that Eunuch Lin dodged his castration only for the purpose of shielding Mu Wushang from punishment. Suddenly, Yun Luofeng wanted to know what benefit did the Prime Minister estate give him to cause such an unreasonable preferential treatment. Suddenly, Yun Luofeng wanted to know what benefit did the Prime Minister estate give him to cause such an unreasonable preferential treatment. Translator's thoughts. Zen _. A warning that there's some blood at the beginning of the next chapter. Chapter 141, Becoming Famous with One Treatment, 7. Since you claim that Lin Gonggong avoided his castration, then I will castrate him for you. Yun